Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 91, Ancient Inscription. Chapter 91, Ancient Inscription. Achoo. In the mountains outside the suburbs of ancient capital, a woman in a black and white exploration suit subconsciously sneezed and shook her head hard. She kept feeling that someone was talking about her behind her back. Sister Xiuzhu, did you catch a cold? We're enough here. Why don't you go and rest for a while? Not far from the woman, a short-haired woman in a brown archaeological suit said beside a stone wall of a ruin. Why would I? I'm fine skiing in my hometown Snow Mountain. No problem, Lin Xiuzhu replied with a smile. That's true. The short-haired woman patted her head. Everyone was a professional beast tamer now. Although it was a little cold here, it shouldn't affect them at all. This was the ruins of the iron-eating beast. Currently, there were a total of 8 archaeological teams investigating this ruin. There were 5 men and 3 women. 7 of them were students from the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. As for Lin Xiuzhu, she was a researcher of the iron-eating beast and had been invited here to assist in the investigation. Everyone had already investigated this ruin for a period of time. The collection and sorting of some ancient tools, stone carvings, and other ancient artifacts had already been completed, but there was still a lot of special information at the scene that couldn't be deciphered. The ultimate goal of archaeology was to restore the true history of that time. At the moment, these people clearly had yet to investigate the meaning behind this ruin. Lin Xiuzhu looked at the archaeological student who was investigating and fishing at the same time and sighed. The only known information was that this was the ruins of a tribe that worshipped iron-eating beasts in the ancient times. There was nothing here at all. Initially, she thought that she could find new discoveries related to the iron-eating beasts. It seemed that she was overthinking. Pops. Just as Lin Xiuzhu felt helpless, her cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the contact, her expression relaxed. Dad came back from the Snow Mountain. Humph, this old man must have called immediately when he realized that she was still not at home because he missed her too much. Hello. Lin Xiuzhu left the site and picked up the phone. Lin Hongnian's voice immediately came from the other side. Xiuzhu, are you still investigating the iron-eating beast ruins with those juniors? How's the progress? There's no substantial progress, but I heard that the teacher from the archaeology department will come to guide the scene in 2 days. There might be a breakthrough. Father, aren't you not very concerned about this ruin? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lin Xiuzhu curled his lips. Back then, when her teacher informed her that the iron-eating beast ruins had appeared in the ancient capital and invited her to assist in the research, Lin Hongnian was unhappy. What was there to research about a broken ruin? Living in the past, it was better to train pets and pursue new breakthroughs. The ancient people's understanding of iron-eating beasts might not necessarily be stronger than that of modern beast tamers. He, Lin Hongnian let out an awkward laugh. However, how could he have known that the iron-eating beasts actually had the so-called ancient bloodline? There were already traces of the iron-eating beast's evolution in ancient times. This was really a slap in the face. The situation is different. Xiuzhu is also in the ancient capital now. I've already contacted him. Next, contact him again and get him to assist you in investigating this ruin. Ah, why? Lin Xiuzhu was stunned. Xiuzhu. What did Xiuzhu have to do with this iron-eating beast ruin? During the time that you weren't in Pingcheng, Xiuzhu had already cracked the ruin that appeared in Pingcheng. Because of some opportunities, his iron-eating beast even awakened an ancient bloodline through the evolution holy spring in Icefield City and captured the traces of evolution. This is also why I suddenly value the iron-eating beast ruins you mentioned previously. In short, if you haven't made any progress, perhaps you can invite Xiuzhu to give it a try. What? As Lin Hongnian finished speaking, Lin Xiuzhu couldn't help but shout. This shout immediately made the others in the archaeological team look at them in confusion. What's wrong with Senior Panda? Could it be that they had not investigated anything new for too long, causing Senior Panda to completely collapse? Yes, I understand. I'll contact him now. After Lin Hongnian explained it clearly, Lin Xiuju's eyes flickered, and her whole body glowed with vitality again. After hanging up, she looked at the juniors who were trying their best to slack off and said, "Everyone, there's new progress. I just received information from my father that the iron-eating beasts had an evolution form in ancient times. Next, we might be able to investigate in this direction. He hired someone to assist us in our research. He can rush over later." Really? When Lin Xiuju finished speaking, the group of archaeology students were stunned, and then they revealed looks of joy. They naturally knew who Lin Xiuju's father was. After all, he was a slightly famous master-level beast tamer. Since it was information from Hall Master Lin, there must be some basis. "Senior, when is the expert you mentioned arriving? Do you need us to meet him?" Everyone was looking forward to it. Although this was just a small ruin and didn't seem to have any important information, if they could decipher the ancient evolution form of a pet, it would be a pretty good harvest. They estimated that they could earn a lot of credits. "Wait a minute, I'll give him a call. Plus, I'm not sure if he is an expert anymore." After speaking to Hall Master Lin, Shiryu was no longer sleepy. He couldn't fall asleep at all, thinking about the so-called ancient iron-eating beast ruins. A moment later, he received a call from Lin Xiuju. "No need. Tell me the address. I'll take a taxi there." Shiryu could not help but find it funny when he heard the anticipation, nervousness, and anxiety in her voice. He immediately imagined the helpless image of Panda Senior standing outside the ruins. "All right, I'll remember the address." Shiryu quickly confirmed the address of the ancient iron-eating beast ruins with Lin Xiuju and started packing. At the same time, he didn't forget the most important thing. Shiryu chuckled and pulled 11 out of the space. 11, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. It seemed to say, what now? Ah, how should I put it? Dig, no, look at the ruins of your ancestors. Together. 11 was stunned before being tricked by Shiryu. The ruins weren't that far away. In less than 2 hours, Shiryu arrived outside the mountain range of the suburbs of ancient capital. After Shiryu arrived at his destination, the group of students from ancient capital university had already come to welcome Shiryu under Lin Xiuju's lead at the entrance of the mountain. "He's here." As Lin Xiuju saw Shiryu's figure, she was pleasantly surprised. The group of archaeology students also sized up Shiryu. Just now, they had already gotten a rough understanding of Shiryu from Lin Xiuju. He was from the same hometown as Lin Xiuju. He had an iron-eating beast that had awakened an ancient bloodline. He had also participated in the cracking of ruins. However, he was a young beast tamer and not an expert. This kind of information basically meant that they could only see what valuable information Shiryu could provide next. The investigation work still had to be handed to them. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Shiryu took a few steps and came in front of the group. At the same time, he sized up the others other than Senior Panda and immediately felt a sense of closeness. Good lord, this group of people exuded a sense of peers from their spiritual aura. They didn't have any vitality at all. They felt very old. No, the students from ancient capital university said. "It's been hard on you," said the Panda Senior. Then, she was quickly stunned. 11, who suddenly noticed the hopeless expression on Shiryu's shoulder, was stunned. This. Woo. 11 greeted big sister Xiuju. 11. Lin Xiuju was shocked. What happened? Why did 11 become so small? That's an iron-eating beast. The others also looked at the little iron-eating beast on Shiryu's shoulder and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This. It didn't look like a cub, but a doll. What was going on? It's nothing. I taught it the multiplication skill. At the moment, it's just shrunken, Shiryu said. Iron-eating beasts can learn multiplication. As Shiryu spoke, the other archaeologists were immediately surprised. Recently, because they were researching the iron-eating beast ruins, they naturally did a lot of homework on the iron-eating beasts. Apart from some basic information about the iron-eating beasts, they also understood all the skills of other races that iron-eating beasts could learn. For example, the iron-eating beasts of Bamboo Stone Dojo were famous for being able to learn Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. For example, a master's iron-eating beast was famous for being able to learn Metal Shock. This was a metal element sound wave skill that could make the body make metal noises at all times. Apart from that, there were other unorthodox cultivation methods. In short, their investigation of the iron-eating beast should be considered comprehensive, but this was the first time they had heard of an iron-eating beast that could multiply. Is it because you've awakened an ancient bloodline? Lin Xiuzhu asked. That's indeed a possibility. The size of ancient iron-eating beasts is much larger than now. Shiryu nodded. 11 closed its eyes and fell into deep thought. Didn't Shiryu teach it how to multiply it with his cheat hand? However, Shiryu didn't let it talk nonsense about this, so 11 obediently shut up and pretended not to know anything. The panda was playing dumb. Can you take me to see the ruins first? Shiryu asked. All right. Lin Xiuzhu nodded. The others also nodded. Then, everyone started to walk towards the ruins of the mountain. During this process, Shiryu kept asking them about the ruins. Has the era of the ruins been confirmed? About 4,400 to 4,500 years ago, said an archaeologist. Shiryu nodded. This time was very delicate. It was one of the more serious periods in the history of this world. The main target of the current investigation is. There's a batch of artificial products, but they're basically daily necessities. Apart from that, I also found a relatively well-preserved metal fragment. After the initial complete appearance, it's suspected to be a battle armor fragment from ancient battles. The ones that carry the most information are the murals on the stone walls of the ruins and some strange symbols. However, these symbols aren't like any of the ancient words known to date. They don't match the popular words about 4,500 years ago at all. By the way, there are similar symbols on that metal piece. When the other party finished speaking, Shiryu was slightly stunned. He said with a slightly expectant expression. Please bring me to see that armor fragment first. Ah, all right. A few of them looked at Shiryu, who had just arrived, strangely. This little brother was rather comfortable with them. He seemed to be even more interested in the iron-eating beast ruins than them. Soon, Shiryu followed them to the archaeological camp established outside the ruins. As they entered the tent, Shiryu saw that the armor fragment they were talking about was actually a palm-sized metal piece. In the glass container, the metal piece was lying quietly. There was indeed a strange symbol on the metal piece. This symbol. Under everyone's gaze, Shiryu stared intently at the symbol. Then, as if he had triggered some memory, huge waves rose in his heart. Holy shit! Shiryu was shocked. And immediately dumbfounded. He had completely recalled it. Because he had seen this symbol before. On Earth, the same symbol was recorded in the unpopular mythical system that he and his teacher studied. Chapter 92, Archaeology Ruined My Life. Chapter 92, Archaeology Ruined My Life. The moment he saw this special symbol, Shiryu made many connections. His feelings were especially complicated. At this moment, he even started to suspect that his transmigration was not an accident. However, what made Shiryu feel the most complicated was not these messy things. Instead, it was the fact that regardless of his previous life or current life, he didn't know what this symbol represented. What a scam. Shiryu thought to himself that this was such a trap. If this symbol could be changed to Chinese, English, and Japanese, this would definitely be a fatal blow. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Therefore, at this moment, Shiryu did not feel any nostalgia or familiarity, and was not touched in the slightest. In addition, it was still unknown whether this symbol originated from Earth or this world. Shiryu tried to use his telepathy, voice of history, talent to try and see if he could discover anything else. Unfortunately, the opportunity didn't come. Did you find anything? Lin Xiuzhu asked when he saw Shiryu staring at the metal piece in a daze. Shiryu looked away and said the explosive news. This might be a fragment of an ancient iron-eating beast. What? Everyone was confused. Fragments of ancient iron-eating beasts. What did that mean? They looked at Shiryu in confusion, unable to understand how the armor fragment was related to the iron-eating beast. Because the evolved form of the iron-eating beast might be wearing such a layer of armor. No, it's not a layer of armor, but the two are one, Shiryu said. He definitely couldn't say that he had seen this symbol. Even if he did, he didn't know what the symbol meant at all. It was meaningless. However, apart from this discovery, Shiryu also discovered something else. That was the color material of the metal piece. It felt like it was similar to the evolution traces in the iron-eating beast bloodline. Are you serious? Lin Xiuzhu looked at Shiryu with a stunned expression. The iron-eating beast evolved into a battle armor. That should be the case. Shiryu looked at the archaeology students and said, has the composition of this metal piece been tested? Not yet, an archaeology student said. This might need to be used in the school's laboratory, and the detection is relatively troublesome. It will take a long time. This alloy that contained extraordinary metal resources was far more difficult to detect than the ordinary alloys on Earth. At the moment, research had yet to reach this stage. It's all right. Next, please test its specific composition. If the metal element contained in it can be detected, it might be an important part of solving the mystery of the iron-eating beast's evolution. Shiryu looked at the metal piece. Perhaps the iron-eating beast needed to eat similar metal materials to complete its evolution. This metal piece was a huge discovery. Little Lin, contact the school. Lin Xiuzhu looked at the short-haired girl in a brown archaeological suit. Yes. Little Lin nodded. Lin Xiuzhu quickly understood Shiryu's meaning. After all, she was also an expert in iron-eating beasts. You want to use the composition of this metal piece to deduce the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast, she asked. Yes, but it shouldn't be that simple. Shiryu nodded. I don't think it can complete evolution just by eating. I'm not sure what that symbol means. At this moment, when he heard the word eat, 11 woke up in a daze and looked at the metal piece in the glass container with bright eyes. Food. No. Shiryu denied. Please take me to see other ancient artifacts and the ruins outside, Shiryu continued. Oh, I'll bring you there, the archaeologist who explained the basic information of the ruins to Shiryu at the start said. In the blink of an eye. After Shiryu issued a mission to everyone, he rushed to the next location. In the tent. The other archaeology students looked at the metal piece in the glass container and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, why did it feel like they were being led away by the new arrival, Shiryu? Shouldn't it be Shiryu who provided the information so that they could continue their investigation? Why did it feel like Shiryu was more concerned than them? I'll contact the school first, Little Lin said. Forget it. Let's do it according to what Ji said first. The metal piece was suspected to be a part of the iron-eating beast's evolution form. It was indeed a bold guess that they had never imagined before. This iron-eating beast ruin was actually an underground ruin, and its integrity was not very high. Sure, you could only do a live investigation. However, it was more convenient that these people had already restored and organized some information. There are only pictures of ordinary iron-eating beasts in the murals, but no images of iron-eating beasts in battle armor. Shiryu was slightly stunned after flipping through the information that had been organized. Why? Shiryu decided not to think about the information that he could not confirm for the time being. Then, he started to browse the special symbols recorded in those ruins. Including the symbols on the metal piece, there were only 9 special symbols added together. However, because of the large number of repetitions, it looked a little more. 6 of the 9 symbols looked familiar. He had definitely seen them on Earth. As for the other 3, they were a little unfamiliar, but from the style, these 9 symbols were definitely a combination. If that metal piece was really a part of the iron-eating beast's evolution, was there any special meaning for such a symbol to be engraved and branded on the armor? Senior. Shiryu studied it deeply and even kept trying to use his talent to see if he could see any scenes in his head. However, he didn't see the scene. Instead, he vaguely saw the panda Senior. Lin Xiuzhu had come to Shiryu's side at some point in time. I didn't expect you to care so much about this ruin. Lin Xiuzhu looked at the focused Shiryu and couldn't help but smile. Previously, everyone thought that Shiryu was here to provide information. However, who knew that after Shiryu arrived, he was even more enthusiastic in researching ruins than these archaeology students. Do you also want to understand the evolution path of the iron-eating beast? Asked the panda Senior. Shiryu said, sort of. In fact, he didn't have much of an obsession with the iron-eating beast's evolution. The reason why he was so concerned now was purely because he was curious. He was curious about what this ruin represented and why there were symbols similar to those in a certain mythical system on Earth. If he didn't figure this out, Shiryu felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Senior, you also want to know, right? Shiryu asked. One was Hall Master Lin Hongnian, while the other was Lin Xiuzhu. He felt that there was no one in Pingcheng who wanted to know the evolution path of the iron-eating beast more than the two of them. Lin Xiuzhu had a conflicted expression. Indeed, but after hearing you say that the iron-eating beast's evolution might be after wearing battle armor, I feel that if that's the case, I won't be able to sleep on the panda bed in the future. It's a pity. Good heavens, he was actually conflicted about the same reason as her. Was this his soulmate or something? As expected, different pandas, same usage. Woo. 11 let out a protest on Shiryu's thigh. It had been hours since it last trained. It felt uncomfortable all over. It had slept for several hours consecutively to accumulate physical strength, and now it urgently needed high-intensity training to release it. No, it would be best if it was a battle. What's wrong? 11 can't help but want to train again. Lin Xiuzhu smiled. She knew 11 very well. 11, QAQ. I actually came over to say that it's getting late. Thanks to the news you brought, everyone has a new research direction. They want to invite you to have a meal together, Lin Xiuzhu said. Eat. Shiryu glanced at the time. It seemed to be getting late. He clearly felt that it was time for dinner again after lunch. Of course, Shiryu rubbed his stomach. Well, he couldn't continue researching even if he was hungry. Food was more important. Then, Shiryu stopped thinking and touched 11 at the same time. Let's go for a meal. After eating, I'll let you train. In fact, he had wanted to let 11 train for a long time, but this was the ruins of an iron-eating beast after all. He felt that if he carried 11 with him, there might be a magical buff. But now, it seemed that 11, this mascot, was a little weak in that aspect. 11, Sigma, then I'll accompany you for a while more. Outside, when Shiryu followed Lin Xiuzhu out, the other 7 people were already waiting. Everyone prepared to eat at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. As for this place, they would leave it to the pets to watch over. If contracting a pet was not for the convenience of slacking off, it would be meaningless. Dinner gathering was a very good way to communicate. Initially, Shiryu wasn't very familiar with everyone, but once he arrived at the dining table, he immediately communicated. What, you plan to apply to the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University in the future? As everyone chatted, they talked about Shiryu. Then, everyone finally understood why Shiryu could be so focused in the afternoon. So he was a future classmate, a junior with a clear goal. This faculty is a huge pit. Archaeology ruins one's life. Have you heard of it? Zheng Yingjie, the archaeologist who often took the initiative to answer Shiryu's questions, said with a look of grief. He was the leader of this archaeological team. The other archaeology students also nodded. Lin Xiuzhu wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Ah. So tragic. If you don't like it, why did you apply for this department? Shiryu drank a mouthful of soup to calm himself down. He wanted to hear the suggestion of these seniors. Lin Yuer, who had the same surname as Panda, said, probably wasn't in my right mind. In fact, although the ultimate goal of archaeology was to restore the truth of history, how many young people had such high thoughts? Archaeology was popular in this world because there were many secrets hidden in the ancient ruins, and even opportunities from the mythical era. Because some lucky people obtained opportunities from these ruins and quickly rose, this industry immediately attracted many people who thought they were children of destiny. There were very few people who really wanted to restore history to the truth. Most people entered this industry hoping to get some benefits from the ancient ruins. In addition, the archaeology department was indeed the trump card specialization of Ancient Capital University. Its resource allocation was even higher than the combat department, so many people immediately applied for it on impulse. However, after learning this specialization, they realized how difficult it was. How could ruins with opportunities be so easy to find? Most of the time, they could only stare at the pile of antiques in a daze and learn some skills and knowledge that were useless in battle. Because of this, although there were a lot of applicants to the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University every year, the number of subsequent transfers to specializations was also very large. The feeding department is actually very good. It's also very relaxed and comfortable. The medical care department is also not bad. There are many young sisters. Although it's a little tiring for the combat department and we have to train every day, strength is the capital of the beast tamer. In the future, if we can represent the school to participate in the national competition, that would be considered to have made it big. After all, it's a competition that's the focus of everyone in the country. No matter what, it's better than the archaeology department that deals with antiques and ancient tombs, a fat student sighed. The others also expressed their views separately, indicating that they regretted applying to the archaeology department. For these few people to successfully enter the A specialization of Ancient Capital University, they must be very talented. Every single one of them was probably a professional beast tamer who became a beast tamer before 20 years old. However, it was just such a bunch of geniuses. At this moment, there was only regret in their hearts, extreme regret. When Shiryu heard that, he was immediately stunned. Good heavens, they were all guys who were unhappy with their profession. Were archaeology departments really that lousy? But in my experience, Lin Xiuzhu said silently, this state of yours is too common. Actually, the students from the combat, feed, research, and medical departments who applied also feel that their specializations are not good. To put it bluntly, in essence, it was just liking the new and hating the old. Lin Xiuzhu cursed in his heart. If you guys had been more serious when investigating the ruins, the research progress wouldn't have been so slow. During the investigation of the ruins, this group of people had to spend half the time lazing around and training their pets. Their professionalism was not very good. Lin Xiuzhu felt that if she was a teacher, she would definitely let them fail the subject. In any case, if I'm given another chance, I'll definitely choose the right battle department. Zheng Yingjie sighed and said, let's see if there's a chance to change specializations in the future. Archaeology was a tough profession. If he didn't like it at all, it was normal for him to not be able to hold on. But I feel that if we find something from this ruins investigation, maybe we can stay in the archaeology department. A long-faced senior analyzed. Let's follow junior brother Shiryu's train of thought first. Perhaps we might really gain something, said Lin Yuer. Zheng Yingjie nodded. If we can really cooperate with Senior Lin to research the evolution of the iron-eating beast, I feel that our university career is stable. We can even use this for our graduation research. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Shiryu immediately overturned his views on the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. He named the archaeological team led by Zheng Yingjie, Archaeological 7 Elites. In short, I have to thank Junior Shiryu this time. Ha. Zheng Yingjie smiled and said, when you come to Ancient Capital University in the future, we'll look after you. Without the evolutionary information provided by Shiryu, it was really difficult for them to carry out subsequent research. Thank you, Shiryu felt that it was unreliable. He felt that although this group of people was the cream of the crop in dozens of second-tier cities around Ancient Capital, super geniuses. But in Ancient Capital University, each of them would probably be a classic bad equals grade student. He felt that there was no future for him to cozy up to them after school, so he might as well cozy up to the beast-eared girl. It was obvious that the vice president of the battle club was an influential figure in school. Junior, when do you plan to apply for the next year of the Ancient Capital University? The chubby senior asked. I heard from Senior Lin that iron-eating beast is your initial pet, but I think its growth level hasn't reached transcendent. No, I plan to participate in the vocation assessment this year. There are still 4 months. It should be on time. Although its growth level is slightly low, its combat power is alright, Shiryu explained. The fat senior was stunned. You're confident, pretty good. Speaking of which, what's the difference between an iron-eating beast that has awakened an ancient bloodline and an ordinary iron-eating beast? The difference is only in the multiplication skill. I'm 100 million points curious. How about it? Do you want to have a friendly spar after dinner? I also have a new pet that hasn't reached the transcendent level here. At the same time, let us understand the information of iron-eating beasts with ancient bloodlines. This way, we can also write more information in our homework. Fatty's words stunned the surrounding archaeology students. Oh right, this fatty was smart. He knew not to let go of any possible information for his university homework. Shiryu's little eating iron beast that had awakened an ancient bloodline was the entry point for the subsequent research of this ruin. It was definitely not wrong to want to understand it. Battle. Lin Xiuzhu curled his lips and said, "Why do I feel that you want to bully your junior? A new pet cultivated by a professional beast tamer and a trainee beast tamer's pet. Although they were at the same level, the cultivation level would definitely be completely different." The fat senior had an innocent expression and said, "No, I purely want to perfect my homework. If my homework doesn't meet the requirements, I'm going to fail this year. I'll also guide my junior. The vocation assessment is very difficult now. I've been through this before." Huh. Before Shiryu could say anything, 11 suddenly stuck its head out of Shiryu's pocket. It sensed the aura of battle. Shiryu looked down and was immediately speechless. It's fine, it's fine." Shiryu could only say, "My iron-eating beast has also slept for the whole day. I just want to move around. It's not a problem to spar with senior later." Chapter 93, The Beginning of the Iron-Eating Beast's Increase in Value. Chapter 93, The Beginning of the Iron-Eating Beast's Increase in Value. Look, even Junior doesn't have any objections. The fat senior's name was Wang Lo, and he was also an unlucky fellow who had accidentally entered the archaeology department. After choosing this faculty, he realized that he didn't like it at all. Beast tamers from other faculties only needed to train their pets. They also had to learn various archaeological knowledge and use various instruments. It was simply troublesome. He never thought that he would have to face the threat of failing his subjects after entering university. He originally thought that it would be heaven after entering university, but who knew that it was the beginning of pain? "There seems to be a battlefield on the way here," Wang Lu said. A big city was a big city. Even if it was just the suburbs, battlefields were still everywhere. At this moment, 11 had already climbed onto Shiryu's shoulder in anticipation and looked at senior Wang Lu. "Then let's fight." When the other seniors saw that the cute little iron-eating beast was restless, they also smiled and cheered on. They wanted to see what was so extraordinary about the iron-eating beast that had awakened an ancient bloodline. At the side, Lin Xiuzhu was speechless. Forget it, since Shiryu has agreed, it was fine as long as they were happy. Since Shiryu could conquer the ruins of Pingcheng, his strength should not be weak. He wouldn't lose too badly. It was obvious that the panda senior still didn't know the difficulty of the next few stages in the Pingcheng ruins. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be worried about Shiryu. At this moment, everyone was almost done eating. After dinner, it was time to relax. Because they had a target, everyone started to head towards the battlefield. "Wang Lu, I think you should let your junior not use his beast-taming talent during the battle later," Zheng Yingjie said. Apart from the difference in pet cultivation, the greatest difference in battle power between high-level and low-level beast tamers was the development of beast-taming talent. It wasn't impossible for a high-level beast tamer who had the talent to strengthen and develop a perfect beast tamer to use his talent to increase the battle power of an awakening stage pet by several times. Fatty Wang Lu had clearly been a professional beast tamer for a while. His development and use of his beast-taming talent was definitely not something a newbie like Shiryu could compare to. It's all right, Shiryu said. "It's fine as long as it's a normal battle. My iron-eating beast's strength isn't weak. Senior, if you underestimate us, be careful." Shiryu had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Firstly, he believed that 11 wouldn't lose to a pet of the same level. Secondly, he didn't think it was necessary. After all, it wasn't an important battle. Even if he lost, he would treat it as increasing his horizons and accumulating experience. Be careful. At that moment, when he heard Shiryu's words, Wang chuckled. How was that possible? If he could fail in a battle with a newbie, he would directly retire on the spot. The other seniors also smiled, thinking that Shiryu clearly still didn't know the difference between a high-level beast tamer and a low-level beast tamer. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Wang Lu said. In a short while, the 9 of them arrived at the nearby battlefield. There were really quite a lot of people here. However, judging from their age, most of them were high school students. They had already entered the holidays, and many beast tamers liked to pile up on the battlefield to kill time and train themselves. The renting of the battlefield area was very smooth. The venue also sent a judge. Although Wang Lu and the others felt that there was no need to use any judge, this was an inevitable process. It's actually a top student from ancient capital university. Why is he here to battle? At this moment, the judge was still puzzled. Logically speaking, even he himself couldn't defeat a student from ancient capital university. This judge was really feeling some pressure. Don't worry, brother. With us watching, there won't be a problem. We'll just borrow the venue, said the head of the archaeological 7 elites, Little Zheng. Apart from Shiryu, the 9 of them were all professional beast tamers. Moreover, they weren't ordinary beginner-level beast tamers. A battle in the awakening stage was completely trivial. Then I'll leave it to you. The judge smiled awkwardly. At this moment, after renting the venue, the main owner, Wang Yu, and Shiryu, arrived at the 2 sides of the venue. The others were watching from the periphery and even prepared to record the battle process. After all, these were precious homework materials. The judge was in the middle. He looked at Wang Yu and Shiryu on both sides. After moistening his throat, he said, "The rule is 1 vs 1 singles battle. Then, please send out your pets at the same time. Listen to my command and start the battle." As the judge finished speaking, 11, who was on Shiryu's shoulder, jumped down eagerly. It had never stayed in the beast-taming space, so it saved the summoning segment. After clumsily walking onto the arena, 11's heart surged. It could finally exercise. Rock Rhino. It saved Shiryu a lot of trouble. As for Senior Wang Lo, he still had to summon it. As the wind howled, the countless light dots in front of Senior Wang Lo instantly connected into a huge summoning array that looked like a star map. A shocked roar came from the array at the same time, attracting the attention of passers-by. White summoning diagram, intermediate beast tamer. At this moment, passers-by were immediately attracted by the situation here and were shocked. Professional beast tamers were divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Just like the transparent texture of the summoning array that the beast tamer connected to the beast taming space, the beast tamer's summoning array was also divided into different colors, gray, white, and green. Therefore, when passers-by saw the color texture of the summoning array on Wang Li's side, they immediately deduced that the level of his beast taming space was at least level 3, and it could also be an intermediate level beast tamer. Rock Rhino. As for the pet Wang Lu sent, it was also very strong. It was brown. All over, like a giant rhinoceros standing on 2 feet. It was more than 2 meters tall. Be it its body, limbs, or huge tail, it looked strong and powerful. Its ferocious expression coupled with its rock-like body made it look very menacing. And LT, name and GT, Rock Rhino. Attributes, Earth. Race skill, Flying Rock, low level, Rock Transformation, low level, Earth Entanglement, mid-level, Rock Explosion, mid-level, Earth Collapsing, high level. The moment the Rock Rhino appeared, the hearts of these beast trainers shook. A super pet of a middle-rank commander species. This beast tamer was so rich. Junior, my Rock Rhino's current growth level is level 10 awakening, Wang Lu said from behind the Rock Rhino. My iron-eating beast is also about to awaken level 10. On Shiryu's side, 11 was already standing in the arena. However, because it was still in a shrunken state, the passers-by didn't notice it for a while. Only when they carefully observed did the passers-by discover that there was indeed such a small iron-eating beast sitting opposite the rock rhinoceros. Why is that iron-eating beast so small, a cub? Iron-eating beast, mid-level transcendent race. The race was a major level lower than the rock rhinoceros. At this moment, although the passers-by discovered that Wang Li's level was very high, it seemed that both parties were training their new pets at the moment. The pets they sent had yet to reach the transcendent level. Moreover, the state of this iron-eating beast was really a little strange. Because it was too small, it was a sharp contrast to the giant rhinoceros opposite. This caused many beast trainers who passed by to have no idea what the situation of the battle was or what they wanted to do. Even the judge on the battlefield didn't know what exactly these people were doing here. However, they would know very soon. The judge started the battle. Junior, you guys attack first. Senior Wang Lu said politely. Then, Senior, we'll do our best. Shiryu was not polite. The rock rhinoceros of the middle-level commander species had at least mastered a high-level skill. Coupled with the command of an intermediate-level beast tamer like Wang Lu, its strength was definitely not weak. They couldn't be sloppy on their side. 11. Multiplication, full battle power. Shiryu immediately commanded. At this moment, the passers-by and other seniors, including Senior Wang Lu and the rock rhinoceros, were still looking at the little iron-eating beast with a smile, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. However, in the next second, as 11 let out a battle cry, its body continued to expand, expand, and expand. Under the surrounding ripples, it became a huge beast nearly 10 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The iron-eating beast, which was as tall as a 3-story building, looked at the rock rhinoceros in front of it with a deep gaze. Its long black and white hair fluttered without wind, and its entire body seemed to contain explosive power. This change stunned the senior archaeologist. Gulp. On the other side, the rock rhino felt the shadow and gulped. The other passers-by were also stunned, not knowing what had suddenly happened. What was going on? It became bigger. Do you have to be so fierce? Wang Lu was suddenly stunned. F***ck. Why did it become so big? He knew that Shiryu's iron-eating beast had mastered multiplication, but the skill of multiplication was actually very particular. It was equivalent to a combination skill of shrinking and enlarging. There were 2 development directions. One was to pursue shrinking it to recover physical fitness, and the other was to pursue enlarging it to increase battle power. Pets would also consume different energy according to the different development directions. Shiryu's iron-eating beast could shrink so much before it reached the transcendent level. Wang Lu originally thought that Shiryu and the others would first develop a shrinking form, so that it would be easier for their daily training. As for the giant form, the physical fitness of a pet in the awakening stage could not support the kind of training consumption at all. Generally, trainee beast tamers would choose to develop it in the future. After all, this was a high-level skill. How could it be so easy to get both? However, who knew that when it came to Shiryu, shrinking and expanding were delayed at all? They actually developed to an extremely high level. This didn't make sense. Multiplication was a high-level skill. Wang Li's face darkened. Even his rock rhino hadn't had the time to develop the proficiency of a high-level skill. Could Shiryu and his panda use it well? 11. Harden. Shiryu continued to give the order. In the next moment, the huge 11 palm slammed towards the rock rhinoceros. Rock transformation, rock explosion. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately gave the order. On the field, the rock rhino's entire body was instantly covered in rock material. At the same time, it waved its stone palm covered in rock material and resisted 11's huge palm. Rock transformation was similar to hardening, but it was an earth-type skill. This rock rhino had clearly developed this skill to expert level. As for rock explosion, intermediate skill, creating explosion rock, using the destructive power of the rock explosion to deal huge damage to the enemy. On Wang Li's side, he chose the combination skill of rock transformation and rock explosion to face this combination skill of giant transformation and hardening. However, the power of the two was completely different. The moment the 11 palms made contact with the rock explosion of the rock rhinoceros, a violent explosion was triggered from the point of contact. Then, accompanied by a wave of smoke, the rock rhinoceros was directly sent flying a few meters by 11. Their strength was on a completely different level. This was also normal. After all, although the rock rhino was strong, its strength and physical strength were far inferior to the ice dragons suspected to be overlords. 11 could even fight against ice dragons of the same level, let alone a pet of a commander race. Damn, is Wang Lu going to fail? At this moment, seeing that Wang Li's rock rhinoceros was sent flying by the iron-eating beast in a single exchange, Zheng Yingjie and the others widened their eyes. How did this iron-eating beast develop its multiplication skill to such a high level and perfect level? Could this be the talent of the ancient bloodline iron-eating beast? Probably not. Everyone continued to watch. The rock rhinoceros's defense was indeed powerful. At this moment, it could actually continue to stand up. Under Wang Li's nervous orders, countless flying rocks condensed around it, and more than 10 rock cannons that were like cannonballs smashed towards the huge 11. With 11's size, even if it had supervision, it couldn't dodge at this moment. However, there was no need to dodge. The advantage of perfect level hardening immediately appeared. The hardening material flowed on 11's huge body at a high speed. Whichever part of 11's body the flying rock hit, the body part would immediately harden and undergo perfect resistance. Bang! Bang. Bang. A few flying rocks shattered when they touched 11's body, but 11 was still unscathed. 11 used its supervision to determine the landing point of the attack and completed the resistance of the attack with the smallest consumption. At the same time, during the resistance, it also launched the next round of attacks under Shiryu's command. Thunderpalm. Shiryu ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, 11's hardening substance flowed and superimposed on the huge palm. With a sizzling sound, the black substance of the huge palm and the blue-white dazzling lightning formed a very dazzling combination skill. Perfect level hardening, what the F***ck. At this moment, after discovering the abnormality, Wang Lu was completely stunned. He didn't understand why an iron-eating beast had such a high proficiency skill. It wasn't just him. Lin Xiuzhu was also at a loss. Because only she knew how old 11 was, a year old, and a perfect level racial skill. What a joke. What had Shiryu and the others experienced during the month when she wasn't in Pengcheng? At the same time, the most terrifying thing was that 11 had also completed the combination skill with perfect level hardening as the core. This scene made Wang Lu subconsciously use his beast-taming talent. If he didn't use it now, he would be destroyed. In fact, at this moment, Wang Lu even wanted the rock rhinoceros to use high-level skills to fight the enemy. However, the reality was that high-level skills usually awaken very late. Moreover, with the physical fitness of pets in the awakening stage, it was impossible to support the training of high-level skills. Therefore, they had yet to start practicing the skill called landslide. F***ck. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and used his maximum earth-strengthening talent to help the rock rhinoceros strengthen its strength. Countless earth elements surged around him, transforming into a brown light that connected him to the rock rhinoceros. Under the shocking fluctuations, the rock rhinoceros's aura rose steadily, and sand and rocks filled the surroundings. The next moment, the rock transformation skill that was comparable to or even exceeded perfect hardening instantly covered the rock rhinoceros's entire body. Moreover, with a roar, the rock rhinoceros continued to use rock explosion to fight the enemy. However, facing 11, who could tear apart dragons of the same level with its bare hands in its current state. Even if Wang Lu used his beast-taming talent, the rock rhino still couldn't seem to withstand this powerful attack. Under the struggling roar of the rock rhinoceros, even if its own attributes were very resistant to lightning, its body was still instantly flattened the moment it came into contact with 11. The ground under its feet almost instantly cracked. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the dazzling power of lightning covered the rock rhinoceros's entire body, turning its whole body black. Thump. In the next second, the rock rhino's entire body fell numbly onto the shattered arena, losing its ability to fight. Victory and defeat had been decided. No one expected that the battle between a middle-level transcendent iron-eating beast and a middle-level commander-rank rock giant rhinoceros would actually be such a one-sided situation. Shiryu had an innocent expression. He had already said not to look down on the iron-eating beast. They should have been more serious from the start and gone all out. As the rock rhino fell to the ground, Wang Lu was stunned. The expressions of the other archaeology students also changed 100 million points. The passerby and judge were even more shocked. This was a F***king iron-eating beast. What was going on in this battle? Why couldn't he understand the accompanying moves? Just now, Wang Lu seemed to have used his beast-taming talent. Even so, he was still smashed by this iron-eating beast. Everyone looked at the little iron-eating beast that had shrunk back again like it was leaking air and had a satisfied expression. They were confused. The senior from the archaeology department was speechless. This was an iron-eating beast that had awakened its ancient bloodline. It was too strong. Was it too late to contract an iron-eating beast to nurture it now? If they could awaken his ancient bloodline too, he would be rich. How was this like a pet of a transcendent race? Even a monarch's pet was only SOSO. Wang Lu seems to be stunned on the spot. I knew that he would fail. He lost to a beast tamer in turn. He probably has to give us a large sum of hush money. His intestines must be green with regret now. He regrets why he went for a fight. Senior Lin, do you still sell your iron-eating beasts at the dojo? The panda senior watched and listened in silence. Why was this outcome different from what she had expected? Although she didn't know what had happened, she felt that her iron-eating beast's price was about to increase. Chapter 94, The Benefits of Privilege. Chapter 94, The Benefits of Privilege. The battle ended. Before Wang Lu could react, his surroundings were already noisy. A group of passers-by pointed at the smaller iron-eating beast. What was going on? They felt that they had seen a shocking scene just now, but when they recovered, they no longer knew how to explain the unscientific battle process just now. Everyone looked at the battlefield and cursed in their hearts. This was caused by the aftermath of a battle between awakened pets. They would believe it if it was said to be a transcendent battle. Junior, what's wrong with your little iron-eating beast? Opposite Shiryu, the fat on Wang Li's face twitched. He looked like he was about to cry, and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked especially happy. Senior, I told you not to look down on it. I've spent at least 10 million's worth of resources on it. What else could Shiryu say? He hoped that saying this would make Senior Wang Lu feel a little better. He was right. The supplements alone cost more than 1 million points. A resource like the Evolution Holy Spring would cost more than 7 digits, right? If one considered that the cost-effective ratio of supplements to points was higher than those rare cultivation resources, it was not wrong for Shiryu to say that he had smashed 8 digits on the little iron-eating beast. Even if an ordinary beast tamer really threw so much money, they might not necessarily be able to throw out such an iron-eating beast. Of course, no one would do that. With this amount, they could even buy a commander-type pet cub with potential and outstanding talent. Therefore, although 11's strength was ridiculous, it was indeed created by combining the 3 elements of paywall, cheating, and hard work. 10. Wang Lu was speechless. What else could he say? He could only say that Shiryu was rich, even richer than him. Spending 10 million's worth of resources on a pet of a middle-level transcendent race was either money or true love. No, an iron-eating beast that had awakened an ancient bloodline was probably not as simple as a mid-level transcendent anymore. What the F***ck? Senior Wang Lu silently withdrew the rock rhinoceros and looked around. He said in a low voice, I lost, I admit defeat. Let's go. All right. Shiryu smiled and nodded. The two of them quickly left the battlefield. Lin Xiuzhu and the other seniors were silent for a moment before following the two of them out. After the 9 of them gathered together, before anyone could say anything, Wang Lu immediately said, Cough, I lost. Junior has something special. Looks like Junior has passed the vocation assessment steadily this year. The others smiled and looked at him. So. You failed. Everyone also saw Wang Li's distress. Although they wanted to laugh, they considered his feelings and changed the topic in a friendly manner. Junior, your little iron-eating beast is a little ridiculous. It raised its racial skills to perfect level during the awakening stage. Is this also due to the ancient bloodline? Zheng Yingjie sighed with emotion. I'm really curious about its battle power after entering the transcendent level. It will definitely experience a qualitative change. Actually, it's thanks to its own efforts. Shiryu turned his head to look at 11 on his shoulder and praised 11. Sob. 11 nodded seriously. 11's current strength was all thanks to its own hard work. Cough. It would slowly repay the little effort Shiryu had put in. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. At this moment, no one mentioned Wang Lu, but Wang Lu himself couldn't hold it in anymore. He said, I've decided to study this ruin well and try to develop the evolution of the iron-eating beasts. A little iron-eating beast that has only awakened its evolution bloodline is already so strong. If it really still has an evolution form, wouldn't it be a high-level commander race? It's even possible for it to be at the monarch level. If we really develop it, we'll be famous. Everyone nodded when they heard him. Their motivation to explore the iron-eating beast ruins was completely aroused. Senior Lin, let's study it together. Lead me. Lin Yuer knew that Lin Xiuzhu was a researcher who studied the evolution of iron-eating beasts, and she couldn't help but want to cozy up to him. All right. Lin Xiuzhu saw that the 7 people who had been lazing around previously suddenly had motivation, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she was also very confused in her heart. She looked at the calm Shiryu and Shiryu's shoulder, where 11 was acting dumb like usual, and felt that something was wrong. She kept feeling that the strong one was not the iron-eating beast's evolution form, but the combination of Shiryu and 11. They definitely had some secret. Cough, I'll go with you guys too, Shiryu said to the archaeological 7 heroes. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. If they really developed the evolution of the iron-eating beast and realized that it couldn't defeat 11 in its basic form, it would be awkward. 11 was so strong not because it had awakened an ancient bloodline. The benefit of it awakening its ancient bloodline was actually just a doubling of its physical fitness. This was also the standard ability of the evolution Holy Spring. There were no changes in other aspects. Multiplication, hardening, thunder palm, supervision. Be it the skill or the proficiency, they were all added together. Sure, we will definitely warmly welcome Junior Shiryu to come and be our advisor. Jing Jie smiled. Although this didn't follow the rules, it wasn't a big problem. Finding someone to do homework on behalf of them. No, to put it nicely, wasn't it too common for students to ask questions that they didn't know how to answer? But it seems to be late. Do you plan to stay here or go back first? Lin Xiuzhu asked Shiryu. Let me see. Shiryu took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It seemed to be getting late. It was definitely not suitable to continue investigating today. Shiryu was silent for a moment. He suddenly felt that it wasn't easy. He undoubtedly wanted to investigate deeper into this ruin, but there was still a half a month's time-limited training card at Ancient Capital University. He didn't have to let down the beast-eared girl, but the two places were a little far away. It was almost 2 hours. Let me see the situation tomorrow. I'll go and return to the hotel now, Shiryu said. That night, Shiryu took a taxi back to the city. Along the way, Shiryu thought about it and finally decided to take all of them. He would go from both ends. In the morning, he would go to the Ancient Capital University to use the training card to train his etherealization abilities. In the afternoon, he would go to the iron-eating beast ruins in the suburbs to do research. The road in the middle was indeed a little far, but if he took a taxi, he could totally meditate and cultivate in the car. It didn't seem like he would lose much time by going all in. It was just that the taxi fare was a little too much, but he had money, so it was fine. It's decided. With the plan of running both ways, Shiryu decided not to check out. After returning, he took a hot shower and slept happily on the hotel bed. As for 11, it returned to the ruins bead and continued training. Wang Lu was very shocked at how 11 could multiply, harden, and connect the thunder palm so proficiently. This coordination ability was unbelievable on a pet at the awakening stage. The reason was all because of this. With absolute sleep, as long as Shiryu didn't stop him, 11 would dare to eat and train for more than 20 hours. The training content was all a combination of multiplication, hardening, and thunder palm plus supervision. In addition, the basic proficiency of these skills wasn't low, so how could 11 not connect smoothly? In fact, 11 hadn't even used its full strength yet. If it used deterrence to control its opponent in battle, the stone rhino probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Even if it wasn't insta-killed by deterrence, the short hesitation was enough to defeat it in 10 seconds. It wouldn't give the rock rhino any chance to use a skill. Just like when he fought against the ice dragon phantom. The next day, Shiryu woke up very early. After washing up a little, he didn't disturb 11 and the green silkworm in the ruins pearl. After eating breakfast, he headed to the training facility of the beast tamers at Ancient Capital University. Granny, you're playing games again. This time, Shiryu entered by using his time limit card. After entering, he realized that the familiar Granny was still playing games. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. But then again, this place was quite cold and cheerless. Didn't other teachers and seniors bring their juniors here to experience it? Shiryu thought about it carefully. Compared to other training facilities, the cost-effective ratio of coming here to experience it seemed to be quite low. After all, not everyone had ruins beads like him. Oh, it's that little classmate from yesterday. The granny soon stopped playing and noticed Shiryu. Then she continued, it's still the same level as yesterday. I'll help you activate it. You can go by yourself. Thank you, Granny. Shiryu thanked her. This time, after a day of thinking, Shiryu was no longer delusional enough to challenge pets alone. His goal was much lower. He decided that as long as he could survive until the end without getting injured. After changing targets, the training this time was very targeted. Moreover, Shiryu specially decided to activate the supplements today to practice a few more times. About noon, the beast-eared girl also arrived. After she entered the training facility, she walked to the granny and said, "Granny, is Shiryu here today?" "He's inside." It's been almost 2 hours, but he's still here." The granny didn't even raise her head and just glanced at the time to express her surprise. "Sigh, I was too obsessed with playing games. I didn't realize that this little classmate was so hardworking." "Is that so?" Whitebrook was surprised. What a coincidence. She had just finished her work. She had originally planned to call Shiryu, but because it was on the way, she directly came over to take a look. He didn't expect that Shiryu was really here. Moreover, 2 hours. Not bad, he was talented and hardworking. No wonder Senior Lu admired him. Then I'll wait. Whitebrook nodded and guarded the second floor. About 3 minutes later, Shiryu walked out of the training room with a weak expression. No, he was beaten out. For the whole morning, he still couldn't withstand the group fight of 10 ferocious beasts. It simply made his lungs explode. Persisting for nearly 3 minutes was his current limit. Shiryu was not satisfied. He hoped that he could last 5 minutes within half a month. No, it would be best if it was more than 10 minutes. With his rich experience in etherealization, only then could he ensure that nothing happened when he encountered danger in the future. Only then could he be at ease and court death. He's out. Senior Whitebrook leaned against the wall and followed Shiryu downstairs. She turned her head to him. "Ah, Senior, why are you here?" At this moment, Shiryu also noticed Whitebrook and looked at her in surprise. "I just came by to take a look. I didn't expect you to be here too. I heard from the granny that you've been here for 2 hours." Whitebrook's expression was strange. "How did you do it?" Logically speaking, Shiryu's physique wouldn't last for long. "Oh, I relied on this." Shiryu took out the 3-piece set of divine beans, honeydew water, and ginseng root from the ruins bead and said, "I probably have a supplement absorption physique or something, so I recover very well after every practice. It's all right to practice a little more." Whitebrook. She looked at the supplement in Shiryu's hand in confusion. So after returning yesterday, did Shiryu go to prepare supplements? Or could it be that these supplements were brought with him in the first place? "You've worked hard." Whitebrook was silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say, so he could only nod and acknowledge Shiryu. Usually, beast tamers would only use some supplements when they were extremely weak after a big battle. Under normal circumstances, they would recover naturally through meditation and rest. Firstly, it was healthier. Secondly, high-level supplements were not cheap. With this money, it was better to buy resources for pets. The cost-effective ratio was higher. Shiryu really dared to spend money on himself. However, come to think of it, what was the easy-to-absorb supplements physique? Whitebrook was puzzled. She had heard of elemental affinity physiques, undead affinity physiques, plant affinity physiques, but she had never heard of the supplements absorption physique. She had seen it all now. "Are you free this afternoon? I'll take you to the archaeology department to take a look." Senior White couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Shiryu nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Senior, I heard that an iron-eating beast ruin appeared in the ancient capital. At the moment, it seems that the archaeology department of the ancient capital university is in charge. Do you know which teacher is in charge? I want to investigate this ruin too." Iron-eating beast ruins. Whitebrook was completely unaware. This was also normal. It was related to the iron-eating beast and had been dug up underground. It was destined that this ruin wouldn't receive much attention. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been handed over to a group of students to investigate and research. "I don't know, but I can go and ask," Whitebrook said. "Why, is this ruin very important?" I almost forgot, your initial pet is an iron-eating beast." Shiryu shook his head and said, "Not only that, I feel that the investigation priority of this ruin is a little low. The hidden historical value isn't as simple as it looks. In his opinion, the most important information hidden in this ruin was not the evolution of the iron-eating beast, but the meaning of the 9 special symbols. After all, this was a special symbol that crossed 2 worlds. Even if this ruin was really very ordinary, the history behind it was definitely not ordinary. The archaeology department of Ancient Capital University had completely underestimated the true value of this ruin. Shiryu was very certain about this. Shiryu hoped that Ancient Capital University would take this ruin seriously. It would be best to give some support and cooperation, such as detecting the composition of the metal piece. It would be best if the priority was higher. He had heard from the Archaeological 7 elites that the laboratory positions of the archaeological department were very tight. The ruins of investigation and research had priority. Things like the Iron Eater ruins were not in a hurry. Is that so? Whitebrook nodded and said, then I'll bring you to ask in the afternoon. You're a reserve member of Bureau 11, right? When the time comes, you can just talk to the people over there. It's more useful than my words. Shiryu was stunned. The beast-eared girl knew everything, but she actually knew about the ruins bead and Bureau 11. It looked like she and Senior Lu were very good friends. Moreover, the beast-eared girl herself was probably not simple either. She might even have a legendary beast tamer senior. Otherwise, she wouldn't be carrying a spatial storage device with her. Whitebrook brought Shiryu to the southern campus. Unlike the northern campus, this was the headquarters of the archaeology department. There were more libraries, museums, and laboratories than training facilities. We have to ask who's in charge of that iron-eating beast ruins, right? Let's go directly to the dean. The beast-eared girl had a clear goal. If she wanted to ask, she would ask the person in charge. Big Sister Whitebrook walked in front while Shiryu followed behind her. He felt that she had a very strong aura. Soon, Whitebrook brought Shiryu to a building. At the same time, he said to Shiryu, I wonder if he's around, but during the opening day, the leaders should be pretty packed. Let's take a look first. If they're not around, we can ask other teachers. As she muttered, she brought Shiryu to the dean's office and knocked on the door. Shiryu and Whitebrook's luck was pretty good. After knocking twice, a please come in voice came from inside. Whitebrook smiled and nodded at Shiryu. Then, he pushed open the door and entered. Director Lee from the archaeological department looked like a kind, middle-aged, big-bellied man. At this moment, he seemed to be working. He was a little different from the archaeological department director Shiryu had imagined. When he saw someone enter at this moment, he couldn't help but raise his head and cast a puzzled gaze. However, as he saw Whitebrook, he immediately smiled. President Bai, why is it you? Aren't you training today? Director Lee, I'm not the one looking for you. I brought someone here too. Whitebrook looked at Shiryu. At this moment, Shiryu also walked forward and greeted the other party. Hello, Director Lee. Hello friend, you are. Director Lee looked confused. My name is Shiryu. I'm planning to apply for the Ancient Capital University's archaeology department this year, Shiryu said. I see, welcome, welcome. Chief Physician Lee laughed and immediately understood. So it was Whitebrook who brought her relative or friend over to greet him in advance. Director Lee is a big boss. You have to remember him. Whitebrook said with a smile. He was brought to Ancient Capital University by your Dr. Lu after much effort. Huh. Director Lee was stunned. Dr. Dr. Lu Qingyi. Yes. Whitebrook nodded. The way Director Lee looked at Shiryu changed instantly. The people Whitebrook brought and the people Lu Qingyi invited to apply for Ancient Capital University were two different concepts. The former would make him someone he needed to only show friendliness to, while the latter meant a lot. After all, Dr. Lu Qingyi was a big boss who could rank in the top 20 of the Donghuang in terms of contribution to the country. She was the pride of Ancient Capital University. Even some legendary beast tamers were very respectful to Dr. Lu Qingyi. None of the members of Bureau 11 were simple. Student Shiryu, what's your relationship with Dr. Lu? Director Lee asked curiously. Shiryu said, there's no special relationship. I suppose you could say she led me through the door to the archaeology world. If it was this world, it was indeed so. Shiryu had originally wanted to develop steadily, but in the end, Lu Qingyi came straight to his door and used 10 million to smash him back into the archaeological world. Sure you remembered this favor. It was a good memory. Oh. Director Li's interest was aroused. At this moment, sure you also wanted to get to the point quickly. He said, Director Li, did you discover a ruin related to iron-eating beasts in the ancient capital? At the moment, it seems like our archaeology department is in charge. Iron-eating beast. Director Li thought for a moment and nodded. There is indeed such a new ruin. At the moment, it seems to have been handed over to the students to investigate and research. What's wrong? Sure you said, I feel that this ruin isn't as simple as it looks, so I want to take over and investigate. I also want to cooperate with Ancient Capital University to study it. I wonder if it's possible. He started communicating with Director Li according to what Whitebrook taught him. Huh? You're taking over. Director Li was stunned, not understanding what it meant for a moment. This is my identification. Sure you took out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Director Li. Director Li took it blankly and flipped to the first page. At the top was the profile picture of his handsome face. Below was Shiryu's role as a reserve member of the Homeland Ruins Strategic Investigation and Backup Security Bureau. At this moment, as he saw this certificate and the last seal, Director Li was stunned. He immediately became excited, and his breathing became rapid. He felt like he couldn't breathe. His face was flushed red. Beside him, Whitebrook saw his appearance and thought it was funny. Even though Bureau 11 was a reserve member, its status was very high. In terms of archaeology, its power was at least on the same level as the Archaeological Association and the 9 elite universities. It was no wonder that Director Li was so excited. Although the trump card of Ancient Capital University was the archaeology department, in recent years, there had indeed been no new results worth mentioning in the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. It was time to urgently need fresh blood, especially people with true archaeological talent. Shiryu's arrival was simply timely. To be absorbed by Bureau 11, there was no need to say anything about Shiryu's talent. He was almost guaranteed to be a new star in the archaeological world in the future. At this moment, Director Li finally understood why Lu Qingyi would become the guide of this young man in front of him and let him enter Ancient Capital University to study. This was simply giving treasures to the archaeological department of Ancient Capital University. Student Shiryu, you really gave me a fright. Director Li held Shiryu's identification documents and finally calmed down before laughing. Great, after next year, their archaeology department would take off again. You're saying that the iron-eating beast ruin isn't as simple as it looks. I understand. Next, you'll be in charge of the development and investigation of this ruin. Ancient Capital University will also cooperate fully. Director Li believed in Shiryu's judgment. In this aspect, Shiryu was also a professional. Ah, thank you. Shiryu was stunned before falling silent. Was this the feeling of being a privileged dog? It felt a little good. Wait a minute, after such a series of actions, wouldn't Senior Panda and the Archaeological 7 elites be very stunned? After all, he had suddenly become their in charge. Chapter 95, Listening to the Voice of History Again. Chapter 95, Listening to the Voice of History Again. Then, Shiryu and Director Li chatted a little more. After getting his contact information, he bade farewell. After all, both Director Li and the beast-eared girl should be very busy, so Shiryu didn't want to disturb them. Senior, thank you. After leaving the office building, Shiryu thanked Whitebrook. No problem. Whitebrook stretched. As expected of the beast-eared girl who could tear apart pets with her bare hands. Even her stretching looked very powerful. Shiryu secretly took a look. Then do you still need me to show you around? Whitebrook asked. There's no need. Next, I want to mainly investigate this iron-eating beast ruin. It won't be too late to explore the other facilities after I enter the school, Shiryu said. After chatting with the Archaeological 7 elites, Shiryu realized that the archaeological methods of the two worlds were really different. After all, this was a world with transcendent power. He might really have to learn from the beginning, just like what Lu Qingyi said. The Archaeology Department of Ancient Capital University was a good entry point. All right. In that case, contact me if you have any questions. Whitebrook nodded. After Shiryu and Whitebrook left, Director Lee began to search for information related to the Iron-Eating Beast ruins. Then, he found the supervisor in charge of the ruins. "Director Lee, you were looking for me." The mentor of the Archaeological 7 elites came to the director's room in confusion. "Little Ding, your students are in charge of the Iron-Eating Beast ruins, right?" Director Lee said with a smile. "Yes." Mentor Ding nodded. "Next, the investigation priority of this Iron-Eating Beast ruins will be raised to the highest. I've arranged for another person in charge here. When the time comes, you have to cooperate with me fully." "Huh?" Mentor Ding was confused. Wasn't it just a small ruin of a tribe that worshipped iron-eating beasts? Could it be that there were new discoveries? Which supervisor is it? Not a mentor. A reserve member of Bureau 11 introduced by Drive Luchingi. A young man. You just have to keep it in mind. He should have made contact with your group of students now. He seems to have discovered a deeper value to this ruin. When Director Lee finished speaking, Mentor Ding's pupils constricted. Bureau 11. Yes. He hurriedly nodded. At the Iron-Eating Beast ruins. On a new day, Senior Panda and the Archaeological 7 elites were very motivated. They had already devoted themselves to researching for the whole morning. Just the relevant information they flipped through was more than 100,000 words. This was an unimaginable motivation for the Archaeological 7 elites who had been skiving previously. It couldn't be helped. The potential 11 displayed was too strong. It gave the illusion that as long as the iron-eating beast evolved, it would be invincible. In the beast-taming domain, it was very impressive if one could develop the evolution method of a pet. For example, those researchers who had researched different evolution paths for the green silkworm had already gained fame and fortune, walking to the peak of their lives. Although the iron-eating beast wasn't as popular as the green worm, it wasn't bad either. If they could figure out the evolution of the iron-eating beasts through archaeological research, not only would they be rewarded by the school, but they would also be heavily rewarded on their resume. At this moment, Zheng Yingjie was comparing the similarities between ruins and other ruins from 4,500 years ago. A phone call made him stop what he was doing. Mentor Ding. What? The person in charge of the project is going to be changed. After saying a few words on the other end of the phone, Zheng Yingjie was stunned. His conversation immediately attracted the attention of the others. Change in person in charge. The archaeology seniors were stunned. No way. At the moment, the person in charge of this ruin was their supervisor. They had a good relationship with their mentor, and Mentor Ding even promised to assist in the investigation in 2 days. This sudden change in person in charge definitely didn't make it convenient for them. After all, they were already familiar with this mentor. I know the new person in charge. He's already come into contact with us. Who? Zheng Yingjie looked confused. Then, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He was stunned. After hearing the name of the new in charge, Zheng Yingjie was confused. A moment later, Zheng Yingjie hung up. Lin Xiuzhu and the other 6 elites surrounded him and asked what was going on. What change in person in charge? What's going on? Wang Lu said. Will it affect the research route we've already confirmed? Lin Yuer asked. Zheng Yingjie was still confused. Probably not. Because. Mentor Ding said that the in charge of the iron-eating beast ruins is Shiryu. You didn't hear wrongly. It's that junior Shiryu from yesterday. What? After Zheng Yingjie finished speaking, he wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone else was. Wang Lu stuttered, what's going on? The others were also very stunned. He was just a junior who had yet to enroll in school. Why did he suddenly become the person in charge of the archaeological department of Ancient Capital University? This leap was a little too big. Senior Lin. Zheng Yingjie looked at Lin Xiuzhu. At this moment, Lin Xiuzhu also had a puzzled expression and felt that he seemed to have heard wrongly. Who exactly is this junior Shiryu? They asked. In Lin Xiuzhu's words, Shiryu was introduced by Hall Master Lin and was from the same hometown as Lin Xiuzhu. It was such an ordinary identity and background, how did it suddenly become related to Ancient Capital University? He was in charge of an homework project and was at least at the level of a university teacher. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Lin Xiuzhu crossed his arms and couldn't figure it out. Shiryu's identity was indeed very strange. At the start, she also felt that Shiryu was very ordinary. But for some baffling reason, Shiryu was nurtured as a personal disciple by his father. This was before 11 awakened its ancient bloodline. There were so many iron-eating beasts, but why did 11 have to awaken an ancient bloodline? This was also the reason why Lin Xiuzhu felt that Shiryu was extraordinary. It wasn't that the ancient bloodline had formed Shiryu and 11, but because it was Shiryu that 11 could awaken the ancient bloodline. He should come over later. When the time comes, I'll personally ask him what's going on. Shiryu was indeed on his way to the iron-eating beast ruins. During the car ride, Shiryu was in a daze as he meditated. So slow. In the future, it looked like he had to contract a flying pet that was proficient in speed. However, even if he didn't contract it, he could still rely on bugs to transform. The skill, Illusionary Phantom, was simply an all-purpose tool skill. Worms also seemed to be all-purpose tool pets. In the future, everything could change. For example, if it transformed into a frost dragon, it could also fly. Of course, although the frost dragon could fly, it wasn't known for its speed. Moreover, being a dragon knight in a city was too ostentatious. It was easy to be shot down as an unknown flying object. In addition, the ability of the substantialized phantom was definitely a little inferior to the main body. At least, at the moment, the ice dragons formed by the bugs could not even defeat pets of the same level of growth as high-level transcendent races, let alone real frost dragons of overlord races. Soon, Shiryu arrived at the iron-eating beast ruins. When you came over, he realized that Senior Panda and the archaeological 7 elites were looking at him strangely. Shiryu was slightly stunned. Junior, what's going on? Why have you suddenly become the main person in charge of this ruin? Zheng Yingjie smiled bitterly, very confused. I felt that there wasn't enough attention on this ruin, so I contacted your directorly through a friend. Shiryu smiled. The few of them looked at Shiryu in confusion. What friend was so powerful? He could actually directly use his connections with directorly. In short, this is a good thing, Shiryu said. Next, the school will probably cooperate with us to investigate this ruin. The composition analysis of the metal piece might be completed in 2 to 3 days. Alright, seeing that Shiryu didn't intend to talk about it in detail, everyone tactfully stopped asking. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to treat Shiryu as an ordinary junior. This was clearly a super relation in ancient capital university. After he entered university, it was still uncertain who would look after whom. Does my father know this friend you're talking about? After everyone dispersed to work, Lin Xiuzhu leaned beside Shiryu and asked softly. She remembered that her father had also said that Shiryu was entrusted by an acquaintance to study at Bamboo Stone Dojo. I think so, Shiryu said. This friend had 2 interpretations. One was Senior Lu, while the other was the beast-eared senior. As for the former, Lin Hongnian definitely knew her. I see. The panda senior nodded and smiled. All right, I didn't expect you to become the person in charge of this project after a day. Shiryu grinned. It's our duty to revive the glory of the iron-eating beasts. Speaking of which, if we really develop the evolution of the iron-eating beasts, will the price of the iron-eating beasts in the iron bamboo breeding base increase? Lin Xiuzhu was stunned. He did not expect Shiryu to have thought of this either. Generally speaking, if a pet was discovered to have a new evolution, or if a certain beast tamer used a certain type of pet to kill in major competitions, it would affect the price of this pet to a certain extent. According to the market demand, it's really possible. She fell into deep thought. So, should she let her father catch more wild iron-eating beasts in the wild to enrich the number of iron-eating beasts in the breeding base? Lin Xiuzhu felt that if the iron-eating beasts in the breeding base were to be bred normally, the supply would be insufficient. Sigh, why couldn't the iron-eating beasts be willing to make babies on their own? She blushed slightly. Although he had become the in-charge of the iron-eating beast ruins, Shiryu was still like a junior most of the time. He had many things to consult with the archaeological 7 elites. These people looked like bad students, but it wasn't like they didn't have any real talent. After all, they had been studying in university for a while. In contrast, the knowledge accumulated by Shiryu's previous life seemed to be of little use here. There were still many new things to learn. After confirming the research direction, everyone began to study it step by step. About 2 days later, Mentor Ding arrived at the iron-eating beast ruins. For the past 2 days, he had been assisting in analyzing the elemental composition of the metal sheet at the school. Now that he had worked overtime, he finally had a result. Nice to meet you, student Shiryu. Mentor Ding was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was gentle and elegant, and his expression was kind. This was the first time he and Shiryu had met, but both parties had long heard of each other. Hello, Mentor Ding. Shiryu and Mentor Ding shook hands. Mentor Ding. The 7 archaeological elites were also very excited that their mentor had come. This meant that there was some progress in this research. After 2 days of analysis, we can already confirm that this metal piece is mainly composed of 6 types of metal elements. Tutor Ding took the information and communicated with everyone. Among the 6 metal minerals, there are 2 level 5 metal resources, 3 level 6 metal resources, and 1 level 7 metal resource. Various cultivation resources could be divided into 10 levels. For example, pets in the awakening stage usually corresponded to level 1 resources. Resources above level 5 were basically mainstream resources used by master-level beast tamers and even legendary beast tamers. This alloy piece contained the composition of 6 high-level metal resources. It made everyone excited but also within expectations. They were excited because if this metal piece was really a part of the iron-eating beast's evolution form, then the species level of the iron-eating beast's evolution form might not be low. After all, it had used so many high-level metal resources. It was within expectations because 11 was already so strong even before evolution. It was natural for it to be unstoppable after evolution. Mentor Ding took out the information on every metal resource and said. Among them, they are respectively level 5 metal mineral resources, golden jade, and green hard sand. Level 6 metal mineral resources, mysterious purple copper mine, heavenly silver iron, blue-gray pure gold. Level 7 metal mineral resource, meteor iron. Thank you for your hard work, Shiryu said. Not at all. Mentor Ding laughed and said, next, are you planning to study these resources? These resources are expensive. If there's no accurate experimental research route, it might cost a lot of money. But the school has some reserves for these resources. We can still afford a certain amount for now. We have to buy more. At this moment, Lin Xiuzhu and the archaeological 7 elites were stunned. Indeed, there were too many high-level resources. Ordinary people couldn't afford to experiment at all. If they really wanted to study it in depth, the research funds would probably reach hundreds of millions. There's no need for the experiment. Let's start with the nature of these materials, Shiryu said. After confirming the composition of the metal piece, he also understood that it might be very difficult to spend money to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast. It was better not to test it blindly without a concrete plan. Shiryu did not want to waste tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. Usually, when researchers studied the evolution of pets, they would first summarize the feasible theories, analyze the success rate, and then conduct experiments. Very few people directly fed and tested the materials blindly. Money wasn't obtained from thin air. All right. Mentor Ding nodded and said, if you need anything, just tell me. Next, Shiryu and the others had an additional research mission. It was to study the nature of the 6 metal minerals and analyze the different combinations of reactions between them in theory. This homework that was focused on research was not Shiryu's main focus for the time being. He handed it to Lin Xiuzhu and the others to do. What he was most concerned about was what the 9 special symbols represented. Shiryu checked a lot of information about that era and realized that this symbol only appeared on the iron-eating beast ruins. There were too few clues. With insufficient clues, Shiryu could only place all his hopes on his special talent. Lu Qingyi said that the activation of the talent of listening to the voice of history requires a certain opportunity. The deeper the user's contact with that historical environment, the deeper the exploration, the deeper the obsession, and the deeper the understanding, the easier it is to listen to the voice of history. It was precisely because of this that Shiryu stared at the metal piece every day and even carried 11 to look at the murals. It looked a little silly, but they all hoped to establish a connection between themselves and this ruin. Just like that, half a month had passed since Shiryu arrived at the ancient capital. He went to practice phantom transformation in the morning and came here in the afternoon to investigate. Time passed quickly. For the past half a month, Shiryu had mainly been meditating on his own. He didn't give 11 and the green silkworm any additional points. They were all training on their own. Woo. 11 didn't even care if he added points. In the past half a month, it had been training especially hard. This was because Shiryu had stopped increasing its points, giving it a chance to catch its breath. It could finally make the best use of its time to repay the debt. However, what confused 11 was why Shiryu always carried it to look at murals and metal pieces every day. Shiryu had no choice. He didn't plan on treating it as a mascot. He hoped that he could hear the voice of history through the connection between 11 and the iron-eating beast ruins. However, after half a month, there still didn't seem to be any substantial effect. Even 11 advised Shiryu to give up. Woo-woo. What lousy evolution form. It was fine even if it didn't want it. Even so, it could still become the strongest. 11 laid on Shiryu's shoulder and squirmed for a moment. Then, she stood up and climbed onto Shiryu's head. It said confidently. As long as I'm sincere, it'll work. Be good. Shiryu educated him. It made sense, but shouldn't this panda show some respect and save some face for its ancestors? However, just as 11 finished speaking, a small crack appeared in the stone wall in front of Shiryu and the others, scaring 11 and Shiryu. Damn, what's going on? Shiryu took a step back with a shocked expression. It cracked. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Sob. 11 spoke carefully on Shiryu's shoulder. Did it say something wrong? Shiryu fell into deep thought. He suddenly felt that his heart was beating abnormally and his mind was in a daze. In short, he seemed to have sensed it. He was gradually resonating with this ruin. No, that's right. Perhaps this ruin is special, so we have to use agitation. Shiryu took a deep breath and said to the ruins through telepathy, the iron-eating beast's evolution is only SOSO. Crack, the crack deepened a little. It probably isn't a powerful evolution form. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been lost. After saying this, the stone wall of the ruins trembled slightly and dust fell. Shiryu's brain rumbled. He seemed to have entered the special state when he explored the ruins and saw a historical image. Shiryu was stunned. F***ck, I think I've found a new way to listen to the voice of history. I thought that it would work only if I was sincere. Why didn't you follow the routine, stupid wall? Chapter 96, Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast Armor. Chapter 96, Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast Armor. He paid his respects obediently and sincerely for half a month. In his heart, he kept repeating, it's our duty to restore the iron-eating beast's glory. The ruins did not react at all. On the contrary, after slightly denying the iron-eating beast's evolution, the spirit in the ruins immediately couldn't sit still. It was not as easy to talk to as the stone statue in Pingcheng. Perhaps the spirits born from different ruins, and ancient artifacts had different personalities. If he had known this would happen, he would have shouted on the first day he came here, the iron-eating beast doesn't have any evolution form at all. Come and convince me. This time, the historical scene Shiryu saw was still very short. He saw a tribe filled with fire furnaces. In the tribe, there was a group of muscular men with bare arms. They were just like blacksmiths, using batch after batch of rare metals that Shiryu found familiar. The sound of iron striking constantly entered Shiryu's ears. Then, the alloy battle armor was worn by a group of iron-eating beasts. After the iron-eating beasts put on their armor, they seemed to be using perfect level hardening. They released hardening material to wrap the armor, causing the armor to completely become one with them. There were many types of armor. Some iron-eating beasts wore perfect armor, while others only had huge alloy claws equipped on their arms. There were even iron-eating beasts who picked up shields. They had different appearances, but they all used perfect level hardening to connect themselves to the armor. During this process, as they fused with the armor, their aura seemed to have been raised astonishingly, and their bodies kept growing under a wave of light. A moment later, hundreds of iron-eating beasts wearing various battle armor appeared on the screen. They were arranged in an orderly manner, and it was extremely shocking. This group of iron-eating beasts was like a well-trained army preparing to go out to battle. At the end of the scene, the iron-eating beasts used their hardened claws to inscribe special symbols on the armor. At this moment, their bodies flickered with light again. The scene stopped. In reality, 11 looked at the silent Shiryu and did not understand what was going on. At this moment, Shiryu's mood was very complicated. He didn't know what to say to express his current mood. No wonder Bureau 11 directly absorbed him into the organization without a word when it encountered a beast tamer with the talent to listen to the voice of history. This ability was indeed a little buggy. While other archaeologists were still exploring the mysteries of ancient times, archaeologists with this talent directly pried into history like watching a movie. If this wasn't cheating, what was? So those metals aren't for eating. Shiryu fell into deep thought. It was actually to build an alloy battle armor and equip the iron-eating beast, then use the perfect level hardening connection. Don't tell him that this was the evolution method of the iron-eating beasts. In the scene, Shiryu also saw the materials needed to forge the alloy battle armor. From the looks of it, it felt like the metal that they had found. If that was the case, the iron-eating beast's evolution method was easier than Shiryu imagined. However, it was still unknown if modern forging and processing technology could turn those metal minerals into alloy battle armors like in ancient times. Then, what should this evolution method be called? Armor evolution. It wasn't like there weren't any armed evolution in existing pets. The evolution method of artificial mechanical lives was mostly armed evolution. However, there was still a little difference between the two. Wait, that's not the point. He only saw the evolution method of the iron-eating beast, but Shiryu kept feeling that he had not seen the full picture of history. This group of iron-eating beasts wore battle armor and completed their evolution. What were they going to do? War. What did the different symbols they carved on their bodies mean? Why was there such a symbol on Earth? In the end, Shiryu felt that he knew something, but he didn't completely know. Forget it. He decided to start researching the evolution of the iron-eating beast first. As Shiryu listened to the voice of history, the stone wall seemed to have exhausted its life as many cracks appeared. The boom just now also directly attracted Senior Panda and the Archaeological 7 elites. After they came over, they immediately saw the cracked stone wall and Shiryu, who had his back to them. Ah! Everyone, W. So, what happened? Before Shiryu could turn around, 11, who was on Shiryu's shoulder, turned around first and revealed an innocent expression. If it said that they only hit the stone wall twice and the stone wall exploded, would they believe it? Damn, what's going on? The stone wall exploded, and the brains of Jie and the others also exploded. Although the iron-eating beast ruins weren't very important before, it was their basic responsibility to keep this ancient item intact. But now, something big had happened. They looked at Shiryu, who was slowly turning around. Could it be that Shiryu couldn't figure out anything even after half a month? He finally broke down and smashed the stone wall. Don't panic. At this moment, Shiryu turned around and looked at the panicked crowd. He comforted them. Calm down. I got something. Under everyone's stunned expressions, Shiryu chuckled. I think I know what the evolution method of the iron-eating beasts is. What? Upon hearing Shiryu's words, everyone was more shocked than seeing the stone wall crack. They widened their eyes and looked at Shiryu. Was this for real? Yes, let's go out first, Shiryu said. Then, everyone arrived outside in the wide space. They looked at Shiryu with anticipation and excitement. So, what exactly had Shiryu discovered? The 6 metal components detected by that metal piece are indeed the key to the evolution of the iron-eating beast. What we guessed most previously was to let the iron-eating beasts eat these metals. Actually, the actual situation is similar. The iron-eating beast's evolution method should be to make these 6 metal minerals into alloy battle armors, then equip the iron-eating beast with them. Finally, let the iron-eating beast use the transcendent level racial skill hardening to perfectly wrap and integrate the power of the armor. The iron-eating beast's hardening substance and this alloy should produce a special reaction that can assist them in increasing their level of life. The few of them were clearly stunned. Lin Xiuzhu said, "What's the principle?" "Shiryu, why does that matter?" "Then how are you sure?" "Oh," Shiryu was stunned. Instinct. Everyone was stunned. They felt that Shiryu didn't say anything. To put it bluntly, it was still a guess. On the basis of their previous guesses, there was another one. Can those 6 metals really be made into alloys? Jie was at a loss. We've been researching and analyzing their nature these days. There's nothing in common. Lin Yuer said, in the end, this method still requires transcendent hardening. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaozhu. Among the known iron-eating beast tamers, there were really not many iron-eating beasts who had mastered transcendent level hardening. Back then, Lin Xiaozhu had said that her father, who was also Hall Master Lin Hongnian, had trained the iron-eating beast for 21 years before training this skill to transcendent. As for Lin Xiaozhu, she started growing up with her iron-eating beast when she was 10 years old. Although there was no contract at that time, he had started to cultivate feelings with the iron-eating beast since young and then underwent initial training to familiarize himself with it. In the end, 10 years later, today, her iron-eating beast's hardening skill was established under her father's training experience. It was only at the perfect level, and it was far from reaching the transcendent level proficiency. If one of the evolution conditions of the iron-eating beasts was really hardening at full proficiency, then this condition seemed to be a little difficult to achieve. The green silkworm's worm silk reaching proficient level was enough for it to evolve, but the iron-eating beasts actually required full-level racial skills. It was simply a scam. Moreover, the evolution materials of the iron-eating beasts were basically rare metals above level 5. The price of using these metals to forge a set of armor was obvious. It could be said that even if the evolution method of the iron-eating beast was publicized, there seemed to be very few beast tamers who could fulfill this evolution condition. Everyone's stomach hurt. Was Shiyu's deduction reliable? Well, why don't you just believe me? Shiyu actually wanted to experiment too. Unfortunately, he didn't have evolution materials, and he didn't know how to turn these materials into alloys. There were technical difficulties. In addition, 11th skill proficiency hadn't reached the standard yet. Moreover, he had yet to decide whether he should let 11 evolve. In the future, he would feel that it was very strange to have an iron lump on his shoulder, and it was also very heavy. Sooner or later, he would get a shoulder disease. Even if it's true, where are we going to try forging alloy battle armor? Where are we going to find iron-eating beast experiments with transcendent proficiency? Zheng Yingjie said with a headache. Although there was a concrete experimental route, it still sounded like a huge project with hundreds of millions of research funds. It's all right. It's a good thing that we can find a breakthrough. The panda senior thought for a moment and looked at Shiryu. I believe you. Do you want to study it? Our bamboo stone dojo will bear the cost of the evolution materials. Iron-eating beasts with transcendent level proficiency can also use my father's iron-eating beast as a guinea pig. Shiryu. Everyone called her a filial daughter. Senior Panda was a good father. It's mainly because at the moment, only my father's iron-eating beast fulfills the conditions. In order to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast, he has invested a lot of money. This time, it sounds more reliable than his previous mess. The Panda Senior shook her head. If he knew, he would definitely be willing. He might even take the initiative to come and cooperate. Shiryu was silent for a moment before saying, then I'll ask if Ancient Capital University can provide some technical help. In terms of forging alloy battle armor, there should be someone more professional at the university. Shiryu and the Panda Senior looked at each other and nodded. They immediately agreed. Shiryu contacted the Ancient Capital University to seek technical help. Senior Panda contacted her father to experiment as a lab rat. Whether the iron-eating beast race could soar into the sky and raise their prices depended on this wave. Chapter 97, The Iron Eater Has Really Evolved. Chapter 97, The Iron Eater Has Really Evolved. Hall Master Lin Hongnian was meditating in the martial arts hall. Suddenly, a call interrupted his cultivation. Xiaozhu. Seeing the caller, Lin Hongnian was slightly stunned. For the past half a month, he had taken the initiative to call Lin Xiaozhu every day to ask about the investigation progress of the iron-eating beast ruins. And the news they received was not very good. There was no progress. Today, his daughter actually took the initiative to call. Did she gain anything? Lin Hongnian picked up the call with a nervous heart. On the other side, he was pleasantly surprised. Dad, Shiryu has confirmed the iron-eating beast's evolution method, but he requires the iron-eating beast to master transcendent level hardening. Do you want to give it a try? Hall Master Lin suddenly got up and widened his eyes. Really? He asked with anticipation. Yes, but the experimental fee for evolution materials might be a bit expensive. Can you bear to? Lin Xiuzhu asked. Level 5 resources matched ordinary master-level beast tamers. Level 6 resources matched top-notch masters. Level 7 resources matched legendary beast tamers. The evolution materials of the iron-eating beasts included 2 types of level 5, 3 types of level 6, and 1 level 7 resource. The price could be easily imagined. Moreover, as the first batch of people to try, if something went wrong midway, the experimental fee would definitely be considerable. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Money is just for spending. In any case, this little savings of ours will all be your dowry in the future. At most, the dowry will be gone. Xiuzhu, you have to rely on yourself in the future. Hall Master Lin was quite honest. Panda. He was right. After all, Lin Xiuzhu was an only child. It doesn't matter. After a moment of silence, the panda senior said. She didn't need these things either. The evolution of the iron-eating beast was important. Bamboo Stone Dojo and Iron Bamboo Breeding Base were both businesses of Lin Xiuzhu's family. Apart from that, they also had the ownership of 2 energy crystal mines. As for some additional food-related industries they were part of, they were supplementary. They were purely icing on the cake. Although Hall Master Lin was only an ordinary master-level beast tamer, he was far richer than other beast tamers of the same level. He could be said to be the richest person in Pingcheng. After all, their family had been running the iron-eating beast breeding base for several generations, and they had wealth. But because of this, he had an unusual obsession with the iron-eating beast. If it were an ordinary master-level beast tamer, they would have long eliminated the iron-eating beast from the team. But Lin Hongnian's family was different. Instead, they invested a large amount of cultivation resources on the iron-eating beast. Generally speaking, race level determined the upper and lower limit of growth. For example, if a creature's species level was at the transcendent rank, with sufficient nutrition and good growth, it really wasn't difficult for it to fully reach the transcendent level. It was just a matter of time. However, when the growth level exceeded his race level, it was very difficult to continue growing. The growth difficulty would gradually increase. At that time, the resources needed to be invested in training would increase by several times. It was much more expensive than the cost of training high-level pets. However, under such restrictions, Lin Hongnian actually cultivated the iron-eating beast of a middle-level transcendent race to nearly the level of a monarch. If it weren't for the racial restrictions, Lin Hongnian would even be willing to spend a lot of money to smash the iron-eating beast to the level of a monarch. After all, a pet that grew to the level of a monarch was the standard for a normal master-level beast tamer. Before deciding on a feasible plan, Hall Master Lin had already dared to smash so many resources on the iron-eating beast. Now that he had a concrete plan, he naturally dared to invest even more resources. That's good. I'll go to the ancient capital now. At the moment, nothing was more important than the Iron Eater's evolution. In the suburbs of ancient capital, at the ruins of iron-eating beasts. After informing her father, she fell into deep thought. On Shiryu and Panda's side, they completed the interrogation at almost the same time. Director Li said that Ancient Capital University will provide us with some technical support. We will invite experts to help us forge alloy battle armor, Shiryu said. Those metal ores were all high-level resources with very strange attributes. It was not easy to forge alloys. At least, students like Shiryu and the others definitely couldn't operate it alone. My father also said he would rush over immediately. In that case, as long as the evolution method is correct, it's basically stable. Zheng Yingjie asked. Therefore, after speaking for a long time, it still depended on whether the evolution method was reliable. Don't worry, history won't deceive people. Shiryu was rather confident. However, if the ruins dared to deceive him, he would definitely come here and say strange things for a month before leaving. He would get revenge. It's getting late. Let's go eat, Shiryu said as he touched his stomach. Everyone seconded. That day, Hall Master Lin arrived at the ancient capital. It was unknown if he used the master-level privilege to jump in line or flew over with his flying pet. After everyone arrived, Shiryu, Senior Panda, the Archaeological 7 Elites, Mentor Ding, Director Li, and Hall Master Lin gathered in one of the lecture rooms of Ancient Capital University. Apart from them, there was also an expert invited by Director Li at the scene. He was a mechanic. For a powerful mechanic, being proficient in materials science and forging was also a basic skill. For example, those mechanical life pets were all created by them. For them, as long as they had the materials, it wasn't difficult to create a Gundam with their bare hands. High-level mechanics were elite talents even rarer than dragon tamers. Usually, the rarity of a mechanic was at least one level higher than a beast tamer who specialized in other pets. This is Dean Hao, the dean of our ancient capital university's mechanical college, a top-level mechanic. Director Li introduced them very politely. Nice to meet you, Dean Hao. Hall Master Lin was flattered. He didn't expect that the research on the iron-eating beast's evolution this time would actually be made into such a big scene by Shiryu, Lin Xiuzhu, and the others. One was the dean of the archaeology department of the ancient capital university, the other the dean of the ancient capital university's mechanical college. Even if all the presidents of the associations in Icefield City were added together, they wouldn't be as impressive as the two of them. Master Lin, you're welcome. Dean Hao was in his 30s, but he didn't look old. He smiled and looked at everyone, especially at Shiryu, who was sitting with Lin Xiuzhu, the archaeological 7 elites, and the others. He knew that this group of people had gathered here because of Shiryu. He came because of Shiryu's identity. When Dean Hao heard that this project was led by a small member of Bureau 11 who would join Ancient Capital University in the future, he immediately decided to help without a word. Although at his level, everyone was equal even when facing official members of Bureau 11, this didn't stop him from doing this small member a favor. Besides, Director Li had also asked him for help. It was common for the departments of Ancient Capital University to cooperate with each other, so there was no need to refuse. Everyone quickly got to the point. If you have that metal piece as a reference, it's not very difficult to forge these 6 materials into alloy equipment. If it goes smoothly, it should be completed in 3 days. But the wisdom of the ancients is really impressive. After all, even if they use modern technology, it's not easy to complete such a process. Dean Hao immediately reassured everyone. Anything that an ancient blacksmith could do, they, the modern mechanics, could do too. The problem now is what kind of equipment Master Lin plans to create. Everyone looked at Shiryu and Hall Master Lin. After all, according to the information provided by Shiryu, the evolution of the iron-eating beast had no requirements for the style of the armor. Even a pair of sharp claws and a shield could assist the iron-eating beast in its evolution. However, according to the way a normal person thought, they would definitely feel that the more materials they used, the greater the potential after evolution. In fact, they would even feel that the rarer and higher the level of the materials used, the greater the potential of evolution. The latter was clearly unreliable. Many pets needed specific materials to evolve. A slight difference might lead to failure. The same food provided completely different nutrition to humans, animals, and plants. Compatibility and needs were the most important. There had been countless cases of evolution failures due to the random filling of high-level materials in evolution experiments. Now that he had confirmed the evolution materials, trying to innovate would be wasting his effort. However, the current situation was that the types of evolution materials didn't need to change, but the number of evolution materials seemed to be able to change. The point of quantitative change causing a qualitative change seemed to be feasible. Shiryu had already told Hall Master Lin about this. Regardless of the scale of the battle armor, it could assist in evolution. Everything depended on Hall Master Lin's choice. Hall Master Lin said, "Then let's be fully armed. From top to bottom, head, body, limbs, and claws, will be fully armed." He decided to play it big. After all, the amount of evolution materials might affect the iron-eating beast's potential after evolution. In this way, judging from the already confirmed alloy ratio, there are a lot of materials used. After thinking carefully, Dean Hao estimated a value and said it. A minimum of 9 digits might require evolution materials worth hundreds of millions. When such a huge amount was said, Shiryu, Senior Panda, and the 7 archaeological heroes felt their hearts bleed. If the evolution failed, would it all go down the drain? Why don't we try a claw? Shiryu rubbed his nose. This way, even if we fail, we won't lose much. Lin Hongnian, then can it still wear new equipment after evolution? Shiryu was stunned and felt that it was impossible. That's it. Hall Master Lin also gathered his courage. He felt that the family business passed down by his ancestor would probably be completely squandered by him and Lin Xiuzhu to study the evolution of the iron-eating beasts. However, in order to restore the iron-eating beast's glory, everything was worth it. Moreover, even if he failed, the alloy battle armor he forged could still be used. Even if it couldn't be an evolution tool, it could just wear it like that. It was equivalent to buying a shirt for the iron-eating beast. Judging from the material of this metal piece, after the iron-eating beast wore it, it felt that there was no problem resisting the monarch-level creature skills. He convinced himself that it wouldn't be a loss. At this moment, Shiryu felt the craziness of the father and daughter and couldn't help but turn around to look at 11 on his shoulder. Good heavens, he was still lamenting the price of the green worm's evolution materials. In the end, 11's isn't cheap either. 11, sob. Next, with the help of the mechanical college to forge armor, Shiryu and the others temporarily placed their focus on researching the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Not to mention the original team, even Director Li and Mentor Ding came to the scene of the iron-eating beast ruins to investigate again. The reason was very simple, because the evolution materials of the iron-eating beasts were expensive enough. Generally speaking, the evolution materials of this level had to be at least at the level of a monarch, right? If it was successful, this news would appear. The archaeology department of ancient capital university had discovered the method for iron-eating beasts to evolve into a monarch race through archaeology. This was undoubtedly big news. Director Li and Mentor Ding had to pay attention. I feel that it's at least at the low-level monarch level. It's even possible for it to be at the middle-class monarch level. I've long felt that the race potential of the iron-eating beasts is low. After all, their basic qualities aren't bad either. Now, it seems that they're just like the green silkworm. They both need to train their race's prerequisite skills to a certain extent before they can completely unearth their race's potential through the evolution opportunity. Everyone discussed. Lin Hongnian even smiled the whole time, as if the iron-eating beast had successfully evolved. Lin Xiuzhu said, perhaps it's the racial potential determined by the number of evolution materials used. For example, if it's only armed with sharp claws, its species rank might only be commander rank. After evolution, but if it's fully armed, it might be able to reach monarch rank. Her point of view was approved by Hall Master Lin. That had to be the case. Otherwise, wouldn't their money be wasted? Shiryu, what do you think? Hall Master Lin smiled at Shiryu. I think it's at least the mythical level, said Shiryu. Everyone. 11. Shiryu, I'm just kidding. Everyone. Shiryu smiled. However, although it was a joke, was it really a joke? It had been discovered that there was some connection between this ruin and Earth myth. In that case, was it possible that the saying that the iron-eating beast was Chi-Yu's mount? The evolution of the iron-eating beasts was almost evolved using various weapons and armor. Shiryu felt that this evolution method somewhat matched Chi-Yu's title of Armament Master. At the same time, it was also recorded in the history of Earth that Chi-Yu was the first to do this. The tribe that forged armor for the iron-eating beasts was also very good at forging alloys. Therefore, if the two histories were really related, he felt that it wasn't too much for the iron-eating beast to have mythical potential. Of course, this potential was definitely not triggered by just a single evolution. I actually have another question. Shiryu immediately said. That is, what the special inscription on the metal plate means. Could it be a medium to activate a certain skill, or even a requirement for second-stage evolution? Shiryu asked. In the scene he saw, after the iron-eating beasts carved special inscriptions on their bodies, their postures felt like they had undergone a second-stage evolution. It was really hard not to be suspicious. This kind of inscription is indeed strange. It's the first time I've seen it, but it's more likely to be the exclusive symbol of their own tribe, Director Li said as he looked at the symbol on the mural. If a symbol can allow a pet to awaken its skills and evolve again, it's a little unscientific. Well, it has to be like what student Shiryu said. Unless its traces are carved with some rare resource, only then can it be possible. Mentor Ding also judged. But there are no other components of energy detected on the metal piece. It was either other resources or its own claws. It had to be said that if Shiryu had not seen the operation of the iron-eating beasts, he would have also thought that what Director Li and Mentor Ding said was scientific. It was very normal for a tribe to have their own symbol. Instead, it was unscientific to rely on drawing on oneself to evolve. It's not ugly anyway. When the time comes, if the iron-eating beast can really evolve, let it try carving one too. It'll be a memento. Lin Hongnian stared at the stone wall and said casually. Everyone smiled. That was fine too. They would treat it as thanks that this ruin provided an evolution method. The path became wider. Shiryu was stunned. Time flew. In just a day, the mechanical college had made an alloy battle armor according to Hall Master Lin's request. This speed was something Shiryu and the others did not expect. Therefore, 3 days was still a conservative estimate. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that it was always right to set a few more days to complete an executive task. It could be a surprise if it was completed in advance. If the creator didn't want to rush it, they could take things slow as well. How is it, haha? In a huge display room of the Mechanical College in ancient capital university, an exquisite set of armor was hung on the wall. The material of the battle armor was more like bronze, its color deeper than bronze, and it was darker than dark green. No, it was more suitable to describe it with dark green. If one didn't look carefully, it was actually a black armor. Perfect, it feels like the material is exactly the same as that metal piece, the Archaeological 7 elites exclaimed. Director Li and Mentor Ding also looked at the armor with interest. The Panda Senior's beautiful eyes even flowed with anticipation as she imagined the scene of the iron-eating beast wearing this armor. Although the panda bed was gone, she felt that it would be very handsome in battle. Do you want to experiment with the evolution method you guys are talking about now? Dean Hao laughed. He had personally made this armor. He also wanted to see how this armor could evolve the iron-eating beast. Hall Master Lin. Shiryu looked at Hall Master Lin Hongnian. At this moment, Lin Hongnian was more nervous than anyone. Of course, Shiryu was definitely very nervous too. He asked 11 on his shoulder telepathically, how is it? Do you feel handsome? Uncle Lin is using his iron-eating beast as an experiment for your future development path. Sob. 11 bit its hand and looked at the armor. It kept feeling that eating it was better than wearing. Foodie. Shiryu was speechless. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Let the iron-eating beast wear armor and then use the transcendent level hardening fusion armor, right? Under everyone's gaze, Hall Master Lin took a deep breath and nodded. Then let's give it a try. Then, he started to summon his iron-eating beast. In the transparent blue circular summoning array, an extremely strong iron-eating beast with a serious expression walked out. After it came out, it immediately greeted the big shots present according to the beast tamer's instructions. Everyone looked at the iron-eating beast that had been cultivated to the limit of its species and nodded. As expected of an iron-eating beast cultivation expert. Ordinary beast tamers probably couldn't nurture this iron-eating beast. Put it on yourself. Lin Hongnian ordered the iron-eating beast. At this moment, the iron-eating beast also looked at the battle armor hanging on the wall, and its heart tightened for some reason. Lin Hongnian had long taught the iron-eating beast how to evolve. Therefore, at this moment, when it saw this fitting battle armor, the iron-eating beast didn't hesitate much. It directly draped it over itself according to the beast tamer's orders. Under the sound of metal colliding, the iron-eating beast put on its armor and was fully armed. It originally looked very impressive, but now, it looked even more impressive. It looks a little like the rune battle bear in World of Warcraft. Shiryu looked at it and muttered in his heart. However, the bear in the armor had changed to a panda. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast continued to follow the operation step by step. After putting on the battle armor, it began to use transcendent level hardening. In an instant, the hardening substance covered all the armor. This was one of the signs of transcendent hardening. Apply it and apply the hardening substance to other objects. After this operation, the color of the armor became even darker. Right on the heels of that, the iron-eating beast started the next step. It used the second property of the Transcendent X-level hardening and released it. That was, it released the hardening material to fill the gap between itself and the armor, allowing the armor to completely merge with itself through hardening. After this operation, in the eyes of everyone, the iron-eating beast seemed to have really become one with the armor. Both parties were incomparably coordinated. At this moment, an exciting scene appeared. The iron-eating beast was first stunned. Then, its body began to emit a powerful aura. Everyone took a step back and looked at it in shock. Following that, the iron-eating beast's body began to suffuse a white light, undergoing growth and transformation. It could also be said to have broken through. No, while it was growing and transforming, it was still evolving. Woo! With a roar, the iron-eating beast's body kept growing and enlarging under the cover of the light. In the blink of an eye, even its previous battle armor became nearly 3 meters tall. The light faded, and the 3-meter-tall iron-eating beast appeared in front of everyone. The unscientific thing was that not only did the iron-eating beast become bigger, but its armor also became bigger in proportion. Success. Everyone looked at the iron-eating beast with shocked expressions. Especially Dean Hao, Dean Li, Mentor Ding, and the others. They all sensed the current state of the iron-eating beast. It had broken through to the monarch level. It was very difficult for a pet of an extraordinary race to break through to the level of a monarch. Right now, the greatest possibility for it to break through so smoothly was that the iron-eating beast had successfully completed its evolution. The increase in race level led to the increase in growth level. The power just now was the deterrent skill that was awakening. Everyone looked at Hall Master Lin. At this moment, only Hall Master Lin Hongnian, who was contracted with the iron-eating beast, could understand its state the best. It really evolved. Monarch level. Lin Hongnian was stunned for a long time. Then, he was overjoyed. He wished he could kiss Shiryu, who had provided him with the evolution method. Not only did it evolve, it also broke through. Apart from awakening deterrence, it also awakened 3 new skills. Chapter 98, Iron-Eating Beast Second Stage Evolution Method. Chapter 98, Iron-Eating Beast Second Stage Evolution Method. What skill? As Lin Hongnian spoke, everyone was stunned and then quickly asked. Good Lord. Apart from the deterrent skill that would definitely be awakened when its growth level reached the monarch level, it had actually awakened 3 new skills in one go. It seemed that the evolution this time had improved the iron-eating beast's race by a lot. The key now was the level of these 3 new racial skills. After a pet evolved, one of the most direct ways to determine the pet's new potential was to see if its newly awakened racial skills were strong. As he received the feedback from the iron-eating beast, Lin Hongnian was so excited that he couldn't say anything. 3 new skills, 1 mid-level, 1 high-level, and 1 super. Things were taking off. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me. Lin Xiuzhu couldn't help but glare at her father. Intermediate level skill is Giant Transformation. Skill, Giant Transformation. And LT, Introduction, and GT, it's a special ability. It can expand the body. Under the enlarged state, the energy consumption will increase and the strength will increase. This mid-level skill was actually not bad. Lin Hongnian was very satisfied at the start. However, as he saw the strange expressions of everyone, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He looked at the shrunken 11 on Shiryu's shoulder and fell into deep thought. 11, sob. Wait. Lin Hongnian suddenly said, why can iron-eating beasts who have awakened their ancient evolution bloodlines learn the multiplication of the high-level version of Giant Transformation, while iron-eating beasts who have truly evolved can only awaken Giant Transformation? He discovered the blind spot. Everyone also looked at Shiryu and 11, causing Shiryu to fall into deep thought. Amazing. Senior Panda and the others had been imagining the ancient evolution form. In the end, the iron-eating beast really awakened a similar skill. What was this evolution up to, going so half-hearted with the giant skill? Perhaps 11's talent is better. Hall Master Lin, you can bring the iron-eating beast to soak in the holy spring when you have time, Shiryu suggested. If the ancient life tree let him. Lin Hongnian was silent. What about high-level and super-level skills? Lin Xiuzhu asked. Lin Hongnian no longer thought about the trouble of enlarging and multiplying. He took a deep breath and said, high-level skill, impregnable, of the metal element. Super-level skill, inner power, of the metal element. Skill, impregnable. Introduction, a metal-type skill. The user is protected by the metal-type power, increasing resistance to all types of skills. This was a hardening upper-level skill. Hardening usually only had a relatively good resistance to physical attacks, but impregnable was different. Along with various elemental attacks, control skills, and skills targeting the spirit and soul, it had an extremely high resistance effect. It could be said that it was a comprehensive skill that increased the iron-eating beast's ability to take hits. Skill, Inner Power. Skill Level, Super Level. And LT, Introduction, and GT, it's a metal-type skill. It can enter a reserved state and assess the source of its power. It can accumulate power that exceeds its own limit and won't affect its own state. Under the sharp state, it can multiply the power accumulated and increase its attack power by several times, but it will pose a certain burden to the body. After Hall Master Lin finished speaking, Dean Hao, Dean Li, and Mentor Ding were still alright, but Qing Jie was immediately shocked. He actually awakened the skill of inner power. Zheng Jie opened his mouth wide. This skill could be said to be a divine skill of the metal element. Firstly, this skill could maximize the improvement of the pet's physical fitness. Ordinary pets would be full after eating one energy crystal and wouldn't be able to eat anymore. But after mastering the skill of converging sharpness, it was completely no problem for pets to eat 10 or 100 energy crystals. In addition, the pets would not be unable to digest it, nor would they waste the power of the energy crystal. Instead, they would store this energy steadily in their bodies. In battle, be it mobilizing the stored power slowly or erupting in one go, it could be done. This was the most classic battle skill. Not only could it allow pets to have hidden physical fitness that far exceeded creatures of the same level, but it could also give pets the power to fight above their level. Hardening, Giant Transformation, Impregnable, Inner Power. After the iron-eating beast evolved, it was simply a super battle beast born for battle, no, for war, Dean Hao sighed. Director Li and Mentor Ding agreed deeply. At this moment, the archaeological 7 elites rubbed their hands in envy. Senior Panda was also a little excited. Her body trembled continuously. Awakening a super skill after evolution meant that the current iron-eating beast's racial potential level was definitely above the monarch level. Could her iron-eating beast become so strong in the future? Woo! Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast was also very excited. It felt that endless power was bursting out of its body. It glanced at 11, wanting to feel the envy of its own kind. Sob. However, 11 shook his head. It just had 3 more skills. 11 had nothing but skills. He had too much. Iron-eating beast. At this moment, the happiest person was Lin Hongnian himself. Inner power. He smiled and looked at the iron-eating beast. The Iron Eater nodded. Then, under everyone's gaze, it returned to its previous appearance before evolution. The armor on his body disappeared, and its body size returned to normal. This was the reserved effect of a transcendent skill's ability to restrain its edge, which was to put away its own edge. Can one return to their pre-evolution state? Sure, you had been silent all this while, but at that moment, he was suddenly stunned. His eyes widened. Yeah, this is the magical thing about this super skill. Director Li chuckled. It's simply a divine skill to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Speaking of which, if it's used in combination with the shrinking of your iron-eating beast, will it have any miraculous effect? After being stunned, Sure Yu's emotions finally fluctuated. Damn, this restrained state could actually devolve. Was it that good? Great. At the same time, Lin Xiuzhu could not help but shout. In this way, wouldn't the iron-eating beast have 2 forms? In the future, she seemed to be able to let the iron-eating beast evolve without any worries. Only, it was a pity that the iron-eating beast would only expand after evolution and not shrink. She was very hungry for 11's multiplication skill. Looks like we don't have any worries anymore. Sure, you also had the same thought as Lin Xiuzhu. At this moment, even if it evolved, there was still the panda accessory in the panda bed. It was indeed a divine skill. Sure, you hinted at 11 on his shoulder. He felt that he still had to spend money and add points. At this moment, everyone looked at Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast with mixed emotions. Perhaps this was the first iron-eating beast to evolve in this era. Lin Hongnian Hall Master was about to be famous. Sure Yu, who had discovered the iron-eating beast's evolution path, was also going to be famous. Everyone was filled with emotions, but at this moment, Sure Yu suddenly thought of something and felt that the matter wasn't over. Wait. Sure Yu suddenly looked at Hall Master Lin and said, Do you want to try carving a special symbol on a metal-eating beast? I still feel that the inscription symbol is the key to the iron-eating beast's transformation again, and not as simple as the tribal mark. Stunned, Hall Master Lin nodded and chose to believe Shiryu. But how should I carve it? Shiryu suggested, hardened claws. When everyone saw that Shiryu was so determined, they couldn't help but raise their spirits again. Could it be that there was something special about that symbol? Then let's try it according to Shiryu. Now that the evolution method Shiryu had confirmed had been proven, trusting Shiryu again didn't seem to be a big deal. Director Hao brought over a metal piece. The iron-eating beast also returned to its huge armed form. At this moment, the iron-eating beast looked at the special symbol on the metal piece and then looked at its armor, falling into deep thought. Were they really going to carve this thing? Let's give it a try. Lin Hongnian laughed and said indifferently. Whether it was successful or not, carving it was nothing. The iron-eating beast nodded and hardened its claws. As if copying it, it followed the special symbols on the metal plate and started to carve symbols on the armor. Screech. However, in the next second, an unexpected scene appeared. The iron-eating beast's sharp claws, which had been enhanced by transcendent level hardening, actually couldn't leave any marks on the armor at all. One had to know that the current armor had not been hardened and strengthened. It's that hard. Director Li was slightly shocked. This defense. Without using any skills, its body's strength had exceeded transcendent. Was it going to compete with a giant dragon in physical fitness? The iron-eating beast's expression changed. It tried again, but it still couldn't carve it at all. Looks like I have to carve it with something harder. Dean Hao fell into deep thought. While everyone was shocked by the defensive power of the iron-eating beast's armor, only the iron-eating beast, Lin Hongnian, and Shiryu's expressions were wrong. No, that's not right. Lin Hongnian's expression was solemn. No, the strength of the transcendent level hardened claw is clearly above the armor. The iron-eating beast said that there seemed to be a repulsive force between its claws and armor, preventing it from leaving a mark on the armor. As soon as Hall Master Lin finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What was this, a self-protection mechanism? Could it be that this inscription really has some mysterious magic power? Previously, everyone thought that the special symbol didn't have any special meaning. Now, as they discovered this strange phenomenon, anyone who wasn't a fool could sense that something was wrong. This was not a matter of whether the claws were hard enough. Instead, why would there be a rejection reaction between the hardened claws and the armor? Everyone frowned. Could it be that Shiryu was right? What was so special about that inscription? Otherwise, if it was just a simple inscription, why couldn't the iron-eating beast engrave it? That shouldn't be the case. In the historical video he saw, that group of iron-eating beasts had used their super hard claws to carve inscriptions on their armor. There was definitely no mistake. The iron-eating beast's drawing movements were like flowing water. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like there was any obstruction. At that moment, Shiryu kept feeling that he had not noticed the key points. What was wrong? Slowly, as Shiryu looked at Master Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast, he was stunned. Skill, hardening. Just like facing the transcendent level worm silk of the green silkworm, even though Master Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast had mastered transcendent level racial skills, the skill index still showed that it could be taught. After being stunned for a moment, Shiryu said soberly, speaking of which, could it be that the proficiency of hardening isn't enough? Is there any higher proficiency above transcendent level hardening? I feel that the breakthrough in racial skills again and the qualitative change might be the key to the iron-eating beast's transformation again. Perhaps, when the time comes, the inscription won't have any rejection reaction. This time, Shiryu's train of thought immediately opened up. He had a feeling that something was wrong and that his deduction was definitely correct. It might be the key to the iron-eating beast's evolution. Monarch level was just the starting point. The future was really legendary. When Shiryu finished speaking, everyone's expressions were odd. Dean Hao explained, entry, proficient, expert, perfect, and transcendent. Although the names of each level are different in various eras, the ability of the pet seems to be these 5 levels from the beginning to the end. Perfection represents the peak of skill. Transcendence means that it has broken through the original upper limit of the skill. As for higher levels, there's no such thing. There hasn't been any record of it since ancient times, nor have any beast tamer pets reached that level. This isn't realistic. Why don't we try carving with other tools? The corners of Lin Hongnian's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he should believe Shiryu. At this point, why didn't he say that the iron-eating beast could evolve again after eating Venus, then? Even if it was true, it was impossible to achieve. Using such an unscientific evolutionary condition to entice him to have expectations for the evolution of the iron-eating beast's form, wasn't this taking his life, making him and the iron-eating beast train non-stop for the next 24 hours? As everyone refuted the unscientific, Shiryu fell silent. He still stubbornly believed that his deduction was right. Moreover, was it very difficult to reach Transcendent in the first place? Chapter 99, Name of Evolution. Chapter 99, Name of Evolution. I should use other tools to see if I can carve it. Dean Hao and the others were interested. He had originally thought that the iron-eating beast's first evolution was the end. From the looks of it, it was really as Shiryu had said. There were still other secrets hidden on the iron-eating beast. I can help. A small summoning array appeared in Dean Hao's palm. He reached out and pulled out a tool in the shape of a sword hilt. Then, a pale yellow laser suddenly appeared on the hilt. And LT, name and GT, laser sword. Attributes, machinery, light. Introduction, artificial light sword life form. Damn, so handsome. Seeing Dean Hao with the laser sword in hand, Zheng Yingjie and the other boys widened their eyes and drooled. Was this not more amazing than the beast-eared girl? As expected of a top-notch mechanic, he really knew how to play. He actually contracted a lightsaber. Shiryu glanced sideways. Good heavens, there was actually such a mechanical life form. He was quite curious now. If beast tamers had a combination talent and contracted a laser sword, would they need other pets? How envious. Do we use this? Seeing that Dean Hao took the initiative to help, Hall Master Lin nodded. All right, please. The Iron Eater looked at the laser sword in confusion. It felt all right to make a move by itself, but wasn't it a little too much to use a sword? Don't worry, it won't hurt. Dean Hao laughed. Wu, the newly evolved iron-eating beast, was still a little nervous, but it still nodded in pain. Then, with a flash of sword light, the laser sword left a scar on the iron-eating beast's armor without any resistance. The scar was the special symbol on the metal piece. This time, neither the iron-eating beast nor the laser sword felt any obstacles during the carving process. But similarly, after carving the symbol, the iron-eating beast didn't change at all. This made everyone fall into deep thought. Therefore, the current suspicious point was indeed the rejection reaction between hardening and the armor. Then, Hall Master Lin instructed the iron-eating beast to make a few more attempts. No matter what, the outcome was still the same. From the looks of it, the symbol shouldn't be as simple as the battle emblem and symbol of the tribe. If you just want to carve a battle emblem, you can totally carve it through other things like Dean Hao. And according to my investigation, this special symbol should have been carved by the iron-eating beast with its hardened claws. Since it's so difficult for iron-eating beasts to carve marks on themselves, why do they still insist on carving such symbols on their bodies? Shiryu crossed his arms. He still wanted to know what these symbols represented. Wu. Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast also suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. It tried its best to leave marks on its body, but it couldn't do it. Hall Master Lin was also conflicted. What was going on? Originally, the evolution of the iron-eating beasts and the awakening of new racial skills was double the joy. Why did such a question that couldn't be verified appear again? It made him feel very uncomfortable. Shiryu's words triggered everyone's discussion. No matter how I look at it, this is another new problem. Director Li fell into deep thought. Discovering an evolution method of the iron-eating beast through the metal piece seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg of this ruin. What to explore next was the secret of the iron-eating beast's evolution and the secret of the inscription. No wonder Shiryu said that this ruin was not simple. The evolution of the iron-eating beasts into a monarch race was actually just the starting point of research. The corners of Lin Hongnian's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's really like what Shiryu said, a racial skill with proficiency above transcendent. Shiryu chuckled and said, it's definitely impossible to confirm this at the moment, but we can't eliminate the possibility. The iron-eating beast has just evolved, so it must have a lot of secrets. If I want to be completely sure, I must explore it step by step. Why don't we form a metal-eating beast research team and study it together? Shiryu suggested that he study the route of proficiency above Transcendent himself. The other possibilities were left to Senior Panda and Hall Master Lin to explore. The division of labor was clear. It was very normal for a new pet race to appear with a large amount of unknown information. At the moment, the thousands of creatures known to human beast tamers were also researched by predecessors. Now that the iron-eating beast had just evolved, it was not strange for it to have unsolved mysteries. If it were Shiryu himself, he definitely wouldn't have the energy to explore completely, but in this aspect, Hall Master Lin should be very energetic. After all, this was his true passion. Mentor Ding said, "Sure, count me in. Actually, we're already very lucky. At least, it discovered an exploration route just after it evolved." Chief Li also said, "I'm also quite curious. Does Hall Master Lin want to cooperate with Ancient Capital University to study the evolution of the iron-eating beasts?" "You're welcome." Hall Master Lin said, "I should be the one thanking all of you for your help." Dean Hao laughed and said, "Count me in too." In a few words, the few master-level beast tamers confirmed that they wanted to explore the secret of the iron-eating beast's evolution. Senior Panda and the archaeological 7 elites were beside him and couldn't say a word. Their seniority was too low, so they felt that they couldn't be of much help. "Forget it, why don't we put the inscription matter aside first? We'll study it in the future. This shouldn't be something that can be explored in a day or two. Speaking of which, shouldn't the iron-eating beasts have a new race name after evolution? This is the most important thing now." Usually, when pets completed their racial evolution, it was a tradition to change the name of a new species. Although the iron-eating beast could still recover to its original form with its skills after evolution, it was already a little unsuitable to call it an iron-eating beast. If we want to announce the new evolution form, we do need a new name. Dean Hao nodded. Hall Master Lin looked at Shiryu and said, "How about handing this naming right to Shiryu?" Although his iron-eating beast was the first to complete its evolution, Shiryu seemed to be the most suitable person to name it after its evolution. After all, this time, it was the evolution method provided by Shiryu. Me. Shiryu was stunned. Although there was a saying that good names would make a person become great. His naming skill was horrible. Was he really going to let him do this? What do you think? At the mention of naming, the Panda Senior was interested. Shiryu fell into deep thought and said, "Armored iron-eating beast. Armed iron-eating beast. A more iron-eating beast. Mega iron-eating beast. Primordial return to iron-eating beast. Everyone. Hall Master Lin, let's think about it together." Everyone nodded in unison. Master Lin's iron-eating beast and 11 also nodded. For the future reputation of the iron-eating beast race, it was better not to give this difficult task to Shiryu. Shiryu was helpless. Damn, he might as well call them giant pandas or panda kings. Apart from being a little out of character, everything else was fine. How about the gold-eating beast? After all, the price to evolve once is not small. Only then did Hall Master Lin feel some pain. He seemed to have paid a lot of money this time. This name was very artistic. It's not nice. Lin Xiuzhu was the first to object. Besides, wasn't that her dowry? Iron-swallowing beast. Iron-eating monarch. Iron giant beast. Everyone offered their names, but the more they discussed, the more ridiculous it became. Only then did Shiryu realize that he wasn't the only one who had horrible naming skills. These names didn't sound as good as his. Forget it, I'll do it. At this moment, after careful consideration, Shiryu had another suggestion. After the iron-eating beast evolved, its appearance changed from its previous gluttonous and lazy appearance. Then, it must change to a name that suits its temperament. How about Battle Beast? Battle beasts that are specially born for war and battle. Then, add a prefix to the front of Battle Bias. We found 9 special symbols in this ruin. Perhaps it's related to the iron-eating beasts. In addition, the alloy color of the alloy they used for evolution is dark, and the word Li means black. Why don't we call it 9 Li Battle Beast? 9 Li Battle Beast. Upon hearing Shiryu's words, everyone was stunned. To be honest, they felt that the aura matched with the iron-eating beast in armor. Although it's a little forced, it sounds pretty good. Master Lin nodded. It was better than the armored iron-eating beast Shiryu had mentioned previously. Shiryu smiled. This was not direct, but had great meaning. Ninely was the tribe of infantry master Chi-Yu. Legend had it that the iron-eating beast was Chi-Yu's mount. The iron-eating beast to evolve into a Ninely battle beast. It was purely to commemorate the myths on Earth. In addition, it was equivalent to hoping that the iron-eating beasts in this world really had mythical potential. If you can't think of anything better, let's do this. Senior Panda stroked her chin and pondered. Wasn't there a cute name? Not yet, pending. Everyone discussed for a while and felt that the name of the Ninely war beast was feasible. However, there was no hurry to name it at the moment. That was after the evolution was announced. The subsequent publicizing process, just the procedures alone, would probably take at least a few months. In this world, beast tamers had two choices regarding the evolution method. One was to treat the evolution method as his own and pass it down in the way of family and master and disciple, not publicizing it. Generally, this kind of evolution method was explored personally. One was to directly publicize the evolution method to the country and apply for a patent to become an honorary evolution planner of this evolution path in exchange for fame and benefits. 90% of beast tamers who had mastered evolutionary knowledge chose the former, and a small number of beast tamers chose the latter. Most of the people who chose the latter had a monopoly on certain evolution resources or pets. There were greater benefits to be had. Or, that person was an expert who got paid by the country. Whether it was Bureau 11 or Ancient Capital University, they were clearly national institutions. The discovery of the iron-eating beast's evolution was the result of everyone's hard work. It had to be announced. At that time, once the iron-eating beast evolution paper was published, regardless of whether it was Shiryu, Hall Master Lin, or Ancient Capital University, they could obtain huge fame and benefits. Especially Shiryu, who had confirmed the evolution method. At his age, he would probably instantly become a new star in the archaeological research world. Looks like I have to stay in the ancient capital for a while, Hall Master Lin sighed. The process of applying for the evolution patent was very complicated. They would probably be busy next. I'll leave this matter to everyone. Shiryu smiled and said, I don't have any experience, so I won't interfere. I'll leave the study of the iron-eating beast's evolution to everyone first. Aren't you the person in charge of this project? What was the meaning of this? Was he going to let go of his responsibility? There are still 3 months before the vocation assessment. I haven't even reached the passing line for registration. I plan to cultivate seriously for a period of time. Otherwise, I feel like I'll have to wait until next year. Shiryu gave a reason, but most of it was because he wanted to go back and explore the proficiency above Transcendent himself. This was a huge project, and also a relatively important research route. He needed to have sufficient time to recuperate. In addition, he needed to meditate to increase his beast taming level, so he couldn't find the time to study the iron-eating beast's evolution with everyone. It was more suitable for him to wait for the ready-made research results and gains. Vocational assessment. Director Lee and the others were stunned. They had almost forgotten that Shiryu was still a beast tamer in turn. It's all right. Your own development is the most important. Hall Master Lin nodded. Shiryu's little iron-eating beast was still very, very far away from evolution. It was indeed not important for it to upgrade itself by investing so much energy into researching evolution forms so early. He should do the research first. Hall Master Lin felt that when Shiryu's iron-eating beast reached the evolution criteria, he should be able to help Shiryu plan the most perfect evolution method. He had to thank Shiryu for successfully evolving the iron-eating beast. The best way to thank him was to help Shiryu perfect the evolution path and provide him with convenience in the future. The vocation assessment happens once a year. Missing it will indeed have a greater impact. Moreover, if I take the normal admission route, my professional identity is also necessary. After Shiryu confirmed that he wanted to be a boss who left everything to others and concentrate on preparing for the vocation assessment, no one had any objections. They even agreed very much. Everyone's attention was quickly attracted by what happened next. Dean, how is there a suitable battlefield here? I want to see the current strength of the iron-eating beast, Hall Master Lin said with anticipation. Dean Hao laughed and expressed his understanding. Of course. You're not the only one. We want to see it too. Let's go. In the mechanical school, Dean Hao activated the technologically advanced steel arena to use on the battlefield for Hall Master Lin. At this moment, apart from the iron-eating beasts present, Hall Master Lin summoned his nominal trump card that helped him become a master-level beast tamer, a pet that had grown into a monarch-level pet, the Diamond Ape King. Monkey, the iron-eating beast has finally evolved. Come, test its strength. Wait, it's not a battle. Don't move first. Try its attack power first. The Diamond Ape King. On the battlefield, the huge golden-furred Ape King fell into deep thought. It looked at the impressive and domineering armed iron-eating beast in front of it. It immediately understood that this day had come. Their feelings for each other had faded. His tamer was going to change his trump card. New things were always better than old things. Chapter 100, Shiryu's Breakthrough and Contracting Buggy. Chapter 100, Shiryu's Breakthrough and Contracting Buggy. September 18th. Half a month had passed since Shiryu arrived at the ancient capital. In this time, Shiryu had gained a lot. Although the strength of the two pets did not clearly improve, he had gained quite a lot. Firstly, he had learned the ability to turn ethereal. With the help of the beast-eared senior and the internet addict Granny, he could now jump around among a group of low-level pets for a few minutes. Things were going well. This ability was very useful to Shiryu. Secondly, by exploring the ruins of the iron-eating beasts, he had discovered the evolutionary form of the iron-eating beasts and enriched Eleven's future path along with his own. At the same time, Shiryu began to take this world's legends and history seriously. What was the connection between this place and Earth? Putting aside the pause in the transformation, the impregnable skill is much more comprehensive than the hardening ability. Most importantly, the two techniques have different principles and can be overlaid. It's simply making the iron-eating beast harden even more. However, the strongest skill is still the inner power skill. Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, every attribute has its own special nature. The nature of metal is heavy, murderous, restrained, sharp, and so on. The ability to restrain one's sharpness using inner power perfectly contains 2 special properties. It's completely a core technique of the metal element. As expected of a super-level technique. On the plane, Shiryu recalled the battle between Master Lin Hongnian's Diamond Ape King and the iron-eating beast, and his heart surged. The iron-eating beast had just evolved and broken through. It wasn't familiar with its skills yet, so it was definitely not a match for the veteran monarch-level creature, the Diamond Ape King. Normally speaking, that was the case, but through the super skill of inner power, Master Lin Hongnian only provided some metal element energy crystals. After the iron-eating beast accumulated enough energy, the battle situation was almost reversed in an instant. The Diamond Ape King was actually directly suppressed by the iron-eating beast's sharp outburst. This skill is suitable for rich beast tamers. Shiryu looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. He felt that he couldn't afford to play around with this skill at the moment. Inner power. It was nothing more than the crooked words paywalls. There was nothing wrong with paying money for a metal element super skill. As he sighed, Little 11 and the green silkworm also looked out the window. At this moment, they were all released by Shiryu to sense the feeling of flying. Thinking that the 2 pets had never taken a plane, Shiryu simply let them come out and experience it too. At the moment, they were on the way back to Icefield City. Although the ancient capital was good, Shiryu really couldn't stretch out outside and couldn't cultivate in peace. As expected, he still liked to stay home and cultivate. It was more comfortable to lie at home during recuperation. Therefore, after handing the research on the iron-eating beast's evolution to Master Lin Hongnian and the others, he slipped back first. Shiryu had originally planned to stay in the ancient capital for half a month, but it was about time now. If he stayed there to fool around, he would definitely miss his vocation assessment. As for the research on the evolution of the iron-eating beasts, it was not urgent, because it was useless to be anxious. After he maximized 11's hardening, he would study it together. At this moment, 11 and the green silkworm were discussing something fiercely. About flying. Although the green worm was an insect, it would definitely fly after transforming into a butterfly or a moth. Even now, it could fly with its phantom ability. However, in the face of the insect's question, the stronger leader, 11, fell into deep thought. How could it fly? Metal wings. Electric magnetic levitation. No way. Maybe one day it would learn a flying skill. That day, Shiryu returned to Pingcheng. Because he had left for more than half a month, he definitely had to clean up the villa when he came back to stay this time. Shiryu handed this difficult task to 11 and the bugs to train their life abilities. Pets that were only good at battle weren't good enough. Pets had to develop in all aspects. It would be best if they could wash, cook, and earn money to support the family. As for himself, he made a call and reserved 11's food from the Bamboo Stone Dojo. Hall Master Lin seems to have paid a lot of money this time. Can Bamboo Stone Dojo still afford to feed so many people? Shiryu fell into deep thought. However, the problem didn't seem big. Soon, the price of the iron-eating beasts would increase, especially the iron-eating beasts in the iron bamboo breeding base. After all, Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast was the first iron-eating beast to evolve. Could the iron-eating beasts sold or found elsewhere compare to the iron-eating beasts raised by Hall Master Lin's family? Although the real difference might not be much, sometimes, the brand effect was just so unreasonable. Assuming that the price of the iron-eating beasts increased from the original hundreds of thousands to 1 million, the 800-plus iron-eating beasts in the iron bamboo feeding base would be 800 million. In addition, they could also sell some accompanying food or even secret manuals for iron-eating beasts. Their assets would probably exceed 10 digits. How nice. When Shiryu recalled how good Senior Panda was at controlling the family and even wanted to sell him the panda costume, he immediately felt that the iron bamboo feeding base would definitely make a killing. As expected, he was the only one who was poor. Shiryu thought about his little vault silently. The 10 million yuan that Senior Lu had given him, together with the 1 million yuan that the Pingcheng Association had given him, was a total of 11 million yuan. Now, there was less than 6 million yuan left. In addition, in the aspect of supplements, as he added some points to 11 and the green silkworm, together with the consumption of practicing etherealization for the past half a month, there was almost none left. Shiryu immediately felt that he was being too extravagant. In the past 2 months, he had actually eaten 4 million yuan just by eating supplements. The other million was to buy the space crystal fruit for the worm to increase its spatial compatibility. In just a few months, whoosh, 5 million was gone. This was even under the circumstances that Bamboo Stone Dojo had always provided 11 with food. Shiryu felt that at this rate, unless he married into the Bamboo Stone Dojo, the remaining money might not be enough for him to spend. There's no hurry. The ice element energy crystal in the ruins bead is dispensable. It can be exchanged for other resources. But it still doesn't feel enough. Looks like in the end, I still have to sell the worm silk. Shiryu turned his attention to the worm again. The spatial type super worm silk could definitely be sold for a good price. After all, it was the only one in the world. It wasn't excessive for one to cost tens of thousands, right? Shiryu looked at the insect that was cleaning the fallen leaves. Buggy shuddered and turned around. Shiryu. Green silkworm. If necessary, he would definitely have to sacrifice Buggy. But now, it wasn't very urgent. Shiryu felt that he wouldn't be using supplements for the time being. Seeing his funds decrease, Shiryu became smarter. He planned to use the space crystal to cultivate first and raise the level of the beast taming space to level 2. Then, he would add points to 11 and Buggy. After the beast taming space level rose to level 2, his physical fitness would increase noticeably and take a qualitative leap. Unlike the previous quantitative change, this time, it was a qualitative change. It was roughly equivalent to breaking through to the transcendent level during the awakening stage. At that time, the cooldown time after the addition of points should be significantly reduced. He could probably save a lot of supplements. At the same time, after his beast tamer level increased, he could also contract the worm. Moreover, the page number of the skill index could finally increase again. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Shiryu decided to prioritize increasing his level. This time, whether it was to save money, to take the vocation assessment, to contract Buggy, or to update the skill index, he had to step down and meditate. With a goal, everything was easy. 11. Next, you should mainly train your coordination ability, which is the continuous superposition of combination skills. Buggy, on the other hand, you continue to train the speed of building dreams. You're too slow to activate the illusion. After the two pets cleaned the room, they ran over to accept the mission from him. It was still the same training content as before, but the two pets were very enthusiastic. They howled and ran to train. This couldn't help but make sure you sigh with emotion. Having 11 taking a leading role was quite comforting for his beast tamer's heart. After simply arranging the training content for 11 and the green silkworm, Shiryu also started cultivating from tonight onwards. Normal people would take at least a year to upgrade the beast taming space from level 1 to level 2, even if it was just a single element. If he wanted to contract a second pet like Shiryu and create a good growth space for the pet, he would have to consider the size and environment of the beast taming space. It was not enough to increase the strength of the space alone. This way, the amount of energy needed to be invested was even greater. Even if it was a person with extremely outstanding beast taming talent, it was impossible to achieve it in 3 months or so. Fortunately, Shiryu had enough ethereal stones to support his accelerated cultivation for a long time. This way, it became a possibility. In fact, among the 10 million initial funds provided by Lu Qingyi, not only was there a portion for Shiryu to take out to train pets, but also a portion for Shiryu to purchase his own cultivation resources. This way, Shiryu could very well catch up to this batch of vocation assessments. But Lu Qingyi would never have thought that in the end, this batch of money would all be used by Shiryu to buy supplements. Next, Shiryu began to cultivate silently. Occasionally, he would even pick up the questions for the vocation assessment over the years and start to answer them. Apart from meditation, he, the green silkworm, and 11 had to do 2 sets of papers every day. After all, this was also a level that couldn't be avoided in the professional assessment. It wasn't just to deal with the assessment. There was definitely no harm in accumulating more knowledge. Although he still felt that it was more comfortable to slack off, apart from courting death, Shiryu still had the self-control he needed in other aspects. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this period, apart from Lin Xiuzhu and the others needing some information from Shiryu, Shiryu was surprisingly not disturbed by other things. His cultivation was especially smooth. A month after Shiryu cultivated and meditated with the ethereal spirit stone, half of his transparent beast taming space barrier began to turn gray under his meditation enhancement. This meant that the strength of his beast taming space had already touched the threshold of level 2. Shiryu was overjoyed and continued to cultivate in peace. At the same time, in addition to the spatial strength, he began to take into account the scale and environment of the beast taming space. During Shiryu's cultivation process, 11's growth level also successfully reached level 10. In terms of growth level, it finally caught up to Buggy. However, whether it was 11 or Worm, it was not so easy to break through to the transcendent level. Buggy was limited by race. 11, on the other hand, was restricted by the level of Shiryu's beast taming space. Therefore, in order to let 11 grow to the transcendent level without any restrictions, Shiryu had to quickly increase the level of the beast taming space. November 28th. It had been more than 2 months since Shiryu began meditating and cultivating. After more than 2 months, Shiryu really wanted to curse. It was too difficult. It was so easy to raise the level of the pet, and all he had to do was add some points. Why was it so boring and tiring for his own leveling up? This was even under the situation where he didn't randomly add points to make himself fall into a weakened state. He wholeheartedly devoted himself to meditation cultivation. If he added more points, it would probably be slower. Although it's a little painful, I finally made it. In the room, Shiryu sat on the bed and observed the changes in the beast taming space while meditating. With a large number of ethereal spirit stones, Shiryu finally succeeded in using 2 months to raise his beast taming space level to level 2. The strength of the spatial crystal wall in the beast taming space had reached level 2. When the color turned gray, it meant that Shiryu could already contract and control extraordinary pets normally. The size of the space also increased, meaning that Shiryu could contract a second pet. At this moment, the growth environment of the pets in the space was more perfect. This meant that extraordinary pets could also get a good growth acceleration inside. Shiryu opened his eyes, got out of bed, and stretched his body. At the same time, he felt that his current physique had completely exceeded the scope of an ordinary person. Ha 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 ha, damn you. This time, Shiryu was like a prisoner who had been cooped up in prison for a long time. He was immediately released and his mind relaxed greatly. 11. Buggy. Shiryu laughed and shouted for the two pets who had been self-reliant for the past 2 months. 11 and Buggy came out in confusion and then looked at the crazy Shiryu in confusion. Sigma, what was wrong now? After cultivating for so long, had he finally gone crazy? For the past 2 months, Shiryu, 11, and Buggy had been cultivating hard. However, in the eyes of 11 and Buggy, it was clearly abnormal for Shiryu to work so hard. After all, lazing around was Shiryu's style. However, these days, it was rare for Shiryu to not slack off. It kept giving them a bad feeling. From the looks of it, it had finally happened. The corners of Shiryu's mouth twitched as he looked at 11 and Buggy, who were letting their imagination run wild. I finally broke through. He chuckled and said, do you know what this means? The two pets were stunned. A breakthrough. 11 clumsily took 2 steps forward and sensed carefully before being shocked. As it had a contract with Shiryu, it immediately sensed Shiryu's change after sensing him carefully. After being stunned for a moment, it stood on the spot and raised its arms in surprise. Woo! Shiryu had finally broken through. It immediately circled around Shiryu like a child and cheered. Its beast tamer had finally grown up. He had finally grown. Through hard work. Tears. 11 felt a sense of accomplishment after witnessing the growth of a human who only knew how to laze around. After the surprise, 11 was stunned again. It kept feeling that its relationship with Shiryu was a little different. It stood on the spot in a daze and recalled its relationship with Shiryu. The green worm's reaction was slower. However, it soon widened its eyes, revealing its starry eyes. Shiryu had broken through. Did that mean that it could also be contracted by Shiryu like 11? I can finally officially contract it, he sighed. It was not easy for them to coexist peacefully for so long without contracting a worm that they had been raising for months. Without a contract, throwing millions of yuan at wild pets. Probably not many beast tamers would dare to do it like Shiryu. In the end, telepathy was forever a god's skill. Cut the crap. Come on. At this moment, Shiryu closed his eyes and muttered in meditation. He was already familiar with Buggy, so there was no need to be polite. Come in. At this moment, Shiryu looked at the beast-taming space in his brain. It was a world with a gray crystal wall and clouds inside. Hoo-hoo. As Shiryu communicated with the beast-taming space, a breeze blew outside. The curtains were blown up. Countless light spots flickered in front of Shiryu. 2 circular formations that looked like star maps appeared above the green worm. In the next second, countless weak light spots flowed out of the formation and wrapped around the green worm, as if they wanted to cover it. The green silkworm let out a cry. As the 2 parties had gotten used to each other, it very naturally accepted the contract. Its entire body was directly enveloped by white light before gradually turning into fluorescent light, disappearing from the outside world and entering the beast-taming space. The second pet, the green silkworm, had successfully contracted. Skill, worm silk, transcendent, absolute sleep, expert, illusory phantom, expert. Shiryu opened his eyes in joy. He felt that his physique had improved again. At the same time, the greatest change was the skill index. As he contracted his second pet, the green silkworm, like when he contracted 11, 5 new blank pages were immediately added. Woo! At this moment, as Shiryu contracted the green silkworm, 11 also sensed some changes beside it. Not only Shiryu, but 11 also had more contact with the green silkworm. After all, they were under the same beast tamer. After this, although 11 and the green silkworm's communication wasn't as easy as Shiryu's telepathy, it wasn't as difficult as before. Beast tamers were also the bonds between different pets. After the contract was completed, the green worm was summoned by Shiryu again. Stop training tonight. Everyone, take a day off. No, 2 days. Shiryu chuckled as he looked at 11 and the green silkworm. They immediately became salty again, causing the 2 pets to reveal disappointed expressions. The training had only lasted for 2 months. What do you guys know? It's time to work overtime soon. It's only right to rest for 2 days. The 2 pets were stunned. Adding points. Was it coming again? Shiryu nodded. It had not been easy to reach this stage. There was still a month left until the vocation assessment. Next, it was time to work extra hard. Firstly, 11 had to prioritize increasing the hardening of its racial skills so that it could break through to the transcendent level with the help of its racial skills. As for the green silkworm's worm silk, it was still the best skill at the upper limit of the experimental skill proficiency. At this moment, Shiryu only had one question. If it continued to upgrade the green silkworm's worm silk, was there any hope of it breaking through to the transcendent level with the form of the green silkworm? Transcendent level green silkworm, this didn't seem to have been cultivated by beast tamers. The green silkworm was classified as a low-level transcendent race, which meant that there was hope of breaking through to the transcendent level in this state. However, no beast tamer was so bored as to do this. Because it required too much time, the lifespan of the green silkworm was insufficient. If it wanted to do it, it had to spend a large amount of resources. That kind of cost-effective ratio was not high, so it was better to directly evolve during the awakening stage to save trouble. Someone must have verified this before, so they came to a unified conclusion. Shiryu had a strange expression. He felt that the chances of the green silkworm evolving in a month weren't high. Instead, it relied on the worm silk to increase its points. The chances of it breaking through to the transcendent level were not small. Therefore, if he summoned a transcendent green silkworm in the vocation assessment, and it was a transcendent green silkworm with pretty good strength, would his opponent's values be shattered? No matter what, he couldn't just use only 11 in the vocation assessment. Chapter 101, 11's First Profundity. Chapter 101, 11's First Profundity. Following that, Shiryu did not stay idle. He tested his physique after breaking through. Naturally, it was an experiment with Buggy. Worm silk, teaching. Pa. A white light flashed. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Oh. Looking at the cooldown time, Shiryu's eyes lit up and he threw Buggy aside. He only needed a 4-hour cooldown time after teaching worm silk. Then the cooldowns of skills at other levels would probably be reduced by about 4 hours. The further a beast tamer advanced, the more obvious the improvement in their physique. He had just leveled up a little, and he got a 4-hour reduction in cooldown time. Not bad. He estimated that if he broke through 1 or 2 more times, he would be able to teach a level of skill like the worm silk without any pressure. Sigh, as expected, being an insect-catching youth was more suitable for him. This fellow had many development directions, though it would probably give him eye bags for the exhaustion. After the experiment was completed, Shiryu began to calculate the cost of the other skills. If he wanted to make hardening become transcendent level, this cooldown time reduction added up to nearly 200 hours. This was equivalent to saving nearly 200,000. However, the cost of maxing out the skill was still quite a lot. He needed about 800,000 yuan to buy 8 beans. Although it was luxurious, he couldn't save this money. The hardening level was also used to quickly increase 11's growth level and help it break through to the transcendent level. Shiryu felt that there was still Thunderpalm he had to match. Right now, the Thunderpalm's level was at the proficiency level. After reaching the perfect level, it could harden into Thunder Armor profundities. At this time, 11's battle power would experience a qualitative leap. Perhaps, at that time, even if it didn't multiply itself, it could still fight evenly with the Ice Dragon Phantom at the same level. And if he wanted to upgrade the Thunderpalm to perfect level, he would probably need less than 5 divine beans. Together, 13 beans, 1.3 million. After some calculations, although Shiryu's heart was bleeding slightly, it was still within the range he could withstand at the moment. Krypton. Shiryu and the delivery guy completed a deal tacitly. Shiryu directly bought 30 divine beans and some supplementary supplements. He only had 2.5 million left in his little savings. I wonder how long these can last. Sigh, I'll sell the ice crystal someday. The quality of the more than 1,000 ice element energy crystals in the ruins was pretty good. The first level market price was 5,000 yuan each, and the second level was 20,000 yuan each. It was not a problem to sell them for more than 10 million yuan. With this amount of resources as support, Shiryu could still be at ease and increase his points before the vocation assessment. Where's 11? After carrying a box of divine beans. Into the villa, Shiryu started to call 11. In the villa, 11 carefully peeked out and looked at the box of supplements in Shiryu's hand. A moment later, it revealed a determined expression as if it was prepared to die and ran to Shiryu's side. Come on. Become stronger. It was already mentally prepared. It also wanted to see where Shiryu's limit was after breaking through. Gee. On the windowsill, Buggy nodded secretly. As expected of a leader. How much effort would it take to repay such a huge box of supplements? Even so, the leader could still challenge resolutely. This determination was worth learning. Do you plan to increase the Thunder Palm first, or do you plan to increase the hardening first? Looking at the coy 11, Shiryu asked with a smile. Of course, I'll definitely upgrade all of them in the end. However, different choices can allow you to experience different things in advance. Hardening first means you might break through to the transcendent level first. Add the Thunder Palm first, and you might master the profundities of the Thunder Armor in advance. 11, subset of. 11 thought about it carefully and made a choice. Thunder Palm first. It had been eyeing Master Lin Hongnian's Iron-Eating Beast's Thunder Armor profundity for a long time. Reaching the transcendent level meant that its strength had become stronger. But Thunder Armor was awesome. Then come on. Shiryu also showed a determined expression. Intermediate level skills, a 40-hour week period. It required 12 additional points to reach perfect. It was just 12 times, just 2 days. He wasn't afraid. For the next 2 days, lightning flashed in the training villa. Buzz. Thunder Palm, Expert +1. Proficiency +1+1+1+1. Skill, Thunder Palm, Perfect. In the training villa, 11 closed its eyes and stood quietly on the field. Buggy and Shiryu, who was holding a thermos, watched from afar. Perfect grade Thunder Palm. 11 roared and opened his eyes. Lightning seemed to shoot out of its mouth and eyes. At first, its hands were filled with a large amount of electricity. Then, the electricity flowed through its entire body as if it was being controlled. Rip. Surrounded by electricity, 11's black and white hair shone. It looked fluffy, soft, and had a clear texture. He couldn't help but want to give it a rub. However, it seemed that he would just be electrocuted at this stage. The power of the perfect level Thunder Palm was that it could rely on the electric current to stimulate the muscles and increase cell activity, producing a powerful explosive speed to increase the strength and penetration of the Thunder Palm. At this moment, 11's feet stepped on the ground. Under the eruption of lightning, it immediately displayed a terrifying explosive power. Its figure flashed like lightning and was much faster than the previous Thunder Palm attack. At the same time that the ground was shattered by the eruption of lightning, 11's figure had already appeared dozens of meters away. In its charging path, a huge trail of stone directly exploded from the center accompanied by lightning. Countless rocks wrapped in electricity stopped in the air. A moment later, gravel fell to the ground piece by piece. Every landing sound hit hard. At this moment, after 11 braked hard, it stabilized itself and tried its best not to fall. It showed an excited expression. So strong. So strong. It was just a little difficult to control. It almost capsized. 11 fearfully reported the experience to Shiryu. I know. Shiryu licked his lips. It was precisely because it was difficult to control that Hall Master Lin combined the Thunder Palm and hardening into profundities. If it wasn't easy to control, he might as well give up control and directly strengthen his defense and speed to the limit, charging straight at the opponent. However, this flaw could be improved by Shiryu and the others. Hall Master Lin's Iron-Eating Beast's Thunder Palm proficiency had only reached perfect level, and there was still room for improvement. Perhaps, at that time, 11's Thunder Palm proficiency would be higher and it would be easier to control once it reached perfection. Apart from that, 11 could better lock onto the target in a high-speed state with supervision. This was also an improved direction. The reason why Shiryu had let 11 train its coordination control these few months was for this day. A single skill, even if it added points to perfection, wasn't omnipotent. If he wanted to make up for the various shortcomings of the pet, he had to rely on the combination of different skills. Then let's begin the hardening increase. At the same time, your training mission has become to start developing the Thunder Armor profundities. Hardening plus Thunder Palm plus Super Sight. A perfect thunder armor profundity. Woo! 11 waved his hand excitedly. Now, the only pity Shiryu felt was that the enlarged state wasn't compatible with the perfect grade thunder palm. The former sacrificed speed in exchange for strength, while the latter was an acceleration skill. The advantages couldn't be coordinated at all. However, it wasn't a big problem. At the very least, its shrunken state was quite compatible with the perfect level thunder palm. 11, who was in a 1-meter state, could currently maximize his speed advantage. He might as well just pursue destructive power with the giant thunder palm. Then, 11 started to perfect the thunder armor's profundity according to Shiryu's request. Those were high-end skills that only master-level beast tamers would develop. As for Shiryu and the others, they had just approached the door of the professional level and were already about to start researching it. It completely exceeded the versions of beast tamers at the same level. However, it was indeed not simple to perfect a profundity. In the subsequent attempts, it accidentally injured itself and couldn't control it perfectly. The perfect level thunder palm was a skill that stimulated the body strongly. It was an explosive skill. If one's whole body was covered in hardening at this time, the level of conflict between the two energies would be several times higher than the ordinary thunder palm and ordinary hardening combination skill. If he had to take into account the flow and superposition of the hardened substance midway, the requirement for the pet's coordination and control would only be higher. This was also why Master Lin Hongyan had reminded Shiryu back then that in the future, regardless of whether it was training combination skills or profundities, he had to be very careful. If he didn't understand, he could ask him for guidance. Each of the profundities was completed through continuous trial and error. The difficulty was much higher than the combination skill. Regarding this, Shiryu and 11 indeed felt that it was troublesome. However, the problem was still not big. If he was injured, it would use high-speed healing to treat itself. 11 was really determined. In addition, as the training time was not long, 11 could not perfectly coordinate the two perfect level skills. This was also fine. If the coordination was poor, he would continue to increase the proficiency of the single skill. If the proficiency of a single skill was high, this would reduce the requirement on coordination control. Therefore, with Shiryu and 11's double efforts, 11's thunder armor profundities had already taken shape in just 3 days. Skill, hardening, perfect plus 24, thunder palm, perfect, high-speed healing, expert, super sight, expert, deterrence, expert, absolute sleep, expert, multiplication, expert. Obscure, thunder armor, hardening plus thunder palm plus super sight. In the past 2 days, 11, who was in thunder armor mode, could often be seen shooting lightning in the ruins. The metal on its body hardened, and lightning shot out from its body. The destructive power of its skill was astonishing. They didn't know what the situation would be like if it fought with that ice dragon phantom again. Looking at 11's impressive figure, Buggy was very envious. What happened to working hard together? Why was the leader so obsessed with being given points these 2 days that he couldn't free itself? It's all right. When 11 breaks through to the transcendent level, it'll be your turn. Shiryu, who was wearing a cotton jacket, holding a thermos and a scarf, said to Buggy with a smile. Buggy, Omega OK. December 7th. There. We're still 3 weeks until the vocation assessment. On this day, 11's hardening finally reached transcendent. Skill, hardening, transcendent. It was also at this moment that 11 completed the most important growth transformation. It could also be said to be a transcendent transformation. Under the influence of its racial skills, it directly grew to the transcendent level without being 2 years old. Chapter 102, Beyond Transcendent. Chapter 102, Beyond Transcendent. 11 finally broke through to the transcendent level. Woo! Shiryu shouted. Of course, it wasn't anything concerning the whole ancestor thing. Though, when he saw the little fatty 11 running around happily, he also played with it. This kind of happy thing had to be celebrated together. Right, Buggy. GGG. Buggy also crawled around to celebrate. However, this guy seemed even less agile than 11. When it evolved, it would be agile. Hee hee, Shiryu smiled and stretched his fingers. Some more power was connected back to him. Not bad. Unfortunately, compared to the increase in the level of the beast taming space, it was a little insignificant. it was better than nothing. On second thought, Shiryu sensed 11's current state. At this moment, the energy that was as loose as a stream in its body had become as dense as a stream under the push of the transcendent transformation. Be it the quality of energy, the total physical fitness, or the physical fitness, 11 had received an astonishing increase. Not bad. At this moment, 11 should be able to easily defeat and kill that Ice Dragon Phantom. Well, the premise was an awakening level Ice Dragon Phantom. As for the Ice Dragon Phantom at the same level, it was still difficult. After a trip to the ancient capital, Shiryu gained a lot of knowledge. He could already clearly determine 11's current strength. 11 was basically equivalent to a young monarch at the same level of growth. Generally speaking, a monarch race would definitely master a super skill. As for the overlord race, they had mastered 2 transcendent skills at least. After witnessing the power of the inner power, super skill, Shiryu had a clear understanding of 11's battle power. In other words, a transcendent low-level skill could only barely touch the threshold of entry-level super-level skills. Therefore, the increase in strength brought by a super skill to a pet was very scary. 11 had yet to master super skills, so if it faced a monarch species cub who had mastered a super skill at the same level, it could only rely on the high proficiency of other low, medium, and high-level skills to close the gap between super skills and physical fitness. If the other party's low, medium, and high-level skill proficiency wasn't low either, then 11's advantage would be lesser. If the other party still had a beast tamer, and if the beast tamer had a battle talent, then you and 11 might fall into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Shiryu and 11 did not need to worry about this at the moment. In the vocation assessment, everyone was a low-level beast tamer. There shouldn't be a baby of a monarch race. Commander race cubs were roughly the limit. When they could encounter monarch races and overlord races, 11 would probably also have mastered super skills and evolved. For example, the Frost Dragon was a classic overlord race. This was also why it was very difficult for 11 to fight the Ice Dragon Phantom that only knew Ice Breath and Ice Rending Claw. The other party's physical fitness alone made Shiryu and the others suffer. If the Frost Dragon Phantom back then had mastered 1 or 2 transcendent skills, Shiryu and the others wouldn't have had a chance to clear the ruins. Under normal circumstances, 11 can actually try to evolve now, but... Shiryu looked at 11, who had just broken through and was so excited that his whole body hardened. Then, it entered the Thunder Armor state to test his battle power and Shiryu fell into deep thought. He felt that it was better to get hardening to the next stage before trying to evolve. The most important reason was that he still didn't have money for the time being. It was the same for Buggy. Perhaps there would be more gains and surprises when the time came. Compared to the current 11, Buggy's battle power was a little low. Even among the extraordinary pets of the awakening stage, its battle power was only in the middle. The ice dragon that it transformed into was simply a showcase. Without the use of props, the compatibility was completely insufficient. The ice dragon's strength had yet to project itself, so it was stronger to put on another layer of the green silkworm's alternate identity. Shiryu gave the current strength of the green worm a position. Relying on the transcendent level worm silk, the expert level absolute sleep, and the expert level illusion, it was roughly equivalent to a middle-level transcendent pet that had been cultivated well at level 10. However, it was still lacking compared to a high-level transcendent. Shiryu thought of Chinkai's ice-armored beast. If Chinkai's ice-armored beast awakened at level 10 and trained its racial skills to the expert level, its current strength would be comparable to the green silkworm. Therefore, the current worm was beating Chinkai. It could compare to Chinkai's ice-armored beast, but not to the pets like the Wings of Wind and the Nethercat that he had encountered when he was competing for the evolution Sacred Spring. Although the worm had 2 expert high-level skills, its main body was too weak. This couldn't be helped. Sometimes, the difference in the physical fitness of high-level pets was even greater than the difference in skills. Next, I'll continue to upgrade the worm silk. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64. Shiryu looked forward to levels above transcendent proficiency. The effect of the transcendent level worm silk was probably close to an expert low-level skill. Then, what about the insect silk above transcendent? He decided to try. At this moment, Shiryu's beast taming space had reached level 2, and 11 had reached the transcendent level. After spending nearly 3 months of hard work, he finally became a quasi-professional beast tamer. However, this was not the end. Before the vocation assessment, Shiryu felt that he could continue to increase his strength. Then, 11 was thrown into the ruins by Shiryu to repay the debt. The Thunder Palm had been added to perfect level, and the hardening level had been added to transcendent level. According to the training time of Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast, 11 would have to work hard for at least 10 years. However, Shiryu wasn't a demon. He wouldn't really specify any training volume. It was up to 11 to decide. 11, QAQ, the beast tamer is a little fierce this time. Then, it was finally Buggy's turn to add points. Buggy was excited and looking forward to it. Originally, under 11's persuasion, it resisted the ability to add points to corrode the mind and thought that hard work could temper willpower. But who knew that 11 would be more proactive than anyone when it came to increasing points? That was how 11 explained it. It was because the additional points were too corrosive that he had to face it bravely and not dodge. When he could rely on his hard work to repay the debt he owed, he would truly conquer itself. Challenging temptation was not shameful, but it was shameful to not dare to face temptation. 11 proficiently used and taught this set of words that Shiryu had used to deceive 11 back then. What else could Buggy do? It could only follow the footsteps of the spiritual leader, 11, and accept the challenge of fate. This time, Buggy also got his wish fulfilled and tried the taste of its soul being corroded. It was indeed worth challenging and overcoming. Just like that, another half a month later. This time, Shiryu's team was completely reborn. Level of growth, Transcendent. Skill, Worm Silk, Max, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Illusion, Expert +4. After some hard work, Shiryu's Worm Silk level was directly maxed out. Why was it max level? Because at this moment, the skill index already showed that it couldn't teach the Worm Silk anymore. On the page of the Worm Silk skill, there was also an additional deletion symbol. This change made Shiryu fall silent for a long time. He finally realized that apart from contracting a new pet, this was the second way to increase the skill index space. That was, if he filled a pet with the recorded skill, he could directly delete it from the records. As for how many times the so-called max number needed, Shiryu estimated that it was about 256. He upgraded about 192 more times on the basis of the worm's transcendent Worm Silk, and the index showed that he couldn't continue teaching. Including the previous points, it was 256 times. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64, 256. This time, Shiryu finally discovered the general pattern of the index. He was exhausted to death, but it felt so good. Shiryu did not know how to describe the Worm Silk above the level of Transcendent. Shiryu only knew that during this process, the green silkworm naturally broke through to the Transcendent level. Moreover, the use of its insect silk had also undergone an extremely ridiculous change. Firstly, in terms of toughness, even if 11 used Transcendent level hardening, it couldn't destroy the silk at all. Shiryu even tried burning it, but it was impossible. In the end, 11 had to use the combination skill of perfect level hardening and perfect level Thunderpalm to cut the thread. Secondly, in terms of sharpness, it could leave a mark even when facing 11's transcendent hardening. Although the injuries weren't serious and were only ordinary scratches, at this stage, how many pets had such high defense power like his panda? Then, in terms of the most ridiculous spatial nature, apart from the transparent Worm Silk, the current Worm Silk could even ignore Shiryu's etherealization and touch Shiryu with the Worm Silk. Even 11 couldn't do this. Perhaps, at the moment, Shiryu and the others had encountered a pet proficient in space. The effect of Buggy was even greater than 11. In other aspects, it was the numerous small skills derived from the Worm Silk. After the Worm Silk was added to the maximum level, it could be said that with just one skill of the Worm Silk, the battle power of the worm would not be inferior to other transcendent pets of the same level. If it included Absolute Sleep and Phantom Illusion, it could strengthen itself again. It wasn't possible for its battle power to be comparable to a low-level commander species cub of the same level. This time, Buggy really stood up. At the same time, Shiryu was even more worried about whether it would suffocate to death in the cocoon when it evolved. This max-level Worm Silk seemed to be even harder to deal with than the transcendent Worm Silk. However, if it evolved, it would probably be even stronger. The current pinnacle of the green silkworm's evolution experiment was a transcendent-level green silkworm with phoenix-related evolution materials. It was to evolve into the ice phoenix moth of a monarch race. Shiryu estimated that his family's buggy might have a chance of becoming an overlord. Well, the premise was that he had to prepare a skill that could 100% break through the cocoon for the worm in advance. Otherwise, things would get out of hand. In fact, Shiryu only used 5 days to fill the worm silk. However, after filling the worm silk, his medicine didn't stop. He continued to increase other skills. For example, the green silkworm's high-level skill, Illusion, was upgraded 4 more times. Apart from that, 11 was also strengthened by Shiryu. Skill, Hardening, Transcendent, Thunder Palm, Perfect, High-Speed Healing, Expert, Super Sight, Perfect, Deterrence, Expert, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Multiplication, Expert. Shiryu also got 11's mid-level supervision to perfect level. The reason why he chose this was very simple. It was to perfect the Thunder Armor's profundity 1 step closer. The proficient level supervision was only 360 degrees without any blind spots, while the perfect level supervision could already achieve simple energy vision and see the energy flow. There were roughly 2 main uses for energy vision. The first was to determine the opponent's level by looking at the size of the opponent's energy clearly. The index detection function of the cell phone was actually similar to this. Second, he could observe his own energy flow and coordinate the energy flow between different skills. This had a very important support role for 11's coordination of Hardening and Thunder Palm. It could be said that with the perfect level super sight, the current Thunder Armor profundity was completely completed. In fact, Shiryu still had a small goal, which was to level the Thunder Palm to Transcendent. Although Shiryu didn't know the effect of the Transcendent level Thunder Palm, he knew the effect of the Transcendent level low-level skill Electricity. Even a low-level skill like Electricity could be easily built into a magnetic field when trained to perfection. Thunder Palm should be able to too. At that time, with the Transcendent level Thunder Palm, Hardening, and perfect level Super Sight, Shiryu felt that it shouldn't be a problem for 11 to develop the second profundity skill. It was the long-distance profundity skill, Electromagnetic Cannon. He could condense a metal cannonball with Transcendent level Hardening, then use the Thunder Palm to construct a miniature electromagnetic field and shoot the metal cannonball out with electromagnetic acceleration. Shiryu felt that this profundity was even more difficult than the Thunder Armor, but with the support of supervision that could see the energy flow, he should be able to give it a try. But now, this small goal might have to be delayed for a period of time. Firstly, it was because the supplements were running out of time again. Secondly, there were only a few days left until the vocation assessment this year. There might not be enough time. Shiryu arrived at the second-story balcony of the villa and looked at the blue sky. He sighed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been 9 months since he transmigrated to this world. The small goal he set back then seemed to be to become a professional beast tamer within a year. Was he really going to achieve it now? Although he did get help from a rich woman, but as expected of you, Shiryu. The vocation assessment is equivalent to the college entrance examination in the beast taming world. Be it entering a top-level institute, becoming an official member of Bureau 11, or enjoying comprehensive privileges, the professional beast tamer certificate is a threshold that can't be avoided. To put it bluntly, countless beast tamers will flock to the vocation assessment every batch. This is the first stage for the vast number of beast tamers to showcase themselves. Then let's give it a try. Shiryu called out at the round 11, which was now basically the size of a 0.4-meter Pikachu, and Buggy, who was in training. 11 carried the cell phone that Shiryu had provided for it and Buggy and walked over eagerly. The green worm also crawled over with excitement. They were also counting on the time. They knew the vocation assessment would be starting soon. These two guys naturally knew what the vocation assessment was. After all, it was hard not to know when they were doing 2 sets of papers every day. I've decided. I'll return to the ancient capital tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. Don't screw up in this vocation assessment. Shiryu looked at them sternly. Woo. Gee. 11 and Buggy reassured Shiryu. He couldn't guarantee the written test, but in terms of battle, they would definitely give their lives away. Otherwise, they would really be letting down Shiryu's points for this period of time. With that, 11 raised its cell phone. It would leave the other things to them, but was wondering if it could trouble Shiryu to take a few photos for them to remember during the competition. Please. How many times have I said this? I'm a beast tamer, not a photographer. Chapter 103. Progress of the Iron-Eating Beast Research Group. Chapter 103, Progress of the Iron-Eating Beast Research Group. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The weather in the ancient capital had already turned cold in December. Outside the ancient capital airport, flights after flights made the place very lively. It was almost January. At the moment, the entire country was paying attention to one thing. Job assessment. In the ancient kingdom of Donghuang, every city above level 2 had already started preparing for the vocation assessment. Among them, the professional assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association of the 9 first-level cities was the highest number of participants and the highest quality of participants. At that moment, most of the quasi-professional beast tamers from the dozen or so second-tier cities around ancient capital that were the size of Icefield City arrived at this time. Beast tamers gathered. It was much more lively than the opening day of ancient capital university in September. In the airport, Shiryu was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a panda pattern in the center. He wore an ordinary pair of black sports pants and carried a black backpack. His white sports shoes stepped on the ground as he tried his best to leave the crowd. Damn it, there are more people than last time. Shiryu, who had finally left the crowd, took a deep breath, as if he had been reborn. Over here. Just as they left the airport, Shiryu was still looking around when a luxury car honked. The window was lowered, and the panda senior in the driver's seat poked her head out and waved at Shiryu. The gazes of the young people who had also come out of the airport stayed in the luxurious car and the beautiful panda senior for a long time. Then, they saw Shiryu get into the car with a smile and couldn't help but feel jealous. How envious. They were all here in the ancient capital, so why did you have a luxury car and beautiful woman to pick you up? Where did the car come from? Shiryu asked curiously after getting into the car. Although this car wasn't a mechanical life, it probably wasn't any cheaper than a pet of a good race. Junior Lin Yuer. Lin Xiuzhu smiled and said, I borrowed it to pick you up. Oh. Shiryu nodded. The 7 archaeological elites. Among the beast tamers who could enter the ancient capital university to study, apart from some geniuses who had rare beast taming talents or just had pure talent, most were rich second-generation heirs and second-generation heirs. It wasn't strange for them to have a luxury car. In the past few months, the archaeological 7 elites had been so high that they exploded. Hall Master Lin Xiuzhu, and other specializations in the feeding department, research department, and archaeology department of the ancient capital university established an iron-eating beast evolution research group. The 7 archaeological elites also successfully infiltrated. Although they were only doing some miscellaneous work at the moment, it could be said that they had added a beautiful sum to their learning resume. In 3 months, Hall Master Lin and the other study of the iron-eating beast's evolution was almost coming to an end. At the invitation of Hall Master Lin and the others, 2 master-level iron-eating beast tamers who cultivated iron-eating beasts in the country completed the evolution, proving the feasibility of this evolution method. At the same time, they also tricked a large amount of research funds from them. In addition, by comparing the various data on the evolution forms of ordinary iron-eating beasts and iron-eating beasts, the research team also researched how to let ordinary iron-eating beasts awaken their giant transformation skills at the awakening stage before the evolution. If he could find a stable awakening method, the iron-eating beast's race level might even be reassessed. It wasn't impossible for it to become a high-level transcendent race. Shiryu was relatively satisfied with the research efficiency of this research team. Unfortunately, 11 didn't have to learn giant transformation at all. The principle of giant transformation was the same as multiplication, and it couldn't be superimposed and used like hardening and impregnable iron. It was meaningless. When will the evolution of the iron-eating beasts be announced? In the car, Shiryu asked. We're still lacking some data. There's also some controversy regarding the evaluation of race level. After experimenting with the iron-eating beasts of the other 2 masters, we finally confirmed how many evolution materials the iron-eating beasts use to evolve. It determines the race potential of the iron-eating beasts after evolution. For example, the racial level of my father's iron-eating beast after evolution was evaluated as middle-class monarch. Mid-level monarch. Not bad. Well, firstly, it's because the skill, inner power, is an extremely outstanding battle skill even among super skills. Secondly, it's because the iron-eating beast's overall physical quality after evolution is completely not inferior to some alternative dragons. It's all thanks to its physical fitness. However, there's a master who used fewer evolution materials. This iron-eating beast's body strength is much weaker after evolution. It can only be considered to have reached the evaluation standard of a low-level monarch race. There's also a master. Because of the comparison. Therefore, her iron-eating beast only used a small portion of the evolution materials to complete the evolution. After the evolution, it didn't awaken any transcendent skills, and its species rank can only be judged as high-class commander rank. Iron-eating beasts are a rare race that are not fixed after evolution. Oh right, during the process, we also tried to use other high-level alloys to complete the evolution, but we all failed. The alloy synthesized by Dean Howe according to the metal sheet is the best evolutionary ingredient ratio. So, in the future, when your 11 evolves, you mustn't save on evolution materials. Sell everything you've got. It's a pity that you don't have suitable experimental subjects and don't have enough funds. Otherwise, we would have to study whether the iron-eating beast can evolve in the giant armor no matter what. Previously, Qingjie had even said that 11 could shrink to more than 10 centimeters and then wear an alloy battle armor to evolve. This could save a lot of money, but from the looks of it, they were indeed in a pit. If he really did that, it would delay 11's evolution potential. However, wearing battle armor after becoming a giant. If he let it multiply to dozens of meters and wear armor that was dozens of meters tall, how much would it cost? Not even 10 billion could cover it. Even if they could stimulate better racial potential, could they find so many evolution materials in the country? Shiryu's expression darkened. However, the research team had researched that there was a chance of awakening the giant transformation before the iron-eating beast evolved. Perhaps that was how the giant transformation was used. What's wrong with you? The panda senior looked at Shiryu sitting weakly beside her and asked blankly. Shiryu, no, I'm fine. I just have a stomachache. This research team was really established correctly. Shiryu was now very puzzled. Was this research team here to resolve his problems or to deceive him into paying money? Although it's a little controversial, it won't be long. At the moment, the final assessment process is underway. It's estimated that in at most a month, the information on the iron-eating beast's evolution will be announced. At the same time, it will be included in the textbooks and exam questions. The panda senior placed her hand on the steering wheel and smiled. Unfortunately, there's no progress in the study of inscriptions. We're almost here. This time, Shiryu did not need to stay in a hotel. He just needed to stay in ancient capital university. The Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute that was built half a month ago was not small. It could completely vacate a spot for Shiryu. Although Shiryu was currently a man who did nothing, no matter what, he still seemed to be the in charge of this project. After arriving at the research institute, Shiryu realized that Master Lin Hongyan and the others weren't around. Instead, a few of the archaeological 7 elites were idling here. What should be there was not there, what shouldn't be there was all there. He still wanted to touch the restrained giant panda and replicate his hand skill. It looked like there was no chance today. Junior Shiryu, you're here. Lin Yuer, another girl, Lu Yao, Zheng Yingjie, and Wang Lu were playing cards on the first floor of the research institute. When he saw them, Shiryu's face darkened. He was chilling around because he was here to get ready for the assessment, but why were these guys chilling too? The panda senior beside Shiryu smiled and said, "Have you fed the iron-eating beast? Are the experimental equipment checked?" We're done," everyone said. However, it was still because their mission was not heavy. In the research institute, there were still a few little metal-eating beasts in the backyard at the awakening stage for use in cooperation with research. Their mission was to serve the little iron-eating beasts well and record their growth data. They were clearly from the archaeology department, but were doing the work of the feeding department and research department. Fortunately, this wasn't a difficult task. With the guidance of an ancient major feeding department graduate who specialized in the cultivation of iron-eating beasts, Lin Xiuzhu was basically fine. Junior, seeing how energetic you are, you must be ready. How is it? The level of the beast taming space has increased, right? The iron-eating beast has also reached the transcendent level, right? Have you contracted a second pet? As Shiryu arrived, the few of them stopped their card entertainment and began to ask Shiryu about his training results curiously. Initially, after the research institute was built, everyone invited Shiryu to stay over. However, Shiryu rejected it immediately. What a joke. There were so many people here, how could he be at ease and upgrade his pet's points? Yes, there's basically no problem. Shiryu smiled. Now, the only uncertainty was the written test. The question bank for the vocation assessment was much deeper than the items in the textbooks during school. He had only trained them for this for a period of time. He didn't know if it would work. Although one didn't have to give outstanding grades and pass the written test, if one didn't pass the written test, they would also be directly eliminated. What a scam. This mechanism was too complicated. That's good. Zheng Yingjie nodded and said, by the way, do you want any news? I heard that there are several monster geniuses participating in this vocation assessment. I wonder if you can meet them. Tell me about it. At this moment, Shiryu had already sat down and was drinking ice. He quietly listened to his seniors brag. There seems to be a person. His father is a spirit medium, and his mother's dragon tamer. He's even more ridiculous. He contracted a netherbone young dragon of both undead and dragon elements, as well as a second pet. A remnant soul of a dragon of the undead family. The most ridiculous thing is that his two pets can still fuse together to fight. Although one is a bone dragon and the other is a dragon soul, they can't be considered real dragons, but together, it feels pretty much the same. Probably not even a single commander-type pet can withstand it. Zheng Yingjie clicked his tongue. I heard that before the assessment even started, he had already been reserved by our combat college's combat faculty and battle club. By the way, his parents seem to be graduates of ancient capital university, famous top-notch masters. This is definitely a planned growth route. Shiryu, M. Initially, Shiryu didn't mind because even if the opponent was a commander species creature, as long as its growth level was still at the transcendent level, 11 could fight it. However, what the hell was the point of the two pets merging? Dragon soul possession bone dragon. That worked too. In comparison, he felt that 11 and Buggy didn't cooperate much. It was negligent. It was mainly because there was too much time and he didn't have time to give 11 and Buggy a powerful double combat strategy. Also, I heard that Legend Yin's 12-year-old son is also going to participate in this vocation assessment. I don't know if it's true, but it's ridiculous. I haven't even awakened my beast-taming talent at the age of 12. Why are there 12-year-olds? Shiryu was speechless. It wasn't strange for there to be candidates aged 32, 42, and 52, but 12 years old was too much. Maybe he inherited Legend Yin's beast-taming talent. His special beast-taming talent's strength can rank in the top 30 among all beast-taming talents. What talent? Shiryu asked. Special beast-taming talent. Speaking of which, if his skill index was also considered a special beast-taming talent, it probably belonged to an extremely abnormal level. At the moment, the known strongest beast-taming talent was still a beast-tamer from the last century. It was said that he had the evolution talent and could help any pet complete evolution at the smallest cost. At the same time, he was the beast-tamer closest to the mythical domain in the legends. Shiryu felt that his skill index was a little inferior to this evolution talent. Sometimes, special talents were so unreasonable compared to strengthening talents. The weakest beast-taming talent must be special talents, but the strongest beast-taming talent must also be special talents. Chapter 104, This Shiryu is Poor. Chapter 104, This Shiryu is Poor. His beast-taming talent is spatial strengthening talent. Speaking of this talent, Zheng Yingjie showed an envious expression, almost drooling. Didn't you say just now that it was a special talent? Why did it become a strengthening talent? Shiryu curled his lips. Ah, sorry. There are two spatial strengthening talents. One is spatial strength strengthening talent. This classification is strengthening. It's used on pets. It's also very strong. His beast-taming talent is beast-taming space enhancement. It's used on oneself, so it's a special type. It can strengthen the beast-tamer's affinity for the beast-taming space and strengthen the strength, scale, and environment of the beast-taming space. Let me put it this way. Ordinary beast trainers can only contract one pet. They can contract transcendent race pets, but with this talent, they can contract 2 pets at the trainee stage and contract commander pets. The beast taming space, after it reached the 2nd level, would make it so that the upper limit can contract 4 pets, which is twice that of an ordinary beast tamer. At the same time, the growth level and race level of the contracted pet are also higher than that of a beast tamer of the same level. This is the beast taming talent of the legendary beast tamer In Zhongrong, the legend of the ancient capital. If his son also inherits this talent, that would be awesome. He would definitely be another legendary beast tamer in the future. Beast taming space strengthening talent. Shiryu was stunned. This guy's talent was so unscientific. It was cheating. How were the other beast tamers supposed to deal with this? However, his skill index wasn't much better. It seemed to be cheating in other aspects too. He had already mastered one of the combination skills mastered by a master-level beast tamer. On the other hand, beast tamers who had the beast taming space strengthening talent could enjoy the benefits of the high-level beast taming space at a low level. He felt that this beast taming talent was also very fragrant. Skill index, you have to be more careful. It's fine if you say that there's a limit to the number of skill replications, and it's fine if the teaching cost is so high, but you actually have some confidence. When can you be a little more promising and evolve an ability to replicate beast taming talents? Shiryu thought. Shiryu expressed that he also wanted to learn skills. This talent is low in the top 30. I feel that it can be ranked in the top 20 since ancient times, Wang Le said. Zheng Jie said that. The beast taming space enhancement talent could also be ranked in the top 30 of all beast taming talents. Regarding this, Wang Le denied his views. Who cares? This kind of thing has never been ranked official before. In short, it's very strong, Zheng Jie said. But the more powerful this beast taming talent is, the greater the burden on beast tamers. I heard that Legendian's money to buy cultivation resources every year is insane. You could travel around the world with that. It's slow enough for ordinary people to increase the level of the beast taming space. It's only harder for beast tamers with space enhancement talent to increase the level of the beast taming space. It's purely a rich man's talent. However, with a legendary father, Legendian's son should be able to cultivate very comfortably. He probably grew up on a pile of ethereal stones. His first pet must also be of a high race. It's so frustrating. My legendary beast tamer father, Zheng Jie, also wanted to be able to say a sentence like that. What kind of vocation assessment was this? He came to participate in the vocation assessment at the age of 12 purely to attack people. Everyone looked at Shiryu in unison. Strangely, Shiryu looked calm at that moment. He didn't seem to be under any pressure. What was going on? Why was he not worried? Shiryu was stunned and said, "What are you looking at me for?" There were also rankings for those who passed the vocation assessment. Rankings were also the goal of many quasi-level beast tamers. The few of them thought that Shiryu was lazy and did not want to compete. Aren't you going to compete? Senior Panda leaned against the wall and hugged her chest. She smiled and saw through Shiryu's true nature. To put it bluntly, someone like Shiryu lacked motivation. 11 has mastered so many powerful techniques and even a combination technique. It's not necessarily inferior to those supernatural commander-level beast pets. Why don't you guys give it a try? The higher your ranking, the greater the benefits. For example, if you can rank in the top 20 of this year's assessment and enter the ancient capital university, not only will you be exempted from the 4-year tuition fees, but the school will also provide a huge enrollment scholarship and credits that can be exchanged for various resources as a reward. As for the top 5, the top-grade commander-level beast cub school can also get you one of their cubs. It's not too much to say that it's a 10 million level scholarship. First place, well, there should still be cultivation resources worth tens of millions. After the annual vocation assessment, it's very common to try and keep people in. The main reason is to prevent the genius beast tamers from taking the assessment in the ancient capital from being transferred to other top-level colleges. Therefore, the school will spend a lot of money to keep these geniuses, Senior Panda said. This was the advantage of being in a top-notch school. As long as one had talent, they could compete and nurture many resources. It was far easier than obtaining resources in society. That's right. Junior Shiryu, charge. There's only one chance, Zheng Jie and the others said. At this moment, After everyone finished speaking, Shiryu was slightly stunned. Not hidden benefits, but true gold and silver. How could they be so direct? He had already decided to enroll in the ancient capital university's Department of Archaeology. Because it was introduced by Senior Liu, the benefits and treatment were probably not bad. However, this was indeed a little suspicious. If he could use his potential to obtain resources, he might be able to use it more comfortably. After all, the discovery of the iron-eating beast ruins was considered one. In addition to the vocation assessment, it should be able to represent his comprehensive potential. This school might indeed be a very good place to develop. I didn't say that we weren't competing. But there's no need to risk our lives. Let's just perform normally. Shiryu said seriously. Originally, he was also prepared to test the results of his training with the vocation assessment. This time, he had an even more important reason. Alright, whether it was a bone dragon or a dragon soul, or a 12-year-old kid, although he still didn't know how powerful they were. For the sake of the scholarship, please experience the weight of nearly 10 million supplements later. That night, when he heard that Shiryu had returned to the ancient capital, Hall Master Lin also returned to the Iron Beast Research Institute. In order to study the evolution of the iron-eating beasts and find experimental subjects, he had been so busy these days that his scalp had gone numb. For example, it was not a bad thing to have researched the evolutionary materials that determined the evolution potential of the iron-eating beasts. Instead, it was a good thing. This greatly reduced the threshold for ordinary beast tamers to nurture iron-eating beasts to evolve. This allowed the iron-eating beasts to have good value in the low-level, middle-level, and high-level markets. Now, it was a pity that the iron-eating beast only displayed combat value. Now, the Beastmaster Association favored the beast pet races that had low requirements for evolution and could evolve smoothly and bring huge financial benefits. For example, a pet that could produce such resources was a pet that could bring financial benefits. And those pets that could farm. This kind of pet that had mastered special abilities was the main demand in today's era. This was also why some researchers had been studying the evolution of the green silkworm in exchange for fame and benefits. The green silkworm was highly malleable and had many evolution directions. Perhaps they could develop an evolution form that could cause changes in a certain field. However, the evolution form of the iron-eating beasts was actually not bad. After all, the upper limit was a high-end battle power that might approach the overlord races. If high-level battle power was thrown into the wild for future city developments, the economic benefits were not bad, maybe even better. With such a racial level and the fact that the iron-eating beast was a unique pet of the Donghuang, it was not impossible for the iron-eating beast to become the national treasure of the country. The final goal of the iron-eating beast research group was to operate the iron-eating beast into one of the national treasures of the nation. Regardless of whether it could succeed in the end, when the time came, Shiryu, who discovered that the iron-eating beast had evolved, would definitely become popular. He would directly gain both fame and fortune. How nice. At night, because Shiryu said he wanted to see the iron-eating beast evolve, Hall Master Lin Hongnian directly let his iron-eating beast out. Then, they saw Shiryu go up and touch and pet it as if he had seen a relative, leaving Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast at a loss. This guy wasn't even petting his own iron-eating beast baby, so why would he be petting a 20-year-old iron-eating beast veteran? Skill, inner power. Before long, Shiryu stopped with a smile. The other skills weren't important. He had to let 11 learn this godly skill quickly. After Lin Hongnian's research, this skill, even if it didn't cost him, had very strong battle power. As long as the iron-eating beast didn't release its strength and was in a restrained and cute state, it was actually a process of accumulating strength. It was equivalent to the iron-eating beast being able to slowly accumulate additional energy in its body even at full strength, waiting for the time to directly erupt. Now, Shiryu was very curious if he could teach super skills with his physique. As he was too anxious to verify it, Shiryu didn't talk to Hall Master Lin and the others about the research progress and the vocation assessment for too long. He directly returned to the room and summoned 11. After coming out of the ruins bead, 11 looked at Shiryu in confusion. Then, it quickly saw Shiryu's expression. Shiryu even revealed a look of despair. Damn. Why? Shiryu, yen hashtag percent hashtag yen hashtag percent hashtag percent hashtag. 11. It was the same as the super skill plant control. It couldn't be taught. At that time, Shiryu concluded 3 reasons. There were 2 reasons why pets didn't have enough compatibility and strength. Shiryu didn't believe that 11 wouldn't meet these 2 conditions. So, it could only be the 3rd reason. Third, his physique was still too lousy and insufficient to withstand the teaching of super skills. The index was afraid that he would die, so it didn't allow him to teach. Just like the cooldown time, it was a protective mechanism. Shiryu hated it. As expected, it was because he was too lousy. Woo-woo. Although 11 didn't know what had happened, it couldn't help but pat Shiryu's thigh comfortingly when it saw his depressed look. It's alright, it's alright. Relax, he still had 11 and Buggy by his side. I still hate it. Shiryu's eyes were filled with tears. It would take nearly a week to teach high-level skills, so super skills would probably be even more terrifying. When exactly could he teach them? This was still an entry-level super skill. If he still needed to increase some proficiency, Shiryu didn't dare to imagine what he would become. Not only was the learning difficulty higher than low-level skills, but it would also be difficult to increase proficiency in the future. It was so tiring. 11 looked up. Was everything all right now? If so, it would go back to train. Yes. Shiryu said weakly, it's time for the assessment soon. Just warm up appropriately. Why are you training? Come, do 2 sets of papers with me. Then, be good and turn into a big bed and sleep. 11. Let the worm do it. It can change many more ways than I can. Chapter 105, Battle Restaurant. Chapter 105, Battle Restaurant. There were 2 ways to register for the vocation assessment. One was to register at the local Beast Tamer Association, and the other was to register online. Shiryu had signed up on the internet, so he just had to wait for the assessment to start. There's still a day. After waking up in the morning, Shiryu stretched. At the same time, he thought about whether he should give 11 and Buggy a double combat strategy at the last minute. The first stage of the vocation assessment was alright. It was to verify the Beast Tamer's Beast Tamer level and pet level. It was similar to an interview. Beast Tamers who reached the threshold could pass. After being reminded by the Panda Senior, Shiryu knew that the most important stage was the final assessment. At that time, all the candidates who had passed the first 3 assessments would undergo the ranking battle. There were no restrictions in this assessment. For example, some Beast Tamers only cultivated 1 pet, but if their opponents cultivated 2, they could only fight 1 against 2. To be precise, it was 2 against 3, because in this battle, Beast Tamers could also participate in the battle. This was to give some Beast Tamers with special talent a chance to display their strength. Therefore, this time, it was a test of the overall battle power of the Beast Tamer. For example, the 12-year-old prodigy Zheng Yingjie mentioned might be able to summon 3 or 4 pets with his talent. There were even candidates who had reached the 3rd level in the beast taming space in advance who could possibly summon 3 pets. This way, teamwork was especially important. Beast tamers who hadn't undergone this training would definitely suffer. Panda, Buggy. It doesn't match. After washing up, Shiryu began to think. In fact, he also trained 11 and Buggy's tacit understanding. 11 and Buggy often trained and fought together, so the 2 pets knew each other very well. However, due to race and skill restrictions, if they wanted to cooperate, it would be to use the worm silk to control the opponent while 11 attacked. Although they could barely cooperate, he felt that there was no qualitative leap. It wasn't a perfect fit. It was far inferior to the Dragon Soul Possession Bone Dragon. The improvement brought by the integration strategy was more direct. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about it in the future. With the skill, Illusory Phantom, if he wanted to, Buggy and any pet could cooperate very well, but he needed a lot of time to practice them. Now, Shiryu clearly didn't have much time. Moreover, 11 and Buggy had yet to master their own pile of skills, so how could they have the time to study double combat tactics? Shiryu was hoping that 11 and Buggy could rely on their outstanding individual qualities to fight 2 to 3. This was also a method. In short, as long as the pets were strong enough, the number of the enemy didn't matter. Moreover, 11 also had the deterrence skill. No one. When Shiryu came out of his room, he realized that the research institute was cold and quiet. Only Senior Panda was there. It was only 9. He wasn't late either. They went to buy experimental equipment. Senior Panda was preparing a nutritious meal for the little iron eaters in the backyard. Oh. Sure, you nodded. Did you have breakfast? Do you want to drink the fresh milk prepared for the iron-eating beast? Forget it. Sure, you waved his hand. The iron-eating beasts drank too much milk. He was afraid that it would exceed the metal content. Panda smiled and said, "You can go to the school canteen to take a look. There seems to be instant noodles in the other cabinet too if you want. Then I'll go out and take a look." Sure, you didn't really want to eat instant noodles either. "If you want to go out, do you want to go to your own examination venue tomorrow?" asked the Panda Senior. Ancient Capital is still pretty big. Do you know where your next examination venue is? It would be too awkward if he missed the assessment because he was late to the wrong venue. Although it looked pretty stupid, there were such beast tamers every year. When Lin Xiuzhu participated in the assessment back then, she saw someone crying outside the examination hall because he was late. This group of unlucky children. There were all kinds of people in the world. Sure, you exclaimed. Which examination hall was he from? A certain someone fell into deep thought. He really didn't notice. He originally wanted to confirm his location today, but Senior Panda reminded him just in time. Sure, you took out his new cell phone and checked it. It looks like the Lotus Lake Arena. I'll go take a look later, said Shiryu. It's quite far from here, said the Panda Senior. Then why don't you send me there? Shiryu was addicted to sitting in the car. The Panda Senior rejected and said, "Go alone. I still have to take care of the iron-eating beasts." Besides, the car was also driven away by junior sister Lin Yuer. I understand. Shiryu was sad. The vocation assessment was such a big thing. Didn't he get the treatment of getting a car? After all, he might become the Scholar of the Year this year. Shiryu went out alone. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. This assessment was like the college entrance examination. The candidates, parents, and official institutions were the ones who thought about it all day. Although outsiders would also pay attention, they were purely watching the commotion. Shiryu didn't have any relatives, so he was definitely being treated like an orphan. A taxi, my savior. It was not as convenient to buy a car. Next, Shiryu chose to listen to Senior Panda's suggestion and stepped on the examination venue in advance. The Lotus Lake Arena was a very large venue in ancient capital city. It could accommodate 50,000 people at most, so it was definitely not a problem to treat it as an examination hall. Shiryu took an hour via taxi before rushing over from the research institute. Without a traffic jam. From the looks of it, he had to get up early tomorrow. Otherwise, he would be dead if he got stuck in a traffic jam. Why don't we just not go home? Shiryu stood outside the arena and was silent for a long time. Finally, he picked up his cell phone and called Senior Panda. Are you there? The other side asked. We're here. It's a little further than I thought, so I won't be going back today. Was this how he did things? Is there still a place to stay? At this time, shouldn't the surrounding hotels be full? Don't worry, Shiryu said. He had the ruins bead. When the time came, he could just sleep on the panda bed in the bead. Why would he want a hotel? In order to avoid waking up early tomorrow and to consider the risk of traffic jams, Shiryu felt that it was safer to sleep near the examination hall. As expected of you, Shiryu. He directly eliminated the risk of being late. He sure was smart. Then, all right. Regarding this, Senior Panda was speechless. However, during the vocation assessment, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, she seemed to have rented a room near the examination hall. This was indeed the easiest way. After saying goodbye to the Panda Senior, Shiryu hung up. He looked at the arena. At the moment, the arena was in a sealed state. People were gathered around. Judging from the age distribution of the crowd, they should be similar to him. They were all here to set the stage in advance. In other words, they were all competitors. Forget it, let's not think too much. Let's find a place to eat first. Gulp. After confirming the examination venue, Shiryu began to pay attention to his stomach. He definitely didn't have time to eat breakfast, so he might as well eat lunch now. He held his cell phone and started to search for restaurants nearby through the food reviews. To be honest, sure you really found a restaurant that looked impressive. Halberd Eating Garden. Upon seeing the name, sure you felt that this place was not bad. It might even be a little trashy. This was a national chain restaurant that mainly used transcendent creatures as ingredients to make fantasy-level food. It was spread all over 9 first-level cities. The head chefs were all food tamers with professional strength and big bosses in the cooking world. At the moment, this restaurant was the most popular. Sure you opened the comments and immediately knew the reason. This was still a high-level battle restaurant. The restaurant was in the midst of an activity. As long as any beast tamer who participated in the vocation assessment passed the battle test in the restaurant, the meal would be on the house. It's a fancy promotion. When Shiryu saw the rules, he immediately thought to himself that these guys were business masters. He understood the rules. Generally speaking, the restaurants welcomed the beast tamers who participated in the vocation assessment to eat. After the meal, the restaurant would arrange for 2 guests to battle. The winner of the battle was directly exempted. The losing party only needed to pay their own expenses, and there was no need for additional payment. From the looks of it, the store was at a huge disadvantage. Not only did they have to waive a single order, they also had to provide the venue. It was a discount activity that was beneficial to all the customers. However, when Shiryu saw the price of the food, who would believe that the store would lose money? As long as enough people went, even if only half of them spent money, the restaurant would still make a killing and even become famous. This marketing method was worth learning for other restaurants, because in this way, if every restaurant is like this, won't I be able to freeload every meal? Shiryu was clearly very confident in his own strength. He headed straight for the restaurant. He clearly knew that the restaurant was baiting, but who would think that they were being baited? Moreover, Shiryu didn't just do it for free. Eating is secondary. Why don't we take the opportunity to let Buggy battle? Shiryu thought to himself that the vocation assessment was coming soon. Apart from fighting 11, Buggy had never fought other pets. Should he let it experience it in advance? Otherwise, Buggy would fail at the critical moment. Chapter 106, Buggy's First Battle. Chapter 106, Buggy's First Battle. Halberd Eating Garden was originally called Halberd Eating Restaurant. It was established by a legendary beast tamer. It was said that when this legendary beast tamer was young, he accidentally entered a dangerous place and lost contact with the outside world. He lived alone in the wild for several years. For the past few years, in order to fill his stomach, he and his pets could only hunt those wild creatures for survival. Then, they ate wild food for several years. He had eaten creatures from the transcendent level to the commander level. As he ate, they killed their way through the wilderness. He successfully returned to human society. After returning, this beast tamer seemed to have opened the door to a new world, summarizing a philosophy of life: combat and delicacies are more compatible. Halberd Eating Restaurant was born because of this. He himself had also gone on the path of a gourmet beast tamer and never returned. In order to eat the taste of monarch-level creatures or even overlord-level creatures, he started to work hard in cultivation. In the end, he inexplicably became a legendary beast tamer in Donghuang. This is the power of a foodie. Shiryu browsed the introduction of Halberd Eating Garden on the internet and was a little shocked. It was too inspirational. He just didn't know if this legendary beast tamer had tasted a dragon in the end. Shiryu arrived at the ancient capital's Halberd Eating Garden branch with the mood of worship. This place was very large. The entire restaurant was built in a huge courtyard that could accommodate thousands of people. Before entering, he could already see many people. As expected of a legendary beast tamer company, it looked very popular. "Welcome, do you have an appointment?" After Shiryu entered the courtyard, a waiter in a suit welcomed him and asked. No, after Shiryu simply explained to the waiter that he was here to participate in the event, the waiter immediately understood. Then, he led Shiryu to a single-person private room to eat. Then, Shiryu naturally ate a big meal. He ate very nourishing food. He could only say that he understood everything. Unfortunately, this was a restaurant targeted at beast tamers and didn't provide food for pets. Otherwise, Shiryu even wanted to call 11 and Buggy out to eat together. In any case, the meal might be free later. As the ingredients were all transcendent creatures and the taste was too delicious, Shiryu alone spent a total of 60,000 yuan. Actually, the price was alright, not even as expensive as a divine bean. However, this was also related to the fact that divine beans weren't prepared for ordinary professional beast tamers. They were standard supplements for master-level beast tamers. Shiryu might be the first person to eat something so nutritious at the trainee stage. After eating a pile of nourishing food, Shiryu wiped his mouth and fell into deep thought. Although after these supplements were cooked, they gave up part of their nutrition in pursuit of delicacies and didn't have the natural supplements, it seemed to be alright. If there were such events every day, he would come for a meal every time he finished adding points. Moreover, there would be free venues and sparring sessions. Wouldn't that be beautiful? But here's the problem again. Is it safe to let Buggy go? If it loses, it will be 60,000 yuan, Shiryu was stunned. The peak battle power of the worm was equivalent to that of a low-level commander pet cub. It was still risky. There shouldn't be any lousy candidates who would dare to eat at such a place, right? Forget it, forget it. It didn't matter. If Buggy dared to lose, it could just let it work to repay its debts. Its ability to earn money was still better than 11's. After pressing the bell for the waiter, Shiryu began to silently wait for the subsequent battle arrangements. At the same time, in another private room, two boys of similar age were drinking drinks and waiting. They are discussing a very important question. "Cousin, who's going to participate in the battle later?" A young man with a crew cut said. Halberd Eating Restaurant's activity this time supported multiple candidates eating together. When the time came, they just needed to send one representative to battle. There was no need for every candidate to battle. The restaurant would match its opponent according to the amount of money the customer spent. In the end, no matter who won, the restaurant would not lose. The two of us are about the same. Actually, it's the same for both of us. As long as we don't encounter commander-type pets, aren't we just killing randomly, the buzz-cut cousin said. In the vocation assessment, there were still very few who could contract the cubs of racial creatures. They didn't believe that they were so unlucky to have encountered it. That's right. Then, I'll go. But if I lose, you can't blame me. We'll split the meal 50-50, the short-haired cousin said. All right, the buzz-cut cousin said. But you have to be more serious. For the professional assessment, I'm a little tight on money now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to such a place to be a gambler. The short-haired cousin, it's not a big problem, not a big problem. I shouldn't lose. Not long later, a waiter in a suit entered the private room and said to the pair of cousins who were participating in the vocation assessment, "Sorry for the wait. I've already prepared a suitable opponent and venue for you." Ordinary restaurants definitely didn't have the right to casually prepare a battlefield area. Halberd Eating Garden was relatively special. After all, the founder was a legendary beast tamer. In Donghuang, the legendary beast tamer was the highest battle power below the national guardian. They enjoyed special privileges everywhere. From the chefs to the waiters, everyone in the Halberd Eating Garden was a beast tamer. It was also considered a restaurant with a very special style. Next, under the lead of the waiter, the pair of cousins arrived at a battleground in the courtyard. It was extremely lively here. There were people fighting in every independent battleground. It seemed like they were all candidates who had come to participate in the vocation assessment to warm up. He's our opponent. After the short-haired brother was brought over by the waiter, he saw Shiryu, who was leaning against the edge of the venue, browsing his cell phone on the isolation net. Yes, the waiter said. The buzz-cut cousin stared at Shiryu and felt that he looked a little familiar. A moment later, he chuckled. This smile immediately made the waiter a little puzzled, and also made the cousin who was about to fight beside him a little puzzled. At the same time, it also attracted Shiryu's attention. "What is it?" asked his cousin. "I remember a happy thing," the buzz-cut cousin whispered. "You're safe in this battle." He finally remembered why Shiryu looked familiar. Back then, when he was visiting ancient capital university, he wanted to find a random person to fight and kill time. Then, he happened to find Shiryu in front of him. However, that battle could not be established in the end. The reason was very simple. At that time, Shiryu was too lousy. He said that his pet was only at the 9th level of awakening and had not even reached the transcendent level. When the buzzcut cousin heard that, he lost interest and directly rolled his eyes and left. The world was so small. Fate was indescribably wonderful. At a time like this, he liked rookies like Shiryu a lot. After all, he could freeload. He had only awakened level 9 3 months ago. Even if he broke through to the transcendent level 3 months later, how strong could Shiryu be? This guy's smile is so annoying. Do I know him? Shiryu looked at the two people the waiter brought and was a little stunned. He had completely forgotten that he had met the other party once. His head didn't remember useless things. It was filled with pet information and the rich lady's cell phone number. Brother, how are you? At this moment, the cousin who had been encouraged by his cousin walked forward and greeted Shiryu. Cousin knew him. He was a little more confident now. At the same time, he smiled. Hello. Shiryu nodded. He was quite enthusiastic. However, he didn't look very smart or like an expert. Buggy should be stable. Gentlemen, can we start the battle now? The battle rules are a one-on-one battle between pets, the waiter said. Time was money. They didn't have time to let the guests talk too much. It was also because of this that the battle rules here had always been a battle between pets. This could avoid a lot of trouble and shorten the battle time. Sure, Shiryu and the straight-hair boy said at the same time. At this moment, as Shiryu and the straight-hair boy arrived at the two sides of the arena, the waiter also acted as the judge. The buzz-cut cousin, who was watching by the side, touched his chin. Great, I can save some money again. Next, in the center of the arena, the waiter and judge quickly repeated the rules and left the arena to the two parties. Shiryu and the boy named Zhao Rui quickly summoned their battle pets at the same time. Hoo. The same gray summoning array represented that both of them were beast tamers who had reached level 2 in the beast taming space. A huge figure 2 meters tall appeared in front of Zhao Rui. This figure had a strong brown body. Its body was like a huge wrapped branch, and its whole body was covered in green vines. Above its body, there were deep and empty yellow shining eyes and mouth, indicating that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary tree. Name, Tree Spirit. Attributes, Wood. Race skill, Wood Spike, Wood Whip, Absorption, Wood Shield. This was a common but very powerful plant-type pet. The branches of the tree spirit were harder and stronger than steel bars, and it could be as agile as hands. The penetration power of the wooden spikes could easily penetrate most metal. Wood Shield and Absorption. One guaranteed the defense of the tree spirit, and the other guaranteed the continuation of the tree spirit by absorbing the nutrients of the opponent's body. Like the wings of wind, the tree spirit was one of the few pets with excellent comprehensive qualities among transcendent races. Moreover, it was obvious that this tree spirit's growth level had also reached the transcendent level. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to deal with. As long as the opponent isn't a fire element pet. In the arena, Zhao Rui summoned the formation and kept looking at the pet Shiryu had summoned. Then, he fell into deep thought about life. It wasn't just him. The waiter, judge, and Zhao Rui's older cousin also, GG. In the small summoning array on Shiryu's side, a tiny caterpillar with a green furry body and innocent eyes crawled out. It had 2 yellow antennae on its head. It raised its head and looked at the tree spirit in front of it, smiling. It was the disgrace of the pet generation, the green silkworm. At this moment, Buggy looked at the tree spirit excitedly. Good, this time, it countered the other party. Birds countered bugs, while bugs countered plants. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Although that was the case, Zhao Rui and the tree spirit did not have the slightest awareness of being countered. They immediately felt depressed. Are you King serious? Zhao Rui was at a loss. As expected of my cousin, he really didn't lie to me. His opponent doesn't look very smart, so this wave was stable. Please be more serious, sure. You said. You guys attack first. Seeing that his opponent seemed to be looking down on Buggy, Shiryu knew that the bug's deception was too strong, stronger than the cute form of an 11-year-old cub. This couldn't be helped. Damn. Zhao Rui's cousin was also stunned. Although he believed when his cousin said it was stable, he didn't expect things to be so stable. What was Shiryu doing? Doing charity. It wasn't that he despised the green silkworm, but at least let it evolve before coming. Even if it was the most basic evolution wind crystal butterfly, he wouldn't have such a reaction. An awkward cold wind blew, raising dust. Grab him and be gentle. Just throw him out of the arena. In the arena, Zhao Rui gave the order with a dark expression. He was also afraid that the tree spirit would smash the green worm into meat paste with a wooden whip. The command was very gentle. He was a kind person. Ah! The tree spirit cried out in difficulty. Then, an arm-thick brown branch stretched out from its body and grabbed the green worm opposite it. It was a very simple whipping, but it shouldn't be a problem. It was simply a waste of talent to deal with the green worm. However, in the face of such an attack, Buggy on the other side showed a dissatisfied expression. Gee! Can you be more serious? Usually, Buggy fought with 11, who didn't lose to the cubs of monarchs. It was clearly dissatisfied with this kind of attack. It spat out a crystalline white thread from its mouth. It didn't even use the spatial nature to make the worm silk transparent as it spat it out. The green worm's action stunned everyone. Worm silk versus wooden whip. Good lord, was it the same level? However, before everyone could be stunned for long, their expressions froze in the next second. The worm silk spat out by the green silkworm immediately bent slightly from the middle when it approached the wooden whip wielded by the tree spirit. It was like a dancing sharp blade, waving and emitting a few whooshing sounds. Ah! Immediately after, the tree spirit suddenly shouted. Its wooden whip directly fell to the ground one by one, as if it had encountered an extremely sharp weapon cutting into it. The full-level worm silk that had been added 256 times could even leave a mark on 11's transcendent level hardening, let alone just cutting the small branch like this. In a round of confrontation, Buggy directly displayed his strength. Sure, you and Buggy weren't surprised, but as this scene happened, Zhao Rui and the others were directly stunned. How is this possible? This wasn't the end. After cutting through the opponent's wooden whip, Buggy's gaze focused as he continued to control the worm silk to shoot. Ah! At this moment, tree sap flowed out of the tree spirit's forehead. It was drenched in sweat. It sensed the pressure and quickly controlled the wooden whip to smash. However, the instant the thick branch and the thin worm silk collided, the outcome was still the same as before. In just an instant, the worm silk slashed out like the sharpest and toughest weapon, splitting the wooden whip into pieces. At that moment, Zhao Rui's expression nearly exploded, as if he had seen something that shattered his values. This was AF * King Green Worm. This was AF * King Worm Silk. What was going on? Wasn't his cousin hinting that the opponent was very weak? The pet race he sent out was indeed very weak, but this strength was unscientific. The buzz-cut cousin was also shocked. What was with this green worm? He couldn't understand it at all. As for the waiter, his mouth was slightly agape from the start to the end. He could not understand the performance of the green worm. Would shield. At this moment, seeing that the green silkworm's worm silk was continuing to attack the tree spirit like a life-threatening rope, the veins on Zhao Rui's forehead popped up. Wood element natural fluctuations appeared on his body, and a strong wind swept up around him. At the same time, the quality of the energy in the tree spirit's body increased. After being enhanced by the beast tamer's wood element strengthening talent, its battle power increased greatly. As its body retreated, a row of wooden pillars bent in front of it, forming half an arched wall to protect itself. This time, the worm silk only left a white scratch on the wooden shield and did not successfully break through the defense. Zhao Rui was delighted. That's it. Unfortunately, he didn't last long. In the next moment, his expression collapsed again, and he put on the painful mask. The worm silk could only leave white marks on the wooden shield. This did not mean that the wood shield's defense was high. It was also because the green worm's current worm silk was not at its strongest state. Not only did it not activate all the spatial properties of the worm silk, but there were also relatively few worm silk at the moment. At the same time, it had yet to use illusions to manifest its stronger self in the dream realm. At this moment, in the face of a stronger opponent, the worm quickly retracted its worm silk. At the same time, dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads shot out of its mouth. Then, these silk threads were wrapped together, forming a thick pillar like a wooden whip. The head of the thread pillar was wrapped like a spear. At this moment, under the control of the green silkworm, it shot out at a high speed. At that moment, although everyone could not see the insect silk clearly due to the special nature of the worm silk, the sudden sound of breaking through the air and the action of the green worm spitting out the worm silk directly made everyone's expression change. This time, the destructive power of the worm silk was so strong that it directly penetrated the wood shield with a bang. After the wood shield shattered, the thread pillar pierced through the tree spirit's body. In the next moment, the tree spirit's body slightly caved in, and it directly suffered a huge impact. Its pupils constricted, and its 2-meter-tall huge body was directly flipped over. It scraped the ground and slid for 3 to 4 meters before stopping. In normal state, the worm with full battle power directly destroyed the enemy's defense unreasonably. The expressions of the cousins froze and completely collapsed. They felt that they were dreaming. You lost. The green silkworm's worm silk has already pierced into the tree spirit's body. Now, it can start destroying the tree spirit's body from the inside with a thought. At the same time, Shiryu spoke directly. Because the other party had held back at the start, he also let Buggy hold back a little. After all, there was still an assessment in a few days. It would be bad if the tree spirit was injured too badly. It was just a meal. It was better to be friendly. At this moment, just as Tong Yu had said, the tree spirit on the ground didn't dare to move at all. Although it still had the strength to fight, it could clearly feel that there was a fatal killing weapon flowing in its body. There was another special quality to the max-level worm silk. Even after leaving the green silkworm's body, it could still be controlled by the green silkworm for a long time. At this moment, these transparent worm silk were like little worms, constantly waiting for their master's attack orders in the tree spirit's body. This move was very difficult to defend against. As long as one was stabbed in any part of the body by the silkworm's thread, it was equivalent to being sentenced to death by Shiryu. With the transparent nature of the skill, it was not much of a problem to say that worm was the strongest killer of the extraordinary race. At this moment, Zhao Rui's expression was unable to accept it. This was because he had received the tree spirit's feedback and knew that Shiryu wasn't lying. Because of this, his values were almost shattered. And he couldn't understand at all. Green silkworm. Green silkworm was using the worm silk to suppress the transcendent level tree spirit. Was this what his cousin meant by, "This wave is stable"? Stable his ass, liar, refund. But clearly, even his cousin didn't expect this situation at this time. Including the waiter, the three of them were extremely shocked. In the end, Zhao Rui's voice was almost hoarse. He said with a trembling voice, "Transcendent level green silkworm, transcendent level silkworm silk. You know your stuff." Shiryu nodded. Not bad. F***CK. What was not bad? This didn't make sense. As Shiryu confirmed it, Zhao Rui and the others did not feel the slightest joy of being enlightened. Instead, they felt that it was even more ridiculous. Was there really a F***king person who cultivated the green silkworm to the transcendent level? And even trained the worm silk to the transcendent level? This guy had a problem. The three of them were shocked to the extreme. Fortunately, no one here noticed. Otherwise, this place would only be more sensational. Putting aside whether the green silkworm could reach the transcendent level, just based on the fact that it had mastered the transcendent level worm silk, it could be determined that this green silkworm almost had the potential of a monarch race after evolution. This had already been proven. The cousins were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why such a candidate had appeared. This kind of pet, this kind of proficiency, was completely impossible to understand. The tree spirit reminded its beast tamer to stop wasting time. Quickly admit defeat. Its body was so itchy and in pain. It swore never to fight with bugs again. It was countered this time. Zhao Rui's face was in a mess. It could be imagined that he was also a genius from a certain place, an influential figure. He wasn't necessarily worse than the group of people who competed with Shiryu for the evolution sacred spring back then. However, it was such a genius who had already seen the dangers of society before participating in the vocation assessment. In the boundless world, there were all kinds of beast tamers and pets. Zhao Rui was forced to admit defeat because the life and death of the tree spirit was indeed in Shiryu's hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. "Cousin, this really isn't my fault. You should be able to understand. It was clear that there's something wrong with this beast tamer and pet. Heh, Shiryu chuckled. Although the opponent was weak and the battle between the bugs would definitely not be enjoyable, it was good as long as it was free. At this moment, Buggy was indeed a little dissatisfied. It swept a glance at the crowd with stunned faces and silently turned around. There wasn't a single person who could fight, and it actually didn't even force out its dream form. It was boring. If the opponent in the vocation assessment was only at this level, it felt that it could destroy everything without his leader stepping up. Chapter 107, I'm Too Excellent. Chapter 107, I'm Too Excellent. After showing off, Shiryu left in satisfaction. At that moment, Buggy was very excited. He felt that one battle wasn't enough, and even wanted to fight a second one. Why don't we have another meal tonight? Shiryu had some crooked ideas, but soon, he was very disappointed in this restaurant. Because the event rules said that each person was limited to one event. Damn it. In any case, the restaurant guys couldn't lose out either, and they even F*King limited it. This is very lacking in trust. Where's the most basic trust between people? Alright, go back to the beat and fight 11, Shiryu said to Buggy on his shoulder. Buggy's face fell. Did it say it wanted to fight? It wanted to torture noobs. What kind of battle experience was there to fight with leader? At the moment, the strength of the worm was very good. After the worm silk was raised to the maximum level, the effect was simply a qualitative change. Just the worm silk alone could make it kill a large number of extraordinary creatures of the same level. If it used those two proficient high-level skills, at the same level of growth, it wouldn't be impossible for it to battle commander species creatures. Therefore, it was not a random claim that Buggy could kill most geniuses in second-tier cities. Usually, geniuses will be left for Buggy, while monster geniuses are left for 11. It's been arranged, Shiryu analyzed. In the afternoon, Shiryu couldn't be bothered to return to the research institute. As he couldn't think of where to go for the time being, he simply found an empty place and entered the ruins beat to do the papers. At the last minute, he had to sharpen his weapons, his skills. Even if it wasn't fast, it was light. If he could suppress one more thing, it would be another. After Shiryu entered the ruined space, there were no traces left in the outside world. But, the disadvantage was that if Shiryu wanted to go out, he could only go out on the spot. When they went out later, would there be anyone around? It would be more difficult to deal with, but it wasn't a big problem. They could release the bug to scout the situation first. No one could see it. In the ruins bead, after Shiryu and Buggy entered, Buggy started to report the good news of their victory just now to 11. Woo. Gee. Woo. Gee. 11's blood boiled, and Shiryu's face darkened. Good lord, it was just a crushing battle, but it made Buggy describe it as a world-shaking battle. The worm silk was like a vast white ocean. During the battle, there were gunshots and saber shadows, and the drums and horns sounded together. It was a rather spectacular sight. The worm opened its mouth and kept talking. The enemy wasn't simple either. With a clap of its hands, the tree realm descended, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by it with irresistible force. Shiryu rolled his eyes. Who had it learned this ability from? Oh, Shiryu knew. Cell phone. In order to allow 11 and Buggy to develop completely, Shiryu taught 11 and Buggy simple literacy. 11 was still alright. There weren't many changes. It did the questions sincerely, but Buggy liked to hug its old cell phone and browse this and that all day. Especially the fantasy advertisements that popped up on the web page. It was very easy to immerse itself in them. None of that mattered. What made Shiryu speechless was that 11 actually listened attentively. It believed it. *T, with this intelligence, why did it feel like the world was going to be overtaken by bugs very soon? Cell phones even had the ability to develop intelligence. This can't go on. Buggy even knows to learn idioms to brag. 11 just likes to do stupid stuff like take a selfie with the cell phone and completely won't use it in the right place. Looks like I have to let 11 come into contact with cell phones more. Maybe it can become smarter. After Shiryu took out 3 years simulation for the 5-job examination, he called 11 and Buggy over. 11 and Buggy stood in front of Shiryu obediently. because they knew that as long as they dared to disobey Shiryu, they would suffer. When other beast tamers threatened their pets, the punishment would be doubled and they would not be allowed to eat. Now, Shiryu had a new trick. 11 was still happy if it was punishment training. Buggy's training was to sleep, so it was not a threat. Punishing 3 meals would affect the development of the pet. Shiryu felt that it was a huge loss. Therefore, Shiryu understood. In the future, the punishment measure would be to do the papers. This method was very useful. Both 11 and Buggy hated doing papers and didn't like it very much. But the key was that this wasn't useless. For example, Buggy was already familiar with memorizing the attribute list and counters. There was also 11, who could already recognize the names of thousands of pets. This made the beast tamer feel relieved. Only Shiryu could increase his points and not care about the amount of pet training. Otherwise, which proper beast tamer would let their pet do questions all day long? The time for pet training and rest was not enough. Don't do the papers today. I'll give you some homework on intelligence. Shiryu smiled at 11 and Buggy. Huh. Gee. 11 and Buggy were very happy to hear that they didn't have to do the papers anymore. However, what the hell was this little homework for initiating intelligence? Did Shiryu think they were stupid? The two pets looked at Shiryu with intelligence. 11, Buggy. Buggy, your homework is very simple. You have more than 10 worm silk usage skills now, right? Use your idiom talent more and give each skill a high, short, and appropriate skill name. When the time comes, I can give commands. Buggy was stunned and then pleasantly surprised. This homework was alright, it didn't reject it. 11, you. 11 had to be heavily arranged. From today onwards, you will learn acting skills. You have to familiarize yourself with the self-cultivation of an actor. Don't you like to take photos? Next, when facing the camera, you have to learn to control your gaze, expression, and every move. It's best if your acting skills reach the point where outsiders can't see through your true thoughts. Shiryu chuckled. A pet with high acting skills would definitely not be too stupid. This was also very training in intelligence. Most importantly, after 11 learned the skill of inner power in the future, it would need to use acting skills. Under the restrained state of the skill, the basic requirement was to shrink all power and make oneself ordinary. However, this was only the foundation. How was just restrained power enough? Hiding one's form, expression, and emotions was the true success of restraint. This was a test of acting skills. You have to remember that from today onwards, you are a small iron-eating beast cub that is a few months old and 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Shiryu looked at 11, scaring 11 into shrinking to Shiryu's designated size. It understood. In essence, it was to hide their trump cards and use them one by one at the critical moment. Let the enemy see where their limit was at a glance, but never see where their real limit was. JPG. You can do it. After arranging the homework for 11 and Buggy, Shiryu was satisfied and started doing the questions himself. Outside the examination venue of the Lotus Lake Arena, there was a sea of people. Even if Shiryu slept on the ground outside the examination hall and had 11 alarm clocks, he could only line up after waking up. Good heavens, he was already sleeping not far from the examination hall, but there was actually someone earlier than him. Don't you all need to sleep? Just as Shiryu was marveling at the enthusiasm of these people, a vulgar voice suddenly came from the side. Shiryu turned around and was immediately delighted. Weren't they the Beast Tamer brothers from yesterday? Morning, you guys are also in this examination hall. Morning, the straight-hair cousin's name was Zhao Rui, the cousin who lost to Shiryu. The cousin who had previously invited Shiryu to battle and despised Shiryu for being too weak was called Ding Yao. When the two of them saw Shiryu, they felt that the early morning was not a good sign. After all, the meal yesterday was basically a guaranteed 60,000 yuan for free. In the end, when they encountered Shiryu, not only were they dealt a blow, but they also spent 30,000 yuan each. If they had known, they wouldn't have gone to eat there yesterday. Don't worry, today is the basic test. You guys will be fine, Shiryu comforted. The two of them were speechless. Of course they knew that it was fine with them. The so-called basic test was for beast tamers to enter the designated location and summon their own pet. Through the color of the beast tamer's summoning array, the examiner could determine whether the beast tamer's level had reached the standard. Then, there would be a corresponding machine to test the pet's energy. The pet's energy level would reach the transcendent level qualified. These were all the old assessments over the years. There was nothing new. Your green silkworm, aren't you going to have it evolve? Although they felt that Shiryu wasn't human, the brothers were very curious about him. The transcendent level green silkworm even mastered the transcendent level worm silk. Has this ever been achieved by a beast tamer? Currently, in Donghuang, the only green silkworm that had mastered the transcendent of the worm silk had already evolved into the monarch species ice phoenix moth. However, this one had not reached the transcendent level in the form of the green silkworm. The two of them had been discussing it the whole night yesterday, but they still didn't understand where this Shiryu came from. Where did this big boss come from? Where did this second-generation heir come from? If he didn't have a legendary beast tamer father, how could he have such a green worm? There's no hurry, Shiryu said. Wasn't he still unprepared? Buggy wasn't anxious yet. By the time it went all out, the world would tremble. What the F***ck was this person saying? There was no hurry. Bringing a transcendent level green silkworm to attack people randomly was ridiculous. Zhao Rui, holy shit, I've already imagined the shocked expressions of the surrounding examiners and candidates when you send your pet out later and the machine detects that it meets the transcendent standard. The examiner would definitely be dumbfounded by the transcendent level green silkworm. This, Shiryu was stunned. Speaking of which, during the test later, he only needed to test the level of one pet. Which one should he send? If he remembered correctly, the examination machine seemed to be able to detect the specific energy level. It would be specific to the level. It was very advanced. From a certain point of view, it might be similar to the battle detector in Dragon Ball. Of course, it was only to test the amount of energy in the body. This was only one of the criteria to determine the strength of a pet. In a real battle, the accompanying skills, skill level, and proficiency were also very important. Shiryu was conflicted. Buggy and 11 seemed to be pretty ruthless. The former's race was too shocking, while the latter, because the foundation laid down was too strong, after the transcendent transformation, the total energy in its body seemed to have reached a very terrifying level. Even if one didn't consider the skill proficiency, it would definitely be a wonder among transcendent pets. Well, it was indeed too outstanding. Shiryu had no intention of hiding his abilities, nor was there a need to. After all, the assessment would show his strength sooner or later. He was conflicted about whether he could measure both of them at the same time. He wanted to know the specific energy values of 11 and Buggy. His lousy cell phone could only detect big levels and could not accurately detect detailed energy conditions. As expected, he still had to change his cell phone. Chapter 108, The Job Examination Begins. Chapter 108, The Job Examination Begins. Union Calendar, January 1st, 178, 7 a.m. In Donghuang, ancient capital city's examination venue of the Lotus Lake Arena, the door was finally opened. The candidates rushed in noisily. The scene was bustling with activity. Most of the people present were young, and there were also some middle-aged men who came to give it a try for their academic degrees and dreams. At that moment, the buzz-cut cousin looked at Shiryu who had left and felt an itch in his heart. It was such a fucking pity. They were not in the same examination venue as Shiryu. They might not be able to see the scene of Shiryu's green worm showing off and shocking the examiners. He kept feeling that he had lost 100 million yuan. At this moment, Shiryu looked at the venue displayed on the admission ticket and walked along with the crowd and signs. This feeling is really similar to the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, apart from the written test, we came prepared this time. Shiryu chuckled. Lotus Lake Arena, exam venue number 10. Soon, Shiryu arrived. To be honest, he felt that something was wrong, because it wasn't Arena 11. This was a little interesting. The lucky number was gone just like that. The basic test was tested together at many examination venues. Only in this way could the candidates guarantee that they would finish the test in the shortest time possible. In the morning, there was the field basic test, and in the afternoon, there was the indoor written test. The assessment efficiency was very high. In a short day, he could complete 2 assessments. Moreover, the contents of the written test were all judged by the machine, and the results could be announced the next day. On the day the results were announced, the candidate rested for a day. Then, it was the third assessment. At this moment, Yu and the other 79 candidates were standing around the number 10 examination venue, surrounding the blockade of a huge testing table. This detector wasn't built directly here, but it was transported here. It was very similar to a boxing ring, but it was bigger. It was less than a meter tall, but it was 10 meters in length and width. It was an energy detector, and its precision was very high. Standing on it, one could not only detect the pet's energy data, but also the pet's race, height, weight, physical development, and age. At the moment, 3 tables were placed inside the blockade facing the testing table. Behind the table, 2 men and 1 woman were controlling the computer alone. The 2 of them were reading the information with calm expressions. Yet another vocation assessment. The female examiner looked up at the candidates who had almost arrived outside the blockade and sighed. Every year, there were people who were happy and people who were sad. I wonder if people will take things too hard this year. I'm a little curious about the quality of the candidates this year. Needless to say, it will definitely get better each year. The other 2 male examiners chuckled. They were all professional beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital. Every year, the basic level examiners were randomly transferred from professional beast tamers. Although it was only a few days, the treatment was very good. At this moment, seeing that it was about time, the middle-aged female examiner in a professional black skirt stood up and opened the blockade, saying, "All right, quieten down." She looked at everyone with a dignified gaze. "I'm the main examiner for your basic test, Zhuang Ping. Next, I'll be in charge of your basic test. This test is very simple. When you hear your name later, you just have to go to the testing table and summon your own pet. There's no ranking for this basic test. You'll pass if you cross the line. But the pets you summon might affect the questions of your wilderness assessment according to their race and attributes. So, if you have many pets, think about which one you should summon first. The third assessment is the wilderness trial. I believe you have already understood it. At that time, you will be thrown into a wilderness area. Then, you will be asked to survive there for a period of time. During the survival period, I will arrange some assessment missions for each of you, either to hunt a certain ferocious beast or to take some resources. The mission arranged will, to a certain extent, counter the pets you send for testing next. Do you understand? The 80 prospective beast tamers below the stage listened quietly and nodded in unison. He understood. For example, if he sent a fire element moon flame beast to participate in the basic test now, in the third stage, the mission would let the candidate deal with water elemental ferocious beasts and adopt water elemental resources. He was always making things difficult for others. Although it was difficult, the Beast Tamer Association didn't hide this rule. They directly reminded the candidate on the surface. Most candidates had contracted 2 pets. If both pets reached the transcendent level, in a sense, this also gave the candidates the right to choose the mission type in the third assessment. The candidates could completely use this rule to make their third assessment easier. After all, they could counter 1 pet, but could they restrain both? Of course, for candidates who contracted 1 pet or only had 1 pet that had reached the transcendent level, the rules were not very friendly. Time's up. Then, we'll start the basic test. The candidate whose name is mentioned, do as I said before. Move faster. As soon as the examiner Zhuang Ping finished speaking, a male examiner holding a register cleared his throat and called out by name, examination number 1439, Yu. The first candidate whose name was read was a girl in a ponytail who wasn't even 20 years old. When she heard her name, her heart skipped a beat. She raised her hand nervously and shouted, "I'm here. Go up and test." Zhuang Ping also held a register and nodded. She looked at the information in her hand. On it was recorded the photo, name, age, gender, and identity of this girl named Yu. Under the full attention of the audience, the first candidate, Yu, jogged up to the testing table. The moment she stepped on the testing table, the glass-like venue immediately lit up, scaring the little girl. But soon, she stabilized her emotions and carefully looked at the examiner. "You can directly summon your pet after going up," Zhuang Ping said. "All right." The girl nodded and took a deep breath. In the next second, not far in front of her, a huge gray array that was flickering with countless light spots like a star map appeared in midair. Right on the heels of that, a water-like ripple appeared on the surface of the formation. A cute little creature in a standing posture, light blue body, clear blue eyes, purple eyes, and appearance similar to a flying mamanga floated out of the summoning array. And LT, name and GT, super flying mouse. Attributes, spirit. Race skill, psychic wave, clone, barrier. It was a relatively rare spiritual pet. As everyone looked at the super flying rat, the next moment, the monitoring station's automatic voice broadcasted the test situation. Race name, super flying rat. Race level, high level transcendent level. Level of growth, transcendent level. Energy value, 599 points. After the voice broadcast was completed, the girl, Hiyu, blushed and clenched her fist excitedly. Good, not bad. Below, a small number of people had blank expressions. Most of them nodded secretly. Obviously, not everyone knew what this value represented. At this moment, the examiner in front of the computer also received other more detailed data of the superflying rat. Then, he seriously uploaded it. The examiner who called out its name began to record the paper information. As for the examiner, Zhuang Ping, she added. Energy value represents the amount of energy in the pet's body. The energy in the body of a pet in the awakening stage is basically within 100 points. As for the transcendent level standard this time, it's 500 points. This value largely determines whether the pet can use high-level skills and whether it can use skills multiple times. You can use it as a reference to determine the strength of your pet. After the pet's growth level reached the transcendent level, it did not undergo the many awakening transformations like during the awakening stage. Its strength would not undergo a qualitative change at a certain point. Instead, it had to slowly accumulate. This was because pets of this level had already passed the stage of rapid growth. Their racial skills had basically been awakened. Next, there was only this big level in the entire transcendent level. There was no small level division. As for the next growth and transformation of the pet, that would have to wait until the commander level. At this time, the pet's strength would undergo a relatively large qualitative change. The pet could even release energy, solidify, and condense energy crystals themselves. In the wild, some commander-rank creatures relied on this method to nurture their clansmen. The difference in strength between a group with a commander-rank creature and a group without a commander-rank creature was very obvious. Examination number 1440, Jean Fei. Race name, Shadow Leopard. Race level, high level transcendent. Energy value, 761 points. Examination number 1441, Ji Yuan. Race name, Wind Gathering Vine. Race level, medium transcendent. Energy value, 524 points. Then, candidates were called names one after another and went on stage to test. However, the testing segment was basically very ordinary. There were no explosive points. Until examination number 1461, Bear Star. Race name, Thunder Lion. Race level, low class commander. Energy value, 1214 points. At this moment, the calm atmosphere of the basic testing segment was directly broken. Holy shit, it went over 1000. F***CK, it's twice as much as my Earth Crystal Butterfly. It's ridiculous. The commander races are awesome. Everyone looked at the young man on the testing table and the golden lightning lion beside him, and they were all shocked. Low-class commander species, Thunder Lion. This energy value almost completely destroyed the pets of the previous examinees. Roar, on the examination table, the Thunder Lion growled and enjoyed the feeling of being watched with the beast tamer. The beast tamer named Xiongxing had a calm expression but was abnormally satisfied in his heart. He, the center of attention. Not bad. The three examiners nodded silently in the face of the first candidate who broke through 1000, but they didn't say much. At the transcendent level, the battle power of the pet was actually the pet's race, skills, and self-training situation. Through daily training, pets could slowly increase their upper limit of energy and increase their skill proficiency. In battle, this was the competition. Among them, high-level pets definitely had natural advantages. Their upper limit of physical fitness was naturally higher than low-level pets. This couldn't be helped. It was normal for pets with high races to have high energy levels. But this didn't mean anything. As long as the energy difference between extraordinary creatures wasn't too great, this difference could be made up for. If the skill proficiency of high-level pets was not high, they could not actually use their energy advantage. On the contrary, if a low-level pet trained one skill and combination skill to a very proficient level and could instantly explode with all its energy, it wouldn't be much weaker. Although the pet's energy level reflected the pet's strength to a certain extent, the key was still the performance of the skill that specified energy. These 3 examiners were all high-level beast tamers, so they naturally wouldn't be as shocked as the candidates. What a joke. They were just a group of trainee vocation candidates. Even if they didn't need to test their pets, it was within their judgment. This was experience. At this moment, Shiryu watched silently among the candidates. It seemed like it was going to be his turn soon. He wondered how much 11's specific energy level could reach. Although its race wasn't high, none of the candidates who had summoned middle-level transcendent pets had an energy value above 700. 11 was clearly not ordinary. Not only had the evolution Holy Spring improved his physical fitness once, but the feedback brought by the hardening of the transcendent level racial skill and the feedback brought by a bunch of external racial skills could increase the upper limit of his energy. He was very curious. Examination number 1464, Shiryu. As Shiryu thought about it, it was indeed his turn. At this moment, the first candidate to break through 1,000 had just appeared. The surrounding candidates were still in a state of agitation. It felt insipid, as if all the limelight had been suppressed. F***ck, he had contracted a commander species creature at this stage. He was rich and willful. Next, Shiryu went on stage. The male candidate was still alright. He only took a silent look at Shiryu and lost interest. Shiryu, who was wearing an iron-eating beast short-sleeve shirt, was too ordinary. It was obvious that he wasn't very impressive. The pet's an iron-eating beast, right? Otherwise, which normal boy would wear an iron-eating beast short-sleeved shirt? At this moment, the female candidates were evaluating Shiryu's looks in their hearts. There's finally a more handsome candidate. Just like that, Shiryu boarded the testing table under the gazes of the candidates and 3 examiners around venue 10. Summon your pet, the examiner Zhuang Ping said. On the examination table, Shiryu nodded. In the end, he decided to summon 11. The transcendent level worm was too ridiculous. It was better not to agitate everyone. Low profile, low profile. Shiryu communicated with 11, who had been waiting for a long time in the beast-taming space. In the next moment, a gray summoning array appeared on the ground in front of him. Under the lingering light, 11, who was more than a meter tall, appeared in the arena. The 1-meter-tall little iron-eating beast clearly hadn't reached adulthood yet. Its gaze was firm as it stood on the field with its fat stall. Its soft black and white hair fluttered with the breeze. From the bottom angle, it was very perfect. It's indeed an iron-eating beast. However, although it was perfect, the race of the iron-eating beasts completely hit the predictions of the other candidates. The hint of Shiryu's clothes was too obvious. Next, the middle-level iron-eating beasts wouldn't have much energy even if they reached the transcendent level. About 550. The candidates made their judgment. Forget about candidates, even the 3 examiners, out of boredom, also estimated after taking a glance. At this moment, the monitoring station automatically broadcasted 11's energy situation. Race name, iron-eating beast. Energy value, 3,186 points. Energy points, 3,186 points. At this moment, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone's pupils dilated slightly. Of the 2 male examiners in charge of recording, one's hand was still on the keyboard, while the other's pen stabbed heavily on the paper with rich expressions. It looked like love. There were only gasps around. 3186. Was he sure it wasn't 586? Not 1,186. Instead, 3,186. This number was a little ridiculous. For a moment, everyone present couldn't think straight. The sound of the detection counter echoed in everyone's ears, and their mouths were slightly open. How was that possible? What went wrong? One had to know that the energy value of a pet that was commander level just now was only 1214. How could a middle-level iron-eating beast have this number? At this moment, the three examiners were even more shocked than the candidates. This was because they knew that normally speaking, the upper limit of the energy level of a transcendent commander race was only 3,000 points. The value of this iron-eating beast was completely not something a creature of a medium-level transcendent race should have. On the contrary, even if it was a young monarch species, after breaking through to the transcendent level, it had to go through a certain amount of training to reach it. In short, how was this value possible? This was too unscientific. The two male examiners paused for a second. The examiner, Zhuang Ping, looked at the calm Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast on the testing table in disbelief. They weren't surprised at all. Could it be that he had already expected this value? The main examiner was silent, unable to understand. Age, not even 2 years old. At the same time, a male examiner was flabbergasted as he looked at the other detailed data on the iron-eating beast on the computer. He was shocked again. F***CK, did it have to be so ridiculous? Even if it had started raining in the womb, it couldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, it was an iron-eating beast famous for its laziness. At this moment, after the sudden silence in Venue 10, there was no sign of recovery. Around the testing table, regardless of whether they had tested it or not, all of them widened their eyes. Especially that beast tamer. Of the Thunder Lion, he was a little dizzy and felt a little stunned. With this comparison, why did it feel that the Thunder Lion was weak? Was this really an iron-eating beast? And not a young monarch wearing an iron-eating beast coat? Is it done? On the testing stage, Shiryu asked. 11 was indeed still fierce. It's done. Below, the main examiner, Zhuang Ping, took a deep breath and tried to memorize Shiryu's appearance. At the same time, she judged in her heart that after Shiryu's basic test information was transmitted, he would probably receive a lot of attention. This was also the goal of the first test. It was to allow the Beast Tamer Association to pay attention to candidates with potential in advance. At this moment, she didn't think that the machine was broken or that Shiryu and the others had cheated, because it was absolutely impossible for there to be a problem with this machine. Even if the pet used enhancement skills, even if the pet used shrinking skills, even if the pet's condition was poor, this machine could perfectly detect the real situation of the pet. This was specially made for the vocation assessment and had been modified by countless mechanics. Therefore, this value was probably real. Moreover, judging from the calm looks of Shiryu and his pet, it could be seen that this value was probably the true energy value of this iron-eating beast. This was clearly an iron-eating beast with a mid-level transcendent race, but it was comparable to a monarch-level pet cub. Ridiculous. If it wasn't a racial mutation, then this beast tamer named Shiryu would definitely have invested an astronomical amount of resources into this iron-eating beast to strengthen its potential. This was the only possibility. Although that was the case, the three high-level beast tamer examiners still couldn't calm down for a long time. They weren't as calm and collected as before at all, because this had indeed broken their understanding. Even Lin Hongnian, a master-level beast tamer who specialized in iron-eating beasts, had always felt that Shiryu's little iron-eating beast was ridiculous. Let alone these guys. Even after his iron-eating beast had evolved, he still felt that it was lacking compared to 11. Come back, 11. At the moment, Shiryu roughly understood 11's energy situation. It was lower than he had imagined. But it was all right. After all, its true strength was the skills with high proficiency. In terms of battle power, the other pets might not necessarily perform better than 11. 11 nodded and returned to the beast taming space. At the same time, Shiryu walked down. As expected, after testing 11's energy level, Shiryu began to be curious about Buggy again. After returning to the research institute, he would ask if there were such machines in ancient capital university. He felt that there should be. This is your information card. Please go to the designated location in the afternoon to do the written test. Your assessment information should also be refreshed after the assessment official website. After Shiryu came down, the male examiner in charge of recording the data gave him the subsequent assessment information card. At the same time, he raised his head curiously and sized up Shiryu. Icefield City, Pingcheng. This was the birthpoint of Shiryu according to the information. It was a little familiar, as there were indeed iron-eating beasts there. In short, he had to pay attention to this monster candidate in the future. Thank you. Sure, you took the assessment information card. After taking a look, he put it in his pocket and walked out of the blockade. The moment he returned to the assessment crowd, the dozens of candidates around him immediately became noisy. Holy shit, brother, what's wrong with your iron-eating beast? 3186, it's fake, right? Brother, can I get your contact information? Can I touch your iron-eating beast? Even the candidate who had led the Thunder Lion race earlier didn't receive such treatment from Shiryu. Shiryu's scalp immediately turned numb. Then, he looked at the red-faced bespectacled woman who wanted to touch the iron-eating beast. His vigilance was raised to the limit. This person didn't have any replication talent, did she? He couldn't let her touch him. Silence. At this moment, the chief examiner, Zhuang Ping, had a dark expression on her face. Noise is prohibited here. Violating the rules will be seen as giving up the assessment. All communication is to stop now. The assessment will continue. The candidate smiled in embarrassment after the organizer spoke. Then, the next candidate went on stage to take the test. In fact, he could leave directly after the test. However, most of the people still stayed behind to see how the others' test results were out of curiosity. At this moment, Shiryu sensed everyone's gaze on him and fell silent. Although he also wanted to continue looking, he felt that it wasn't suitable to stay here for long. Why not retreat first? Shiryu withdrew and left without anyone knowing. Not long after he left, two short-haired youths rushed to the venue of the 10th exam. They raised their heads and searched for something in the crowd, but they didn't find anything. The buzz-cut cousin poked a candidate casually. The candidate turned around in confusion. The buzz-cut cousin whispered, "Brother, did an extraordinary level green silkworm appear here previously? Are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" the straight-hair cousin whispered. The candidate was stunned. "Damn it, idiots, where did these two idiots come from? Are you crazy? Your green silkworm can reach the transcendent level." He turned around in bad luck. He hadn't finished the test yet, so he didn't have time to deal with idiots. "Why are you cursing?" The straight-hair cousin was immediately displeased when he heard that. He had been beaten by a worm, so why couldn't the green silkworm be at the transcendent level? Not only could it be transcendent, it could also be very strong. Its energy level had to be at least 666, it couldn't be any lower. At this moment, they were confused. The cousins looked at each other and felt that it was a little strange. It was strange. Shiryu should be at this venue. It was fine if they didn't find Shiryu, but why didn't the surrounding candidates hear of him? The smart cousin asked another person. This time, they chose a girl who looked easy to talk to. The buzz-cut cousin said, "Beauty, did you have a candidate named Shiryu here previously?" The girl turned around and was slightly stunned. "You're talking about that iron-eating beast?" Yes, yes, yes. It's that beast tamer wearing the iron-eating beast's short sleeve," the cousin said excitedly. They had asked the right person. "Is he done testing?" The girl looked around and said, "The test is over." "Do you know him?" "Sort of." "Then do you have the contact information of that handsome guy?" "He left too quickly." "So powerful. How did he nurture that iron-eating beast that can only be worth more than 3,000? The candidate could not forget. The short-hair brother was stunned. What the hell? What iron-eating beast with more than 3,000 energy points? What are you talking about? They asked. Don't you guys know that Shiryu? I'm talking about his iron-eating beast. The cousin's heart skipped a beat. They kept feeling that something was wrong. Isn't the pet he's training a green silkworm? Transcendent level, green silkworm, didn't you see it? The female candidate. An iron-eating beast with 3,000 energy points, but where did the green silkworm come from? She rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, "Do the two of you have his contact information?" Ding Yao and Zhao Rui smiled awkwardly and retreated. Damn, something seemed wrong. Where was their huge transcendent level green worm? Didn't they say that the green silkworm shocked everyone? However, what the F***ck was with an iron-eating beast with more than 3,000 energy points? The two of them had blank expressions. At noon. After leaving the Lotus Lake examination venue, Shiryu found a random place to make do with a bowl of beef ramen. The basic test had just ended, and no one came to disturb him. However, for example, Senior Lu, Senior Beastier, Senior Panda, Hall Master Lin Hongyan, and the Archaeological 7 elites had sent him a message yesterday to wish him success. Fortunately, it wasn't completely orphan treatment. After eating and drinking his fill, Shiryu fell into deep thought about life. The written test, it was finally coming. Shiryu became slightly nervous. Why don't I take a look at a few more questions? In the small room, the air conditioner was blowing. Shiryu felt that it was quite comfortable. He felt that it didn't matter even if he waited here until the afternoon. He took out 5-year examination mock questions and casually looked at a question. The greenback eagle has an extremely fast flying speed, and it has pretty good performance in battle and reconnaissance. How fast can a greenback eagle, which has grown to the transcendent level and has mastered a proficient level wind wing skill, reach? Simple, I know this question, choose C. Chapter 109, Wuji Airlines Tactic. Chapter 109, Wuji Airlines Tactic. Following that, Shiryu attacked for another afternoon. In the afternoon, he started to carry his beloved little school bag and headed to the examination hall. In the beast-taming space, 11 rubbed its fists. Buggy transformed into a classic head scarf with "fighting" printed on it, and decided to go big. Because Shiryu had said that if it couldn't pass the written test this year, it shouldn't do anything else for the next year. They'd do a year's paper together and wait for next year's assessment. This scared 11 and Buggy. If they had known that Shiryu was so ruthless, they would have worked hard no matter what. The written test started at 2 p.m. It lasted for a total of 150 minutes and could be handed in early. When Shiryu arrived outside the examination room, the candidates who had already arrived immediately looked at Shiryu. Their gazes were like electric torches that nearly blinded Shiryu. That gaze seemed to be saying, "Big boss, please guide me." It was still that group of people from Venue 10 in the morning. Even the examiners were the same trio. However, why were they looking at him? If it was the third assessment of the wilderness trial, he might still be able to destroy other candidates indiscriminately, but this written test really couldn't be destroyed easily. It couldn't be. He couldn't even guarantee passing himself. If anyone wanted to cheat, please don't look at his answers. Otherwise, he would be screwed. Everyone, go in. Sit according to the seat number. Shiryu arrived at the right time. At this moment, the examiner, Zhuang Ping, stood outside the door and spoke to the candidates waiting outside. Shiryu directly entered the examination room. This place is pretty big. The examination room was modified to the battle room, so it was not a problem to store 100 people. After Shiryu found his seat, he looked at the mechanical life in charge of monitoring the ceiling and fell into deep thought. He also had a headache. This feeling was so familiar. It felt like he had returned to his high school days. It couldn't be said to be a beautiful memory. It was better to let him bring 11 and Buggy to challenge another dragon cub. If an ancient legendary beast tamer with relatively little information encountered a modern genius legendary beast tamer, whose chances of victory are higher? When Shiryu took out a pen, he was more curious about this question. How much could this pet knowledge increase the strength of a beast tamer? After mastering it, there would definitely be improvements to beast tamers, but it was more worth pondering about how much it was after quantifying it. Moreover, was there something special about the ancient beast taming civilization? Generally speaking, no matter what civilization it was basically getting more and more developed. However, the history of this world was a little strange. There was a mythical era that came into contact with the world's origins and laws. The mythical creatures of that era were active. These mythical creatures mastered the power of various laws, so they were undoubtedly the strongest. There were also countless gaps in the totem era and the beast-taming era, hiding many secrets. For example, the tribe that had mastered the 2 evolution methods of the iron-eating beast looked ridiculously strong. If only there were pets that could travel through time and take him to the ancient times. Let's start handing out the papers now. Everyone, check if there are any problems with the papers first before filling in the information. Just as Shiryu was letting his imagination run wild, the examination time arrived. The 3 examiners started to distribute the papers. The first thing Shiryu did when he got the paper was not to fill in the information, but to look at the questions. He could ignore the political and historical questions that gave him points for the time being. It mainly depended on the big questions about common pets. As expected, there's questions about the green silkworm. This wave is stable. No one knows the green silkworm better than me. The various vocation assessment venues in ancient capital had already entered a quiet written assessment segment. At this moment, in a conference room of the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital, 9 master-level beast tamers sat down one after another. They were the examiners of the subsequent 2 assessments. The first 2 tests of the vocation assessment were to screen a batch of candidates who did not meet the basic requirements. The real assessment actually started from the 3rd level. According to the association's requirements, we have a mission next. It's to combine the results of the 1st and 3rd stages to choose 16 key candidates. At that time, there will be special arrangements for them during the final ranking battle. Among the 9 master-level beast tamers, the only middle-aged man who enjoyed the title of top-level beast tamer was also the overall in charge of the professional assessment in ancient capital, Master Chu Jie. At the moment, the basic test information of the various venues has been gathered. Everyone, let's analyze it together. After saying that, he pressed the remote control. The big screen in the meeting room displayed 50 names, pet names, and some numbers. This is ranked according to the energy values detected in the basic test from high to low. We'll choose the 16 key seed candidates from here. After Master Chu Jie finished speaking, the master examiners nodded and looked at the screen. Then, the first information stunned them. Yin Jingfan. Beast taming space level, level 2. Test pet, low-level monarch species, transcendent level Zonian rock beast. Energy points, 3,991 points. Yin Legend Sun really participated in this assessment. In the seat, a bald master exclaimed. Looks like it. He contracted a monarch species pet at the age of 12. Ridiculous. When the masters saw this surname, this unscientific pet race, and this unscientific energy value, they were immediately stunned. Legendine had really invested a lot in this son of his. He had successfully contracted a monarch species pet before becoming a professional beast tamer. It seemed that this little kid, Yin Jingfan, had perfectly inherited his father's beast taming space strengthening talent. This little guy is indeed impressive. Master Chu Jie nodded. It was said that apart from ancient capital university, the other 8 top universities had long contacted Legendine, hoping that his son would go to their place to study and further his studies. After the vocation assessment, the 9 great academies would definitely have to spend a lot of money to fight for this little Yin Jingfan. This Yin Jingfan's talent was indeed terrifying. He was also very curious how the outside world would react if the first place of this year's assessment was taken down by a 12-year-old teenager. In short, when faced with this information, apart from feeling that it was ridiculous, the examiners couldn't think of any other description. Of the 16 key seed candidates, there had to be a place for Yin Legend Sun. And LT/OL start equals 2 and GT. Zhang Qiani. Beast taming space level, level 3. Test pet. High-level commander species, transcendent level thundercloud sprite. Energy points, 3567. Many examiners recognized the second name. This girl was a genius from a small city. Even her parents weren't beast tamers. However, she had awakened an extremely powerful beast taming talent, elemental coordination. The abnormality of this talent was that it could ignore the intersection of energy and assist pets to make powerful combination skills of different elements and different attributes. For example, the combination skill of lightning and fire, the combination skill of light and darkness. Not only would there be no problems, but it could also form an effect that was greater than when used alone. This was actually her second time participating in the vocation assessment. When she first came to the ancient capital to participate in the vocation assessment, she did not pass. However, with this stage, a top-notch master with similar talent took a fancy to her talent and accepted her as a disciple to nurture. In 1 year, it seemed that not only had she made a breakthrough in the level of the beast taming space from last year, she had even contracted a stronger pet. Without a doubt, this candidate was also someone who needed to be paid attention to. In fact, she had already reached the standard of an intermediate beast tamer. Professional beast tamers were divided into 3 titles: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The criteria for primary and intermediate level was actually in the level and battle experience of the beast taming space. The pets were basically still at the transcendent level. Only high-level titles required beast tamers to have a pet that had grown to commander rank. And LT/OL start equals 3 and GT. Meow Dong Dong. Test pet, high-level transcendent species, transcendent level parasite. Energy points, 3294. The candidates this year had indeed surprised these master examiners too much. This person. What's going on? This Meow Xiaodong, he's a worm master, or a goo master. This parasitic goo parasitizes the emerald tree python of a low-level monarch race, Master Chu Jie said. Insect masters and goo masters were actually the same as dragon tamers, mechanics, plant control masters, spirit mediums, and elementalists. They were all known as branches of beast tamers. However, goo masters were too small in number, not even 1 in 10,000 beast tamers could be found. The requirements for beast taming talent and cultivation methods were extremely high, basically all inherited through families. High-level transcendent race, parasitic goo. This goo worm was not powerful, but at the same time it was also very powerful. It could parasitize the corpses of other dead pets and occupy their bodies with nests, similar to possession. Right now, Meow Xiaodong, who was ranked 3rd in the basic test energy level, had obtained this result by controlling a dead monarch species pet cub. The masters nodded and started guessing Meow Dongdong's background. Dong Huan only had so few goo masters, and there were even fewer powerful goo masters. Who knew where he came from? And LT/OL start equals 4 and GT. Sure you. Test pet, medium transcendent species, iron-eating beast. Energy points, 3186. The master examiners. This. What's going on? They could understand the first 3. One was because of his beast-taming talent, which allowed him to contract a monarch's pet in advance. One was because she had made a comeback and his level was higher. One was because of the speciality of the bug master, but what was the 4th place, and who was he? He, as the overall in charge of this vocation assessment, Chu Jie obtained more information than the examiners. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiryu's profile picture. He's an internally determined candidate in the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. It's said that a few months ago, he just cracked an ancient ruin and discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast. This news hasn't spread yet. The iron-eating beast has the potential of a monarch after its evolution. His iron-eating beast seems to have awakened part of its evolution bloodline. It's also very unusual. And I heard that apart from the ancient ruins of the iron-eating beast, he also cracked a trial-type ruin in his hometown. He's a genius in the archaeology world. The archaeologists were shocked. So that was the case. These archaeologists were not simple either. After all, there were simply countless opportunities in those ancient ruins. This Shiryu was also worth paying attention to. He wasn't much worse than the people in front. And LT/OL start equals 5 and GT. Yushu. Test pet, high-level commander species, Netherbone young dragon. Energy points, 2999. Everyone was no stranger to this candidate. The parents of this candidate were both top-notch beast tamers in the ancient capital. He had perfectly inherited his parents' talent and had pretty good attainments in dragon taming and spirit control. The Netherbone young dragon was a race formed by the skeleton of a dragon after its death. It wasn't considered a legitimate dragon, and unless it evolved, it had always been in the form of a young dragon, so its race level was relatively low. But even so, it was very powerful compared to ordinary candidates. If the examiners didn't remember wrongly, this Yushu even contracted a dragon soul of a commander race. After the bone dragon and dragon soul fused, they weren't necessarily inferior to monarch rank pets. The dragon bones and dragon souls already had most of the power of dragons. He explained, the selection of the key seed candidates requires not only the results of the basic test, but also the other pet of the candidate and their own beast taming talent. After all, the results of a pet don't mean anything at the moment. Understood. The examiners nodded. This vocation assessment was going to be interesting. At least, none of the beast tamers in the top 5 of the basic assessment were easy to deal with. At the same time, in the examination hall, Shiryu fell into deep thought. If they were in the wild and their pets were infected by the poison of the floating poison spider, what should they do? 11's high-speed healing didn't seem to be useful. It only fixed ordinary injuries. I wonder if it's useful to add points to a higher level. If I can't reach Transcendent, I should at least have some antidote effect at the maximum level, right? Shiryu's thoughts flew. However, clearly, this was definitely not the correct answer. The correct answer was to let the beast tamer think of a way through the other natural resources in the wild. What plants in the surroundings could cure this poison? The two of you. Shiryu's face darkened. 11, Buggy, damn it, why must I be infected with this kind of poison? Can't I just kill the other party before I get infected? At the moment, Shiryu had already answered most of the papers. His answer was pretty smooth, but there were still some questions that Shiryu couldn't think of no matter how hard he tried. But from the looks of it, this was the only way. He had to pass. 150 minutes passed quickly. There were a bunch of people who handed in their papers in advance, but without Shiryu, they waited until the end. After putting away the papers, Shiryu instinctively wanted to do something. For example, exchanging answers with classmates. However, he didn't seem to know anyone at all. Forget it, the results will be out tomorrow. There should be an answer online later, right? Just go and get the right answer. Following the crowd, Shiryu quickly left the Lotus Lake examination venue. He didn't give the lady in the same examination hall a chance to get his cell phone number. Then, he sighed. He finally made it through the most difficult stage. If it went smoothly, he should be able to participate in the third assessment the day after tomorrow. At that time, it would be simple. Shiryu, who had experienced training in the wild on Mt. Tianmang, was very confident in the third assessment. No matter how the examiners countered 11, he felt that he could still kill them randomly. Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute. Because the next assessment was the day after tomorrow, Shiryu definitely had to return. In the Research Institute, the Panda Senior clearly knew that Shiryu was coming back after the exam in the afternoon. However, she looked at the unhappy Shiryu and immediately understood. Did he fail? Try harder next year, she asked cautiously. Not at all. Shiryu's face darkened. Although he had answered many questions wrongly, he definitely passed the threshold. He had already checked the answers on his phone in the taxi just now. The problem was very big, but not very big either. It felt neither high nor low. Then why are you looking so miserable? The Panda Senior was amused. Shiryu, I got the wrong question for a question. I lost 5 points for nothing. He put on a painful face. The Panda Senior smiled and said, don't think too much. It's fine as long as you pass the written test. You have to have a high beast taming level, a strong pet, and good grades for the written test. How can there be such a Superman? Most people just pass the written test. Oh, Junior is back. As Senior Panda consoled Shiryu, the archaeological 7 elites had just returned from God knows where. Their eyes lit up when they saw Shiryu. Junior Shiryu, we heard that your iron-eating beast's energy level has reached more than 3,000 points. This wave is off. There's definitely hope for the top 10. Shiryu was stunned. You guys are pretty well informed. Zheng Yingjie laughed and said, after all, there are so many people watching the basic test. There are 1 or 2 ridiculous values that spread very quickly. Do you remember that Yushu we talked about before, and Yin Chuan's son? That Yushu's netherbone young dragon seems to be almost 3,000. Your iron-eating beast is impressive, even stronger than dragons of the same level. Everyone expected 11's strength. After all, perfect level hardening, expert level multiplication, expert level thunder palm, and even having awakened an evolutionary bloodline. What a joke. He couldn't be weak. However, although they had expected it, this data that was comparable to a young monarch pet still surprised them a little. It had yet to evolve. If it were to evolve, what would happen? Shiryu didn't mind this. After all, 11 had even beaten the Frost Dragon Phantom. He was more curious about the 12-year-old child. The 12-year-old really participated in the assessment. Lin Yuer said, not only did he participate, his basic test results are still the highest at the moment. He seems to have contracted a young king of a monarch race. His energy level is almost 4,000. I heard he's a handsome little boy. I wonder if I'll have the chance to be his senior. Sigh, my girlish heart. Ew. The other 6 elites looked at her in disdain. Is that so? Shiryu was stunned as his heart skipped a beat. Monarch cub. Damn, there really was one. His energy level was so much higher than 11. He probably also mastered a super skill, but he didn't know how his skill proficiency was, including other skills. I feel that if I want to get first place, it won't be so stable. Shiryu fell into deep thought. However, if the other party had the beast-taming space-strengthening talent, Shiryu would not suffer much in battle. Unlike beast-tamers with enhanced talent, who could increase their pets in battle. After all, those people could forcefully turn a proficient-level skill into an expert-level skill. It was troublesome. Where's Hall Master Lin? Shiryu asked Senior Panda. He had something to do back in Pingcheng. What's wrong? Said the Panda Senior. No, Shiryu nodded. That was fine. He had been conflicted about whether to replicate the impregnable skill. After all, there were only 5 pages in the skill index. Compared to replicating the skill first, he actually wanted to hold back and see if there was a chance to encounter other rare skills first. After all, this skill wouldn't run away or anything. He could replicate it sooner or later. Moreover, to be honest, the impregnable skill didn't help 11 much at the moment. Unless it was above expert level, though there would definitely be no time and energy. There was no need. In 11's current state, it was pretty good. In the future, under the circumstances that he had mastered a profound skill, it was not impossible for him to give it a try. Since Junior Shiryu has already finished his exam and is resting tomorrow, why don't we go out for a meal tonight? Senior Wang Lu suggested. Shiryu, I'm fine with anything. On the first day of the vocation assessment, there was a commotion in ancient capital. Almost everyone on the local forums was discussing this batch of vocation assessments. Those few with higher basic testing energy values were naturally the focus of discussion. Of course, apart from those who discussed the local assessment situation, there were also those who discussed the assessment situation in other cities. After all, the level of beast taming in ancient capital city was not very high among the 9 first-level cities. For example, in the capital where the Beast Tamer Association's headquarters was located, the second-generation heirs gathered would only be even more ridiculous. However, this had nothing to do with Shiryu anymore. Shiryu had already had a good meal before returning to sleep to rest. He fell asleep. After Shiryu opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to take out his cell phone and open the scoring website. After inputting the name and exam number, the page refreshed, and Shiryu's heart stopped. Name, Shiryu. Examination, GD 1464. Results, 250. It was nearly 10 points higher than the estimated score. In a situation where the full score was 300 points, this result was very standard. After all, the vocation assessment had a very high requirement for the written test. Passing was not calculated according to 60%. However, Shiryu was speechless. Why did this result feel a little mocking? Heh. Forget it, just cross the line. He was happy today. With a smile, Shiryu directly entered the ruined space. He found the panda and the chirping worm to announce the good news. However, just as he arrived, Shiryu was even more speechless. What are you guys doing? On the other side, 11 and Buggy seemed to have developed something on their cell phones. Buggy directly transformed into a pair of metal wings and installed them on both sides of 11's body, connected by transcendent level hardening. At this moment, 11 was flying at a low altitude with a serious expression. He couldn't fly steadily at all. What was it doing? Climbing into the sky. 11 decided to try the training method of falling from a height of 10,000 meters. It was for the thrill. At that time, its whole body would harden, and it would be thrown down from a height of 10,000 meters by the worm to hit the enemy with gravity acceleration. It was a super skill after all, right? Previously, when they heard Shiryu say that he might study the dual combat strategy in the future, 11 and Buggy did not stay idle either and conceptualized it. This was the Wuji Sky strategy they had developed. It could be used for training and battle. Perfect. You guys are really smart. Sure, you looked at the few huge pits on the ground as his eyelids twitched. Can you control your strategy well and guarantee that it won't hit your beast tamer? Oh, he could just be etherealized, so it's fine. Chapter 110, Wilderness Survival Trial. Chapter 110, Wilderness Survival Trial. Soaring Sky Strategy, to think you could think of that. If you could achieve zero off-target quantity and ensure that you could hit the target directly, with very high accuracy, that would be alright. With the acceleration of gravity, it looked like a high-speed kinetic weapon. But the problem was that even with the support of supervision, 11 couldn't do it. After all, it couldn't control itself during the fall. But 11 and Buggy have indeed become smarter. They all know how to study battle tactics. It had to be said that the upper limit of this battle tactic was pretty high. If Buggy could bring 11 into the world and throw him down, its power would be comparable to a meteorite hitting the ground. The premise was that 11 wouldn't die during the process and after hitting the ground. This was a little difficult. After being pulled out, 11 sat obediently on the stool while Buggy lay on its head. The two of them had looks of anticipation. Sure, you had passed the written test. Even if they didn't contribute much, they had worked hard, right? What rewards would there be? I'll reward you with a large amount of resources. Sure, you chuckled. 11 and Buggy's eyes lit up. What did it mean? Speak in detail. After that, I'll give you 3 days to bring you to a place filled with a large amount of rare resources. At that time, you can pick whatever you want. It's all yours. Shiryu's expression was calm and very heroic. However, 11 and Buggy felt that something was wrong. 11 and Buggy discussed for a while before opening their cell phones and casually pressed a few buttons. Then, a video started playing. In the video, a woman in a professional suit was broadcasting the news. After a day of strict assessment, the current number of people passing the first 2 stages of the professional assessment in Ancient Capital is 6440. These 6,440 people will be carrying out the most important assessment in the vocation assessment tomorrow. It's also the assessment that determines whether they can become professional beast tamers, which is the field survival assessment. At that time, they will be thrown into the huge trial island with 100,000 transcendent-level ferocious beasts and live for 3 days. In this dangerous place, there are all ferocious beasts that are extremely threatening to humans. But at the same time, it's said that resources are everywhere here. There are a large number of rare resources from level 1 to 3, and the resources are 10 times richer than in similar dangerous places. According to the assessment situation in the past years, during the wilderness survival trial, apart from completing the corresponding assessment missions, the resources obtained by the candidates during the assessment are all personal. Of course, these resources are definitely protected by a large number of ferocious beasts. Therefore, I can imagine that this wilderness survival trial will be a test where risks and opportunities coexist. 11 and Buggy looked at Shiryu after watching the video. It meant that in the third assessment, not only did they have to complete the corresponding assessment mission, they also had to be fighters for a few days and work hard to collect resources. Shiryu smacked his forehead. Damn, why are the two of you looking for news yourselves? That's about it. Shiryu crossed his arms and said stubbornly, we have the ruin speed, so you know what I mean. This island of trials is similar to MTT on Mang. It was specially prepared by the Beast Tamer Association in Ancient Capital for the vocation assessment. There are many low-level resources inside, and there are no commander-level ferocious beasts. It's the best place for us to showcase our abilities. As long as you have spare energy, our efficiency in obtaining resources will definitely be dozens of times faster than other beast tamers. Every year, in the wilderness survival trial segment of the vocation assessment, a bunch of candidates and pets would die. But similarly, those who survived could also obtain pretty good growth from this treasure land. These resources were part of the benefits that the candidates might get while letting the candidates take the risk of the assessment. However, it was also because of these resources that the training island used as the assessment venue in Ancient Capital City this year was filled with transcendent-level ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts that were artificially raised were the trial stones prepared for the candidates by the Beast Tamer Association in Ancient Capital City. 11 and Buggy looked at each other. Do a big one? Shiryu asked. Woo. Gee. 11 raised its arms and Buggy jumped down. Charge, charge, charge. For the sake of money. With more money, he could buy more supplements and level them up. 11 naturally didn't care about the wilderness survival trial, let alone Buggy. They all had the skill absolute sleep, so it wasn't a problem for them to crazily plunder resources for nearly 3 days and 3 nights. Charge. The three of them obtained consensus. 11 and Buggy's eyes lit up like hungry bears and hungry bugs. For ordinary candidates, the third stage was actually very difficult. They had no time to consider obtaining resources. However, Shiryu and the others were different. Those assessment missions were definitely convenient for them. Before noon, Shiryu's application interface refreshed the gathering time for tomorrow and his assessment mission. 11 and Buggy came over. Shiryu was also very curious about what mission the Beast Tamer Association would use to target the iron-eating beast race. After taking a look, Shiryu was immediately amused. Mission 1, hunting a transcendent-level Gale Sparrow. Mission 2, hunting a transcendent-level Deception Flower. Mission 3, collect a Water Lotus. They really did know how to counter 11. The Blazing Wind Sparrow was a wind-element ferocious beast of a mid-level transcendent race. It mastered the wind wings and flew extremely fast. It was undoubtedly very difficult to let an iron-eating beast that couldn't fly and only had close combat abilities hunt the Gale Sparrow. Moreover, it was in a dangerous place like the Island of Trials where ferocious beasts were everywhere. The wind sparrows there were probably very vigilant. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would run away immediately. The hunting difficulty would definitely be higher. The Deception Flower was a piranha flower that could create illusions. It liked to disguise itself into various forms and hypnotize its prey before eating it. This was a ferocious plant that was good at mental attacks. Generally speaking, it was impossible to deal with an iron-eating beast that only hardened. As for the Water Lotus, it was a level 2 resource that only grew in the water. It was also not easy to obtain for the iron-eating beasts. Both missions were chosen to counter ordinary iron-eating beasts. Unfortunately, 11 was not an ordinary iron-eating beast, but the Panda King. In Shiryu's opinion, these missions were not difficult at all. Their primary goal was indeed to take advantage of this assessment to collect more resources and enrich their little vault. Every candidate who participates in the wilderness survival trial will have 3 assessment missions. 2 of them need to be completed in the field survival for 3 days. The difficulty is about the same. Although Shiryu felt that he could complete it, if it were an ordinary candidate with an iron-eating beast, he would definitely fail. Unless, this candidate's other pet countered these 3 missions. For example, if an iron-eating beast tamer and a second pet were super-flying rats, the 3 missions would be directly given to them for free. The Psychic Wave limited the flight of the Fierce Wind Sparrow, and the Psychic class countered the illusion of the Deception Flower. Clone skills could be used to obtain resources, which was not a perfect pass. Of course, this kind of situation was still a minority. Most candidates, even if they had 2 extraordinary pets, they basically had 1 attribute. After all, a beast tamer with a metal element talent couldn't contract a fire element pet. Therefore, this was also the reason why very few people passed the vocation assessment in Ancient Capital each year. Pass the conditions of the wilderness survival trial. First, survive 3 days on the Island of Trials. Second, complete any 2 assessment missions in 3 days. The one who completed it would officially become a professional beast tamer. As for those who did not complete it, it was not impossible. After all, there were various coincidences in the assessment process. Not all candidates might be able to quickly find the hunting target. During the survival process in the wild, the candidate would receive 1 point for every hunt of an extraordinary level ferocious beast, regardless of the type of ferocious beast. After 3 days, the beast tamer who did not complete the assessment mission would be ranked according to the points. At that time, the beast tamer in the top 5% of the points could similarly become a professional beast tamer, just like the candidate who completed the mission. Every year, among the nearly 10,000 candidates in Ancient Capital City, only a few hundred people could become professional beast tamers. The inner volume was several times that of other second-tier cities, such as the vocation assessment in Icefield City. As for the final ranking battle, it was actually an additional addition. The nature of the battle was similar to a competition. It was to give the candidates who passed the 3rd round a specific strength ranking. At that time, there would be a lot of spectators. This could also better let the major schools and businesses understand the true appearance of this batch of professional newbies. Gather at the second airport in ancient capital tomorrow at 7 a.m. After Shiryu confirmed the gathering point and time for tomorrow, he decided to do the same thing again. The distance was still not close. Why not just spend the night there today? The reason why they gave the candidates a day off was not to let the candidates rest, but to let the candidates quickly prepare resources according to their assessment missions and formulate a plan. However, Shiryu did not have to do any preparations, so he looked especially relaxed. They're all here. When Shiryu went out, the archaeological 7 elites were playing with the iron-eating beast cubs transported from the iron bamboo breeding base. When they saw Shiryu come out, they immediately asked, "Has the assessment mission come out?" "What is it?" "Gale Sparrow, Deception Flower, a small mission," Shiryu said casually. The 7 archaeological elites nodded and didn't say anything. After all, they were all candidates who had passed a certain vocation assessment. He knew that this kind of targeted assessment mission could counter ordinary pets, but it couldn't restrain Shiryu's little iron-eating beast that was comparable to a young monarch. Shiryu would definitely pass this round easily. Even if he didn't take the assessment mission route, taking out the little iron-eating beast to multiply it would not be difficult at all. He could just choose to wipe out the transcendent beasts and get points. However, what made the 7 archaeological elites more worried was that when they asked Shiryu when his second pet was, he said it was a green worm. A green worm that had yet to evolve. This was very awkward. Wouldn't that mean that Shiryu would have to fight with just one pet against multiple throughout the entire process? Including the ranking battle later. What are you doing? At this moment, when he saw Shiryu coming out with a backpack, Zheng Yingjie asked curiously, "Don't tell me you're planning to find a place to stay near the next examination venue." "That's my plan." Shiryu chuckled. Good heavens. No one expected Shiryu to be addicted to sleeping in the examination hall. He was really unwilling to get up early at all. This habit. If he was pulled into war, wouldn't she run to the entrance of the enemy camp to sleep at night? Speaking of which, there was a big problem with Shiryu's lifestyle. It was almost noon and he had just come out. It was the same previously. If he didn't see anyone in the morning, what was Shiryu doing at night? Stay up late to meditate. Shiryu had no choice. He needed to sleep more when he was growing. "Do you need me to give you a lift?" said Lin Yuer. "Shiryu, it's all right, it's all right. I'll go over myself." As he wasn't as familiar with the archaeological 7 elites as he was with Senior Panda, he didn't trouble her. Speaking of which, where did Senior Panda go this morning? However, it wasn't important. After chatting with Qingjie, Shiryu left the research institute coolly. At the same time, Hanging 11 crawled out of Shiryu's pocket. The green silkworm unzipped the backpack and revealed its head. Next was the wilderness survival trial. Shiryu decided to let them protect him from now on. Only then would Shiryu feel safe. Shiryu felt that it was not enough just to turn into ethereal. "I forgot to ask Hall Master Lin. How strong can a beast tamer's battle power be when combined with the iron-eating beast's transcendent level hardening?" As soon as Shiryu went out, he fell into deep thought. If 11 hardened its whole body, could Shiryu one-punch an ordinary transcendent level ferocious beast? Although he had been beaten up badly the last time, Shiryu still had a martial arts dream. At the second airport of ancient capital city. The area here was relatively small compared to the first airport, and it was rarely open usually. After it was open, the flying purpose was all for business flights. For example, the ancient capital university wanted to send a batch of students to the capital to exchange and learn. Or, a certain unit of the beast tamer troops in the ancient capital wanted to go to a certain place to carry out a mission. At this time, the second airport would be opened. When Shiryu arrived, it was noon. The airport was still sealed off. He took a casual look and started looking for food. In the restaurant's private room, Shiryu also contacted Hall Master Lin. "It's Shiryu. Did the assessment go smoothly? Isn't it time for the third assessment?" On the other side, Hall Master Lin's laughter came. "Yes, thanks to you, the third round will definitely be fine," Shiryu said. The hardest part of the wilderness survival trial was that the pets could not replenish their physical fitness in time. However, the vocation assessment was very humane. It did not exclude the wealth of the beast tamer from their strength. It allowed the beast tamer to bring a large amount of supplements, nutritional supplements, medicine, and even the most effective energy crystals to recover energy. Naturally, people like Shiryu had prepared a pile. Among them, the energy crystals provided by Hall Master Lin when he contacted the dojo before he left Pingcheng. It was enough for 11 to use for a month. I actually wanted to ask you how the iron-eating beast should cooperate with the beast tamer after mastering transcendent level hardening. Just apply the hardened substance to the beast tamer through contact. There won't be any danger, right? Shiryu was waiting for an answer, but there was silence on the other side. Hello. Is the signal bad? Strange. Hello. Lin Hongnian, son of AB*TCH. He was thinking about why Shiryu was asking this. Lin Hongnian said, "Don't tell me that 11's hardening proficiency has already reached transcendent. Don't joke around. It had only been half a year since the contract was made. Moreover, 11 hadn't even mastered hardening when the contract was made." "Yeah, would you believe me if I said so?" Shiryu smiled. "Like hell I believe you." Master Lin Hongnian shook his head. "This ability can indeed be used on beast tamers, and it won't have any impact on beast tamers, but the premise is contact. If beast tamers and iron-eating beast don't maintain contact, the hardened substance will automatically disappear, so the tactical meaning isn't very big. Generally speaking, only when beast tamers face powerful long-range attacks and can't dodge, and when the iron-eating beast is beside them, will they let the iron-eating beast assist in increasing their defense. In short, it's useless. Compared to entrusting my life-saving hope to this skill, it's better to nurture a pet that's more agile and can create shields now." Master Lin Hongnian gave him a suggestion. Iron-eating beasts are not suitable for a close combat bodyguard at all. Transcendent level hardening. It wasn't fun at all. Master Lin was deeply touched. In all aspects. All right. Shiryu was just asking to clear his confusion. He couldn't maintain armament hockey in the human body for a long time to become Iron Man. It was boring. Low-level skills, useless. He'd spent so much on them, too. Wait. There seemed to be a max level to look forward to. I have nothing else to do. Then I won't disturb you anymore. After Shiryu spoke to Master Lin, both parties hung up. Soon, Shiryu left the restaurant, found a hidden corner, and disappeared from the world. He wanted to tear the test papers and relax. He wanted to prepare for the wilderness survival trial tomorrow. However, one thing was for sure. The contents of the paper indeed recorded a lot of field survival knowledge. If he mastered all of it, the survival ability of a genius beast tamer in the wild would definitely be stronger than that of a bad student. It was better not to tear it up. Let 11 and Buggy revise again. Although they could crush the whole test with their strength, who knew what might happen? January 3rd. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the wilderness survival trial. More than 6,000 candidates gathered outside the second airport. Not far away, there were many onlookers. In addition, the media of the ancient capital television station searched for the more famous candidates crazily, wanting to interview them. However, there were too many people and it was too difficult to find. For candidates like Yin Jingfan, Zhang Qianyi, Miao Dongdong, Shiryu, and Yushu who had made a little name for themselves on the basic test, the media reporters couldn't catch them at all. They could only watch helplessly. In the end, they could only choose to casually find a few candidates with passable looks to interview and get a feel for it, hoping they would accidentally share their missions in the test. 7 a.m. The blockade line of the second airport opened. Under the guidance of the soldiers of the beast tamer troops, the candidates entered in batches. Then, according to the line drawn in advance in the airport, they stood in a huge formation. When there were more people, everyone appeared to have no presence. Shiryu stood in the crowd and, like everyone else, silently waited for the assessment committee's arrangements. Soon, under the guidance of the examiners and soldiers who were maintaining order at the scene, the more than 6,000 candidates boarded 6 huge aircraft in batches. Damn, a single one can hold thousands of people. I wonder what race level it is. It has to be at least a high-level commander. A candidate immediately exclaimed after coming up. But soon, he received some disdainful looks from the candidates. Look at this naive look. There's an answer, Shiryu smiled after sitting up. He didn't know who was stronger between the ancient beast tamers and the modern beast tamers. However, he knew that modern beast tamers must be more comfortable than ancient times. The experience was brought about by mechanical lives with various technological crystals. Computers, cell phones, cars, and planes. There wasn't such a thing in ancient times, right? In terms of talent, those mechanics might not be inferior to the beast tamers who had mastered special cultivation methods in the ancient times. In fact, these technological crystal mechanical lives could even break through the atmosphere and carry people to the moon. In comparison, even in the mythical era, not every mythical creature could break through the restraints of the planet, right? And now, a special modification, a mythical mechanical life form, could do it. It could even completely become a taboo weapon of a country, deterring wild overlord creatures and other countries from afar. The flying transport was divided into 3 levels, similar to a plane. Clearly, it was also a mechanical life form. After Shiryu came up, he casually sat in a seat. Beside him sat a nervous-looking boy. He kept sighing, causing Shiryu to feel a little depressed. Since he was already here, he should be happier. What are you sighing for? Although Shiryu didn't know him, he decided to enlighten him with the mentality of helping others. Nervous, the boy said. I heard that the venue of the assessment is quite dangerous. It's indeed quite dangerous. Right, my frigid tree basic test only has 1,300 points of energy. I wonder if it can work, the boy said humbly. Shiryu turned his head and no longer meddled in other people's business. This kid just wanted to show off his results, right? 1,300 points, low-class commander species frost tree. Did he not think he would wreck everything in the wild? What are you nervous about? The candidates with more than 500 energy points had yet to say anything so depressing. What about you? He hurriedly asked about Shiryu's basic results, confirming Shiryu's guess even more. Guess, Shiryu said with a grin. Z. Can you hear me? At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice came from inside the aircraft. It was the sound of a machine. The person who spoke shouldn't be on the aircraft. I'm the overall in charge of this vocation assessment. Firstly, congratulations on successfully passing the first 2 levels. However, the 3rd round is the key to the vocation assessment. I don't know if you guys are prepared, but it's too late to regret now. Next, you will all be sent to the island of trials to undergo a 3-day survival assessment. You are very lucky. At the moment, there are a large number of rare resources on the island, almost everywhere. There are even rare spatial and dragon-type resources. You have many opportunities to use these resources to complete a self-reinforcing. What I want to remind you right now is that the vocation assessment encourages competition. If 2 candidates discover a resource at the same time, as long as it doesn't hurt the beast tamer's life, you can compete for the right to belong through any method. Whether it's a battle or an equal distribution, it's up to you. Of course, these are just additional benefits for participating in the vocation assessment. The most important thing for you is to complete your assessment mission and survive. During the assessment process, please also prioritize your own safety. If you encounter danger, you can seek help from other candidates or give up the assessment. Although the assessment encourages competition, it also encourages mutual assistance. However, please remember that regardless of whether it's hunting ferocious beasts or completing missions, you are only allowed to complete them alone with your own strength. The team results are useless. The assessment committee will watch you at any time. An unfamiliar voice echoed in the ears of the candidates through the aircraft for a long time. Not only did it encourage candidates to help each other when in danger, but it also encouraged competition when resources were encountered. Shiryu touched his chin. He wasn't concerned about this, but he had heard that there were spatial resources. This was too beautiful. After all, an ordinary spatial-type resource like the space crystal fruit was also 500,000 yuan each. Space element resources were basically not worth less than a 6-digit number. In other words, there were several divine beans. He had to work hard. Apart from competing for a higher ranking during the ranking battle, he couldn't let go of the resources everywhere at the moment. Even if he didn't take them, they would have to be enjoyed by the ferocious beasts on the island. It would be a waste not to take them. We're about to reach our destination in 3 minutes. In the aircraft, as the candidates were thinking silently over the words of the in-charge, another voice came from the aircraft. At this moment, the flying device had already begun to fly. The island of trials was outside ancient capital city. It wasn't very far. With the extreme speed of this flying device, it could indeed reach in a few minutes. It didn't even shake. Just as everyone was in a daze, an electronic voice came from the aircraft. Destination has arrived. Please follow the guide and head to the aircraft exit in an orderly manner. Outside ancient capital city, above a huge island that was as big as a city, countless black dots landed. 6 huge flying transports floated above the blue sky. Figures walked out of the flying transports one after another and slowly landed at different spots on the island of trials. It was not a parachute jump, but faint blue fluorescent light spread over every candidate. Psychic power. If one observed carefully, they would discover that higher up in the sky, in the white sea of clouds, a huge eye more than 100 meters wide was open, silently looking down. The eye was shining with a blue light. It was using its mental strength to throw every candidate from the sky to the designated assessment location. Name: Eye of the Sky. Attributes: Machinery, Spirit. Race level: Medium Monarch. Race skill: Psychic, Heavenly Eye, Deterrence. And LT, Introduction, and GT, it's an artificial mechanical life. It has analytical abilities and powerful psychokinesis that exceed supercomputers. Although the vocation assessment in ancient capital city was strict and the most intense in the Inner Scroll, at the same time, the resources invested in a vocation assessment organized by a first-level city was not what those second-level cities could compare to. This was also why the competition for the assessment in a first-level city was so intense, and there were still many people who came to challenge it. His entire body was enveloped by psychic power. As Shiryu slowly descended from the sky, he raised his head and looked at the huge eye in the sky. It's too high, I can't touch it. But forget it. The super skill Heaven's Eye isn't very useful. It can't be upgraded too, so it's definitely far inferior to the highest level supervision cost ratio. The original name of the island of trials didn't matter anymore. After it was chosen by the Beast Tamer Association as the Wilderness Survival Assessment venue for the vocation assessment, the name of this place had always been this. The island was very large, and there were more than 100,000 ferocious beasts everywhere. However, the scale and strength of the ferocious beasts had always been under the control of the Beast Tamer Association. After all, as a vocation assessment location, there shouldn't be commander-level creatures. At this moment, on the trial island, in the mountain range, in the snow mountain, under the volcano, in the forest, by the forest. In various environments, there were already candidates who had been thrown into positions closer to their hunting targets. As the island was huge, the candidates would not encounter it easily in the short term. Twilight Forest. Shiryu should have landed at this place. At this moment, in the dark forest, Shiryu wanted to curse. Couldn't they send him to a prettier point? The seaside at the edge of the island was pretty good. Woo! 11 climbed onto Shiryu's shoulder, and the green silkworm climbed onto Shiryu's right shoulder. All right, let's go. Let's leave this place first, Shiryu said. Regardless of whether there were wind sparrows or deception flowers nearby, this place was not likable. It was better to slip away first. The assessment mission depended on fate. If they encountered it, they would hunt. If they didn't encounter it, then forget it. In any case, the points from the ferocious beasts they encountered when they gathered other resources were probably enough for them to advance. Woo! 11 nodded heavily. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked behind a thick tree. With a buzz, the leaves fell. In the next second, a 1-meter-tall mantis with sharp double blades, a hunter in the forest, and a huge saber that was preparing to ambush Shiryu and the others fell. And LT, name and GT, Great Blade Mantis. Attributes, Insect. Race level, Medium Transcendent. Race skill, / They had agreed that there were transcendent-level ferocious beasts everywhere, but this one seemed to have only awakened level 10. It was meaningless, it didn't even have points. However, expert-level deterrence was very useful. At this moment, Buggy was just about to pull the prey over with the worm silk when Shiryu stretched out his hand to stop him. Let's go. This thing wasn't worth anything, nor was it like a ginseng baby. After fainting, those babies could still be hugged and nibbled. However, there was definitely no such thing as a cute pet like baby ginseng in such a place. On this training island, there were all wild beasts, and ferocious beasts with strong attack tendencies. After turning around, Shiryu looked at the sky again. Speaking of which, could that eye of heavenly silk accurately record the points of more than 6,000 candidates? If it was comparable to the analytical ability of a supercomputer. Perhaps it could. Resources are really everywhere. At this moment, before leaving the forest, Shiryu discovered an unripe level 2 dark element resource, dark light grass. To be precise, 11 discovered it. Its supervision could see the energy flow and avoid the meaningless battle just now. It was very convenient to find resources. Woo! However, after 11's reminder, Shiryu was in no hurry to attack. This was because not only was there an extraordinary level ferocious beast nearby, there seemed to be other beast tamers spying on this resource. Hiss! Perhaps it sensed that a life form had entered its territory. In the forest, the ferocious beast that regarded the dark light grass as its own couldn't sit still anymore. A huge python covered in dark patterns slowly crawled around the dark light grass, its snake eyes observing its surroundings. This was a dark element transcendent level snake-type ferocious beast. Its battle power was definitely not low. Seeing this, the beast tamer on the other side immediately had the intention to retreat. Chapter 111, Panda Night Attack. Chapter 111, Panda Night Attack. In the silent forest, a huge python nearly 7 to 8 meters long with obvious dark patterns was entrenched around the dark light grass. It stared at its surroundings cautiously. Its expression was fierce to the extreme, but its heart was in a panic. It had already sensed the enemy's aura, but precisely because it sensed the enemy's unusual deterrence, it didn't dare to act rashly. Not far from the dark screen grass, Shiryu, 11, and the others stood behind a huge tree. On the other side, a lone candidate was standing behind another huge tree. There was also a blue centipede with multiple feet wrapped around his body. The Mad Flow centipede was a water-type pet of a high-level transcendent race. The dark ring poison python was also a ferocious beast of a high-level transcendent race, and it was a rare dark-type and poison-type ferocious beast. This beast tamer was clearly afraid, because the dark ring poison python was not to be trifled with at first glance. If he didn't settle it properly, he couldn't go back alive anymore. His parents would not be pleased about that. Are you going? At this moment, the sudden sentence shocked the dark ring poison python and this candidate. There were others. This candidate clearly didn't notice Shiryu and the others. This was the power of the perfect level supervision. The energy vision trait of perfect level supervision could directly let 11 capture the energy fluctuations in a large area. For example, 11 could almost directly judge the exact amount of energy in the bodies of the Mad Flow centipede and the dark ring poison python. Its judgment was that its opponent was not very strong, only 1/5 of its strength. Do you have any dark ring poison python or dark light grass for your missions? If you do, you go first. After you go out, just add me as a friend and give me a red packet, Shiryu said with a yawn. I didn't. I was just passing by. The candidate opposite was speechless. Should he say that he was a good person or a money grubber? However, he gave up on this resource and this ferocious beast. This guy could fight whoever he wanted. If he had the time, wouldn't it be nice to go and find those low-level transcendent bug-type transcendent ferocious beasts? Shiryu and this candidate started communicating through the air. Dark ring poison python. These people weren't very polite. Although it couldn't understand, why did it feel like it had been mocked? The dark ring poison python's eyes turned red. Son of AB*TCH, it couldn't take it anymore. It suddenly stretched out its body and opened its huge mouth, wanting to eat the unripe dark light grass and escape. It didn't even wait for it to mature. Now that there are people eyeing it covetously, it would be a gain if it ate it. It was a snake, after all. In short, no one else can get it. The series of actions of the dark ring poison python clearly stunned the candidate on the other side and his Mad Flow centipede. It ate it just like that. Not waiting for it to mature. Shiryu was also somewhat silent. F***CK, what the heck was with this snake? You're a ferocious beast that caused the deaths of thousands of people every year, is your temper so weak? Shouldn't you kill us and then silently guard your food until it ripens? What kind of snake just eats it? However, Shiryu and the others clearly wouldn't give the snake this chance. Just as the dark ring poison python was about to directly eat the underripe dark-light grass, an invisible wave instantly spread from afar. This was the terrifying aura the dark ring poison python had sensed previously. Previously, it was still very faint, but at this moment, it clearly sensed that the aura was surprisingly terrifying and strong. At this moment, the dark ring poison python's movements directly stopped. Its mind was in a daze and even a little dizzy. In order to save physical strength, 11 didn't use all its strength. In the next second, Buggy did a follow-up move. A transparent thread shot out and wrapped around the dark ring poison python's poisonous body. In the next second, the worm silk caved in and dark red blood splattered. The dark ring poison python's body was directly divided into two and it was dismembered on the spot. 11 and Buggy looked serious. They felt that their cooperation was not very smooth. However, everything happened very quickly. This made the other candidate who was observing in the dark suddenly widen his eyes and take a step back with a hoarse voice. His mad flow centipede also felt a chill in its heart at this moment and trembled all over. Because in their eyes, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The dark ring poison python directly died, and the scene was abnormally scary. The sudden change shocked them so much that their hearts skipped a beat. They ignored everything and turned to leave, as if Shiryu and the others, who had yet to show themselves, were even more terrifying than this dark ring poison python. Uncooked dark light grass. Its value isn't high. If there's no mission, it's useless for ordinary people to harvest it. The energy will quickly disappear. However, if it's transplanted into the ruins, there's still hope of saving it. After it ripens, it can still be sold for tens of thousands. It's all right. Why did he leave directly? Shiryu looked up and shook his head. He slowly walked to the vicinity of the spoils of war and began to clean the battlefield to collect valuable resources. As Shiryu gained something, the assessment had only started for less than an hour, but pets had already died and candidates had already left the assessment. In the sky above the island of trials, in the huge aircraft, many examiners were expressionless as they watched the rapid changes in the data. They were still too young. It seemed that some candidates still came to participate in the vocation assessment without adequate preparations. With this kind of strength and quality, they might as well obediently find an ordinary job to support them in their old age. Why did they have to take things so hard and step into the profession door? Did they think that it was just a normal game, a battle of rules? When can the Eye of Heaven synchronize the data? The person in charge of the vocation assessment, Master Chu Jie, asked. It's being loaded, the technician replied. You're talking nonsense. The other examiner smiled and looked at the screen that connected to the Eye of Heaven silently. On it, the assessment data of every candidate was updated in real time. At the moment, in the highest record, there were already candidates that have hunted 5 transcendent-level ferocious beasts. It was the little girl who had mastered the talent of elemental coordination. This talent was indeed violent. In terms of output ability, she might be the most outstanding candidate this year. At the moment, Shiryu was still trying to walk out of the twilight forest. He had a panda on one shoulder and a worm on the other. He walked step by step. After walking for a long time, Shiryu fell into deep thought. He was a beast tamer, why did he have to walk himself? 11, who was on Shiryu's shoulder, revealed a lost look. Moreover, it had a bad feeling. Come down and get bigger. Then, get on all fours. What for? 11 felt uneasy and didn't dare to go down. I've carried you for so long. It's time for you to carry me, right? If we continue like this, the first one to run out of stamina might be me, the beast tamer. Shiryu chuckled and said, hurry, hurry, hurry. Moreover, I think I've found the correct way to use transcendent level hardening. The pandas in this world, also known as the iron-eating beasts, were different. Unlike on Earth, they were used to walking on 2 legs, but it wasn't like they didn't walk on all 4s. At this moment, Shiryu's intention was very clear. He wanted 11 to be his mount for the time being. He wanted to ride the iron-eating beasts like how he rode a horse. Iron-eating beasts could also be mounts. He should have known that he had actually been an iron-eating beast's mount for so long. This shouldn't have happened. Moreover, when he rode the iron-eating beast, he would always be in contact. Didn't the conditions for beast tamers to harden the whole time be fulfilled? Shiryu carried the messy 11 down and looked at it seriously. Sob. 11 looked conflicted. What about fighting? Why don't we let Buggy become a dragon and carry us? Buggy. What did it have to do with it? The beast tamer clearly wanted to be a panda knight, not a dragon knight. Shiryu said, I feel that you still have to do it. The insect skills consume too much physical strength. If you do it, the consumption will be like a drop in the ocean. It's not even 1% of the usual training volume. It won't affect anything. Just carry me while doing reconnaissance and using deterrence. The average level of the ferocious beasts on this island of trials is not high. It's not interesting. The enemy can just be left to Buggy. It's just nice to train it. Gee. Buggy expressed that it could. This island was the first step in its rise. As the green silkworm at the bottom of the food chain in the transcendent world, it was determined to defeat those top-notch predators and nurture its deterrence. 11. Woo. Sob. Seeing that Shiryu and Buggy were on the same side, 11 cried. As it cried, she multiplied into a size that could carry Shiryu. It was miserable. The Panda King had directly become a mount. 11 couldn't say it out loud, but forget it, who knew that its beast tamer could come up with this? Actually, go even bigger. Then, I think I can sit on your shoulder. Forget it, that would be too wasteful of energy. Shiryu patted the iron-eating beast under him, feeling very pleased. As for Buggy, it came to 11's head. Woo. 11 turned around and asked if they could start moving. We still have to wait. Shiryu looked at the surrounding trees and instructed Buggy, cut down a tree and cut a suitable wooden saber for me. Buggy was confused. He was going to start again. It was doubtful, but it still did as instructed. Soon, a suitable wooden saber appeared in Shiryu's hand. Seeing this, Shiryu couldn't help but chuckle and say, 11, harden. At that moment, Shiryu seemed to be wearing invisible armor. At the same time, the wooden saber in his hand had become countless times harder. Shiryu cockily made 11 take 2 steps forward. He directly swung his saber at the tree beside him. In the next moment, the huge tree split into 2 and fell. I'm invincible. This wave will definitely not fail. Chapter 112, 3 Space Skills. Chapter 112, 3 Space Skills. 11's hardening, 11's deterrence, his own etherealization, and the support of Buggy. Even if he went to PK a transcendent creature, with 4 layers of protection, Shiryu had no idea how he got injured. The soul of courting death burned fiercely. As a simple person, his joy was actually very simple. As long as there was excitement, it would be enough. Charge. Shiryu turned into a panda knight and let 11 sprint out of the forest. It had to be said that with 11 opening the way, their speed had increased ridiculously. Moreover, as 11 ran, it was extremely domineering, and no ferocious beast dared to stop them. However, this was clearly not what Shiryu wanted. Under his special request, they took the initiative to find a ferocious beast. On the ground, there were fallen leaves everywhere. Shiryu rode on the iron-eating beast and looked at the Gale Sparrow foraging in front of him. Oh, wasn't this the assessment mission target? What a coincidence. This transcendent-level Gale Sparrow had just swallowed an awakening-level red-crowned snake into its stomach when it immediately welcomed unexpected guests like Shiryu. Geo. The Gale Sparrow, which was covered in brown feathers, clearly didn't realize the severity of the problem, because 11 had retracted its passive deterrence. At this moment, it only had eyes for the fat caterpillar on 11's head. Slurp. Slurp. It had just finished eating a red-crowned snake, and the 1-meter-tall winged sparrow was still not satisfied. Its gaze was sharp and greedy, and the DNA engraved in its blood directly moved. It hadn't been easy. It completely didn't expect to see such a fat worm on this island. Buggy, bastard bird. Gee. Buggy let out a hiss, its whole body trembling slightly, wanting to personally teach its natural enemy a lesson. Damn bird. It had endured a long time of suffering for this. Don't panic, leave it to me. However, Shiryu said confidently. Don't worry, Buggy, since I've contracted you, your beast tamer will protect you well. He could capture a mere gale sparrow easily. Buggy turned to look at Shiryu with a dark expression. Can you do it? Under Shiryu, 11 said weakly. Even if it didn't trust Shiryu, couldn't it trust its transcendent hardening? Since Shiryu was willing to play, why not cooperate with the beast tamer? Gee, the leader had already said so. What else could Buggy do? As the man and two pets interacted, the gale sparrow felt like it had been insulted, just like the dark stripe poison python from before. This was too much. It let out a loud cry again. The surrounding leaves vibrated, and green energy waves spread on its wings. The gale sparrow was a medium-sized wind element bird-type pet. It was a medium-level transcendent species. It had racial skills such as wind wings, whirlwind drill, and wind feather. Wind wings was a speed-raising skill, while whirlwind drill formed a small whirlwind on the sharp long beak with extremely strong penetration power. At this moment, the gale sparrow's wind wings and whirlwind drill were activated at the same time. It suddenly attacked the green silkworm on 11's head from the sky, planning to chop up and eat its prey first. If you use the long-range skill wind feather, I might be a little afraid of you. Unfortunately, you used the wrong skill. On the iron-eating beast, Shiryu looked at the green light that flashed before his eyes. He raised his wooden saber with a calm expression. In the next second, 11's deterrence erupted. The gale sparrow suddenly stopped in midair. At the same time, Shiryu, whose whole body and weapon had hardened, swung his wooden saber. Profundity, great shock. At this moment, it was as if Shiryu's saber had swung out, displaying an extremely powerful aura that shocked the Tempest Bird. The Tempest Bird had no place to dodge, and it was directly smashed to the ground like a meteor in midair. Shiryu's transcendent physique, in combination with 11's transcendent hardening, was surprisingly effective. Damn it. With a swing of the saber, the blazing wind sparrow naturally wouldn't lose its ability to fight because of this. Buggy attacked in time, and at this moment, Shiryu fell into deep thought with an indignant expression. Next time, can any of you record this for me? Shiryu felt that such a handsome moment should be preserved. 11. Worm. Woo. 11's watery eyes widened. Which jerk said that giving battle recordings was meaningless just a while ago? Why was it that when it came to him, it wasn't like that anymore? Shiryu scratched his cheek and said, "Did I say anything like that? Damn, at most, I'll record it for you during the ranking battle. I'll hire a professional cameraman to record it for you, alright." Just like that, Shiryu completed an assessment mission. For some reason, the Eye of Heaven that was in charge of recording paused for a moment. After satisfying Shiryu's Swordmaster addiction, Shiryu and the others finally placed their focus on traveling and gathering rare resources. It took about an hour before Shiryu and the others came out of the dark and humid forest. Outside the forest, there seemed to be a valley. 11 climbed onto a higher rock and looked around. Then, it suddenly looked at the sky and cried out. GG. Apart from 11, Buggy suddenly became excited too. He spat out a worm silk and sensed something with it. Shiryu also heard their conversation. 11. I sensed a strong energy wave nearby. Moreover, the energy wave is very similar to the bug's skill wave. Buggy, yeah, that's right, it's spatial fluctuations. Both of them looked at the blurry sky in the distance. You mean, a spatial creature is fighting? Shiryu was slightly stunned and patted 11 without another word. Then what are you waiting for? To the venue. In the next second, 11 leaped down from the mountain rock. Shiryu, damn, slow down. In the valley. Where Shiryu and the others were headed. A handsome young man about 1.5 meters tall, with a lean figure and fair skin, stood calmly on the ground. Not far from him, a white butterfly creature with huge transparent wings was fighting 9 transcendent creatures alone. The 9 transcendent creatures were all killing bees of low-level transcendent races. Although they were only low-level transcendent races, these 9 killer bees had reached transcendent level on a rare occasion. At this moment, they were staring at the enemy in front of them crazily with their dark red eyes. The spikes on the tail of their stomachs were ready. Even if any professional beast tamer or intermediate-level beast tamer encountered these 9 transcendent-level killer bees, they would still feel a headache and fear. At this moment, facing this huge white transparent butterfly, they felt as if it didn't even care. Every time they stabbed the butterfly with their tails, they either went straight through the butterfly's body, as if they had stabbed air. That, or the butterfly teleported to other places, making them hit nothing. The 9 killer bees weren't stupid. They also wanted to directly attack the humans in the distance, but the 9 of them seemed to be restricted in a certain space and couldn't leave this area at all. Every time they flew far, it was like hitting a transparent wall. It was very aggrieving. After playing around for a while, the patience of the 9 killer bees had already been worn down to the limit. At this moment, the teenager slowly said, "Let's finish them. Someone's here." In the sealed space, the transparent butterfly nodded gently when it heard its master's command. In the next moment, the space in the domain where the 9 killer bees were located seemed to tremble, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Then, strong vibration waves gathered inside. Almost instantly, the 9 killer bees exploded and died. Bang! On a rock somewhere, Shiryu's heart surged when he saw this shocking scene. This age, is that Injingfan? It's just F*King ridiculous. Apart from the Zonian rock beast that contracted a low-level monarch race, there's actually a spatial pet. Name, Spatial Crystal Butterfly. Attributes, Space. Race skill, Instant Transmission, Advanced Spatial Skill, can be used for short-distance space jumps. Concealment, High-level spatial skill, can hide the body in an alternate space to avoid damage. Space Shackles, Advanced Spatial Skill, can create a certain range of ceiling space, and can cause spatial oscillations in this range to cause damage. It's one of the strongest commander races. Although it doesn't have any super skills, it's comparable to a monarch species creature. At this moment, information about this creature appeared in Shiryu's mind. Slowly, his gaze flickered. He had previously asked the Archaeological 7 elites if there were any students who cultivated spatial pets in ancient capital university. The answer he got was very disappointing. There wasn't even one in the huge ancient capital university. It was obvious how rare spatial pets were. However, right now, 3 high-level spatial skills appeared in front of Shiryu. And every one of them had extremely high tactical value. Teleportation, the most powerful life-saving skill of traveling. Concealment was similar to Shiryu's etherealization. It was also a life-saving skill. Space Seal, strong control and output skill, invincible. What was this? Heaven's love. At the same time, Injingfan, who had finished the battle below, raised his head and looked at Shiryu. The young man looked handsome and elegant, but there were other qualities in his gaze that others couldn't see. Shiryu met his gaze and fell into deep thought. I have to find a way to replicate it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 113, Evolution Countdown. Chapter 113, Evolution Countdown. May I help you? The candidate of the spatial crystal butterfly looked up in Shiryu's direction. Then, there was a slight silence. Because the appearance of the person was a little strange, no, very strange. On the mountaintop, Shiryu and Buggy were riding the iron-eating beast. Shiryu even held a wooden sword. This shape made the 12-year-old boy a little confused, but he felt that it was awesome. So handsome. Shiryu patted 11 and smiled as if he was a good person. During the process of coming down, he looked at Injingfan, who had straight hair like a girl's head. He was clearly a boy, but he was even more delicate than a girl. His smile was even wider. He looked like a polite and obedient child. Perhaps stealing the butterfly's skills would go smoothly. Woo. Soon, 11 carried Shiryu down. Shiryu and 11 were all right, but Buggy looked at the spatial crystal butterfly flying back to the young men in admiration. So powerful. And so handsome. What would it look like after it evolved? Are you Injingfan? The candidate who's first in the basic test. After Shiryu got down, he got down from 11 and looked at the other party. In the face of Shiryu and the others' questions, Injingfan's expression did not change. He nodded and said, "It's me." As expected, it's you. You can participate in the vocation assessment at the age of 12. Impressive. I was still playing with mud at your age, Shiryu first said what the other party might like to hear. Thank you. I actually have a lot to learn. Injingfan. By the way, my name is Shiryu. Hello. Injingfan nodded, thinking that Shiryu definitely had something to do. Well, I heard you contracted a pet of a monarch's race. I didn't expect you to have a spatial crystal butterfly. Shiryu looked at the spatial crystal butterfly and asked curiously, "Can I ask you a question? When the crystal butterfly evolved, what did it use to break out of the cocoon? Did it rely on concealment to directly ignore the cocoon and come out, or did it rely on instant transmission to directly teleport out, or should I say, space shackles? There's no other meaning. As you can see, I've also contracted a green silkworm and want to nurture it in the direction of the spatial system, so I'm more curious." Shiryu revealed a bright and warm smile. Jingfan looked at the bugs on 11's head. Want to nurture it in the direction of space? Shiryu had an evolution plan. If there was, why would he ask such a question? However, Jingfan still answered, relying on spatial shackles. The cocoon could be seen as a sealed space. The spatial crystal butterfly spreading its wings inside caused spatial fluctuations. Whether it could shatter the cocoon determined whether it could evolve perfectly. And concealment and instant transmission were racial skills that could only be awakened after breaking through the cocoon. Is there anything else? After a simple explanation, Jingfan, who didn't look like a young genius, asked again. There's one more. Shiryu hurriedly said, I heard that the instant transmission skill can also carry people. Can you let me and my green silkworm experience it? Of course, it's not a wasted experience. We will pay you. Because I want it to evolve into a spatial system, we're more curious about the experience of spatial movement skills. Instant transmission could carry people and move together, but without reaching transcendent level instant transmission, it could only teleport with the carrier. Shiryu wanted to use this method to come into contact with the spatial crystal butterfly. Jingfan showed a troubled expression. Carrying someone in instant transmission should consume a lot of physical energy, right? I can use this as a reward. Shiryu took out an ethereal stone. The beast-taming spatial strengthening talent was a money-sucking business. It urgently lacked spatial-type resources. Shiryu knew this. A piece of ethereal stone for a teleportation experience card. This was a very good deal, right? Ethereal spirit stone, as expected, Jingfan's gaze was attracted by the ethereal spirit stone. It was indeed as Shiryu had imagined. This talent to increase the level of space was very difficult. Cultivation resources like the ethereal spirit stone were almost necessary. Jingfan completely didn't expect that Shiryu would take out an ethereal stone worth millions as a reward for one experience. From the looks of it, he was very sincere. However, Jingfan's next words made Shiryu's heart skip a beat. I don't want to. This damn child, didn't he know to feel sorry for his legendary father? He can't always let his father provide cultivation resources. It's time to learn to earn it himself. This is too expensive. I don't want your ethereal stone. I can let the spatial crystal butterfly give you a taste of instant transmission, but I have a condition. Jingfan looked at the iron-eating beast beside Shiryu. I've also heard of you guys. Shiryu, iron-eating beast, basic test energy level 3186. Can you let it fight my spatial crystal butterfly? Compared to the ethereal spirit stone, Jingfan was more interested in the combination of Shiryu and the iron-eating beast. The reason why he came to participate in the vocation assessment at this age was to train himself. Because if he waited until he was a little older, the vocation assessment would be completely free of pressure for him. His goal was to surpass his father and climb to the highest level, so he wasn't prepared to let go of any opportunity to improve himself. He might not necessarily have a chance to encounter Shiryu in the next ranking battle, so it was better to challenge a candidate with pretty good strength now. Let the spatial crystal butterfly fight my iron-eating beast. Shiryu was slightly stunned. That's simple. All right, Jingfan said gently. But soon, Jingfan fell silent and had a worry. If they fought now and defeated Shiryu's iron-eating beast, would it affect Shiryu's subsequent assessment? He didn't mind. After all, no matter how the spatial crystal butterfly was exhausted, there was still a pet of a monarch species. However, apart from an iron-eating beast, Shiryu seemed to only have one green silkworm with combat power close to 0. The battle will be in 3 days. When the assessment is about to end, I'll wait for you here, Jingfan said after thinking about it. 3 days later. All right. Shiryu nodded again. After a few seconds, he deduced what the other party was thinking. Good child. This Yinjingfan seemed to have decided to postpone the battle in order to not affect his assessment. Sure, you recalled how he had fought with his friends for the TV remote control at the orphanage when he was 12 years old. He felt that it was completely incomparable. A good upbringing was really important. Then 3 days later. Although he felt that the battle now wouldn't affect anything, Shiryu still nodded in agreement. At that moment, as Shiryu finished speaking, Yinjingfan nodded. His spatial crystal butterfly immediately waved its transparent water-like wings and slowly flew towards Shiryu. Buggy, Shiryu called out to Buggy, who immediately climbed onto Shiryu's shoulder with a G. Apart from secretly learning skills, Shiryu indeed had the intention of letting Buggy experience spatial movement skills in advance. Perhaps it could increase the affinity of Buggy and the spatial element. At the same time, 11 was stunned. What about me? These guys went to experience instant transmission, what about 11? Woo! 11 immediately shrunk back to a size smaller than a worm. It pulled Shiryu's pants and climbed onto Shiryu's shoulder. It planned to experience it together. This scene stunned Yinjingfan across from him. Multiplication. An iron-eating beast that could multiply. Yinjingfan fell into deep thought. Forget it, a transcendent-level iron-eating beast with more than 3,100 energy points was already very unscientific in itself, so it was fine if it could multiply. As expected, just as his father said, the world was very big. There were all kinds of beast tamers and pets. And if he wanted to become the strongest beast tamer, he had to meet different people and beasts one by one and defeat them. Yinjingfan gradually revealed an imperceptible solemn gaze. Then, I'll be troubling you. At this moment, on the other side, Shiryu stretched out his hand, indicating for the spatial crystal butterfly to come into contact with his hand. At the same time, he activated his telepathy and said to the spatial crystal butterfly, Mimi. Shiryu could also communicate with it. Clearly, this spatial crystal butterfly did not expect this. It nodded slightly and responded politely like its owner, landing in Shiryu's hand. It was difficult to imagine that such a spatial crystal butterfly had instantly killed 9 ferocious and fatal killing bees just now. At this moment, the spatial crystal butterfly landed. Shiryu activated the skill index at the same time. Skill, teleport. Skill, concealment. Skill, space shackles. Shiryu copied 3 high-level spatial skills in one go, and there were only 2 more skill slots left. At the same time, he turned to look at Buggy on his shoulder. All of them could be taught. This was related to the Buggy's full-level spatial element Worm Silk and the fact that it had already mastered the spatial skill, Phantom Illusion. It could now be considered a halfway spatial green silkworm. In comparison, 11 didn't have any spatial talent at the moment. Apart from its main metal attribute, its thunder attribute talent was pretty good. After all, it quickly comprehended the Thunder Palm. After the replication was completed, Shiryu looked fine on the surface, but his heart had already bloomed like a flower. Alright, there were 4 spatial skills. At the same time, the spatial shackles and illusions could be used to break out of the cocoon. The preparation of the skills before the evolution of the worm was almost completed. Of course, like deterrence and multiplication, he could also teach it to Buggy in the future. It was also a pretty good way to use deterrence points to increase the bug's mental attributes. After these skill points reached proficiency level and above, it would be best if the perfect level guaranteed that they could break out of the cocoon 100%. Next, Shiryu only needed to prepare the corresponding spiritual and spatial evolution materials before he could let Buggy try to evolve. Because their evolution method was relatively unique. There was no need to consider a specific evolution ingredient formula for the DIY evolution path at all. They just needed to find rare materials with corresponding attributes. At the moment, Shiryu had already made plans. He had obtained a pretty good ranking in the vocation assessment. After entering the Ancient Capital University, if there were resources reward, he planned to use the Ancient Capital University as a platform to find spatial evolution materials. As for 11's evolution materials, Shiryu felt that after the iron-eating beast evolution theory was announced, as a beast tamer who had discovered the iron-eating beast's evolution method, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain them. He might even be able to get a very large convenience and discount. At the thought of this, Shiryu immediately felt that the two pets under him had the potential to become overlords of their species. Evolution was just around the corner. At the same time, on the professional assessment committee side, the 9 examiners finally had the video data synchronized with the Eye of Heaven. Due to the huge amount of calculations, they had to update the assessment mission progress in real time and calculate the points of more than 6,000 candidates. They wanted to rescue the candidates at the first moment after they decided to give up the assessment. Only now did the Eye of Heaven upload some video information to the examiners. At this moment, the 9 examiners had also waited for a long time. After all, they still had to combine this assessment to choose 16 key seed candidates. How to let these candidates perfectly display their strength and potential in the ranking battle was something they needed to consider in the future. At the current assessment mission progress, no candidate had completed 2 missions. However, in terms of points, there were already candidates with 16 points. It was equivalent to hunting 16 transcendent creatures. It's Yin Jingfan. The examiners watched the replay data of Yin Jingfan's video. Then, they saw the process of Yin Jingfan bringing the spatial crystal butterfly to instantly kill transcendent-level creatures, including the scene of the spatial crystal butterfly 1 vs 9 instantly killing 9 transcendent-level killer bees. All the examiners' gazes were stunned, feeling that it was ridiculous. They didn't expect that Yin Jingfan actually had a quasi-monarch race's spatial crystal butterfly. He felt that there were very few candidates who could face his Zonian rock beast and the spatial crystal butterfly at the same time. If Legend Yin's son really takes first place in the end, there's nothing bad about it, the master examiner said after a moment of silence. In any case, they were all ancient capital people. It was the age that might agitate the other candidates. Then, they watched the replay of Zhang Qinyi's battle video, which was currently second in points. In the video, a black cloud followed beside a woman. The black thundercloud blew gently, and a high-level skill, Storm, and another high-level skill, Thundercloud Lightning, formed a combination skill that was several meters in size. It directly killed the 5 transcendent rock wolves in front of them. In terms of the visual impact and real damage caused by skills, this one was better. High-level skills with different attributes were actually casually combined. This combination skill was probably the highest among this batch of candidates. Whether it was Yin Jingfan or Zhang Qinyi, the current situation was all easily crushing the ferocious beasts they encountered. All the examiners nodded and gave high recognition. Then, they began to look at the current performance of the candidates one by one according to the results of the first basic test. Although the performance of the third candidate, Miao Dongdong, was inferior to the first 2, he had a parasitic goo that parasitized the emerald tree python. Similarly, no matter what transcendent-level ferocious beast they encountered, they would end it with an instant kill. Overall, their performance was indeed worthy of their basic test results. Then, as the examiners looked at Shiryu's current video data, they fell silent collectively. The first transcendent creature Shiryu hunted was the dark poison python. In the scene that the examiners could see, Shiryu was leisurely leaning against a tree. On his shoulder was a super small iron-eating beast and a green silkworm. Why is that iron-eating beast so small? It doesn't match the basic test data at all. Multiplication. I heard that one of the racial skills of the iron-eating beast in its evolution form is multiplication. Could it be that Shiryu, this little iron-eating beast, has comprehended multiplication? It's possible. But what's with that green worm? Everyone looked at the video again. In the video, the dark poison python in front of Shiryu and the others wanted to swallow the dark light grass in one bite. At this moment, the dark poison python was stunned. Then, its body exploded into pieces. It was extremely sudden. What's going on? The examiners were stunned. Because during the broadcast just now, they didn't see Shiryu and the others attack at all. The dark poison python directly died for no reason. The examiner, Master Chu Jie, had an extremely serious expression. As he chose to replay it, he said, "Look carefully." The video was continuously paused. The scene before and after the dark striped poison python was insta-killed was fixed on Eleven and Buggy's expressions and movements. At a certain moment, Eleven's pupils suddenly constricted, and its expression was extremely dignified. A nearly corporeal spiritual wave that was difficult to see swept over. The worm didn't seem to make a move, but its mouth clearly had a standard silk spitting action. However, the worm silk that it spat out was transparent. Everyone looked back and realized that Shiryu and the others had indeed made a move. However, the process of making a move shocked the examiners. That's deterrence. The examiners' expressions were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that Shiryu's iron-eating beast would actually awaken its deterrence in advance. However, this was still alright. What shocked them the most was that the dark stripe poison python was actually killed by the green worm silk. Transparent worm silk, even if it's a perfect grade worm silk, it won't have any obvious properties. It's all invisible. The head of the assessment, Master Chu Jie, watched the video in silence. Through his words, everyone analyzed the implied meaning. Transcendent level worm silk. How was this possible? The masters were shocked, even more so than when they saw the spatial crystal butterfly. In Dong Huang, the second silkworm that had grasped the transcendent level of worm silk had appeared. Not only that, Master Chu Xie said in an incomprehensible tone. Even if it's a transcendent insect thread or an awakened level green sponge insect, it's definitely impossible for them to instantly dismember the dark pattern poison python with the insect thread. Although the dark pattern poison python is not a transcendent creature known for its defense, it is still a high-level race. Moreover, its growth level is at the supernatural level. This green sponge insect. The growth level of this green silkworm has probably been nurtured to the transcendent level by that participant. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. They looked at Shiryu and the green worm in the video and felt like they had seen an unscientific pair of weirdos. Ridiculous. He's the same as Yin Jingfan. Not only is his first pet ridiculous, but his other pet is also ridiculous. The examiners hurriedly looked at Shiryu's next video information. Compared to those head candidates, Shiryu's hunting points didn't seem to be much, but he had completed one assessment mission. They quickly opened it to see Shiryu's further performance. Then, he saw the scene of a beast tamer riding a panda and holding a wooden sword, slashing down the Gale Sparrow with a sword. His posture and expression made him look like a master who had been immersed in the way of the sword for decades. However, it was a little strange. Perhaps because the Eye of Heaven had lived for a long time, it even playfully stuck a thumbnail at the side, as if it was giving the scene a thumbs up. This was the first time that the Eye of Heaven, which usually only edited simple videos, had done something like this. That was enough proof of how surprising this whole thing was. All the teachers. What the hell was this? Why did the scene change so quickly? There was something wrong with this candidate called Shiryu. At the moment, ordinary candidates were struggling to survive. They tried their best to choose some weak transcendent creatures to hunt. A slightly stronger candidate faced the danger calmly and searched for his assessment mission target. The candidate at the head, on the other hand, arrived at the Island of Trials and went through it as if he were just taking a stroll in his garden. Apart from that, there were also some candidates with clear goals. For example, Yushu, who had a young netherbone dragon and a dragon soul, seemed to be looking for something. I heard that there's a dragon-type resource, dragon soul grass, on the Island of Trials. I wonder if it's true. Where exactly is it? Yushu rode the bone dragon and wandered around with a conflicted expression. Dragon soul grass was a third-level dragon-type and spiritual-type resource, but its value was comparable to other fifth-level resources. This was because it was born from bathing in dragon might. It could allow the deterrence effect of ordinary creatures to be close to that of dragon might. It was also a rare resource that could allow creatures before the monarch level to have a chance to awaken deterrence skills in advance. This resource was still very attractive to Yushu, who was half a dragon tamer. Therefore, at the moment, not every candidate's goal was missions and points. For example, Shiryu had completely forgotten about that at this moment and was excitedly experiencing instant transmission with 11 and Buggy. So handsome. Exciting. Shiryu, 11, and Buggy kept praising the spatial crystal butterfly that brought them into a flicker. Due to telepathy, the spatial crystal butterfly could clearly feel the praise of outsiders, and it couldn't help but maintain a good mood. Telepathy talent. When Yin Jingfan saw that Shiryu was playing so happily with his spatial crystal butterfly, he immediately felt that something was strange. He kept feeling like he had missed something. Perhaps it was an illusion. Chapter 114, Correct Usage of the Skill Index. Chapter 114, Correct Usage of the Skill Index. Happy times were always very short. As Jingfan and Shiyu both wanted to continue the assessment, after Shiyu and the others experienced instant transmission, the two of them bid farewell to each other. He also agreed to return here to battle before the assessment ended to determine the winner. 3 days later. Shiyu watched Jingfan and the space crystal butterfly leave and smiled. He quite liked this child. Not only was he polite, but he was also easy to talk to. His pets were also rare and their skills were high level. He really wanted to make friends with more of his pets. How do you feel? Shiyu asked 11 and Buggy, do you want to learn? Gee. Woo. Buggy's eyes lit up, finding it very interesting. In the blink of an eye, it teleported to a very far place. How magical. It was just that it was a little carsick during the teleportation process. It wondered if it would be better when it was the one doing it. Compared to Buggy's yearning for new skills, 11 was relatively calm. As a skill master, 11 was analyzing the disadvantages of instant transmission. After all, 11 had heard that the child wanted the space crystal butterfly to fight it. Therefore, it had to seriously analyze its opponent's abilities. Due to its attributes, this space crystal butterfly's strength was still very ridiculous. Even for some low-level monarch races, the outcome of a battle between ordinary transcendent-level creatures with super-level skills versus this butterfly was still unknown. This was because of the attributes. Among the major attributes, space was the king, and time was the supreme. It and Buggy often saw this saying on the internet. From this, it could be seen that the space element was very powerful. If he wanted to fight this space crystal butterfly, the battle strategy that 11 could think of was to counter speed with speed. Although the space crystal butterfly's teleportation speed was very fast, its natural flying speed and reaction speed might not necessarily be stronger than it. No matter how fast instant transmission was, it still required time to activate. Moreover, this move was not an attack skill, so it also required time for the reaction time when the space crystal butterfly attacked. 11 felt that it was enough as long as he could use this period of time to instantly kill the space crystal butterfly with the super high speed increase brought about by the perfect level Thunder Palm. Moreover, it had a deterrent skill that could limit the reaction speed of the crystal butterfly. Your analysis is pretty good. Shiyu nodded and said, the proficiency of the space crystal butterfly's instant transmission, concealment, and space shackles shouldn't be very high. In terms of skill proficiency, you have a huge advantage. In terms of energy, you should also have discovered it just now, right? 11 nodded heavily. According to its supervision, the total energy of that space crystal butterfly might not even be 2/3 of its total. Therefore, if it was a battle of attrition, 11 had a higher chance of winning. Shiyu and 11 analyzed the flaws of the 3 spatial skills one by one. Buggy looked bitter. Stop analyzing. They were such cool skills, but after the analysis, why did it suddenly feel like it wasn't amazing? It made Buggy have the illusion that even if it learned it, he still couldn't defeat 11. Haha. Shiyu smiled. It was not a big problem, not a big problem. The upper limit of these 3 skills was still higher than the skills 11 had mastered at the moment. Analyzing the battle chances of 11 and the space crystal butterfly was completely based on 11's high skill proficiency. As long as one of the skills of the space crystal butterfly reached expert level, the pressure on 11 would be much greater. Regarding this, he needed to be careful. However, Shiyu judged that the other party's skill proficiency shouldn't be high. After all, Jingfan and the space crystal butterfly were not that old. Moreover, skill proficiency was a skill that was more complicated the higher the level, and the harder it was to increase skill proficiency. A low-level skill could be mastered after a pet trained hard for a year. However, for a high-level skill to reach expert level, the amount of training needed was several times that of a low-level skill. This was also why the consumption of points when Shiyu raised high-level skills was much higher than low-level skills. For example, for super skills, perhaps a monarch's pet might not even be able to upgrade from entry-level to proficient level after years of hard work. The difficulty of raising the proficiency of high-level skills was too high. This also gave some low-level pets a chance to defeat strong enemies by using combination skills and profundities formed by low-level skills. If you learn instant transmission and we upgrade it to transcendent level, 11 won't be able to defeat you even if he dies of exhaustion, Shiyu said to Buggy. Buggy was again in unexpected ecstasy. 11 pouted. TSK. Stupid worm. It actually placed its hope of defeating it on the additional points. It had no ambition. It looked like it had been completely corroded. When the worm's instant transmission reached the maximum level, 11 firmly believed that it would have definitely mastered a skill that could shatter space and would be also maxed out by the beast tamer. Everybody knew how to get points. Everyone stood on the same adding point line. They competed in hard work. In this aspect, 11 was no weaker than a beast. Then, Shiryu took the wooden sword and rode 11 to start a new adventure. There were indeed many transcendent creatures here. Before long, they encountered another transcendent-level ferocious beast, a water element mad python. Shiryu was speechless. Why were there so many snakes? And they were all pythons. Weren't there any snake spirits like Medusa or Little White and Little Ching? That would be more exciting to chop. At this moment, the dark blue giant python was circling by the rock. It stared at Shiryu and the others in cold blood and decided if it wanted to eat more later. It was mainly because it had never eaten such a strange creature before and didn't know if it was delicious. There seems to be a lake ahead. After discovering the water elemental ferocious beast, Shiryu seemed to feel that the air had become much more humid. He immediately made a judgment. He was familiar with the mad python. It had the race skill maddening and torrent tail. Back when he was training at MTT on Mang, there seemed to be a small boss called Mad Python. At that time, Shiryu even had the thought of replicating Mad Python. Madness, hardening, multiplying sounded fierce, but this was the first time he really encountered a Mad Python. Having a water-type ferocious beast meant that there was a water source. He had a mission, and that was to obtain water element resources. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be lakes and rivers near the landing point. Shiryu, 11, and Buggy still chose to ignore the Mad Python and think about other things. This made the Mad Python extremely silent and had the urge to go crazy. Just as Mad Python was thinking, Shiryu suddenly looked at it. Have you ever been slashed at the speed of light? Mad Python. After Shiryu finished speaking, he slowly raised the saber. In the next second, perfect thunder palm, transcendent level hardening, expert level deterrence, perfect level super sight activated at the same time. Lightning wrapped around its four limbs as it erupted with a terrifying speed. Following that, 11 and Shiryu's figures flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived beside the Mad Python. When the Mad Python reacted, the wooden sword had already stabbed into its head and beheaded it. Profundity, thunder flash. Shiryu's voice slowly fell. His body and hands were trembling. After all, his speed was too fast. If 11 hadn't used hardening to stabilize him and used his supervision to accurately stab the wooden sword into the Mad Python's body, Shiryu would have been sent flying like a worm. In the distance, Buggy crawled up in confusion. He looked at the cool beast tamer and the extremely cooperative leader in front of him and felt depressed. Couldn't they bring it along? It could use the ability of illusions to add special effects. It wasn't completely useless. At this moment, the Mad Python did not know what had happened at all. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was shocked for the second time after observing more than 6,000 candidates. As a monarch-level pet, it could naturally tell that the reason Shiryu could successfully posture was all because his pet was assisting. But, were these guys doing a movie? This was a vocation assessment. How could you guys do this? It saw that other candidates were working hard to use their beast-taming talent to strengthen their pets and let their pets hunt. Shiryu. He let his pets assist him crazily while he killed the enemy. How could he do this? The Eye of Heaven was silent. It couldn't take this. It had to edit it seriously and shock all the examiners. Before long, Shiryu and the others arrived at the edge of a lake. This lake looked calm, but Shiryu felt that there was killing intent hidden. Transcendent creatures were probably underwater. However, they still had to make a fuss over the lake. That was because there were a few water lotuses on the lake's surface. The water lotus was in the center of the lake, very far from the shore. In this situation, it was really difficult to collect them without water element and flying-type pets. They were really bullying beast tamers who only cultivated iron-eating beasts. But I have 2 cards. How can you target me? Shiryu chuckled. He didn't expect that he would complete the so-called assessment mission in less than half a day. What did it mean to be fully prepared? What did it mean to be crushed by strength? Buggy, worm silk, go and get the water lotus. Looking at the water lotus hundreds of meters away, Shiryu instructed the worm on his shoulder. Gee, Buggy understood and spat out a long transparent worm silk, flying away. Very quickly, with a whoosh, the water surface was sliced open. A water lotus was plucked by the worm and quickly swept back. There were no obstacles during this process. Only when the water lotus was swept to Shiryu's side did the lake suddenly tremble. The water surface seemed to have exploded, and an extraordinary high-level elemental creature, the Wild Flow Fairy, suddenly crawled out of the lake in the form of a waterspout. In addition, all over the lake, dragon carps of low-level transcendent races and praying rain frogs of medium-level transcendent races also appeared. They were basically at the awakening level. Shiryu looked at the changes in the lake and the water lotus beside him. He was basically certain that the boss of this lake was this Mad Flow Fairy. Name, Mad Flow Fairy. Attributes, water. Race skill, Mad Flow, water wall, purification. The Mad Flow Fairy was a rather strange elemental creature. It liked water very much. Many floods and torrential rain were caused by it organizing a large number of water-type creatures. Its habit was to turn all land into water. In comparison, the dragon carp and rain suppliant frog that appeared were relatively harmless creatures. To be able to survive in such a place, it must be because of the protection of the Wild Flow Fairy. Mad Flow Fairies that had the cleansing skill were still very popular with other water-type creatures because they could cleanse water sources and increase the quality of the water source. Therefore, they were also called cleansing water fairies. Resources like water lotuses were actually mainly used to cleanse the water quality. Therefore, when Shiryu took one away, the creatures in the lake immediately couldn't stay any longer. Boom. Under the roar of the Mad Flow Fairy, dozens of water-type creatures popped their heads out, full of intimidation. On the land, 11 raised its head and roared at the creatures that appeared in the lake, showing some deterrence. In the next moment, all the water-type creatures, including the Mad Flow Fairy, sank into the water and immediately slipped away. They seemed to be saying that it was fine, that they should just take it. The water quality here was already good enough, it didn't matter. In nature, it was also so realistic. The fist was the law. 11. Is there any way for me to split open the lake with a sword? 11. This guy was really pushing things. Gee. Buggy hurriedly said. It had a way, it had a way. Sure, you just had to pretend to swing his sword. It could use the transparent worm silk to simulate sword aura while tearing open the lake. In this way, it looked like Shiryu had cut open the lake. Then, 11 used deterrence to make all the creatures in the water faint in the lake that was split open. It was a great success in battle. As a panda knight, it was normal for him to use deterrence sword aura. 11. Sigma, degree, hello, worm director. It's indeed a method, but it's too much of a waste of energy. Forget it. Shiryu smiled. He was just kidding. He looked at the lake again. He didn't expect to see the rain suppliant frog and dragon carp here. Name, rain suppliant frog. Race skill, Chi Yu, high-level water skill, water arrow, low-level water skill. This Chi Yu was a good skill. It was a rare ability that could change the weather. If it was a rainy day, the performance of the water-type pet could receive a good increase. It was equivalent to another kind of water element talent. However, Shiryu did not mind. Too much. After all, there was no suitable weather-based pet in his team. However, this dragon carp was very interesting. Dragon carp. Race skill, leaping dragon gate, no-level water skill. Like the green silkworm, this dragon carp was a weakling in the pet world. At the same time, it was also one of the few creatures that could rely on increasing their racial skill proficiency to evolve naturally, just like the green worm. However, its evolution difficulty was much higher than the green worm, so its status was also much lower than the green worm. It was said that as long as the dragon carp trained the water-slapping skill, which looked like a salted fish turning over, to perfection-level proficiency, it could evolve into a dragon attribute and become a sub-dragon. This leaping dragon door sounded very cool, but actually, just like the worm silk, it was a useless skill that could be trained to perfection. At most, it would cause a small impact wave. But it was this useless skill that could increase the dragon carp's race potential. At this moment, when he saw the dragon carp, Shiryu fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, although these levelless skills were trash, they didn't seem to be completely useless. He felt that maybe he could look for it in the future and see if there were any suitable levelless skills to teach 11 and Worm. After all, teaching levelless skills was too easy. It didn't take much physical strength and time to quickly reach the maximum level. Then, it would turn something rotten into something magical. After that, after reaching the maximum level, it could also be deleted, leaving empty pages of the skill index. Compared to that, who knew how long it would take to delete the inner power and plant control in the skill index? Shiryu felt that even if he became a legendary beast tamer, these two super skills would probably still be lying in the index. From a certain point of view, this might be the correct usage of the skill index's deletion function. A day later, Shiryu had already ridden 11 and swept the surroundings of the landing point. During this period, he also encountered many candidates, but the assessment did not allow teaming up, so they did not have much interaction. However, when they saw Shiryu riding the iron-eating beast, the candidate they encountered was still very shocked. This was the first time he knew that iron-eating beasts could be used like this, but he didn't know what use it had. Iron-eating beasts weren't mount races either. Save energy for travel. Clearly, they didn't have the chance to experience Shiryu's hardening swordplay. Currently, those who saw Shiryu take action had all died. The beasts, naturally. There are level 3 resources again. In just a day, Shiryu and the others had gathered many rare resources. Because the assessment mission had been completed, Shiryu did not care about the number of ferocious beasts he hunted. He focused on finding valuable resources and ferocious beasts. His goal was clear. Their efficiency in gathering resources was still very high. Thanks to 11's perfect supervision, they could judge the strength of the energy wave from afar and use this method to determine which direction and corner had rare resources. They could find one at a time. Woo woo woo. However, 11 seemed especially serious this time. In addition, it felt his hair stand on end. This was the first time. Gee. Even Buggy felt a sense of familiarity, let alone 11. In the end, the two pets widened their eyes and were completely certain. It seemed to be dragon might. There was the aura of a dragon. A dragon-type creature, or a dragon-type resource. Shiryu was also stunned. On the stone path, little Iron Eater 11 ran with Shiryu agilely with its short legs. It became more and more familiar with being a mount. At this moment, it was pleasantly surprised. It was the dragon's might. Dragon might was actually a deterrent skill. However, it could only be called dragon might if it was used by the dragon race. Because the quality of the dragon race far exceeded other creatures in all aspects, it also caused the performance of the dragon's might to far exceed the deterrence of other monarch-level creatures. After all, purebred dragons were natural kings. None of their race levels were lower than monarch level. 11 had experienced the dragon's might of the ice dragon phantom before, and it was indeed very unusual. Therefore, it was very excited this time and felt that it could fight with the dragon again. As for Shiryu, he felt that it was dreaming. How could there be a giant dragon in such a godforsaken place? Soon, Shiryu and the others arrived outside a valley. Not only was there no candidate around this valley, but there was also no wild creature. It seemed that all of them had been scared away by the dragon's might. At this moment, just as they approached the valley, 11, Shiryu, and Buggy felt a very strong pressure. If it weren't for 11 using deterrence already, Shiryu and Buggy might not have been able to withstand it. Close. Shiryu's gaze froze. He ordered 11 to approach the valley to see what was going on. However, just as they took a step forward, a brown lizard-like figure appeared. Roar. This brown giant lizard that was as rough as a rock stepped on the gravel and issued a warning with a dignified gaze. Then, a strong deterrence wave shot out. It was actually a deterrence skill, but from the deterrence level, it was only entry level. It was really no match for 11. But even so, Shiryu and the others were still very surprised. Because this was a wild ferocious beast. Apart from his pets, Shiryu had only seen one pet that had awakened deterrent skills before it reached the level of a monarch. That was the Ice Wolf King from the breeding base of Icefield City. Moreover, Shiryu felt that the deterrence of this lizard was not as simple as ordinary deterrence. It even had a hint of dragon might. Name, Earth Rock Lizard. The rock lizard was a commander evolutionary branch of the rockback lizard and the rockback lizard, a transcendent species. It was a transitioning stage for dragon element evolution. Although it wasn't even a subspecies dragon yet, it already possessed some dragon element characteristics. At this moment, seeing such a creature with dragon might, Shiryu was indescribably surprised. Talent. Monarch potential. If not for the fact that the assessment rules did not allow them to take away and contract the ferocious beasts here, Shiryu really wanted to capture them alive and pack them up. However, he also understood the association's concerns. It was basically impossible for a ferocious beast that had grown to the transcendent level in the wild to be tamed by a beast tamer. Its wild and ferocious nature was too strong, and it could only be forced to contract. But in that case, as the ferocious beast grew, there would be a risk of backlash against the beast tamer in the future. Not many beast tamers would contract with the risk of backlash, no matter how talented the pet's potential was. In comparison, weren't the obedient pets cultivated by the breeding bases good? Capturing and contracting high-level ferocious beasts was too risky. The mainstream views in the beast tamer domain also suggested that beast tamers contract those pet cubs and nurture them from young. This was beneficial to establishing restraints. Of course, the truth was not absolute. It wasn't like there weren't beast tamers who specialized in capturing mature wild beasts. However, the mortality rate was several times higher than other beast tamers. At this moment, because Shiryu and the others were not afraid of deterrence at all, and because 11 had always displayed an even stronger and scarier deterrence that was almost corporeal, the extraordinary rock lizard's eyes were filled with apprehension. Is this earth dragon lizard talented, or is there some rare resource inside? Shiryu looked at the nervous appearance of the rock lizard and looked deep into the valley. Roar. At this moment, another valiant dragon's roar came from the distance, stunning Shiryu and the others. A moment later, a black spot appeared in the sky. A young bone dragon about 2 meters in size with a small tamer on it flew over. Damn, after flying for half an island, I finally found this place. This beast tamer was extremely surprised. However, as the young nether bone dragon flapping its bone wings was about to land, this candidate suddenly discovered the earth dragon lizard and Shiryu, who were facing each other below. His expression changed as he observed carefully again. Then, after discovering that the situation below was still normal, he relaxed inwardly. Good, looks like the dragon soul grass hadn't been obtained first. It was clearly a bone dragon, but it could actually make noise. The nether bone young dragon landed. Its beast tamer Yushu started to size up the earth dragon lizard that was releasing its dragon might, and the panda king 11, who was also using deterrence to suppress the other party. At this moment, his relaxed mood immediately tensed up again. His heart skipped a beat and stopped. Damn it, there was still something wrong. Where did this earth dragon lizard come from? Could it be that all the dragon soul grass had been eaten? Moreover, what the hell was this beast tamer riding an iron-eating beast that could use deterrence? Roar, the green eyes of the nether bone young dragon flashed, reminding its beast tamer that the iron-eating beast was not to be trifled with. Its aura was very terrifying. Yushu's expression changed. He realized that the good mood he had when he found the rumored Dragon Valley disappeared with a bang. Moreover, he kept feeling that this mission of his wouldn't be very smooth. Netherbone young dragon, you're Yushu. At this moment, Shiryu turned around to observe the person's bone dragon pet and asked curiously. In just 2 days, he actually saw the 2 popular candidates mentioned by 7 elites consecutively. His luck was pretty good. You're Shiryu. After Yushu got down from the young netherbone dragon, he looked silently at Shiryu, who was riding an iron-eating beast and holding a wooden sword. A moment later, he also determined Shiryu's identity. There were only a few people who scored high on the basic test. Everyone knew the other party's test pet, so it was naturally easy to guess its identity. Originally, Yushu was very unconvinced that the ability of a mere iron-eating beast was above his netherbone young dragon, but now, after discovering that this iron-eating beast actually knew how to use deterrence, he only felt that it was ridiculous. Damn, where did this monster come from? His netherbone young dragon was a high-class commander species, and it was even a dragon type. Yet, it was still a little short of awakening deterrence. What was wrong with Shiryu's iron-eating beast? Well, from the looks of it, you deliberately came here? Shiryu asked. Yushu's expression darkened. This was none of his business. Although he thought this way, he still nodded. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden at all. There are the dragon-eating resources I need inside, but it looks like we discovered it at the same time. How is it? How do you plan to compete? He looked at Shiryu with interest. Although this iron-eating beast didn't look weak, after his netherbone young dragon and dragon soul fused, its battle power was comparable to an extraordinary pet of a monarch race. If it was according to the standard resource competition method, Shiryu would not be his match. He wasn't even afraid of Yin Jingfan's beast. In short, he was determined to get the dragon soul grass. The main reason was that this thing was very rare even in the outside world. It was very difficult to buy. Although there were high-level substitutes, the high-level resources were too high for his pet. Instead, the level of this dragon soul grass was just right. The lizard. Get lost, that belonged to it. It looked at the iron-eating beast and the bone dragon more fearfully. It kept feeling that both parties were coveting the dragon soul grass in the valley. There's indeed a treasure. Shiryu was stunned and found it interesting. He had a premonition that this resource was not simple. Perhaps this trial island wasn't all a pile of trash and low-level resources. Before Shiryu could make a decision, the bug became excited. Why not let it deal with this bone dragon and that dragon lizard? It felt that there would be dragon element resources inside, and it wanted to fight for them itself. Shiryu, you're not his match either. Unless. It wasn't that he looked down on Buggy. Even if the Buggy's battle power was fully released, it would only be a transcendent pet comparable to low-level commander races. It was barely enough to deal with this lizard, let alone the bone dragon. Insect, equipment. What the worm meant was that expert-level illusory phantom could use external items to increase the quality of the illusory phantom. Low-class commander races weren't its full battle power at all. With so many ice element energy crystals and that ice dragon whiskers, just like during training, if it was used, it could transform into an ice dragon and crush this dragon lizard and bone dragon without any pressure. Chapter 115, Ice Dragon Bug vs Soul-Attached Bone Dragon. Chapter 115, Ice Dragon Bug vs Soul-Attached Bone Dragon. How do you plan to compete? At this moment, after hearing Buggy's petition, Shiryu smiled. So this worm was thinking about wearing equipment. It couldn't defeat the enemy naked, but couldn't it defeat it with a +20 golden legendary equipment? Indeed, the abnormality of an expert-level phantom was that it could strengthen the phantom with external things. If he didn't include this ability, it would be a little unfair to say that the battle power of the bugs was only at the level of transcendent-level ferocious beasts of low-level commander races. It had already been added to the expert level, why should it be used as a proficiency level? However, Shiryu's expression was strange. Buggy was ruthless. If he didn't remember wrongly, Buggy must have caught a cold when it used the ice element energy crystal and the ice dragon whiskers to train previously. It had been sleeping with a blanket for days and directly rejected the cold. Ice element energy crystals were alright. But the ice dragon whiskers that the clam used, even if it wasn't a level 7 resource for a overlord creature, it had to be close, right? As a green silkworm, wearing such equipment would naturally be a huge burden. Of course, the burden was great, and the gains were also great. Although the combat power of the transformed ice dragon was very poor in terms of skills and could only use some basic ice-type moves, the physical fitness of the dragon race was undoubtedly powerful. It was very resistant to attacks. Just like the ice dragon Phantom 11 encountered, its physical quality was ridiculous, and its control over elemental energy was also ridiculous. It was equivalent to an overlord race cub without any super or high-level skills, only having the strength of the body. This was already very strong. Just based on this point, it felt that it could go head-on against ordinary monarch species creatures. After all, a real ice dragon was an overlord race. Squashing a commander species creature of the same level was as easy as squashing a worm. In this case, Buggy indeed had the capital to interfere in the competition of the vocation assessment. Previously, the ice dragon whiskers and ice element energy crystals were both external forces. In addition, the burden of using the bugs was relatively high. Sure, you did not count them in the battle power Buggy. Now, since Buggy wanted to try again, it wasn't impossible to try. How else can we compete? Both parties compete with all their might. If you're afraid of affecting the assessment, you might as well give up. Yushu chuckled, hoping that Shiryu would back off. He had no intention of fighting. One-on-one. After all, his strength was in team battles with pets. 2 versus 2. Alright, but shouldn't we deal with this earth dragon lizard first and see what's inside? Shiryu said. Yushu shook his head and glanced at the rock lizard, not paying much attention. It was just a low-level commander species earth dragon lizard. Even if it had awakened its deterrence, in terms of battle power, it might only be comparable to the thunder lion Shiryu encountered during the basic test. Its energy level was about 1000. For a genius like Yushu, who had a single bone dragon that was close to 3000 energy points, this earth dragon lizard was also a ferocious beast that could be insta-killed. 1 point, I'll take it. Yushu didn't ask for Shiryu's opinion and directly let his pet attack. In the vocation assessment, no matter the level of the ferocious beast's race, as long as it grew to the transcendent level, hunting was 1 point. Therefore, it was really tiring and not pleasing to hunt a powerful ferocious beast like the earth dragon lizard, but that was for ordinary candidates. Yushu's eyes were filled with arrogance. He was very disdainful of this creature associated with the word dragon but not dragon type. At this moment, the rock lizard's heart skipped a beat as it suddenly realized that something was wrong. Right now, it didn't seem like it was a good time to watch this show. It subconsciously wanted to burrow into the ground and return to the valley first. At this moment, Yushu's netherbone dragon flew up. At the same time, a green soul flame appeared in its skeleton body, forming a dragon shape that wrapped around the body of the netherbone dragon. At this moment, the aura of the young netherbone dragon became extremely terrifying. Even without the dragon's might, the earth rock lizard could feel the spiritual pressure of a dragon-type creature. Name, Netherbone Young Dragon. Attributes, Undead, Dragon. Race skill, Dragon Claw, Intermediate Dragon-type skill, Dragon Breath, Advanced Dragon-type skill, Corpse Strengthening, Advanced Undead-type skill, Bone Reassembling, Advanced Undead-type skill. Name, Dragon Soul, Incomplete. Race skill, Possession, Advanced Undead skill, Soul Flame, Advanced Undead skill. The 2 pets of the commander species completed the fusion almost instantly through the Possession skill. In the sky, the young netherbone dragon covered in green soul flames suddenly condensed a black flame breath. A powerful combination skill with the properties of dragon, undead, and fire blasted out. Hoo-hoo! Blazing dragon breath flames attacked. Below, the earth dragon lizard roared as sand and rocks gathered around it. In the face of the attack, it instantly swept up the high-level skill rock sand storm to resist. The rock sand that filled the sky twisted into a force that collided with the dragon flames. However, this soul fire dragon breath formed by the dragon soul possessing the young netherbone dragon instantly penetrated the rock sand storm with a bang. Under the shocked expression of the earth rock lizard, it turned into raging flames and got swept into the flames. The miserable cry of the earth dragon lizard came from the dark green inferno. The battle power of both parties was not on the same level at all. Are you still planning to compete? Yushu smiled. He had the pride that most dragon tamers had and was extremely confident in his own strength. Not far away, Shiryu, 11, and Buggy watched this scene in silence. It was fancy. Wasn't it just insta-killing a lizard? Sob. 11 curled its lips. If it wasn't to save energy and use supervision to find more resources, one deterrence from it could directly knock this lizard out. All along, when they were traveling, the passive deterrence that 11 displayed was at entry level. Such a deterrence wave was enough to deter the enemy's battle intent. As for proficient level deterrence, it could already cause mental damage and directly stun the enemy. As for the expert level deterrence that 11 mastered, also known as the King's Aura, the huge aura could stun hundreds of enemies and condense into a wave that crushed the enemy. It was a deterrence that could resist the dragon's might of the Ice Dragon Phantom. It was very difficult for any opponent whose mental willpower was inferior to 11's, even if they were also at the transcendent level. After all, this was an expert high-level mental skill. At the transcendent level, how many pets could train high-level skills to the expert level? The proficient level was the limit. However, although 11 felt that its opponent was being fancy, it glanced at Buggy. Can you do it? Gee. Buggy was very unhappy because it was looked down on. Wait and see. Buggy also understood that with added points and hard work, it definitely couldn't surpass the leader. Then, it could only rely on wearing divine clothes. With the enhancement of his divine armor, he could slay dragons like bugs. Sob. 11 shook his head. It didn't matter. It was a 2 vs 2 anyway, so it could try again if it didn't work. At this moment, Yushu was waiting for Shiryu's answer. However, Shiryu was not frightened as he had imagined. Of course I'll be competing, but I'll go and see what's inside first. Shiryu smiled. This guy was trying to scare him. Too young. However, although he was young, Shiryu casually glanced at the young Netherbone dragon. Its 4 skills were alright, but the possession skill of the dragon soul looked awesome. This was a skill similar to the fusion beast taming talent. Beast tamers with the fusion beast taming talent could take the initiative to choose to fuse with different pets. As for undead-type soul pets with the possession skill, they could also choose to possess different pets, or even beast tamers. This was also a very mainstream life-saving skill among spirit mediums. Shiryu heard that there seemed to be a legendary spirit medium in the ancient capital who specialized in developing the possession skill. He contracted a heroic spirit with explosive battle power. After the heroic spirit possessed him, the spirit medium was said to be able to suppress overlord creatures alone. In short, this was also a good skill. Unfortunately, 11 and Buggy definitely couldn't learn it, or else he would be even more handsome. What else could be inside? Dragon soul grass. Yushu glanced at the familiar rock lizard with strange patterns on the ground and shook his head. After patting the bone dragon beside him, he followed Shiryu, who was riding the iron-eating beast, into the valley. In the valley, 3 plants that looked like green wings swayed at the core. The plant emitted strong spiritual waves that were like dragon might. Seeing these 3 stalks of grass, Yushu was overjoyed. There were actually 3 stalks. The rock lizard relied on the deterrence of these. At this moment, Shiryu and the others stared at the dragon soul grass and revealed curious expressions. Shiryu had clearly memorized a large amount of resources, but he still couldn't find any information on this resource in his mind. It seemed like it was a super rare resource. Do you know what this is? Shiryu asked. Yushu was speechless. After all this time, he didn't even know what it was and he wanted to fight with him. Dragon soul grass, level 3 dragon element and spiritual element resources. Its value is comparable to resources above ordinary level 5, Yushu replied. Only when a purebred dragon dies in a place where the lingering dragon might doesn't disperse can such a plant be formed. That earth dragon lizard should have used the pressure of the dragon soul grass to train its mental strength during its growth stage and awakened its deterrence on its own. Its talent seems pretty good. Yushu was relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't eaten directly. The dragon soul grass couldn't be eaten directly, or else there would be a huge risk of mental breakdown. It needed to be used with other materials. As long as the ferocious beast wasn't stupid, it could sense the danger of the dragon soul grass. This lizard was very smart, and it only used its pressure to train its spiritual power. As for why Yushu knew so much, it was very simple. It was because his mother had participated in the development mission of the Island of Trials before and personally hunted several subspecies dragons in this place that could breed dragon soul grass. Now, there were no more alternative dragons. All the high-level ferocious beasts had been eliminated, leaving only creatures like the earth dragon lizard that might evolve into dragons. Is that so? At this moment, when Shiryu heard Yushu say this, he knew the use of the dragon soul grass without thinking. Sure. Mental resources. It felt like they could be used as evolution materials for Buggy. It could even make deterrence have the nature of a dragon. Wouldn't it be better to use deterrence after transforming into an ice dragon? The completion level of the ice dragon phantom increased again. Shiryu and Buggy's eyes lit up. They felt that they couldn't miss such a rare resource. Alright, I've satisfied your curiosity, right? Yushu smiled and said confidently. By the way, don't tell me that your second pet is a green worm waiting to evolve. The reason why he wasn't afraid to compete with Shiryu for the dragon soul grass was firstly because his possession double strike battle tactic was invincible at the same level, and secondly, Shiryu didn't seem to be very smart. He rode an iron-eating beast, held a wooden sword, and even contracted a green silkworm to participate in the vocation assessment. What the heck? Netherbone young dragon, dragon soul versus iron-eating beast, green silkworm, how could they lose? Yushu didn't know how to lose. It was also because Shiryu was also a genius that he felt that he could befriend him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to Shiryu. Although everyone was competing, there was no need to damage the harmony. He wanted Shiryu to admit defeat wholeheartedly. It's really my second pet. Shiryu smiled. Not only was his other pet a green silkworm, but he even planned to let it fight 1-2 first. Then you're finished. Do you plan to let the iron-eating beast fight 1-2? No. Yushu and Shiryu's gazes became even more serious. Both parties were determined to get the dragon soul grass. In that case, they could only compete according to the traditional competition method. The two of them walked to a relatively empty place. Yushu was dressed in black. As he often flew, he even wore a red windproof cloak. He looked very strong. Under his instructions, the bone dragon that was possessed by the dragon soul waved its bone wings and slowly flew up. In midair, it looked at Shiryu and the others with its empty green fire eyes. On Shiryu's side, Buggy quickly crawled into Shiryu's hand. Shiryu dug into his pocket and took out a level 2 ice element energy crystal from the ruin pearl. He fed it to Buggy and let Buggy put it in its mouth. As for the ice dragon whiskers, it had already been tied to its body by the transparent insect silk. After the armor was completed, Buggy's gaze was serious. It bent his body and jumped down. Worm leap. The worm successfully landed opposite the soul attached and stared at it with battle intent. At this moment, on the other side, the serious-looking Yushu and the soul-attached bone dragon paused for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Looking at the indifferent Shiryu, the iron-eating beast, and the green silkworm that jumped out, they were speechless. Please don't tell him that Shiryu wanted the green silkworm to fight his soul-attached bone dragon. Are you serious? Yushu looked up at Shiryu but wondered what did Shiryu feed the green worm. I'm serious. Shiryu said calmly, you're considered half a dragon tamer, right? I forgot to tell you, actually, I'm the same. Yushu. Before Yushu could react, Buggy on the ground had already closed its eyes slightly. At this moment, cold air started to emit from Buggy's body. After entering the transcendent level, and after the phantom illusion skill was activated to expert level +4, its spiritual power level combined with absolute sleep could already instantly create dream images. However, this was actually still built up by Buggy's own efforts. If Shiryu could replicate a skill related to controlling dreams for it, the quality of the illusions projected by it should be stronger. For example, in terms of details, perhaps it could really know how many hairs a cat in a dream had. The skill, Phantom Illusion, was actually equivalent to providing a core. As long as the user constantly assembled other skills to increase the quality of the phantom, its upper limit was very high. At this moment, Yushu still didn't know what had happened. The soul-attached bone dragon also felt a little confused, but in the next moment, the atmosphere had already started to change. The sky suddenly darkened, as if blue snow clouds were condensing. In an instant, hail and snow started to fall. The snow mixed with strong winds formed a snowstorm. Countless snowstorms appeared. At that moment, the figure of the worm was already difficult to see clearly under the snowstorm. Originally, Yushu was still in the mood to quietly watch what Shiryu was up to. However, in the next moment, he and the soul-attached bone dragons widened their eyes almost at the same time, revealing an expression of disbelief. Because, at this moment, under the condensation of the snow, the spot where the insect was just now was forming a huge monster, a frost dragon. Yushu and the soul-attached bone dragon looked at the 3-meter-tall dragon creature in front of them, their mouths agape. The strong body of the frost dragon in front of him seemed to be made of frost. Its color was ice blue and deep, representing extreme cold. Not only its body, its neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, and fangs, its 4 strong feet, and its pair of wings were also all strong and powerful. Its scales revealed coldness, and there was wind and snow lingering around it. It was extremely domineering. Ho! The ice dragon that the worm had just projected roared and flapped its wings. During the roar, its deep eyes glanced at its opponent. The few ice-blue beards fluttered with the wind, causing the soul-attached bone dragon to subconsciously take a step back. It felt like its bloodline was being suppressed. The frost dragon in front of him, which was even larger and more like a purebred dragon, directly stunned the soul-attached bone dragon. What was going on? What happened? Impossible. Yushu shouted, staring at the frost dragon in shock. This kind of creature, could a quasi-class beast tamer even summon it? Even if it was a legendary dragon tamer, there were only a few who could tame the frost dragon. This was not a real frost dragon at all. Yushu's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the disappearing green worm in confusion. It's that green worm. That's not a green silkworm. It's a pet that can transform. Just now, it only turned into a green silkworm, but now, it turned into a frost dragon. Shiryu chuckled, and Yushu started to curse in his heart. Damn, never heard of it. Was this how you lie? Was it appropriate to let a powerful pet transform into a green worm to trick people? Moreover, he looked at the frost dragon and swallowed his saliva. This was why he said he was half a dragon tamer. Yushu's expression turned solemn. In short, he didn't believe it. The frost dragon was an overlord of the dragon race. How could it be changed just like that by a quasi-professional beast tamer's pet? It was just for show. He would immediately expose the true form of the ice dragon. Facing the ice dragon phantom in front of it, the soul-attached bone dragon didn't sense that it was illusory at all. It knew that this wasn't an illusion, but a physical illusion. Under the beast tamer's command, the soul-attached flame dragon breath condensed in its restless mouth and attacked. A thick black flame pillar half a meter in diameter suddenly swept towards the ice dragon phantom. The dragon breath flame that could burn the body and soul had completely annihilated the lizard. However, facing this flame dragon breath, the ice dragon phantom was not afraid at all and similarly spat out a breath. It was just a very simple cold breath condensed from ice element energy. However, even the cold breath seemed to really be spat out by the frost dragon. It carried a strong dragon might like a flying ice dragon. Its power was incomparably huge, completely incomparable to the cold breath of those low-level ice element creatures. With a crack, the soul fire dragon breath and the cold breath collided. The result was that the cold breath instantly suppressed the dragon breath and showed signs of freezing this breath. Seeing the dragon breath that instantly froze and was pressed back, Yushu's pupils constricted. Soul fluctuation surged around his body. As a beast tamer with a soul-strengthening talent, he could strengthen the power of the undead. With a boom, Yushu and the bone dragon resonated. Huge soul fluctuations appeared on the bodies of the two at the same time. The soul-attached bone dragon's soul fire dragon breath's flames were even more vigorous at this moment, and its power was instantly equal to the ice breath. Between the two breaths, intense dust and smoke instantly swept up, and the airflow spread to both sides. Strengthen, claw attack. In the smoke, the figure of the soul-attached bone dragon suddenly flew out. After activating the corpse strengthening skill, the bones on its body increased exponentially, as if it was wearing bone armor, and its whole body was incomparably heavy. At this moment, it held the soul dragon claw in both hands and crossed it towards the ice dragon phantom. In the face of the attack, the ice dragon phantom stood still and looked over coldly. Excessive movements would only consume more energy. It only needed to rely on its powerful strength to ignore and crush all attacks. With a bang, the ice dragon phantom took the attack head-on. Fine cracks appeared on its dragon scales. At the same time, a terrifying cold aura erupted from the ice dragon's broken body, freezing the curse energy and directly freezing its entire body along the claws of the soul-attached bone dragon. The strengthened dragon bone was frozen and shattered, but under the repair of the skeleton recombination skill, the soul-attached dragon quickly recovered to its original state. However, in the next instant, the huge ice dragon turned around and swiped its claw. Before the soul-attached dragon could react, its entire body was ruthlessly smashed by the ice dragon phantom's ice-splitting claw again and flew a few meters away. During this process, the nether bone young dragon and the dragon soul were forced to separate. It let out a painful cry and the ice dragon worm heavily injured the two pets in one hit. Roar! The ice dragon phantom still stood on the spot like an overlord, looking down at them and letting out a high cry. Yushu widened his eyes. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He looked at the completely crushed soul-attached bone dragon in one round of confrontation with a shocked expression. The physical fitness of this ice dragon was actually comparable to that of the overlord race's ice dragon. Just based on its physical fitness, it completely crushed his soul-attached bone dragon. In fact, apart from the basic skills Ice Breath and Ice Rending Claw, it didn't use any other skills. This didn't make sense. How could there be such a ridiculous transformation skill? He had never heard of it. Do you still want to fight? I think there's actually no need, Shiryu said. If this continued, the Netherbone young dragon and the dragon soul would definitely be heavily injured. Similarly, Buggy would have to rely on the ice dragon whiskers to transform into such a powerful ice dragon, and his mental state would suffer a heavy blow. In the exchange just now, even if there was an expert-level absolute sleep that constantly recovered physical strength at a high speed, it had already consumed more than half of Buggy's strength. The recovery speed was far lower than the consumption speed. If this continued, it would be meaningless because 11 had yet to make a move. Even if Buggy's physical fitness was insufficient, the outcome of this battle was obvious. Woo, Shiryu sat down, and 11 showed a friendly expression to Yushu and the others. Instantly, Yushu's face turned green and white. Son of AB*TCH, what was wrong with this Shiryu? What kind of pet could turn into a damn dragon? Damn it. Roar, the bone dragon and dragon soul advised the beast tamer not to fight anymore. Son of AB*TCH, they might not be a match for this guy. At this moment, Yushu was completely numb. The bone dragon and dragon soul stared cautiously at the ice dragon opposite them. As for him, he looked solemnly at the iron-eating beast with 3,186 energy points and the calm Shiryu. He immediately deduced that he might really not be able to compete with this fellow. To think that he was so confident at the start. Damn it, that wasn't a green worm at all. Yushu had a deep grudge. Whether the ice dragon in front of him was real or fake, its battle power was definitely not inferior to the purebred dragons of the low-level monarch race. Dragon Soul Grass. You win. Yushu's expression darkened. It was just Dragon Soul Grass. He didn't want a mere low-level resource. Yushu didn't want to end the assessment early because of the 3 Dragon Soul Grass. If he continued fighting, his bone dragon and dragon soul would definitely lose their ability to fight. At that time, he would have difficulty moving in the next 2 days. I admit defeat. You guys are good. See you in the ranking battle. Also, remember not to use the dragon soul grass directly. Yushu summoned his 2 pets and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here anymore. You're leaving already? Be careful, Shiryu waved his hand. This person was as easygoing as Yin Jingfan. He was a good person. He was just not as strong as Yin Jingfan. At the same time, on the ground, the ice dragon phantom gradually disappeared, and the green worm lay on the ground trembling. Buggy, achoo. Achoo. Hopefully it didn't catch a cold. Gee, although it felt cold all over, Buggy was especially excited at this moment. This was because these 3 stalks of dragon soul grass were obtained by itself. It quickly crawled to the edge of the dragon soul grass and sensed the dragon might. At this moment, the insect's pupils constricted. It didn't eat the dragon soul grass at all, but a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from its body. It had automatically awakened its deterrence skill. In the distance, Yushu, who had not walked far, turned around slightly. He looked at the intimidating green silkworm king and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 116, King of the Green Silkworms. Chapter 116, King of the Green Silkworms. What's going on? Initially, Shiryu was smiling as he watched the green silkworm run to the dragon soul grass, but suddenly, he was shocked. He looked at the bug that emitted spiritual deterrence and was stunned on the spot. Deterrence. What the F***ck? Buggy awakened its deterrence skill on its own. It must be kidding. Shiryu did not react for a moment and felt that it was a little unscientific. A long time ago, after he saw that he could teach the green silkworm deterrence through the skill index, he sighed with emotion. Who cultivated a green silkworm that could have deterrence? At that time, no matter how much Shiryu thought about it, he definitely didn't expect that a green silkworm would actually awaken its deterrence on its own. It was ridiculous. Deterrence, a spiritual skill, was a symbol of aptitude of a king. After a moment of silence, Shiryu gradually calmed down. Calm down, calm down. It was all because he cultivated it well. Although it didn't seem scientific this time, it wasn't that unscientific either. His worm had already strengthened its mental strength through the proficient level Absolute Sleep and Illusory Phantom, two high-level mental type skills. It was also often used by 11 as a deterrence training target. Its mental strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, its own racial skill had even been maxed out. It had grown to become transcendent with the body of a green silkworm. To say that it was the king of the green silkworm race was already looking down on it. It should be the god of the silkworm worm race. Thinking about it this way, even a snow wolf king and a ground rock lizard could awaken their deterrence before the monarch level. After his bug defeated a dragon type, it wasn't that difficult to accept that it could awaken its king aptitude. Shiryu quickly analyzed the cause and effect, but while he could figure it out, Yushu and his two pets were completely breaking down. He, the dragon soul, and the bone dragon looked at the green silkworm king around the dragon soul grass in a daze. They felt its increasingly strong spirit and could not understand at all. Holy shit, Yushu cursed. Therefore, what exactly was Shiryu's pet? What was it? Also, why did it awaken deterrence before it even ate the dragon soul grass? Yushu would not be jealous of any pet that had a chance to awaken after eating the dragon soul grass. However, when he saw the earth dragon lizard and then this pet that seemed to be a green silkworm that could transform, and saw that they had mastered deterrence, he immediately felt that the dragon soul grass was becoming more and more precious like 100 lemons. Let's go, what are you looking at? It was just a deterrence skill. A skill that any pet could awaken sooner or later was just SOSO. Looking at the stunned bone dragon and dragon soul, Yushu's face darkened again. He quickened his pace and left. The bone dragon and dragon soul looked at each other and quickly followed the beast tamer. The green silkworm was so scary. Didn't beast tamers say that the dragon family was the strongest? Shiryu and 11 came to Buggy's side and looked at the pleasantly surprised Buggy with strange expressions. Good heavens. Now, Shiryu could only sigh. Apart from racial skills, 11 had learned Thunderpalm on his own, and Buggy had learned Deterrence on its own. Shiryu was really curious about what their next skill would be without the skill index. Shiryu estimated that it might have to happen after they evolved. After they evolved, they would definitely awaken new racial skills. Shiryu guessed that the skills 11 could awaken were definitely the high-level inner power and impregnable. As for Buggy, Shiryu couldn't analyze what new racial skills it could awaken after evolution. Didn't this mean that there would be one each for the transcendent level skills of the spiritual and spatial attributes? However, if two or more transcendent skills were awakened, the insect evolved form's race level should be judged as overlord. This was a little against common sense. Because the current research on evolution in the beast tamer domain was already very clear. There were 3 laws for biological evolution. First, the racial level might remain unchanged after biological evolution, and the evolutionary increase in the racial level wouldn't be able to cross 3 major levels. Each creature has multiple evolution possibilities. Third, evolution not only changes the form of creatures, but also their species, attributes, and gender. These were all very easy to understand. For example, if the evolution of Buggy followed the current research pattern, the highest level of its evolution might be a high-level monarch race that was comparable to an overlord race. If one wanted to become an overlord race, they had to rely on the second law to carry out the second stage. 11 might be the same. This had already been confirmed in the previous evolution experiment. Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast's perfection-level racial skill plus hundreds of millions of evolution materials had only raised the iron-eating beast's race level to middle-class monarch. As for that ice phoenix moth that had reached the perfection stage of the worm silk and used phoenix-related materials to evolve, it was only a low-level monarch race. It all matched this pattern. Shiryu was curious about this now. Could his Buggy with a max-level worm silk break this rule? However, he felt that it still depended on the evolution materials. As for the third law, it was easier to understand. Changing forms was inevitable, and evolution to change species often occurred. For example, during the process of dragon carp to dragon, from living body to undead, the species were considered directly changed. On the other hand, there were very few cases of gender change, and it only appeared on a small number of creatures. Then, 11 and Buggy started to exchange deterrence insights. Great. Apart from absolute sleep, they had a second similar skill. Speaking of which, Was there any way for the two of them to combine this skill and make their aura merge together to become stronger and intimidate others? The two pets started to conceptualize the second combination skill after the soaring sky strategy, to bully others. What the heck are these two even talking about? Shiryu looked at the dragon soul grass with a dark expression. That Yushu seemed to have said not to eat the dragon soul grass directly. It meant that he needed to eat it with other spiritual plant resources. Many spiritual plants were like this, especially some strong or poisonous plants. They needed to be matched with other spiritual plants to neutralize the effects. Shiryu decided to investigate it when he returned. Then, he began to transplant the dragon soul grass into the ruins bead. On the assessment committee's side, due to the help of the Eye of Heaven, everyone exploded again. After a day of screening, these 9 examiners had already preliminarily confirmed the candidates for the 16 key-seated candidates. In the next ranking battle, these 16 people wouldn't collide too early. The collision between them would be the key to the entire ranking battle. Apart from that, these 16 people would also be the cards of this batch of vocation assessments in the ancient capital. They were to edit some of their dazzling performance in the field survival assessment this time and then announce it to the public before and after the ranking assessment. This way, the beast tamers of other cities could see the spiritual appearance of the candidates of the ancient capital. The difficult task of editing was naturally handed to the Eye of Heaven. This Eye of Heaven had been in charge of the vocation assessment in the ancient capital for several years. It was very familiar with the business and did not make any mistakes. The examiners trusted it. When they saw the initial version of the video announced by the Eye of Heaven, they were instantly stunned. The 12-year-old handsome young man, Yin Jingfan, controlled the space crystal butterfly to gracefully defeat one enemy after another. There was no problem with this scene. The space element was incomparably mysterious, absolutely eye-catching. He who controlled countless dead ferocious beast corpses with his goo worms, the strange insect master Miao Dong Dong. He had roamed the island of trials with a small beast tide. His performance was also very imposing, and this special beast taming occupation would also be a highlight. Yushu, who rode the soul-armored bone dragon and traversed the sky of the island of trials, could not be found to be in the least bit odd. Every battle revealed the posturing aura of a dragon tamer. These were all talents. But the problem was, why was it that when it came to Shiryu, it was all images of him riding the iron-eating beast and fighting using himself? Profundity, Great Shock. Profundity, Thunder Flash. Profundity, Infinite Convergence. In the scene, Shiryu swung his sword, and dozens of wooden swords flew out like a storm, filling the sky. The sword force was like a net, peerlessly fierce, and spectacular. It directly surrounded the dozen or so killer bees that had gathered together. In the corner, Buggy used transparent worm silk to control the wooden swords that filled the sky. It was very awesome. Worm silk secret skill, sword control. The examiners were stunned. This was King Professional Beast Tamer Assessment. Are they sure it wasn't the admission test of the Ancient Capital Film Academy? The examiners opened their mouths wide in shock. They were confused for a long time before reacting. This video was too deceptive. Moreover, the editing of the Eye of Heaven was also very tricky and advanced. It diluted the pet and strengthened Shiryu's performance. It was very compatible with Shiryu's posturing. It was only because they were experienced that they could tell how these sword techniques were used. The group of examiners could tell that this wasn't because Shiryu himself was ridiculously strong. Shiryu didn't have any powerful talent similar to the fusion talent to allow him to fight. It was purely because the iron-eating beast had actually mastered transcendent level hardening, perfect level thunder palm, and even an impressive deterrence skill. The green silkworm was also very ridiculous. It had mastered transcendent level transparency worm silk. It was only with the cooperation of the two pets that Shiryu completed this series of dazzling operations. Are all the candidates in Pingqing district of your Icefield city so good at performing? Speaking of which, the skill proficiency of hardening, thunder palm, and worm silk was too ridiculous. Although it was only levelless, low, and mid-level skills, the group of examiners was still a little shocked. They dared to conclude that Shiryu was definitely one of the most monstrous candidates in this batch of vocation assessments. Unfortunately, the green silkworm had yet to evolve. Otherwise, it would be another powerful competitor for first place. Do we really have to publicize these images as clips of the promotional vocation assessment in Ancient Capital? A master said in silence. Didn't this show you have any normal training battle scenes? Oh, wait, there seemed to be one, and only one. It was the dark-striped poison python that Shiryu had first encountered. It was mainly because at that time, Shiryu had yet to show off his world. It's not a big problem, not a big problem. This is the initial version. Let's see if there are better materials later, Master Chu Jie said. Wait, there seems to be a battle between prospective seeded candidates. Because the Eye of Heavens will focused on some key candidates, when important candidates met and competed, this group of examiners was the first to know. The Eye of Heaven raised a short battle video. In the video, Shiryu and Yushu entered a valley together. Shiryu and Yushu. The group of master-level examiners was slightly stunned and rather surprised. He didn't expect that the two people ranked in the top 5 of this assessment would bump into each other. They didn't know what the outcome would be. However, when they saw this valley, the master examiners immediately understood. So it was to compete for the Dragon Soul Grass. The Dragon Soul Grass was one of the most valuable resources on the Island of Trials this time. It looked like their luck was pretty good. Who will win? But no matter the outcome, I hope the two didn't have a conflict. The examiners really couldn't say for the time being. Because he still didn't know how Yushu and Shiryu planned to compete for the Dragon Soul Grass. Soon, they received an answer. They saw that Yushu directly sent out the soul-armored bone dragon. 2 vs 2. Just as they made this judgment, the expressions of all the master examiners froze. Roar, in the video, a dragon roar sounded. Their stunned expressions were almost at the same time as Yushu in the image. On Shiryu's side, the iron-eating beast was indifferent. The green silkworm directly leaped down, and instantly, its entire body was covered in snow and wind, transforming into a powerful frost dragon. In the video, the soul-attached bone dragon and the ice dragon started a fierce collision. In a short round, the ice dragon relied on its strong physique to send the bone dragon flying with a claw. During the process of flying backward, the bone dragon repaired its damaged body in pain. The power of the slap was so great that it directly shattered the skeleton's strengthened body. A moment later, Yushu and the soul-attached bone dragon left with ugly expressions. They directly gave up the competition. The frost dragon turned back into the green worm. At this moment, the conference room was extremely silent. The masters and examiners watched the video replay in confusion. Impossible. This. What's going on? You must be kidding. Where did that frost dragon come from? Perhaps because he was worried that the masters and examiners didn't understand what had happened and didn't understand some unorthodox skills. At this moment, the Eye of Heaven loaded the skill information of Illusionary Phantom and attached it to the end of the video. Advanced Spirit and Spatial Dual Element Skills, Phantom Illusion. A powerful skill comparable to a super skill. It was controlled by a green worm. The master examiners were slightly stunned. Now, they knew what was going on with the frost dragon, but not completely. Another incomprehensible genius. I remember that there's an ice dragon ruins in Icefield City, right? This Shiryu has cracked the ruined space that appeared in Icefield City and his pet can transform into an ice dragon. Could it be an opportunity obtained from the ruined space? Are the two ruins related? A master guessed. I can't tell. But it's very likely. In short, don't think about it if you can't understand it. Whether it's the green silkworm or other pets, we just have to organize the assessment well. Master Chu Jie lit a cigarette. He came from a third-level city. He cracked the ruined space and studied the evolution method of the iron-eating beasts through the ruins. He has 2 pets with ridiculous strength. In addition, he was reserved by the Archaeology Department of Ancient Capital University in advance. He will only enter the vision of certain organizations earlier than we do. We were wrong. That's not an ordinary green worm at all. The type is still pending. The master examiners nodded. Shiryu's identity information was very ordinary, but his experience was very ridiculous. There was only one possibility for this outcome. Shiryu had been selected by a powerful beast tamer to be trained, or he had joined a special organization. When the masters contacted Shiryu's identity as an archaeologist, they immediately thought of that place, but it was difficult to confirm. Although a master-level beast tamer could become the president of an association in any third-level city, they could only be considered a middle-level force in the beast tamer domain. An organization like Bureau 11 was a high-level force that was equivalent to a legendary-level beast tamer. Not every master knew these mysterious institutions very well. Damn, did we miss something? He can use a pet to fight against 2 alone and easily defeat Yushu. What if the iron-eating beast was added? The expressions of the examiners changed, and they suddenly felt that the final ranking of the vocation assessment this time was blurred again. Perhaps the quality of the vocation assessment in ancient capital city this time wouldn't be lower than those super cities. On the island of trials, Shiryu, who had obtained the dragon soul grass, was very satisfied. Before we set off, someone seemed to have said that there are not only dragon-type resources on the island, but also spatial-type resources. Where are they? At this moment, Shiryu, who was addicted to collecting rare resources, started to think about spatial resources. 11. It's up to you to find spatial resources. Shiryu placed his hopes on 11, who had perfect supervision. If you can find it, I'll spend a lot of money to buy you a set of your favorite training equipment. This might be a threat to other pets, but for 11, it was a temptation. However, at this moment, 11 rubbed its head crazily and showed a difficult expression. The detestable beast tamer was troubling it again. Although its supervision could detect energy fluctuations in a few hundred meters, this island was too big. It was impossible for them to search all of it in 3 days without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Wasn't this searching for a needle in a haystack? But we still have to work hard to find it. It's all worth it. G. Buggy nodded heavily. At the same time, Buggy looked at the beast tamer. When would he arrange for it to have supervision? This skill was good. After reaching the perfect level, not only could one see the enemy's approximate strength, but they could also use it to search for treasures. Most importantly, after its eyesight was enhanced, the beast tamer no longer had to worry about it playing short-sighted on the cell phone. We'll talk about it when we have time. Shiryu touched his liver. At this moment, after hearing Buggy's words, Shiryu suddenly felt a headache. This guy also wanted supervision. It felt that there was nothing wrong with teaching standard abilities such as supervision, absolute sleep, and deterrence to any pet. However, there were only 2 pets now, and Shiryu felt that he couldn't take it anymore. In the future, if there were more pets, he might not be able to increase points. However, the most infuriating thing was that the method of increasing the page count of the skill index encouraged him to contract more pets. Every time Shiryu contracted a pet, the skill index would increase by 5 blank pages. This page number was based on the number of pets, and not the level of the beast taming space. It was very annoying to his body. However, as a loving beast tamer, Shiryu didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he was very conflicted right now. When the time came, would the third one be a plant-type pet, or an undead-type pet that could be contracted? Or a mechanical-type pet with very high technology? He was quite envious now. Let's go, continue searching for treasures with me. Shiryu called 11 and Buggy. Sob. Life was not easy. 11 sighed and felt that it was meaningless to just carry Shiryu. If only Shiryu and Buggy had focused on being heavier. This way, it could at least have the effect of weight training. Woo. After loading Shiryu and Buggy, 11 turned around. They lacked a friend who knew gravity skills. 11 suggested to Shiryu. Are you short of friends? You need someone that provides you with tools for training. Gravity training method. Did this panda want to become a super scion bear? In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the wilderness survival trial. Time passed pretty quickly. Especially for someone like Shiryu who searched for resources all over the island. Actually, it wasn't a full search of the island. In the end, Shiryu only wandered around the circular area of the landing point. Of course, as a result, he forgot about spatial resources. He didn't even find many level 3 resources that were slightly more valuable. Level 1 and level 2 trash, however, was something he had found. Appeal. Putting aside the dragon soul grass, its value was barely 7 digits. It was mainly because of the agreement with Yin Jingfan. He promised Yin Jingfan to fight his space crystal butterfly before the assessment ended. If he went too far, Shiryu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it back in time and then leave the little kid hanging. He could offer spatial resources, but leaving someone hanging was not a good behavior. After all, Yinjingfan was more valuable to Shiryu than spatial resources. There are still 2 hours until the end of the assessment. Shiryu looked at the time and rushed towards the valley that he had originally agreed on. In these 3 days, he didn't count how many ferocious beasts he had hunted. However, he had completed all 3 of the assessment missions along the way, so he definitely had a professional license now. Soon, Shiryu arrived at his destination. Yinjingfan arrived earlier than Shiryu. When Shiryu arrived, this child was sitting quietly on a huge beast and using a furry tool to massage the space crystal butterfly. The space crystal butterfly looked like it was enjoying itself. Usually, only beast tamers from the medical and feeding departments would master the massage method to relax and clear the energy circulation of different pets. It didn't expect Yinjingfan to be an all-round genius. Sob. G. 11 and Buggy turned to look at Shiryu. When could Shiryu also massage them? He knew the basics, but he had to add points and massage now. Did it not treat him as a human? Shiryu suddenly felt that he had worked too hard. The children were self-disciplined and hard-working, but they didn't know how to be filial to the beast tamer. There's no need to ask any questions for the time being after we go back. You have to arrange for housekeeping skills, nursing skills, and culinary skills. In the future, after adding some points, I'll be counting on you guys to take care of me. Shiryu felt that he should just be an emotionless tool. 11, Buggy_C. This was what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. They shouldn't have said all that. Below. At this moment, Yinjingfan turned around with the space crystal butterfly and also discovered Shiryu, who was rushing over from afar. Following that, his Zonian rock beast turned around. It was a huge rock creature about 4 meters tall that looked like a 2-legged dinosaur. Most of its body was covered in sharp chestnut rocks, and it had strong limbs and tail. The most classic feature was that there was a ring of main rocks as sharp as a scarf around its neck. Although these main rocks were also chestnut now, Shiryu knew that the most terrifying power of the Zonian rock beast was stored inside. The power of lava. Therefore, the Zonian rock beast was also known as the Little Lava Beast, mainly because the name was already officially taken by another monster. Name: Zonian rock beast. Attributes: Earth, Fire. Race level: Low-level monarch. Race skill: Rock transformation, Earth collapse, rock sealing, mountain collapsing, rock roar cannon, lava explosion. Chapter 117, End of the Survival Trial. Chapter 117, End of the Survival Trial. 2 low-level skills, 1 mid-level skill, 2 high-level skills, and 1 super-level skill. The Zonian rock beast had a lot of racial skills, and the 3 highest-level skills were all powerful attack skills. This was a classic example of a brute. It looked powerful, and it was indeed powerful when fighting, but it had no replication value at all. The surprise was insufficient. After all, strong support and swift damage was more of his speed. Shiryu believed that piling strengthening skills and support skills was the way to go. For example, 11, hardening was an enhancement skill, while multiplication was also an enhancement skill. Inner power was still an enhancement skill. When the time came, wouldn't all 3 enhancement skills be a big move? In comparison, he couldn't let 11 learn lava explosion, right? This didn't match 11's current moves either. However, although that was the case, Shiryu still smiled when he saw them. Beast Tamers had 3 elements: Beast Tamer level, Beast Tamer talent, and knowledge base. His own knowledge base included the special, efficient training method for the skills in the secret manuals, and the special cultivation method for pets that included evolution methods. There were so many pets of the low-level monarch species, but Yinjingfan just had to choose a big idiot. He most likely had mastered some cultivation method that was suitable for the Zonian rock beast. Perhaps there was a super rare racial skill. This was a treasure boy. He couldn't be looked at with common sense. You guys are here. Seeing that Shiryu and the others had come, Yinjingfan was somewhat pleasantly surprised. He jumped down from the rock hand of the Zonian rock beast. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the Zonian rock beast. Impressive. Shiryu looked at the tall Zonian rock beast and compared it. He felt that his iron-eating beast was better. After all, this thing couldn't do anything other than fight. However, perhaps it was very efficient to send it to mine. It's all right. Yin Jingfan also took a look at the Zonian rock beast resting with its eyes narrowed and smiled, leaving it at that. Are you ready? Do you guys want to rest? He looked at the iron-eating beast that Shiryu had squeezed into a mount and asked Shiryu and the others. Although Yin Jingfan had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. There's no need. Shiryu glanced at the time. It wasn't far from the end of the assessment. It was better to start as soon as possible. I think it can't wait to fight a space-type opponent too. Shiryu patted 11 beside him. Woo. 11 smiled foolishly, revealing battle intent. Because he had never fought a space-type opponent, 11 was really a little curious. Its training was not good enough. As the assessment approached the end, the 9 master examiners gathered together. Apart from that, an unexpected guest arrived in the huge mechanical cruiser in the sky above the island of trials. A middle-aged man who looked as stable as a mountain and seemed to be born with the aura of a king arrived. Yin Legend, Master Chu Jie and the others looked at this man and smiled helplessly. Why was this person here? Don't worry about me. Yin Zhongrong was expressionless. How could they not mind? The 9 master examiners muttered in their hearts. However, even if this didn't follow the rules, no one dared to say anything. After all, everyone knew Yin Zhongrong's legendary personality. He didn't care about rules in the first place. This Yin legend whose strength could be ranked among the legendary beast tamers only pursued the pinnacle of the beast tamer domain. This was what he valued the most. Apart from that, he cared the most about this son of his. Yin Zhongrong only had a son at the age of 50. He regarded Yin Jingfan, the child who had inherited his beast-taming talent, very highly, and his control of his son was relatively strong. Now, he was most likely here for Yin Jingfan. He sat in the cruiser and brewed a cup of tea himself. Then, he said, Eye of Heaven, I want to see what Yin Jingfan is doing at the moment. The Eye of Heaven paused. Even the 9 master examiners couldn't order the Eye of Heaven. They could only wait for it to update its data and upload the situation of the candidates. But at this moment, as Yin Zhongrong finished speaking, the Eye of Heaven immediately obediently grabbed the image according to his orders. It couldn't be helped. This was a big boss after all. Even its beast tamer was very respectful to Yin Legend. To be precise, it had been beaten up by Yin Legend before, so it was more afraid of this dignified uncle. The assessment is almost over. He should be packing his spoils of war now, said a master. How's his performance these few days? Yin Zhongrong asked. Master Chu Jie said, he completed the 3 assessment missions perfectly and ranked 4th. It's mainly because he has been training the space crystal butterfly from the beginning to the end and hasn't sent the Zonian rock beast to battle. Now that the assessment mission was completed, these candidates naturally did not care how many transcendent-level ferocious beasts they had hunted. The ones who should care were those candidates who had not completed the assessment mission and could only rely on their points ranking to decide whether they could become professional beast tamers. What really concerned these candidates like Yin Legend's son was the final ranking battle. I understand. Yin Zhongrong closed his eyes slightly and opened them. At this moment, the Eye of Heavenly Silk had already transferred Yin Jingfan's current state. As a new image appeared on the center screen of the cruiser, Yin Zhongrong and all the examiners looked over. The examiners were stunned. That was because in the video, Yin Jingfan was ordering the space crystal butterfly to face Shiryu's iron-eating beast. It was as if he was preparing to fight. Holy shit. The masters were shocked. What was going on? Why did these two meet? Yin Jingfan and Shiryu are competing for resources. No, the surroundings aren't resource points, an examiner said in surprise. Who is this person? Yin Zhongrong looked at the scene and asked. He knew his son's personality well. Like him, he basically wouldn't fight opponents he wasn't interested in. Master Chu Jie said, his name is Shiryu. His basic test results are 4th in this assessment. He's a genius archaeologist. Archaeologist. Yin Zhongrong looked at the screen quietly. Then his strength should be pretty good, right? Facing this question, the masters and archaeologists looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Not only was it not bad, if Yin Jingfan only planned to use the crystal butterfly to fight with that iron-eating beast, he would definitely fail. He should probably be using the Zonian rock beast. Maybe they should stop watching. Yes. Yes, it's not bad, and it's very unscientific. It's that iron-eating beast that got 4th place in the first assessment. Iron-eating beast. Yin Zhongrong was incomparably surprised. However, he still didn't think that Yin Jingfan would lose. After all, the racial difference between the space crystal butterfly and the iron-eating beast was too big. In the scene, Yin Jingfan and Shi Yu had already started fighting. The space crystal butterfly versus iron-eating beast. Me. The space crystal butterfly, which had a white body and transparent wings that were as huge as water, slowly flew to an empty place. Yin Jingfan walked near it, his eyes shining. His space crystal butterfly had just evolved and needed training. He hoped that Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast in front of him would be pretty good opponents. They won't be weak. We have to be serious. Yin Jingfan thought. After all, Shi Yu and the others were ranked 4th in the test. In front of Yin Jingfan, 11 stretched its body for a long time. Its gaze was serious as it looked at the space crystal butterfly opposite her. Shi Yu, on the other hand, observed carefully from afar. Apart from this pair of pets and a pair of beast tamers, the Zonian rock beast not far away, and the green silkworm on Shi Yu's shoulder were also spectators. They sized up the battlefield. Among them, the green silkworm was very curious about how much pressure Big Sister Butterfly, who had mastered spatial skills, could give to the leader. Buggy let out a low cry. On the other side, a trace of a fierce aura flowed out of Yin Jingfan's calm expression. Compared to normal days, he looked like a completely different person in battle. Then we'll go ahead and attack first. Yin Jingfan waved a hand, and the space crystal butterfly's flying height increased slightly with a me. During this period, its wings flapped, and 3 crescent-shaped green lights flew out. Low-level wind element skill, Wind Blade. Apart from the 3 spatial-type racial skills, it also learned the wind crystal butterfly's racial skills through other methods. The skill was instantly activated, and the green light condensed. It was an expert-level wind blade. Right now, Yin Jingfan clearly wanted to use this move to test the iron-eating beast. Woo! On the other hand, 11's battle intent was high. The wind blade attacked, causing the surrounding airflow to surge crazily. The sound of the wind blade tearing through the air was strong, as if it could cut through metal. Under the strong wind pressure, 11, who was standing not far from the space crystal butterfly, trembled quickly, but 11's expression was very determined. Especially its eyes. When he focused its mind, they were especially bright, as if it had seen another world. Intermediate spiritual skill, perfect level supervision. Under the activation of its supervision, the destructive power of the wind blade was clear. Its speed was also infinitely slow in its eyes. 11 hardened its palm and suddenly pinched a wind blade that was coming at it. Immediately, a strong wind surged, and the seemingly ordinary move stopped the blade. However, after 11 squeezed it, its body instantly cleverly dodged the other 2 wind blades that were also coming at it, causing the wind blades to miss and almost brush past its body. Is it a coincidence, or? At this moment, Yin Jingfan's pupils constricted. Not only did he realize that the iron-eating beast had crushed an expert-level wind blade, but it was also unscathed. He also discovered that it actually dodged 2 of the pincer attacks accurately, neutralizing their testing with almost the least consumption. This hardening proficiency was at least at perfect level. At this moment, Shi Yu's expression was calm. If Yin Jingfan wanted to train the space crystal butterfly, it would be meaningless to directly let 11 unleash his full battle power. He also had the mentality of training 11. He didn't let it throw out all its strength, but planned to win with skill. In this way, this battle would not be meaningless. It could have training effects on both pets. Battle awareness is not bad. At the same time, a round of confrontation made Yin Legend see how extraordinary the iron-eating beast was. He nodded. Perfect racial skill. And that exaggerated reaction speed, for the iron-eating beast race, was indeed as those examiners said. It was a little unscientific. At that moment, when they saw Yin Legend nod calmly, the master smiled bitterly. This was the beginning of illogical things. In the scene, Yin Jingfan and the space crystal butterfly quickly launched a second round of attacks. Spatial shackles. The wind blades couldn't affect 11, so Yin Jingfan wasn't in a hurry. After all, his original intention was to use the speed of the wind blades to interfere with the iron-eating beast. The instant cast attribute of the wind blade, together with its extreme speed, was very suitable for harassing opponents before the space crystal butterfly chanted high-level skills. As expected, while 11 was fighting the wind blade, the space crystal butterfly accumulated power for 3 seconds and directly created a spatial domain, locking 11 inside. At this moment, 11 suddenly felt the air flow faster. Suddenly, the surroundings were extremely oppressive. He felt like he was in another space. Through its perfect supervision, 11 could still vaguely see the energy flow of the surrounding space. This move was very strange. As a spatial-type move, it couldn't be sure if it could forcefully break through the shackles through the combination skill of Hardening and Thunder Palm. However, there was actually no need to break it at all. This was because the spatial shackles couldn't directly cause damage. If the space crystal butterfly wanted to deal damage through this move, it had to cause the spatial domain to tremble. Then, it could use the spatial shattering spatial wave to deal damage to the enemy. Me. As the space crystal butterfly flapped its wings, the space that shackled 11 started to shake. Transparent spider web-like cracks began to appear around it. In the next moment, transparent waves spread towards 11. Even if it can block with perfect level hardening, it should be greatly affected. Yin Jingfan's expression was serious. Even if his Zonian rock beast relied on its expert-level rock transformation and the physique of a monarch race to take this move head-on, it would also be injured. As for this iron-eating beast, just as Yin Jingfan made the judgment, a scene that made him very quiet happened to 11. After the shock wave was formed, 11's expression was serious. The ground under its feet immediately turned black as if it had turned into metal. Then, the black hardening substance was like liquid metal, instantly forming a half-sphere hardening barrier that completely isolated it from the outside world. Perfect level hardening, release of hardened material. The huge hardening substance didn't come into contact with 11 and formed layer after layer of hardening barriers around its body. The shock wave came with a bang, and cracks quickly appeared on the hardening barrier. The solid hemisphere almost shattered, but before the shock wave could continue to pass in, the continuous hardening substance quickly repaired the hemisphere's barrier and completely dissolved the shock wave. At this moment, Yin Jingfan's expression changed drastically. How could this be? It wasn't perfect level hardening, but transcendent level. In the scene, an incomprehensible expression appeared on Yin Jingfan's young face. He completely didn't expect Shiryu and the others to actually still have such a trump card. Seeing this exchange, Yin Legend also showed a serious expression and said, "Transcendent level hardening. He's just a newbie." The level of transcendence represented the peak of skill. Even if there were special training methods, cultivation methods, or even if it was a low-level skill, there was no reason for it to appear in the vocation assessment and in such a young person. Yes. The masters actually felt that it was alright, because the 12-year-old Yin Jingfan was clearly more ridiculous. When Yin Jingfan turned 18, who knew if he would already be a young master? In the scene, the spatial shackles shattered, and the hardened substance flowed back and disappeared. The little iron-eating beast appeared again. At this moment, the hardening substance flowed into 11's palm and formed a metal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. 11 squeezed hard, and his supervision locked onto the slightly confused space crystal butterfly not far away and threw it. The hardening ball smashed towards the space crystal butterfly like a cannonball. With 11's power, although it wasn't as fast as the previous wind blades, it wasn't slow at all. Me. The black meteor smashed over, scaring the space crystal butterfly into immediately disappearing. The hardening ball directly passed through the body of the space crystal butterfly and smashed towards the mountain behind. With a bang, a shattering hole was directly smashed out of the mountain, and countless shattered rocks fell. The huge sound entered Yin Jingfan's heart, making him suddenly raise his head and look at Shiryu opposite him. At this moment, Shiryu had already made a checkmate. Yin Jingfan also sensed this. I underestimated them, he understood this, and his heart became extremely heavy. However, he did not plan to give up just like that. Yin Legend and the examiners watching from the back also sensed this. The space crystal butterfly's spatial shackles could not break through the absolute defense of transcendent level. This meant that the space crystal butterfly couldn't hurt the iron-eating beast. And although the iron-eating beast also seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the space crystal butterfly, which had space concealment and instant transmission. However, these two skills had a very big disadvantage. In the hidden state, the space crystal butterfly couldn't use other skills, and the consumption of instant transmission was too high. Could it be that it was going to become a battle of attrition between the space crystal butterfly and the iron-eating beast? A battle of attrition was definitely not a good choice for the space crystal butterfly. Sweat dripped from Yin Jingfan's forehead as he sensed the extremely strong pressure from his opponent. Is he going to lose? Yin Legend held the cup tightly and continued to stare at the screen. At this moment, apart from the Eye of Heaven, no one knew that the space crystal butterfly was facing the combination of transcendent level hardening and perfect level supervision. In a sense, this was also a profundity. In the video, the battle between the two continued. Under the lock-on of the perfect level supervision, the space crystal butterfly had just retreated from its hidden state for half a second. 11 threw out the hardened substance that had condensed into a ball with one hand and forced the space crystal butterfly to teleport in a hurry. In the next second, just as the figure of the space crystal butterfly appeared after it teleported, another black meteor attacked. The space crystal butterfly was forced to enter the hidden state to dodge again. In the arena, 11, who was facing the space crystal butterfly, was slightly calm. It was suppressing his opponent the whole time. The space crystal butterfly needed 3 seconds to cast the spatial shackle that posed a threat to it. During this period, it was enough to counterattack. It only relied on hardening and supervision skills. Shiryu's expression remained unchanged. So, could the space crystal butterfly force 11 to use its third skill? Gee, the green worm cried as if it had seen its future. On the other side, Yin Jingfan stared fixedly at the changing situation, his brain continuously seeking ways to break out of the situation. However, he could only sense the pressure from Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast growing stronger. Under the reconnaissance and locking of perfect-grade supervision, even if the space crystal butterfly had the spatial element, it seemed to have plunged it into an endless abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. He couldn't escape from the huge hand high above. This wasn't a suppression of attributes, nor was it a suppression of strength, but a suppression of skills. It relied on the high proficiency of the skill to look down on the opponent. The space crystal butterfly, which had just evolved and wasn't proficient in its skills yet, was like a child compared to the little metal-eating beast that had trained its skills to the peak. This candidate. Upon seeing this, Yin Legend felt that there was no need to continue watching. He said, Eye of Heaven, in addition to hardening, that iron-eating beast probably also used a skill that can lock onto the enemy. It answered Yin Legend Zhongrong through the form of the subtitles. Mid-level spiritual skill, supervision. Although it wasn't as good as its heavenly eye, it was still a pretty good skill. Most importantly, the supervision development of this iron-eating beast was ridiculously high. A few minutes later, the space crystal butterfly finally couldn't hold on anymore. It couldn't withstand the pressure and its physical fitness was exhausted. Shiryu and 11 didn't continue attacking because 11 had always been in control of how much energy the space crystal butterfly had left. I lost. After the feedback from the space crystal butterfly that it was unable to fight, Yin Jingfan admitted defeat immediately. He looked confused and indignant. Anguish and torture. This battle was what he felt. Apart from the first time the space crystal butterfly attacked the iron-eating beast, it was suppressed by the iron-eating beast the whole time. This feeling made Yin Jingfan almost unable to breathe. After the battle, he was already drenched in sweat. Yes, Shiryu said. Perhaps the situation will change if the skill proficiency of the crystal butterfly is higher. He was telling the truth. However, it made Yin Jingfan feel like this was the first time he had seen Shiryu, who was having a friendly chat with him before. Yin Jingfan no longer had the smile from before. He could chat and laugh with people his age who were weaker than him. But facing his peers who were stronger than him, his heart immediately became extremely heavy. He was a person with unparalleled self-esteem. His goal was to get first place in this assessment. Although this was not an official battle, at this moment, Yin Jingfan still had to admit that Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast in front of him were very strong. Roar, the Zonian rock beast looked at the tired space crystal butterfly and the lost beast tamer and got up slightly. Its 4-meter-tall body stood like a small mountain. It was asking if it wanted to fight. It looked at the tiny 11. If it were it wouldn't dodge those skills at all. Its defense was dozens of times stronger than the space crystal butterfly. Even if it took the hardening attacks head-on, it wouldn't suffer serious injuries. It could defeat all opponents with brute force. Huh. 11 also looked up at the big guy. Were they going to continue? Gee. Seeing the big Zonian rock beast get up, the spectating worm sighed with emotion that big sister space crystal butterfly couldn't force the leader to use its full strength, and advised the Zonian rock beast not to court a rebuff. Did it think this was the full battle power of a leader? No need. Yin Jingfan waved his hand to indicate that the battle had ended. With that said, he revealed a determined expression and looked at Shiryu and the others. Although I lost this time, I'll definitely win the ranking battle. When the time comes, it'll be a 2 vs 2. Shiryu looked at the Zonian rock beast and the space crystal butterfly. He didn't know what kind of sparks would result from the cooperation of these two pets. Yes, at that time, I definitely won't lose, Yin Jingfan clenched his fists and affirmed. He didn't regret challenging Shiryu, but regretted why he had underestimated his opponent. He didn't manage to make his pet go all out in the first battle. He lost. Alright, let's fight again when the time comes. At that moment, Shiryu sensed Yin Jingfan's tone and looked at his expression, feeling a little panicked. Damn. He was still smiling amiably just now, why was he so serious now? It couldn't be that he was too young and couldn't take it, right? Now, the feeling Yin Jingfan gave Shiryu was like he could cry at any moment, making Shiryu regret fighting this battle a little. The assessment is about to end. We can finally leave this damn place. Shiryu took a look at the time and quickly changed the topic. Yin Jingfan lost. In the mechanical airship in the sky, the master examiners still had the eye of heaven's will. They completely didn't expect that Yin Legend had just come to see his son and would encounter such an explosive scene. They secretly stared at Yin Legend, who was silently watching the scene and didn't say anything. Until he himself spoke. Can I see this Shiryu's trial performance? Yin Legend didn't look very emotional. Although Yin Jingfan lost, he didn't mind. After all, it was only a 1 vs 1. Moreover, it was also good to let the young Yin Jingfan have some setbacks. Under his protection, Yin Jingfan was destined to not have the same growth experience as him back then. Moreover, the era was different now. The chaos and factional struggles both domestically and abroad had already temporarily calmed down. In his opinion, this kind of competition between peers within 10 years of each other was very suitable for Yin Jingfan to grow up. At this moment, as Yin Qing finished speaking, the master examiners were a little at a loss. Yin Legend, oh Yin Legend, it was best not to look. However, this was not under the jurisdiction of the examiners. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's words, the Eye of Heaven immediately broadcasted its carefully edited time trial section, covering the current scene. Yin Chuan, who had a serious expression, looked at the image again, wanting to see the hidden ability of this candidate who had made his son suffer a setback once. Then, in the video, a young man riding a panda, holding a wooden sword, and wearing a happy expression slowly appeared. The intense scene of him cutting from the forest to the lake, from the lake to the valley. Yin Legend couldn't calm down for a long time. Looks like the training missions assigned to Zheng Fan are still too few. Before long, the 3-day survival assessment finally ended. After the time was up, the Eye of Heaven started its old job. It teleported the candidates on the island back to the flying transport in the sky. At this moment, the thousands of small black dots wrapped in blue light began to rise into the sky. Under the cover of psychic power, some candidates were laughing crazily, and some candidates looked like they had lost their parents. Shiryu was in a pretty good mood. After all, he had gained a lot this time. 3 spatial skills. 3 dragon soul grass. Buggy even awakened deterrence. There was also the scrap resource of a pearl that could be exchanged for many divine beans. Of course, if Shiryu was in a good mood, there would be people who were in a bad mood because of him. For example, Yu Shu, who had missed the dragon soul grass, did not look happy at all after the assessment. He felt that he was unlucky to have met a monster in this assessment. There was also the stronger Yin Jingfan. It was fine before he fought with Shiryu, the two of them could still communicate happily. After the battle, Shiryu felt that his little friend Yin Jingfan had directly missed out on their friendship. Son of AB *TCH, battle was so pointless. Sure, you couldn't help but sigh. How could he replicate skills in the future? Forget it, forget it. I won't think too much. Next, I can finally sleep soundly. Before long, Shiryu was teleported to an aircraft. However, what confused Shiryu was that it didn't seem to be the one he was sitting in at the start. Apart from Shiryu, there were 15 other people, including Yushu and Yin Jingfan. They were the 16 key candidates chosen this time. At this moment, after meeting Shiryu again, Yushu's expression darkened. Chapter 118, Ancient Capital University Resource Bank. Chapter 118, Ancient Capital University Resource Bank. In the huge airship space, the 16 people stood on the ground and observed each other. Among them, Shiryu had only seen Yushu and Yin Jingfan previously. Shiryu didn't know the others. However, judging from the cleanliness of their clothes and their full spirits, they were definitely the best in this assessment. Those who could ensure such a state in the field survival for 3 days were definitely very strong. Among the 16 people present, there were 12 men and 4 women. The ratio was about the same as the male and female participants in the vocation assessment. Shiryu's gaze took note of the 4 girls. After all, who would look at rough men? Although that was the case, apart from Shiryu looking at the girls, most of the candidates were still observing Yin Jingfan, who was only 12 years old. After all, this age was too exaggerated. As expected, their strength and looks are on par. The 4 female candidates gave Shiryu a strange feeling. Apart from their looks, they were all pretty good. Perhaps it was due to cultural differences, but the beast tamers in this world wore fancy clothes. For example, among the 4 girls, one of them was wearing a similar qipao but more like a magician's robe. The other was wearing a black leather shirt that only covered a small portion of his body, and the other was wearing clothes that looked like ancient wuxia clothes. What the hell? It was the same on the men's side. There were also many abnormalities. It was still alright for Yushu, who was wearing a black trench coat and a windproof cloak to act cool. Shiryu even saw a fool wearing metal plate armor. Wasn't he tired from the weight? There aren't many normal beast tamers like me anymore. Shiryu looked at his white panda short-sleeved shirt and black pants and immediately felt that he was more affable to the people. On the other hand, these guys looked like they had come out of a cartoon. Or are these guys' clothes made of special materials that can be used to increase attributes? The clothes in this world were also very particular. For example, the worm silk of the green silkworm could be used in the field of clothing to create clothes with many special effects. However, Shiryu didn't even have enough money to eat and drink, so he didn't pay much attention to some brands with equipment. His clothes seemed to be a gift from Bamboo Stone Dojo. Firstly, congratulations on passing this vocation assessment and officially becoming a professional beast tamer. You have stepped into the door of the vocation field. When the 16 people wondered why they had appeared here, a middle-aged examiner in a formal suit walked out of the cabin door and smiled at the crowd. Hello. I'm the overall in charge of this vocation assessment, Chu Xie. Master Chu Jie. Everyone immediately recognized this person from his name. Chu Jie, a top-level professional beast tamer. Only when one's beast taming space reached level 6 would they have the chance to enjoy this top-notch master honor. It was still alright if the beast taming space was from level 1 to 3. As long as the beast tamer worked hard, he could accumulate it with time. However, after the beast taming space reached level 3, it was not so easy to improve. Talent, cultivation resources, and feedback from the upgrade of his pet could not fall behind. Therefore, the level 6 beast taming space was already a very high level. After that, it would be a legendary level person that could control overlord level creatures. Master Chu Jie. A portion of the candidates greeted. A portion of the candidates didn't say anything and continued waiting for Chu Jie to speak. Master Chu Jie smiled and said, among you, probably no one plans to give up the 4th ranking competition, right? No, everyone shook their heads. Although they were already professional beast tamers after passing the 3rd round, they all knew that the 4th round's ranking assessment was the most important. This final assessment could determine their ranking and abilities among the new batch of professional beast tamers. It could decide their fate in the future. If not, then congratulations to the 16 of you again for becoming key seed candidates for this year's assessment. According to your performance in the wilderness survival trials, you have an additional point policy. You can skip the assessment ranking segment and directly enter the final ranking elimination battle. A total of 784 beast tamers passed the third assessment this time. It can also be said that you're internally confirmed to be in the top 32. You don't have to compete with most of the candidates anymore. Master Chu Jie smiled. This was preferential treatment for these 16 people, and also a form of protection for the other candidates. Upon hearing that, Yu Shu, Miao Dongdong, and the others nodded. There was no surprise. They were sufficiently confident in their strength. If they participated in the assessment ranking segment, facing ordinary candidates, it was tantamount to a massacre. It was also good to directly start the competition from the top 32. The 16 of them observed each other again and understood that the people around them were their real competitors. All right, in the next 3 days, you guys can relax and rest. You can come and watch the subsequent assessment if you want, or you can choose not to come. Apart from that, there's also one more thing. The battle scenes of the 16 of you in the field survival assessment will be edited as a promotional video for this ancient capital vocation assessment. This is also a proof that you can become key-seated candidates. There's no problem, right? No, the strangely dressed crowd said calmly. Instead, they were looking forward to this opportunity to appear on TV. What was this crap? Sure, you also subconsciously said that there was no problem since everyone did, but his heart skipped a beat when he suddenly realized that Master Chu Jie was looking at him strangely. Holy shit, wait, what did he just say? Promotional video. Sure, you recalled what he had done in the wilderness survival trial and his expression immediately darkened. No way. Just now, sure, you had even said that these guys in strange clothes were stupid. Now, he realized that he was the stupid one. Sure, you wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Master Chu Jie hurriedly coughed dryly and said, in that case, sit down. You should be able to reach the second airport in a minute. Just remember to pay attention to the assessment information later. With that, he quickly turned and left. He couldn't give Shiryu a chance to refuse. It turned out that beast tamers could still play around with so much skill. When Shiryu became a legendary beast tamer in the future, this promotional video would be the dark history of his youth. As the main examiner of this batch, he might be able to gain some fame with this. Pfft. Not long after Master Chu Jie left, the airship shook. It looked like he had arrived at his destination. His speed was very fast. The 16 key-seated candidates were not very familiar with each other. There was no conversation during the entire process. Sure, you wanted to go to Yushu's side and ask him how to use the dragon soul grass, but when he thought about how this would agitate Yushu and also lose the friendship of this future great dragon tamer like losing Yin Jingfan, he decided to forget it. He would talk about it after returning to school. After arriving at the destination, everyone quietly got off the cruiser. However, at this moment, the second airport was noisy. After all, thousands of candidates had arrived and landed here at the same time. At the moment, most of the candidates still didn't know the situation of their assessment results. Those candidates who completed the assessment mission were all right, but those who couldn't complete the assessment mission and planned to bet on their points ranking were still very nervous. I'll leave first. After Shiryu came down, he smiled and waved at Yushu and Yin Jingfan. The other 13 candidates glanced at Shiryu slightly. Yushu turned his head unhappily and ignored Shiryu. As for Yin Jingfan, after a moment of silence, he said politely, I'll see you in the ranking battle. Shiryu nodded and didn't stay long. He immediately left because someone was picking him up. He opened his cell phone and saw a message. There was also a picture attached to the message. The picture showed Senior Panda's location. Just like the last time he came to Ancient Capital, after Shiryu completed the wilderness survival trial, Senior Panda replaced the archaeological 7 elites to fetch Shiryu. Where is it? Shiryu walked out of the airport almost immediately. However, because of this, before the car could be found, he was stopped by a two-man reporter team who was waiting for him. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a blue hat and carried a huge camera as he attacked Shiryu. The reporter lady held a red microphone warmly and asked, Hello, handsome. We are reporters from Phoenix TV station. May I ask? The assessment is very smooth. I think it's not difficult. I'm very confident in the upcoming ranking battle. Thank you for your blessings and I wish you success in your work. Sure, you didn't wait for the reporter lady to finish asking. He didn't want to waste time on the interview. Under the confused expressions of the two, he quickly passed them and the crowd. The reporter was speechless. You've already answered it, what else do I have to ask? So uncooperative. To think I even chose the most handsome one for the interview, she said indignantly. Delete this part, it's useless. Beep. Beep. After Shiryu passed through the crowd, he finally discovered the panda senior who had her window open and was waving at him. Shiryu smiled and quickly walked over. He opened the car door and sat down in relief. Phew, after getting into the car, Shiryu felt the cold wind and the fragrance drifting in the car. He immediately felt relieved. It was still more comfortable to sit in a car. As expected of human intelligence. It was more comfortable than a panda mount, though 11 was more unique. 11 in the taming space. How is it? At this moment, in the driver's seat, Panda's sister was wearing large black sunglasses. She smiled and asked. The Research Institute has prepared a celebration dinner for you. Don't say that you failed the exam. Shiryu smiled and said, how could that be? Moreover, I seem to have become some key seed candidate. I can directly enter the top 32 without participating in the complicated competitions before the ranking battle. Really? The panda senior was slightly surprised. This means that your performance in the comprehensive evaluation of the assessment committee is ranked in the top 16. Not bad. Although Shiryu's basic test results were very good, the second pet was a green silkworm after all. Everyone was quite worried at first. From the looks of it, 11 was very impressive this time. Little did the panda senior know that the MVP for this battle was Shiryu himself. 11 and Buggy were support teams. After the car started, the panda senior asked questions as she drove. Shiryu also asked. Any progress recently? It referred to research related to the evolution of iron-eating beasts. The panda senior said, it's basically done, so we have to quickly confirm the name of the iron-eating beast's evolution form. Also, Master Guo gave us his training cultivation manual. Currently, there were a total of 3 iron-eating beasts in the country that had completed their evolution. Master Guo was one of them. He was talented. He had once developed a skill training manual that quickly increased the proficiency of the iron-eating beast. Because of this, his iron-eating beast's hardening skill had reached transcendent. At that moment, he gave this secret manual to the Research Institute. Senior Panda and the archaeological 7 elites in the Iron-Eating Beast Institution were preparing to combine this training secret manual to study the method to quickly increase the Iron-Eating Beast's hardening proficiency. After all, if it were to train normally, it would be very difficult for the Iron-Eating Beast to train hardening to expert level in a year. It would also be very difficult for it to reach transcendent level in 20 years, causing the Iron-Eating Beast's evolution threshold to be too high. Therefore, the training method to increase proficiency had to be studied in detail in the future. This could indirectly increase the status and value of the iron-eating beasts. Oh. Sure, you didn't mind. It was an efficient training method to increase proficiency. He wasn't interested. It couldn't be faster than his points method anyway. However, the tribe represented by the iron-eating beast ruins should have similar training methods. Otherwise, it was difficult to imagine that dozens to hundreds of iron-eating beasts would simultaneously have racial skills above transcendent. Well. In short, he still couldn't help with this research. He could only cheer on Senior Panda and the others. On the other hand, when he was free, he could use the skill index to study the training method to quickly increase various skill proficiency in reverse. As for now, he wasn't free, leveling up was more important. By the way, you just said that the harvest was not small, the Panda Senior asked curiously. Yes, I obtained some rare resources. By the way, Senior, is there anywhere suitable to sell things? Sure, you recalled the messy pile of low-level resources in the ruins pearl and the ice element energy crystal. He decided to find a place to pack and sell them. As for the ethereal spirit stone, he definitely had to keep it first. After all, using this thing to assist in cultivation was quite fast. Just like supplements, it was also an indispensable resource. Let me think. Why don't you try contacting Chief Li? Senior Panda suggested, if you're a student of Ancient Capital University, you can actually participate in training activities frequently. The resources obtained by secondary school students during training activities are purchased at a slightly higher price than the market price. In addition, the school also buys resources obtained by students from other channels according to the market price. You can exchange it for money and credits. Then, similarly, students can also use credits below the market price to exchange for various resources. In short, it's very cost-effective. Although you're not a student of Ancient Capital University, if it's you, I feel that you can definitely use connections to get a taste. When Lin Xiuzhu thought of how sure you could become the in charge of the iron-eating beast ruins, she immediately knew in her heart that he definitely had an indescribable relationship with Ancient Capital University. Then he should directly sell it to the university. Is that so? I'll ask later. Sure, you nodded. Famous schools were still better. They would try their best to let students take advantage of them. No wonder it was said that schools were the best place for beast tamers to grow up. The association's education fees were several trillion yuan a year, and this was also the reason why the major schools in Donghuang dared to continuously give students benefits. Soon, Sister Panda brought Shiryu back to the research institute. It couldn't be more coincidental that at this moment, the archaeological 7 elites were cautiously welcoming their mentor Ding and Director Li. The two of them also knew the future of their archaeology specialization. Shiryu, the hope of their archaeology specialization, had just passed the vocation assessment today and immediately came to greet them. Director Li, Mentor Ding. Shiryu was surprised. All right, it saved him the trouble of looking for them. He just had to ask them here. Student Shiyu, the assessment went smoothly, right? The slightly plump Director Li said with a smile, his face filled with joy. It went smoothly. Shiryu smiled. After the three of them finished exchanging pleasantries, the 7 elites politely invited them to stay for dinner. When Director Li and Mentor Ding saw that the food was sumptuous, better than the canteen, they directly took it seriously. The archaeological 7 elites were very confused. They ordered a table of high-level takeout and even invited a famous chef to cook. With this, in addition to the teachers coming over to eat and drink, the amount of food they could eat instantly decreased again. They were teary-eyed. They just didn't know how many exam points they could get with one meal. In the research institute, Shiryu began to ask about what Senior Panda had said. Of course. When Director Li heard that, he immediately laughed. Such a small matter was not worth mentioning. Looks like you've really gained a lot. Well, I'll tell the resource bank later. You can go directly to exchange it then. Thank you, Director Li, Shiryu thanked. Then, Shiryu asked curiously. By the way, what's the highest level of resources in our school's resource bank? Are there any resources with spatial attributes? The website that Granny Lu gave him was actually not very rich in resources. It was just a shopping website that some professional beast tamers often used. It had a very good reputation, was very fast in logistics, and was very safe. In terms of resources, it might not be as rich as the Ancient Capital University. For example, the website was often short on ethereal stones. Shiryu searched for insect evolution materials and was not very satisfied. There's everything you need. Even if it's a time department resource, it's not like we haven't had it before. Chief Physician Li smiled and said, as for the level of the resource, it's at most level 7. Well, the types of resources in the school's resource bank can be seen from the school's official website. You can borrow their account to take a look. Director Li pointed at the group of foodies. At the dining table, some archaeological elites stuffed themselves with food. Using the name of the celebration banquet, they ordered many delicacies that they normally couldn't bear to eat, such as 100,000 pots of lobster with weak dragon blood. They had to eat more. Use my account. Although I've graduated, I think I can still enter, Lin Xiuzhu said after picking up a steamed bun. Following that, Shiryu ate while looking forward to it. He hoped that there were suitable evolution materials in the Ancient Capital University's resource bank. School started in February at Ancient Capital University. At that time, he would be a new student of Ancient Capital University. If the vocation assessment ranking was high and really gave a large sum of credits, then maybe next month, he could let Buggy try to turn into a cocoon. After dinner, Director Li and Mentor Ding left. During the lunch break, everyone went back. Shiryu got Sister Panda's account and ran to the room to study it. After Shiryu entered the resources interface of the Ancient Capital University's official website, he immediately searched for the resources he needed. Screening search, space, spirit. Order, level descending order. Shiryu rubbed his hands in anticipation. At the next moment, the page was updated. Name, Nine-tailed Illusion Fox Heart. Level 7 resource. Main use introduction, the heart crystal of a quasi-overlord level creature, the nine-tailed illusion fox. The nine-tailed illusion fox is good at illusions. Its heart crystal is mainly used to strengthen the talent in pet illusions. Click on all of them. Exchange price, 15,000 credits. Remaining number, 1, name, Tears of the Void. And LT, level and GT, level 6 resources. Main use introduction, the eye of the worm of void that lives in spatial cracks. It's used to increase the affinity of the pet space. Click it all. Exchange price, 18,000 credits. Remaining number, 2, alright, the resources were indeed rich and the quality was also strong, but damn, it was so expensive. Based on the ratio of credits and money, it was over 100 million. But it doesn't seem to be very compatible with its cultivation path of illusions. The level isn't important, the compatibility is the most important. In any case, Buggy can't completely absorb such high-level evolution material. It's a waste. Let's look at other things. The growth level and resource level of the pet were actually corresponding, representing the absorption effect. It didn't necessarily mean that the higher the evolution ingredient level, the better. It would overflow with a lot of energy or burst the pet, so compatibility was the most important. Shiryu comforted himself mentally. Level 7 Spirit Gem, Space Splitting Grass, Dream Fruit, Mirror Stone. Next, Shiryu started picking them one by one. Damn it. The more he picked, the angrier he got. He wanted all of them, but he didn't have money. In the afternoon, under the guidance of the Panda Senior, Shiryu arrived at the Resources Bank of Ancient Capital University. He planned to sell the resources first before thinking of buying anything. He smiled in anticipation. Director Lee had already contacted him, and Shiryu did not delay. After all, there were many resources in the ruins that were unsuitable for prolonged storage. It was better to take action as soon as possible. On the clean streets of the school, Senior Panda walked in front with Shiryu beside her. Suddenly, Senior Panda seemed to have thought of something and exhorted, "Shiryu, be polite later." Oh, the teacher in charge of the resource bank is very strong. Shiryu could not help but be curious when he saw Sister Panda reminding him. Senior Panda crossed her arms and frowned. Indeed very strong. Top-notch master. It's higher than that. Legendary level. Shiryu stopped in his tracks. No way. How many treasures were there in the resource warehouse of Ancient Capital University that a legendary beast tamer had to watch over? But even if they didn't have those treasures, would anyone dare to rob them? It was not a big deal for a legendary beast tamer to be a principal. But it was too generous to manage a warehouse. Not really. The Panda Senior smiled and said, "It's an overlord." Chapter 119, Buggy's Dragon Aura. Chapter 119, Buggy's Dragon Aura. Overlord level. Shiryu suspected that he had heard wrong. This didn't seem to be the level system of a beast tamer. It was for a transcendent creature. Awakening, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Guardian, Myth. There were 7 major growth stages for transcendent creatures. The Overlord was at the 5th stage. He's not human. Shiryu fainted. Yes. Lin Xiuzhu nodded. Teacher Yao is a gem cat. Is it the gem cat I know? And LT, name and GT, gem cat. Attributes, none. Race skill, gem eye, level a skill. Introduction, a cat-type transcendent creature that can complete evolution through various cat's eye gems. Weren't gem cats a low-level transcendent race? If Shiryu's impression wasn't wrong, according to the current records, the gem cat with the highest racial level was only a high-level commander race. It wasn't as powerful as Buggy. How did this pet grow to the Overlord level? Which legendary beast tamer's pet is it? Shiryu asked curiously. Not a pet, Lin Xiuzhu. said, but an ownerless overlord creature. As she walked, she introduced it to Shiryu. This started more than 100 years ago. The suggestion started with the mythical era. At that time, the 7 human countries formed an alliance. In order to show their friendliness, the countries gave each other some special pets of their own countries. That's when the gem cat was introduced into the country from other countries. At that time, ancient capital university had just been established. Because the principal liked cats very much, she raised dozens of cat-type pets on the school campus. This was considered a special scenery for ancient capital university at that time. The students can see all kinds of cat pets on the lawn and in the corners casually. Teachering was one of the gem cats at that time. It was also the oldest gem cat. It seems that the students and teachers at that time liked this gem cat very much, so they wanted to collect a good quality cat's eye gem and give it to help it evolve. But no one expected that this gem cat is very special. It can't complete evolution through the cat's eye gem. Although it can't evolve, this gem cat likes gemstones very much. It has no intention of returning the gift it has gotten. Every year on its birthday, it will receive a cat's eye gem as a gift. 10 years later, it obtained a cat's eye gem necklace. It became the richest transcendent creature in ancient capital university. Then, Shiryu was at a loss. That worked. The panda senior had a strange expression. Then, the turning point came. 100 years ago, a mystic realm of the totem era appeared. The disaster of the undead erupted in the ancient capital. The ancient capital university was the first to bear the brunt of it and was swept into the disaster. Many students and pets were in danger. At this moment, this gem cat, which was like a stray cat, completed its evolution through more than 10 cat's eye gems. It obtained more than 10 high-level skills of different attributes and even super-level skills, leading some students to complete the counterattack. From then on, it became the guardian of ancient capital university. It stayed for 100 years and sent away batch after batch of students and teachers. To this day, it's said that its growth level has already reached the overlord level. Shiryu was stunned on the spot. It was ridiculous. Are you sure this growth experience is an ordinary gem cat and not a mythical creature cub? Lin Xiuzhu shrugged and said, when I first heard this story from my senior, I was at a loss for a long time. But everyone says so, so maybe it's true. Although it has never had a beast tamer, it is indeed a guardian of ancient capital university. It has been living on the campus since the school was built 100 years ago. At that time, it was the wealthiest transcendent creature in ancient capital university. It's the same now, because it's managing the resource warehouse here. It received the salary of a guardian for decades and bought a warehouse of gem collections. Shiryu fell into deep thought. It was better not to know where to start complaining. A gem cat that had grown into an overlord. For pets like the gem cat, as long as they had the rare resource cat's eye gem, they could obtain different racial skills according to the type of gem and complete evolution. But one thing could be proven. A gem cat could only complete evolution through one cat's eye gem in its lifetime. But this one from the ancient capital university, it completed evolution through more than 10 pieces at once. It obtained more than 10 racial skills. This didn't make sense. This talent was too strange. In short, when the time comes, don't treat it as a stray gem cat to play with and tease. Be more respectful, Lin Xiuzhu warned. Understood. Shiryu nodded heavily. What was the point of petting cats? He was petting pandas. Wait. You just said that this overlord-level gem cat has more than 10 high-level skills with different attributes, and even super-level skills. Shiryu was stunned. Yes. Senior Panda nodded. If I can't touch it, can I greet it by shaking its paw? Lin Xiuzhu. I'm just kidding. What abilities does it have? Did it get them from the cat's eye gem? I'm not sure either. I only know that it can clone itself, use psychic abilities, and teleport. The panda senior shook her head. I see, Shiryu fell into deep thought. He had never seen an overlord-level creature before. More than 10 high-level skills sounded very replicating. If it could use psychic and teleport, it meant that this teachering had spiritual and spatial talents. However, this was not what Shiryu was most concerned about. What caught Shiryu's attention the most was the words, different attributes. It was its racial skill as a gem cat, the levelless gem eye. Skill, Eye of the Gem. Level, none. Introduction. The racial skill of the gem cat can allow the eye to evolve and become a special structure that can absorb the power of the cat's eye gem. It's a rare special racial skill without any concept of proficiency. Gem cats evolved through this skill, similar to green silkworm and dragon carp. They could absorb the power of the cat's eye gem through the eye of the gem and obtain skills of different attributes. However, the difference was that the eye of the gem skill could not increase proficiency. There was no concept of proficiency, and it could only fuse one gem. Therefore, there was a limit to the gem cat's evolutionary potential. No matter how good the quality of the cat's eye gem was, they couldn't absorb it perfectly. The gem cat evolution form of the highest race recorded was only a high-level commander. However, the gem cat from ancient Capital University was definitely super. At this moment, Shiryu was curious. Was this gem cat's eye of gem skill relatively special, causing it to mutate? For example, it could increase proficiency and absorb more mutations such as the power of the cat's eye gem. But even if it wasn't a mutation, if he replicated the skill gem eye, could he teach his pet and increase its proficiency? Shiryu was more curious. This was the same as the worm silk and the leaping dragon gate. It was a skill that could change the pet's talent in attributes. Moreover, it had no attributes, which meant that the compatibility could satisfy most pets. If 11 learned the eye of the gem and absorbed the power of a time element cat's eye gem, even if it couldn't complete its evolution like the gem cat, as long as it perfectly absorbed the power of the gem through this skill, it would be equivalent to it obtaining a time talent. It would be like the perfect level of worm silk that could change attributes. In other words, this was a basic skill that could change a pet's compatibility with different attributes. Shiryu was wary. In the future, if there were any skills that he really wanted to teach 11 and the bugs but didn't have enough compatibility, he might be able to use this method to change their corresponding talent. Soon, Shiryu and the others arrived at the resource warehouse. The ancient Capital University's resource chamber was just like a tall neighborhood. It was huge. At the entrance, there was a small house that looked like a security room. Inside, a big, soft, doll-like, white cat with a V-shaped head and smooth fur was hugging a pillow to sleep. After sensing that someone was coming, it patted the bed with its fluffy tail and slowly opened its eyes, revealing eyes that were like blue gems in the sky. Then, it slowly got up and shook its body, stretching the hair on its neck that was like a scarf. Woo! It yawned and jumped onto the window sill. At this moment, Shiryu and the others happened to walk over. Teacher Ing. Sister Panda greeted with a smile. Hello. The white gem cat continued to nap lazily and spoke in human language. Its voice was like a mature woman with a lazy voice. Are you a new student? The big white cat glanced at Shiryu, who was carefully observing itself behind Lin Xiuzhu, and asked. School had yet to start at this time. During the holidays, there were basically no new students. However, Shiryu had already greeted the archaeological department in advance and came through the back door. It didn't matter. Then you guys go in. It took a sip of water and continued to turn around and return to the bed. I've already informed my clone. Lin Xiuzhu immediately pulled Shiryu into the place to collect resources. Are all of these managed by its avatars? Shiryu asked. No, but it's a holiday now. The other teachers are on leave, so it's the only one here. Then, under Lin Xiuzhu's lead, Shiryu and the others saw another cat that was identical to the gem cat just now. Clone skill. This was also a high-level skill. It was a little similar to an illusion, but it could only create its own clone. At entry level, one could only create phantom clones. At the proficiency level, he could create a physical energy clone, and he could have the same skill as his main body, which was his attribute weakness. After this skill's proficiency was high enough, its tactical value was actually very high. However, at the moment, Shiryu temporarily didn't have any need for this. What do you want to sell? The big white cat stood in the courtyard and signaled for Shiryu to take out what he wanted to sell. These, Shiryu touched the ruins bead on his neck. In the next second, countless resources were placed in the courtyard. The mountain-like pile of resources and ice element energy crystals made the gem cat's expression darken. It glanced at the ruin bead on Shiryu's neck and felt its head hurt. This new student was not simple. There was actually spatial equipment. However, why were they all trash resources, and there were so many of them? Meow. The original Ing was making an annoyed sound too. The other employees weren't around either. It had to do the calculations itself and categorize and collect them. At this moment, when she saw the headache on Ying's clone, the panda senior smiled imperceptibly. Before setting off, she had also inquired about it. Didn't sure you want to sell resources? Why did he come out empty-handed? Immediately after, sure you showed her the ruins bead, making Lin Xiuzhu fall silent for a long time. Then, Lin Xiuzhu asked Shiryu how many resources he had to sell. When Shiryu mentioned hundreds of types, Lin Xiuzhu had already expected the situation in front of him. This cat preferred simple transactions. For example, if Shiryu sold a nine-tailed fox heart, it would definitely trade happily. However, it had always been blind to low-level and large numbers of trash resources because it was too troublesome to recover and the work was too cumbersome. Wait for me. Its face fell. Soon after, the pile of low-level resources that Shiryu took out was estimated. The resources collected by Shiryu from the Island of Trials, excluding the dragon soul grass, were worth about 1,200,000. As for energy crystals, due to their pretty good quality, they were worth about 25 million. In total, there were more than 26 million worth of resources. Shiryu sold them all in one go. From then on, the only valuable resources left were the ice dragon whisker, dragon soul grass, and ethereal spirit stone. 26,000,000. Shiryu was overjoyed. 260 divine beans. Even if it was a high-level skill, it could be used nearly 200 times. What did this mean? It represented 3 high-level skills. Initially, Shiryu only had 2 million yuan in savings and was about to become poor. However, after this, he became rich immediately and gained some freedom. Of course, if he wanted to finish all of them, Shiryu estimated that it would be difficult to do without at least a year or so. Constitution and money were the greatest enemies that limited his points. I've taken away the resources. Your money will be in the account in 2 hours. All right, you can leave now, the big white cat said with a headache after sending the reclaimed resources to different places. Wait, Teacher Ing, I still want to buy 3 sets of moonlight powder, Shiryu said. Moonlight powder, a level 3 spiritual type resource, was used to neutralize and match the dragon soul grass. Shiryu had already investigated it clearly. Wasn't this perfect for Buggy? At that time, it would master the deterrent skill with the nature of the dragon's might. Its current frost dragon phantom would be even more completed. As for the evolution materials for 11 and Worm, Shiryu was really helpless at the moment. He would wait for the vocation assessment and the reward for discovering the iron-eating beast's evolution to be transferred to the account. Buy resources. That's the job of the other clone. You guys go and find it. When the big white cat heard that, it immediately waved its paw lazily and started chasing people away. Shiryu and Lin Xiuzhu. Are its clones still divided into each other? Next, after spending more than 200,000 to buy 3 bottles of moonlight powder, Shiryu and Lin Xiuzhu left the resource area. Senior, thank you for leading the way. After coming out, Shiryu thanked her. After recognizing the way this time, he could come by himself next time. Lin Xiuzhu smiled and said, spatial equipment, more than 20 million yuan. Most of it was obtained from the ruins in Pingcheng, right? You're a little rich now. When he thought of how Shiryu wanted to borrow money to buy the iron-eating beast cub half a year ago, Lin Xiuzhu felt that it was unreal. This growth speed and earning speed was too unscientific. 20 million isn't enough to buy 11 a pair of evolution claws. Shiryu smiled bitterly. Lin Xiuzhu covered his mouth and smiled. I think the evolved form of the iron-eating beast should still be called the gold-eating beast. Shiryu smiled. This naming style was too much. After Buggy evolved, would it be called the gold-swallowing butterfly? After walking around the resource bank, Shiryu and the others returned. Just as he returned, Shiryu discovered a message on his cell phone. The results of the survival assessment and the vocation assessment were out. Although Shiryu had already known the results in advance, most of the candidates only officially knew now. However, at this moment, among the more than 6,000 candidates in various places in ancient capital city, only 700 were in a good mood, while the remaining thousands wore painful masks. They had fallen off the rankings. They would have to wait another year. Apart from the results, they were also informed of the subsequent assessment procedures. The final ranking battle would be held in the Ancient Capital Arena in the Beast Tamer Association of Ancient Capital City tomorrow. At that time, relevant personnel from major media, universities, and businesses would come to watch the battle. Among them, the audience had all adopted an internal invitation system. No passers-by could come to the venue to watch this rule just by buying tickets, so only a few relevant institutions could see the ranking competition. Most unrelated people could only wait for the official announcement of the assessment rankings and subsequent news editing. They couldn't see the details of the battle. But even so, there were still thousands of spectators present. This was because the candidates participating in the vocation assessment also had special benefits. They could be relevant personnel and watch the subsequent assessment. If the candidates who fell off the rankings also went to watch the assessment, the number of spectators would immediately increase. Want to watch the battle? Shiryu stared at the electronic invitation on his cell phone and shook his head. Forget it, it didn't mean much. The next ranking battle will continue for 3 days. The top 16 of the 700-plus candidates will be decided, and then the final ranking battle with the 16 seeded candidates. In other words, I have 3 days to prepare. After Shiryu returned to the room, he thought about it. Compared to watching the battle, it was better to prepare for battle. For example, he could use these 3 days to help Buggy absorb the dragon soul grass and then assist it in raising its deterrence to the proficient level. That was the extent of the damage. He should just add a high-level skill as soon as possible. It shouldn't affect his condition, right? In the ruins Pearl. At this moment, after selling all the resources, the place became much quieter. Only 11 and the food of the bugs were left. At that moment, the two pets were practicing soaring sky and bullying tactics. They planned to use the combination of the two tactics. This Wuji Airlines tactic's greatest flaw was that its accuracy wasn't enough, and its opponent would easily be able to dodge. In that case, as long as they used deterrence together during the fall to deter the enemy from moving, wouldn't that be fine? This was inspired by the profundity of Shiryu's swordplay. Precision strike. This wave was invincible. Stop for a moment. Looking at the huge pit on the ground, Shiryu looked at the 11 and Buggy with a dark expression and patted his forehead. Woo. Gee. Seeing that the beast tamer had come in, the two pets quickly came over and begged Shiryu to prepare a match for them to use their dual battle tactics. It wasn't that they felt that the joint attack strategy was very powerful, but that they wanted to take a picture together. There was no point in taking many pictures together in a one-on-one battle, but using a joint attack strategy of Wuji Airlines and bullying could show their tacit understanding. Alright, as long as you guys are happy, Shiryu said indifferently. At the same time, his heart ached for the opponent of this tactical experimental subject for a second. This strategy was very dumb, but the pets that used this strategy was very strong, so it would cause the opponent to be very desperate. But as long as 11 and Buggy were happy, this was not a problem. But Buggy, is your deterrence still a bit weak? What a big truth. 11 nodded silently. It was indeed a little lousy. It felt like it was the one doing all the deterrence, like Buggy wasn't doing much. Gee. Buggy looked at the leader with tears in its eyes. What happened to being a bully together? In the end, it wasn't using force to suppress others, but its own teammate. Shiryu and 11 nodded. Wasn't that what it meant now? Gee, seeing that the beast tamer and the leader said this, Buggy shed tears. Didn't it just learn it a while ago? What could it do? Hee, then let's take advantage of the time and improve. With that said, Shiryu smiled and took out the golden moonlight powder and the preserved dragon soul grass. Gee. Gee. The worm that was originally feeling aggrieved immediately lit up when it saw the dragon soul grass. It was the dragon might grass. Can it use it now? Let's try the effect first, but it might be very difficult for you to control the deterrence during the process. 11. You have to suppress its deterrence later to prevent the worm from losing its mind and going berserk. Buggy shook its head. No. Please believe in its willpower. It's not a matter of willpower or not. This is a level 3 resource. The energy intensity is very high, and it's almost level 4, Shiryu found clear water to soak the moonlight powder. Soon, the bowl of clear water turned pale yellow. Woo! 11 patted its chest. Teach it. Even if it was the might of a true dragon, it couldn't stir up any waves in front of it. There. Next, Shiryu followed the instructions he had found and let Buggy drink the moonlight water. After the worm gulped it down, Shiryu handed it a dragon soul grass. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After taking the dragon soul grass, Buggy quickly ate it. Then, they widened his eyes and waited for a reaction. A moment later, Buggy's brain was stunned. It suddenly felt a violent force surging in its body. It showed a painful expression. A huge mental wave erupted from its body, forming a substantial spiritual deterrence. It was clearly a silkworm, but its deterrence wave seemed to have turned into an azure dragon at that moment. Due to the huge power contained in the dragon soul grass, the deterrence effect of the dragon soul grass at this moment combined with the spiritual deterrence of Buggy itself started forming an even stronger pseudo-dragon's might. Intense energy kept leaking. Fortunately, 11 was standing beside Buggy at this moment, letting the monarch aura wrap around Buggy's aura so that its aura wouldn't affect Shiryu. G. Buggy cried. It was indeed a little out of control. Now, Buggy felt that its deterrence was like a wild horse that had escaped its restraints and was running continuously. Steady, steady, the effect of the moonlight grass hasn't taken effect yet. Shiryu comforted it. After a moment, the moonlight water that the worm had drunk at the start finally had a special effect. The spiritual fluctuations of the dragon might and the worm began to slowly fuse. At this moment, Buggy's expression eased. After another 2 minutes, Buggy finally controlled his aura. It opened its eyes in confusion and unknowingly broke out in sweat. Shiryu asked, "Is there anything uncomfortable about this?" Buggy shook its head. Then, it looked up in despair at 11, who was releasing its king's aura, which was also an expert-level deterrence. It kept feeling that even after it was strengthened, its deterrence still broke at 11's deterrence in an instant. 11's deterrence just now was like a big hand covering it, preventing it from really going berserk. The bug released its deterrence again. The invisible spiritual deterrence hit 11's almost physical king's aura like a drop of water sinking into the ocean. Worm, Sigma, degree. Woo. 11 took a look at the dragon soul grass and Buggy and shook its head silently. As expected, it wasn't as powerful as the point upgrade power of a beast tamer. What dragon might? It was all fluff. Skill proficiency was the way to go. Buggy was silent, finally realizing this. Why wasn't this dragon might as powerful as he imagined? Shiryu, increase points. In the next moment, Buggy pushed aside the dragon soul grass and moonlight powder and looked at the beast tamer in anticipation. Forget it, it should choose to believe in beast tamers. Who asked you to use deterrence to compete with 11? The nature of the dragon might is to better perfect the ice dragon phantom. Shiryu's face darkened, but he still took out the divine bean and stretched out his hand to increase points. He planned to increase the deterrence of the worm to the proficient level first. Then, he would let Buggy use the remaining 2 portions of dragon soul grass. Skill, deterrence/false dragon might, proficient. After adding the points, Shiryu sat beside it weakly, holding a thermos. Damn it. The high-level skill was too damaging. It was still alright now, but he definitely couldn't increase it randomly before the competition, or else even with supplements, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shiryu didn't want 11 to really push him onto the stage in a wheelchair. This definitely didn't match the style of the edited survival trial. It affected one's character profile. He had to take one path to the end. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, everything was fine. This time, after deterrence reached the proficiency level, Buggy released deterrence again. This time, it was no longer an invisible deterrence. The green spiritual wave hit 11's almost physical king's aura domain like a green dragon. Then, it was like a drop of water that sank into the sea again without any ripples. 11. There was still a level difference. Shiryu speechlessly looked at the bug that wanted to use deterrence to defeat 11. Although it couldn't defeat 11, the ice dragon that was formed from this proficient pseudo-dragon might shouldn't be too weak even if it didn't use the ice dragon whiskers. Most importantly, he felt that he could really use the silkworm as a dragon now. At that time, he would directly make Buggy become an ice dragon during the summoning process. Then, it would release dragon might when it came out. He felt that even if it was a commander-rank creature, it would be scared away if it wasn't careful. Alright, the dual deterrence has been achieved. I hope the next opponent won't faint and lose the courage to attack. At this moment, looking at the deterrence confrontation between Worm and 11, Shiryu looked forward to the next ranking battle and felt that he was a little closer to first place. Target, Honor, Rewards. Chapter 120, the video came out and Shiryu ran. Chapter 120, the video came out and Shiryu ran. In order to face the ranking battle in 3 days, Shiryu made the final sprint. In fact, it was just increasing the frequency and recuperating. As for the 31 opponents he might face next, Shiryu chose the most brutal way to understand them. That was the gossip information that passed the assessment forum. The assessment arrangements were too tight, and there was not much time for each candidate to investigate potential opponents and prepare. It was already not bad to know the opponent's pet race, beast taming talent, and pet skills in advance. For example, long-term preparations to learn targeted skills and nurture targeted new pets wouldn't appear in the vocation assessment. Perhaps only a world-class competition was worth the effort of a player to snipe someone. Shiryu felt that his skill index was a very good sniper rifle. If he was really determined to target a certain beast tamer, he felt that he was invincible. For example, if he faced a beast tamer who was proficient in fire element skills, he would arrange a fire escape skill for each pet. How would the other party play? However, even for Shiryu, who had the skill index, the investment was relatively large. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to do this. Apart from Shiryu, the other candidates were also making various preparations with the countdown of 3 days. In a study in a villa area in ancient capital, Yin Jingfan lowered his head to face his father. He didn't dare to look into his father's eyes and waited for criticism. Do you know where you lost? After returning, Yin Chuanqi asked Yin Jingfan about all his experiences in the survival assessment. Yin Jingfan didn't hide anything and reported everything, including how he lost to Shiryu before the assessment ended. This was his only loss in this assessment. Actually, it couldn't be considered a loss. After all, it didn't affect the assessment. However, for Yin Jingfan, it was still a little difficult to accept. This was because both Yin Legend and himself had very high expectations. Legend Yin Zhongrong wrote calmly. On the other hand, Yin Jingfan had a stubborn expression and said, "Using the Sky Crystal Butterfly to challenge the opponent's trump card, I underestimated the opponent's strength. But I don't think I've lost completely. The goal of this battle is to train the Sky Crystal Butterfly in the first place. I won't lose in the next ranking battle." Yin Chuan said, "What if I say that when you guys fought, he hadn't even used half of his strength?" The perfect level Thunderpalm displayed in the video, the unknown level deterrence. When fighting Yin Jingfan, Shiryu used neither. Moreover, that transcendent level green silkworm with transcendent worm silk was also very powerful. These were all things Yin Chuanshi knew, but Yin Jingfan didn't. Yin Jingfan's expression changed, but he quickly said, "I'll still win." Yin Legendary nodded and said, "Let me tell you one last piece of information. Shiryu only became a beast tamer half a year ago. The time he contracted the iron-eating beast is less than half a year. While it could be said you two are in the same age range, it seems like he took a huge advantage of his age. But the one who really took advantage was you, who started cultivating and nurturing pets since you were young. The reason why I asked you to participate in the vocation assessment now is not because of age, but because of cultivation time. Only then will there be a meaning in competing with others on the same stage. Alright, go and prepare. If you can defeat him this time, I'll give you a gift." Yin Chuanqi waved his hand, indicating for Yin Jingfan to go down and cultivate. On the other side, Yin Jingfan was suddenly at a loss. How was this possible? Didn't that mean that the time he spent cultivating the Sky Crystal Butterfly was far, far longer than the time Shiryu spent cultivating the iron-eating beast? It wasn't the unequal battle he imagined. Instead, judging from the cultivation time, Shiryu had been at a disadvantage the whole time. How was it possible for that iron-eating beast to? Who is he? You can go now. Yin Jingfan left in disappointment. Yin Legend looked at the 5 words he had written. Bureau 11, Shiryu. After watching the battle on the cruiser, he was also deeply curious about Shiryu. Then, he investigated. This investigation shocked him. He had an ordinary identity and background, but he had such ridiculous strength. So he was related to this organization. Recalling the few monster beast tamers in Bureau 11, Legend Ian shook his head. To be able to listen to the voice of history and spy on history, this talent is not necessarily worse than the beast taming space's strengthening talent, or even better. Whether it's that green silkworm or the iron-eating beast, it looks like they obtained quite a lot of benefits from the ancient ruins. Ian Legendary was originally worried that no opponent of the same age could pressure Ian Jingfan in the vocation assessment, but from the looks of it, there was no need to worry. For a long time to come, Ian Jingfan would have sufficient growth motivation. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, but only those who could stand out from the many talented people had a chance of charging into the highest domain. On the other side, Yushu was also being educated by a middle-aged woman who was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette holder and had her hair permed. How did I give birth to a stupid son like you? How could someone else snatch that dragon soul grass? In the face of his mother's disdainful expression, Yushu's face darkened. A frost dragon, do you know what a frost dragon is? It doesn't matter if it was transformed or not. It's just like the real thing. What frost dragon? Yushu's mother was also a top-notch dragon tamer, so she naturally didn't believe in such nonsense. Even if her son was exaggerating, she was still indifferent. That's the illusory phantom skill. At least at the proficient level. It's a transformation completed with the help of high-level resources. It's at least a level 6 resource. Can you be more careful in the future before the battle? Yushu's mother rolled her eyes. He was actually so silly as to let others wear divine clothes and trick him. Illusion. How do you know? Yushu asked in surprise. Don't worry about that. Yushu's heart skipped a beat. Expert level illusionary phantom. That skill that could strengthen the battle power of the illusion with the help of external forces. What the F***ck? His expression darkened, and he had the urge to slap himself. So sure you couldn't afford to go against him. He actually needed external help. It was one thing to borrow it as a support item, but it was actually a resource at least level 6. Shameless. It wasn't that he couldn't afford equipment of this level for pets. It was just that due to the restrictions of the rules, he didn't care. Just you wait, Yushu said, feeling stifled. The ranking battles assessment only allowed pets and beast tamers to bring equipment below level 3. When the time came, Shiryu couldn't smile anymore. This rule was also the reason why Shiryu did not place his hopes on Buggy's Ice Dragon Phantom. Why do I feel that you still can't defeat it? Yushu's mother sighed. Even if the other party was restricted by the rules during the competition and couldn't send out Buggy, she heard that the strength of that iron-eating beast seemed to be even more ridiculous. Her silly son didn't seem very smart. In short, there were too many monster candidates this year. She didn't expect Yushu to get first place. It was fine as long as he got into the top 5. It wasn't just those who had interacted with Shiryu. Those seeded candidates who had never interacted with Shiryu and believed that they could break through from more than 700 candidates to the final ranking battle were all investigating the information of potential opponents. In the blink of an eye, a day later. In the ancient capital city, in the Beast Tamer Association building complex, in the ancient capital arena. More than 700 candidates stood neatly in the venue. The surrounding audience seats were filled with thousands of candidates who had already been eliminated. Apart from that, the recruitment personnel of the major corporations, the instructors of the admissions office of the 9 major universities, the officers of the beast-taming troops, and the major media were all gathered at various places in the venue. These 700-plus new professional beast tamers could be said to be the most outstanding batch of new beast tamers in ancient capital and dozens of second-tier cities around. Next, they would be paid attention to by the various large institutions in the ranking battle segment. After that, they would encounter the crazy struggles of the various large factions. This was the pinnacle of their lives. Under the light of the cameras, Master Chu Jie stood on the stage with a smile and looked at this batch of new professional beast tamers. Congratulations to everyone present for officially becoming professional beast tamers. Our examiners have witnessed your performance in the field survival trial. No one can doubt your excellence. I hope you can never slack off in the future and start a new glory in the Beast Tamer domain. A total of 784 Beast Tamers have passed this vocation assessment. Next, you will undergo the final ranking battle. This assessment will also determine your strength ranking among the newly promoted Beast Tamers. By the way, among these 784 people, a total of 16 seeded candidates won't participate in the assessment ranking segment, so the 768 candidates present will first carry out the ranking competition, and after the top 16 are determined, you will carry out the final ranking battle with them. As soon as Master Chu Jie finished speaking, the 768 newly promoted Beast Tamers present immediately started discussing. Although there were strong seeded candidates in every vocation assessment, most candidates would think that on what basis weren't they chosen to be these 16 candidates? Whether there was a conspiracy or not, whether or not it would be unfair. Many people still had this thought. It's about to begin. Many people stared at Master Chu Jie. However, as a seed candidate, while there was preferential treatment to not participate in the preliminaries, they had to bear a certain amount of pressure. For example, the pressure of his abilities being directly exposed in public. On the high platform, Master Chu Jie said, "Before the ranking battle officially begins, the Ancient Capital Beast Tamer Association's official website has updated the exciting episode of the candidates for the survival assessment segment of this batch. The main characters of the video are the seeded candidates chosen this time. Before the assessment, everyone can admire the elegance of this batch of candidates. Next, the big screen at the arena will also play it on repeat." Whoosh! After Master Chu Jie said that, the people from the various domains, as well as the new professional beast tamers who were about to participate in the ranking battle, were suddenly more engaged. Everyone waited for a long time. Weren't they waiting for the assessment situation of the seeded candidates in the survival assessment segment? The outside world couldn't pay attention to the assessment situation in real time like the examiners. This was the only way to understand the examinees' bearing in the third assessment. I want to see how powerful the seeded candidates are. Ridiculous. I contracted a pet of a middle-level commander species. I'm actually not a seed candidate even though I got 15th for the first test. The new professional beast tamers were all in different moods. Then, more than 700 new professional beast tamers dispersed on the spot and waited for the ranking assessment to officially start in half an hour. At this moment, no one went to rest. After a few scattered people went to pee, they immediately ran back and stared at the big screen in the venue. Why was it that others were seeded candidates but not him? It could be determined in this exciting event. At the training ground of the Battle Club at Ancient Capital University. The students from the other departments had already gone on holiday, but the batch of students with top battle power who specialized in battle between the Battle Club and the school team of Ancient Capital University was still preparing for the national competition. With their opponent being the geniuses of the other 8 top educational institutions, they didn't dare to relax for a moment. However, there was still some time to rest. The promotional video for this year's Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment has been updated. Do you want to see it? A boy who was resting with a towel around his neck suddenly shouted at everyone. Perhaps our future juniors will be inside. On the training ground, Whitebrook, who was the vice president, exited her beast-eared girl form and turned to look at the member. The promotional video of the vocation assessment, she recalled Shiryu, who Senior Lu had introduced to her. That guy's performance was indeed not bad. He was 4th in the basic test. He would probably be edited into the promotional video this time. Whitebrook's interest was piqued. She planned to see Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast's performance in the Wilderness Survival Assessment segment. At the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute, when Shiryu was still lying in bed and resting, Jiaoyingjie exploded. He gathered around and shouted for Senior Panda. The promotional video for the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment has increased. Shiryu is a seeded candidate, right? He must have been cut in. Everyone, come and see. Where's Shiryu? I think he's lazing in bed again. Forget about Shiryu, come quickly. In Pingcheng, Bamboo Stone Dojo, including Master Lin Hongyan, all the disciples of the dojo had also discovered the news. It was no secret that Shiryu had run to the ancient capital to participate in the vocation assessment, so they naturally had to pay attention. Not only them, but also President Feng of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingcheng. As his secretary massaged his shoulders, he smiled and stared at the computer screen, intending to see Shiryu's dazzling performance. After all, Shiryu was a beast tamer in Pingcheng. At this moment, the exciting collection of survival trials released by the Beast Tamer Association in ancient capital city could be said to have instantly attracted the attention of countless people. In less than 2 minutes, the number of viewers online had exceeded 6 digits, and the number was still rising. At the start of the video, when the screen was still dark, passionate background music sounded. As a promotional video, accompaniment was a very important part. Even before they saw the video, the beast tamers watching the video felt their blood boil. Boom. With a loud bang, an image appeared. The first thing that entered his eyes was a woman in a black silk qipao with a slit. She held a book in her left hand and flipped through the pages with her right hand as she walked. At this moment, the ground in front of him shattered. A 10-meter-long ground-legged centipede that looked like steel and had a ferocious face crawled out of the ground. This was an extraordinary creature of a low-level commander race. It loved to eat humans the most and was a demon in the eyes of many beast tamers. After the earth-legged centipede appeared, the woman raised her head and glanced at it slightly. In the next moment, a dazzling light descended. With a boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The terrifying lightning pillar was like a heavenly punishment. It instantly penetrated the earth-legged centipede's body and scorched its entire body. At the same time, a huge pit 10 meters in diameter appeared where the lightning landed. The woman gently put down the book, and a black cloud flew to her side. The two of them walked towards the scorched earth-legged centipede step by step. This person is the second in the basic test, Zhang Qianni with the elemental coordination talent. That's a high-class commander species thundercloud sprite. At that moment, seeing this scene, in the ancient capital arena, the thousands of meters candidates looked at the destructive power caused by the lightning in silence and felt guilty. They felt that even if their pets went up, they would also be instantly killed. The power of the lightning is so strong, and the control is also strong. The video had only just begun, but it had already used an explosive scene and a beautiful young lady to attract the attention of the viewers. The video immediately made many people fall into it. As Zhang Qian approached the ground-legged centipede, the scene lit up and changed. The music's tempo became faster, and directly appeared in the sky battlefield. Yushu rode the soul attribute bone dragon and easily dueled more than 10 transcendent-level tempest sparrows in the air. In the video, the soul-armored bone dragon let out a dragon roar. The terrifying soul-armored dragon breath suppressed the storm that filled the sky and swallowed many tempest sparrows in an instant. Then, the scene shattered. A huge rock giant was locked in a spatial domain. After the scene shattered to the point where the space shattered and turned, the huge rock giant's body directly shattered into pieces. A light butterfly flew up from the broken rock and onto the young man's shoulder. The scene kept changing. Next, it gradually played the exciting performance of each seated candidate, making the spectators involuntarily hold their breaths as they watched the promotional video seriously. One by one, they watched the video. Every frame gave these new professional beast tamers and candidates who had fallen off the rankings a strong feeling. The seated candidates were so strong. Moreover, this batch of seated candidates had a very diverse development style. There was even a Gu master who controlled a beast tide. He specialized in defense against the anti-injury black tortoises that could kill ferocious beasts with just a beating. Animals, plants, elements, undead, no matter what type of pet they were. These seated candidates were incomparably calm on the island of training as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Damn, so awesome. We're actually from the same batch. Monsters, this group of people. It's right not to let them participate in the preliminaries. I don't want to bump into them. Many newly promoted professional beast tamers stared at the scene in the video with their mouths agape. Why was it that they had worked so hard to survive on the island of trials and carefully searched for hunting targets, but these people could kill indiscriminately in the same place? However, one way or another, the promotional video was indeed very shocking. As the background music became faster and faster, everyone was about to realize that the most exciting moment was coming. Here it comes. Countless people shouted in their hearts. Then, the background music reached the most exciting moment. The video suddenly changed. A figure riding an iron-eating beast, holding a wooden sword, and a green worm hanging from its shoulder appeared. What's this? This scene stunned many people. Why did it suddenly become like this? A glitch. Everyone was extremely confused. Some people also recognized Shiryu. However, even they were stunned when they saw Shiryu's attire. Then, what stunned them and everyone else came. On the iron-eating beast, Shiryu's expression was indifferent. He raised the wooden sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom. Instantly, the air vibrated, as if a translucent crescent sword insect silk, was formed. A path was directly cut open in the forest in front of them. In the next second, more than 10 stone baboons walked out and looked at Shiryu with reddened eyes. F***ck, what the hell? This attack stunned many new professional beast tamers. Facing the stone baboon group in front of him, the candidate, Shiryu, was still indifferent. Facing the attacking group of baboons, the iron-eating beast took a step forward. At that moment, Shiryu raised his wooden sword again and faced the stone baboon that was charging over with its stone claws. At the same time that they attacked, Shiryu also attacked. At that moment, the group of baboons that flew over seemed to have encountered a great horror. They revealed looks of horror, and their movements were several times slower. Shiryu swung his sword, and instantly, an extraordinary-level stone baboon's body caved in as it flew more than 10 meters away. Just like that, the iron-eating beast slowly walked forward. 1, 2, every time Shiryu swung his sword, a stone baboon would be sent flying like a flying meteor. Even if some stone baboons immediately turned their bodies to stone to resist, they were still shattered by a single slash. They were no match for the other party. In a short moment, the stone baboons fled. The candidate, Shiryu, leisurely entered the forest. During this process, the wooden sword didn't show any changes. Shiryu's movements were extremely coordinated, as if it was a group of baboons that he had killed himself. The people watching the video opened their mouths wide, unable to react. The video continued. It was impossible for every candidate to only have one exciting performance. There were 16 seeded candidates, and each of them had 3 or 4 exciting episodes. The video kept playing. After a slight silence, the video returned to normal. However, not long after, at the most exciting moment, another scene of Shiryu riding an iron-eating beast appeared. Lightning flashed on Shiryu's body and sword. His figure teleported and his sword pierced through the mad python. Shiryu threw out a wooden sword. The scene changed, and dozens of wooden swords instantly appeared in the sky. They obeyed Shiryu's command to cut down the bees. It was like a shooting star, killing everything in the endless path it carved. Shiryu was riding a panda and holding a wooden sword, and he was indifferent to life and death and would fight any beast he saw. When the video was completely broadcasted, everyone had already been brainwashed and had completely forgotten the exciting performance of the other seeded candidates. The only thing left in their minds was the scene of Shiryu riding the iron-eating beast and slashing with demonic nature. The scene was completely unlike that of a beast tamer. Did something strange happen? The seeded candidates who were also watching the video had dark expressions, especially Yushu and Yin Jingfan. Their values were the most broken. They kept feeling that the Shiryu they knew was different from the one in the video. Ping Cheng, Bamboo Stone Dojo. At this moment, the values of the apprentices who contracted the iron-eating beast shattered. They didn't understand what was going on. What happened to the exciting performance of the iron-eating beast? Lin Hongnian was silent. His balls hurt. After President Feng of the association finished watching the video, his body stiffened. Even his secretary couldn't massage him anymore. Lu Qingyi, who was somewhere, took a deep breath. She put away the cell phone and rubbed her eyes. At Ancient Capital University, the beast-eared senior who had once taught Shiryu life-saving skills was left in endless confusion. Looking at Shiryu's impressive performance in the video, Senior Panda and Jiuingjie were also stunned. This was Shiryu. That was 11. Excuse me, what were they doing? What the hell was this? Why was it different from what they imagined? As the video played on repeat, the entire Ancient Capital arena no longer had the atmosphere of the assessment. Everyone recalled the video just now in confusion. Gosh, sounds rose and fell, mainly because there were a total of 16 seated candidates. Everyone only saw the scene when Shiryu appeared. They couldn't understand it at all. Oh, divine beasts in heaven. Who could explain what happened to them? A special beast taming talent similar to the fusion talent. Or was that wooden sword also a pet? Why were the other candidates using their pets to kill the enemy? This candidate could kill everyone himself. How did he become like this, among the newly promoted beast tamers, Bai Qi, Su Jingyin, and the others, who were also from Icefield City and had once competed with Shiryu for the evolution Sacred Spring, also knew Shiryu. However, they were stunned because they knew him. It was fine if the difference in strength was increasing, but why was the difference in style also increasing? Similarly, the cousins who had lost to Shiryu in the battle restaurant and even the passers-by on the plane who had fought Shiryu Fan were all shocked. That's not a beast-taming talent at all, and the wooden sword is not a pet at all. It's that green worm that looks like it's lazing around and the iron-eating beast that's its mount. Just like how the master examiners could tell the truth, there were also some experienced master-level beast tamers present who could tell the truth at a glance. Their faces couldn't help but darken. What kind of weird candidate was this? Often, the truth wouldn't be hidden for long. In a short period of time, the video comments area had already been flooded. A group of big bosses analyzed the key points of the hidden technology of this video. Damn, this candidate is ridiculous. That iron-eating beast has mastered transcendent level hardening, so it can apply the hardening material to beast tamers and wooden swords, making the beast tamers' physique and wooden swords attack power enough to injure transcendent level ferocious beasts. There's even a perfect level thunder palm. This is a move that can release powerful speed. Not only that, but that iron-eating beast probably also mastered the deterrence skill. The expression of fear produced by those ferocious beasts when facing attacks is too similar to the effect of the deterrence skill. Is this AF * King iron-eating beast? The most ridiculous is that green worm. I took a screenshot. There's one scene where it's definitely silk spitting, but I can't see the worm silk. Holy shit, transparent worm silk, do you know what it represents? It's a worm silk with an invisible nature. It's another transcendent skill. Ridiculous, that sword aura is actually a worm silk, and the one controlling the wooden sword to slash randomly is also a worm silk. Holy shit, worm silk can even be played like this. Big bosses, slow down. At this moment, because of Shiryu, everyone analyzed the technical content in Shiryu's battle images. This analysis not only shocked the candidates, but even some masters and top-notch masters fell into deep disbelief. Although apart from deterrence, he used skills without levels, skills that were at low level, and mid-level. This skill proficiency was too exaggerated. Moreover, it appeared on weak species pets like the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. How did he do that? The most shocking thing was that although the pets were clearly so strong, why was it that the battle scenes of this beast tamer were all him playing cool? Was the destruction of conscience behind all this, the fall of pets, or the distortion of human nature? Even before the ranking battle began, the major media outlets in ancient capital city had already captured the hot topic and published news. Master level analysis. The scary truth hidden in iron-eating beast Knight Shiryu's battle skills. I'll take you into the inner world of Iron Eater Knight Shiryu. Shocking. Iron-eating beasts and green silkworms can actually be used like this. The collective action of the various major film academies. Several film hegemon corporations looking for one person. What exactly is the reason behind all of this? Let's lead everyone to understand. At this moment, countless people were watching Shiryu's video with strange expressions. After hearing the masters analyze the technical content of Shiryu's battle and watching the video again, many candidates had a new feeling. It could actually assist a weak human beast tamer to instantly kill transcendent level ferocious beasts. Its support was so strong. However, what confused people the most was why Shiryu could be so calm and not show any embarrassment. At this moment, it could be said that Shiryu was completely famous. Many people were looking forward to Shiryu's performance in the final ranking battle. At that time, would Shiryu still fight using his own body? Although the process was a little bumpy, after the big boss's analysis, everyone suddenly realized that this Shiryu was an even more ridiculous monster hidden among the candidates. At this moment, Shiryu was still sleeping soundly. Boom. 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 In his sleep, Shiryu only opened his eyes in a daze when he heard someone knocking on the door. Open the door. Outside, the stifled laughter and discussion of Senior Panda and the others sounded. Quickly open the door. What's wrong? Shiryu was stunned. Junior Shiryu, impressive. You're famous. I'm certain that even if the evolution of iron-eating beasts won't skyrocket the value of iron-eating beasts, the iron-eating beast knight definitely can. Zheng Jie laughed wildly. Sure, you immediately woke up. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly picked up his cell phone and had a bad feeling. A moment later, Sure you swiped the promotional video of the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment and a pile of comments below the video. After taking a look, his temperature suddenly rose, and his vision turned dark. However, he quickly stabilized himself. Where is he? Lin Xiuzhu was still knocking on the door. As for Sure Yu, he silently rolled up the blanket and kept rolling around on the bed. *CK, this day had finally come. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have messed up. Don't look for me. See you after the vocation assessment. A moment later, Sure Yu found a cap and a pair of sunglasses. He entered the ethereal state and directly passed through the wall to leave. He chose to run. He couldn't meet anyone he knew. When the commotion stopped and everyone calmed down, he would return. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.